Rajiv Gandhi assassination case is still pending. Investigation is still pending in Rajiv Gandhi assassination. So being declared as a convict or behind the bars for 30 years won't serve the purpose of this case.
Alright. So, Sneha, you just heard the advocate for the petitioners, for Perarivalan, who is saying that this verdict will also benefit the rest of the persons who've been convicted in the Rajiv Gandhi case. He's also saying that the question that we've been debating for the last several minutes about what kind of precedent does this set. For one, the governor could not have kept the decision of the cabinet pending. But secondly, the political ramifications of all of this, what does this really mean? What kind of precedent we're setting? The lawyer says that we are still looking for the actual culprits. And this is a political question that could possibly be raised once again. Of course, we've seen the response from the Congress. We saw Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi coming in saying that we forgive Nalini, we forgive Perarivalan. But here is the question of the governor's powers, that the Supreme Court has very clearly said governor could not have kept this decision pending in this manner. Perarivalan is going to be released now, and a similar relief is likely on the horizon for the rest of the convicts as well. As the court says, cabinet decision is paramount. Governor cannot keep that pending. So it is now for the Tamil Nadu government to see what happens to the remaining convicts as well. Back to you.
Anisha, my question to you is, this is going to happen, and relief is expected for other killers as well, all of them convicted, irrespective of the charges that they were facing?
Well, see, what effectively we see, I'll remind you again that the actual detailed verdict of the court is not available with us at the moment. We're still waiting for the written order to come out. But what the lawyer is telling us is that the court has said that the governor could not have kept the cabinet decision pending, that the administration is responsible for taking decisions regarding this kind of remission, that the governor could not, which basically means that if the Tamil Nadu government says that we want to release all of them, then it is for the Tamil Nadu government to take a decision. Since a cabinet decision was taken to release them, then it is the cabinet of Tamil Nadu which will have to take further steps. The court will no longer have to pass specific orders for every person. It is for the Tamil Nadu government. So the focus will now shift back to Tamil Nadu. What will the government there do with regard to the remaining convicts? What will happen now with regard to this entire debate? But the Supreme Court has made it clear that not the governor, but the cabinet, the elected government, the administration has to take a decision on this. And since the administration has taken a decision on humanitarian grounds, since these people have been in jail for more than 30 years, the Supreme Court has said that the cabinet decision must be implemented.
Yes, and I think, Akshita, that gives us enough idea about the direction in which the wind would be blowing from here on, given that the cabinet is going to decide, and we've seen what they've done as far as this particular case of Perarivalan is concerned.
You know, what's very clear from what Anisha also told us, Sneha, is that the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Perarivalan, not because the entire petition and the hearing in this case was about the precedent that's set or about the charges, the conviction that he faces, but rather about the constitutionality of the governor not taking a decision when the Tamil Nadu government has taken a decision already and passed a resolution, the cabinet passing a resolution. Constitutionally speaking, what the governor did was not according to the protocol that's followed, and that's what the Supreme Court has ruled on. That's what's provided this relief, this release of AG Perarivalan. So if you see that particular thread and that narrative being followed, yes, it will mean there is relief for the other convicts as well, because the Tamil Nadu government stand is very, very clear. Release all 7 convicts. It wasn't just for Perarivalan that they've been batting. They've been batting for all the others, for Nalini, for Murugan, for Shantan, and all of the others as well. So unmindful of the fact that, you know, these are extremely serious convictions. We're talking about people who have been found guilty, who are facing life imprisonment for the extremely serious case of the assassination, the killing of a former Prime Minister, irrespective and unmindful of what kind of a precedent it sets, and that entire debate of what it means for someone who's convicted, who is serving a prison sentence for killing a former Prime Minister, walking out of jail, irrespective of all of that, it came down to one point. Is it constitutional for the governor to actually block something with the Tamil Nadu government when the cabinet has passed that resolution? That's what the Supreme Court ruled upon. And if you follow that particular thread, it's only a matter of time before the other convicts also get relief, Sneha.
Well, absolutely. That's a big story we're getting at this. Akshita is also getting us more details on how this is going to be playing out politically once again. Akshita, we saw a blame game of sorts between the AIDMK and the DMK on this matter a while ago when both the spokespersons were on our channel talking about how, pinning the blame essentially on each other, on how politics has been done on this issue. Akshita.
That's right, and it's been a huge political issue. Almost every single election, you'll see this particular issue, echoing, and several political parties making promises, going back and forth. But essentially, all of them are on the same page on this, in the sense that they all were for the release of convicts. It was essentially coming down to a credit war. Who's done more for the Rajiv Gandhi convicts, for these killers? And that's what it came down to. But at this point, both the DMK and the AIADMK will say that, look, we were the ones who took the first step. The fact that till now it hasn't happened is essentially because, Sneha, every single time while the government took that step, it almost became, a narrative that was a given, that was followed every single time, of the government voicing their support for these convicts' release, taking steps like passing resolutions, etc. But this time it's actually yielded results because it reached the doors of the Supreme Court, and the fact that the governor took that step of sending this across to the president, when clearly the onus is on him, based on the constitution, to take a decision when the Tamil Nadu cabinet actually passes that resolution. Let me just again revisit this entire case for our viewers, Sneha, because I know there's a lot of curiosity surrounding the man and the images that you see on your screens. AG Perarivalan, he's 50 years old now. 1991 is when he was arrested. So 31 years effectively he's been serving his sentence. He was first sentenced to death. That was commuted to a life imprisonment back in 2014. The allegation is that he provided 2 9-volt batteries to the main conspirator in the assassination of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, which was Sivarasan. Now, the allegation was that he provided 2 batteries. Now, Perarivalan, in his defense, had said time and again that he didn't know what he was providing these batteries for, which is why he said that he's not guilty. He didn't know that it was going to be used. Those batteries were actually used in the bomb that killed Rajiv Gandhi, that was used by the suicide bomber Dhanu in Sri Perambudur back in 1991. So that's what led to the conviction. But what also added another twist in the story is that the investigating officer in this case then came out to admit that they never wrote down a verbatim confession of Perarivalan. He's also called locally Arivu. That's a name that, he's known for as well. So this claim that was made by the investigating officer, he confessed that he never took a verbatim confession from Perarivalan, and that's when Perarivalan also came out and said that, look, the batteries, the 9-volt batteries that I bought, I didn't know what it was being used for. So there was a lot of back and forth about whether he provided a confession really or not, whether there was a verbatim confession on record, and whether it really did belong to Perarivalan. So there have been a lot of, twists and turns in this particular case. But it will come down now to the other convicts. What happens to them, to Nalini, who's also been pleading her case for the last many, many years. There's a lot of emotion surrounding Nalini, her case, her imprisonment, her conviction as well. So we'll see how this really plays out. But as far as politics in Tamil Nadu is concerned, this is going to have huge tremors in the state. The DMK will say that, look, we've done what needed to be done to ensure the release of Perarivalan. They're going to be seeing this through. There's no doubt about that.
In that sense, Akshita, and this is rather unfortunate because at the end of the day, we're talking about the assassination of a former Prime Minister of the country. AIADMK would be seeing this as a missed opportunity, given that they wanted to release the killers just before elections in Tamil Nadu last year, and that did not happen, isn't it? They were trying to build a lot of pressure on the BJP, and that didn't really work out.
If you look at it politically also, the AIADMK in the run-up to the elections, as you pointed out, Sneha, along with this, a slew of other issues that they tried to raise. And, there was a narrative that the alliance with the BJP perhaps hurt them more because of so many ideological differences, including on this particular issue of the release of Rajiv Gandhi's killers. You heard what Narayan Tirupati said. He gave us very crisp answers where he said that we'll abide by what the Supreme Court says, we respect what the Supreme Court says, but refusing to really commit and and outrightly say what their stand is on this issue, because the BJP has been very clear that they're not a party that backs what the DMK and AIADMK had to say on this, which is why the central government also in the Supreme Court during the course of this hearing actually came out to defend what the governor did, saying that the grant of mercy can be done by the president, which is something that's not true. Constitutionally, the governor of the state also can do that. That's what the Supreme Court also highlighted, saying, look, that's not true, what the centre has said. So this, has dented the BJP in a way in Tamil Nadu. It also dents the AIADMK. As you pointed out, they would have been hoping that this happened when they were in power. This is a huge, huge boost, make no doubt, for the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, for the DMK and for the Stalin government, who will claim that this is a victory that they've ensured, that it's their campaign that's allowed the release of Perarivalan.
Big story at this 31 years in jail, 24 years of solitary confinement, and he's been on the death row for years together now, for almost 15 years, and finally relief for one of the main accused, in fact convicted, not accused but convicted in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, is going to be soon walking out a free man. The Supreme Court has granted relief and has ordered the release of Rajiv Gandhi assassination convict AG Perarivalan. Of the Constitution, ordering the release of Perarivalan, also known as Arivu. He was accused of having bought 2 9-volt golden power battery cells for Sivarasan, the LTT man who masterminded this conspiracy. The batteries were used in the bomb that killed Rajiv Gandhi on 21st of May, that fateful year. It's time for a quick commercial break here. We're keeping a very close eye on that story and much more in just a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
More news just coming in. Let's go straight to the news from Supreme Court this morning, which has now granted bail to Indrani Mukherjee, the main accused in the Sheena Bora murder case. Anisha continues to be with us as well. The contention is that, Anisha, the trial has not progressed and that she has not been granted relief in years together. And that's the reason why the woman has been accused of killing her own daughter, Indrani Mukherjee, has been granted relief by the court today.
Well, yes, Sneha, the Supreme Court has noted that it has been more than 6.5 years since this entire incident. She's been in jail throughout, and her husband, Peter Mukherjee, who's also a co-accused in the case, was in fact granted bail. Now, what the court has noted is that due to the long period of the delay in the trial, that is the ground that the court is taking. They said that they in fact questioned why is it that she was not granted parole in the middle of it. The lawyer appearing for them has said that her husband was granted bail, but she was not granted bail, and this is a bizarre situation which has been created. And the court has said that we are inclined to grant bail, and I'm just quoting this here. The government had said that this is a case where there is evidence of tampering of evidence. The dead body was destroyed, but the court has asked what were the bail conditions that were imposed on Peter Mukherjee. We can impose similar conditions on Indrani Mukherjee as well. We are granting bail to Indrani Mukherjee. 6.5 years is far too long the time, but the court has passed the order that we are inclined to grant bail because of the long period of incarceration. The conditions of bail will be clarified once the order of the court is given. But essentially what the court has said, that despite the allegations that are against her, she has been in jail for 6.5 years. Her husband, who's a co-accused, Peter Mukherjee, has been granted bail in the case. So why not extend the same relief to her? Details of what restrictions will be imposed on her will come out once the court order is made public.
Yes, but also the question today that was asked of the bench, Anisha, was that why was parole not granted? Just take us through the details of why she never really took it.
Well, at the moment, the updates that we are getting from inside the courtroom. Now, remember, this case was being heard just a minute ago. The court has said that the court had asked why was no parole granted to her in such a long time. Mukul Rohatgi, who was the senior advocate appearing for Indrani Mukherjee, said that she did not ask for parole. She did not take a parole so far, and he has also argued that she is a lady who is under the law entitled to special dispensation as far as bail laws are concerned. The trial has not progressed at all for the last year. The number of witnesses who have so far been examined is very, very low. Even though there are more than 230 witnesses who have to be examined, less than 70 have actually been examined, which means that the trial progress is very, very slow. And despite the fact that there has been such a slow trial, no bail has been granted to her so far. And that is why the court has accepted this argument, said that it has been 6.5 years since this incident had happened, and the fact that the trial is taking a very long time. That is why the court has agreed to grant her bail at this stage. More details we'll know once the order is made public.
Relief not given in the past as well, Anisha, given that in this case, and this has been said by the special CBI court as well in the past, with the CBI clearly indicating that there has been serious tampering of evidence with regards to disposal of the body. All of that has been done, and hence relief in the past was not given, isn't it?
Well, yes, Sneha, this is an argument that the Additional Solicitor General S.V. Raju has taken in the Supreme Court as well, that this is a very serious case. She is accused of murdering her own child. She is accused of not only murdering the girl, but also disposing of the dead body, of tampering with evidence, of trying to destroy the evidence. And that is why the CBI, even today in the Supreme Court, had argued that bail should not be granted. I'm repeating this once again. The details of the order are not yet available. The order copy will be made available by afternoon. At the moment, what we do know is that in open court, the bench has said that since it has been more than 6.5 years, since the trial is going very slowly, that is why, and more importantly, since the co-accused Peter Mukherjee has also been granted bail, that is why we are inclined to grant bail to Sheena Bora at this
Big
stage.
relief for Indrani Mukherjee, main accused in the murder of her own daughter. We have more news coming in. Let's go straight to that. More news breaking at this hour. Fresh video of a shivling has surfaced. Restricted Wuzu Khana shivling on camera. Big shivling has been found in the washing area of the masjid. The big video, the shivling video, first on India Today. You can see that on your screens right now. Exclusive back-to-back images on India Today of another shivling being found in the washing area of the Gyan Vapi Mosque. Remember the survey which was undergoing in the mosque to see on whether this was built atop a temple or not. And the survey has had to, in fact, submit a report to the Varanasi court. A political war has also broken out, a big one at that. But there is more proof now that there was, in fact, another shivling. There is, in fact, another shivling. And there looks like a possibility of there being a temple before the mosque was built on top of it. We'll try and get more details, but the video is out. And it's first here on India Today that you see these pictures of another shivling at the Gyan Vapi Mosque. In fact, the Muslim side has clearly opposed the findings of the Hindu side, rejected it rather, saying that what was found initially was not a shivling, but it appeared to be a water fountain. The Hindu side, however, has concluded that this indeed was a shivling. Several other reasons that the Hindu side believes that there was, in fact, a temple here before a mosque was built on it in Varanasi, given that Nandi is facing the shivling, which always is the case. This is an argument that has been made by the Hindu side already. The surveys, remember, have sought more time from the Varanasi court, saying that there should be, in fact, there are thousands of pages and thousands of pictures and videos that they have to study before they submit a comprehensive report to the Varanasi court. But right now, what seems to be strengthening the argument of the Hindu side is that a fresh shivling video has surfaced. Kumar Abhishek has more details on that big story. Kumar, ये Hindu side को और उनके आर्ग्यूमेंट को और स्ट्रेंथन करता है कि यहाँ पर एक मंदिर था और एक और नया शिवलिंग का वीडियो अभी जो है सरफेस हुआ है।
बिल्कुल, ये नया वीडियो है और ये नया वीडियो रात का शाम का वीडियो है। हालांकि ये भी पुराना वीडियो है, लेकिन इसमें वो वजू का जो स्थान है, जिसको जो एक पॉन्ड है और बीचों बीच वो जो एक स्ट्रक्चर है जिसे शिवलिंग और मुस्लिम पक्ष से फवारा कह रहा है, वो दिखाई दे रहा है। तो ये वीडियो भी बेहद अहम वीडियो है, लेकिन आपको बता दें कि ये प्रशासन ने इस पूरे इलाके को सील कर लिया है। 9 ताले लगाए गए हैं। पहले से ही इस इलाके में जाली से इसे घेर करके रखा गया है, इसलिए प्रशासन को कोई अलग से मेहनत नहीं करनी पड़ी है। सिर्फ प्रशासन ने अपने उसमें ताले लगा दिए हैं। जो 2 सीआरपीएफ के जवान की 8-8 घंटे की वहाँ ड्यूटी लगी हुई है रोस्टर पे, और साथ साथ जो एसपी सिक्योरिटी है उन्हें इस सुरक्षा की जिम्मेदारी दी गई है। तो ये जो नया वीडियो आया है, देखिए पहले 2 वीडियो हमें भीतर के मिले जिसमें कि किस तरीके से वो जो स्ट्रक्चर है, वो जो शिवलिंग है या फिर जिसे फवारा मुस्लिम पक्ष कह रहा है, उसके वीडियोस हम लोगों ने देखे करीब 2-2 मिनट के। और ये एक और नया वीडियो आया है जो पूरे उस वो जो वजू खाना है जिसको चारों तरफ से लोहे से की जाली से इसे घेरा हुआ है, बैरिकेड किया हुआ है, उसका ये वीडियो है। आया है नया लेटेस्ट वायरल वीडियो आया है, लेकिन इसे भी माना जा रहा है कि एक पुराना वीडियो है, लेकिन ये स्पष्ट करता है, साफ करता है, बिल्कुल क्लियर करता है कि उस जगह की स्थिति क्या है।
मैं जानना चाहती हूँ कुमार अभिषेक, ये जरूर बताइए हमें कि ये शिवलिंग जो है अभी वॉशिंग एरिया में पाया गया है और अब ये भी कह रहे हैं कि शायद ये कोई पुराना वीडियो भी हो सकता है।
ये वीडियो, जितने वीडियो आए हैं ये सब पुराने वीडियो। कोई जब मेरी प्रशासन के लोगों से बात हुई तो इनका मानना है कि करीब 1 से 2 महीने पुराने वीडियो है ये सब के सब। लेकिन ये अभी सरफेस हो रहा है, अभी निकल करके ये वीडियो सामने आए हैं। और इन तीनों वीडियोस में बड़ी क्लैरिटी के साथ, अगर हम वायरल वीडियो इसे हम कहते हैं, तो बड़ी क्लैरिटी के साथ ये चीजें दिखाई दे रही हैं कि अंदर एक वजूखाना है, एक पॉन्ड है जिसमें मुस्लिम अपना नमाज के पहले वजू करते हैं, और बीचों बीच उसके बना हुआ जो एक शिवलिंग जैसा है जिसके चारों तरफ एक सर्कल है, घेरा है, और उसमें वो पानी जमा होता रहा है। तो कुल मिलाकर के आप जो ये वीडियो देख रही हैं, है तो ये वायरल वीडियो, क्योंकि किसी को जानकारी नहीं है कि ये वीडियो कब का है। एक अनुमान, एक अंदाजे के तौर पर ये बताया जा रहा है कि ये 2 महीने पुराना वीडियो है, 1 से 2 महीने पुराना, जबकि साफ सफाई के दौरान इस वीडियो को बनाया गया। देखिए, यहाँ से पानी निकलने का कोई अलग से उपाय नहीं होता। इसमें जब पानी इस पूरे पॉन्ड में जमा हो जाता है 15 दिन 20 दिन में, उसके बाद इसको आधा खाली कर दिया जाता है और फिर पानी को टैंकर के जरिए बाहर भेज दिया जाता है। ये इसका तरीका है। अब चूंकि कोर्ट ने इसे सील करने के आदेश दे दिए हैं, तो ये पूरी
बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, मायन पुण्ना भैरो बाबा, रहा न कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल, हर हर महादेव।
हर हर महादेव का नारा अभी से यहाँ पर लगने लगा है। कितने उत्साह में ये महिलाएं हैं। हरिशंकर जैन जी इस वक्त उनके बेटे विष्णु शंकर जैन जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। क्योंकि आज तो सुनवाई होगी नहीं, ऐसे में अब आगे इन लोगों की क्या उम्मीदें हैं ये देखना महत्वपूर्ण रहता है। इनकी बात सुनते हैं एक बार। ये बताइए विष्णु जी, आज तो सुनवाई हो नहीं रही है, अब आगे क्या होगा?
अब आज सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है, अब आगे कोर्ट आज कोई डेट देगी जिस डेट पे इसकी आगे सुनवाई होगी।
अब किस तरह की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
देखिए, हमारी उम्मीद यही है कि जो हमने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है वो एक एप्लीकेशन है फैक्ट्स असरटेन करने की, कोर्ट के पटल पे अपनी बातें लाने की, और माननीय न्यायालय जरूर इसको देखेगा, इसके मेरिट्स को देखेगा। मुस्लिम साइड से अंजुमन इंतजामिया से उनके जवाब मंगाए जाएंगे और उसके बाद कोर्ट अपना निर्णय देगा।
अब अगले हफ्ते से तो कोर्ट की कार्रवाई, वैसे भी जून में पूरी छुट्टी हो जाएगी, बंद रहेगी, तो ये पूरा मामला आगे बढ़ता हुआ लंबा जाता हुआ।
अब देखिए, ये तो माननीय न्यायालय का विशेषाधिकार है कि वो जून में भी इसकी सुनवाई करना चाहते हैं कि नहीं करना चाहते हैं, और कितने दिन इसकी सुनवाई चलेगी, ये सब तो एक अनुमान है, उस पर मैं तो अभी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। हमने एप्लीकेशन डाल दी, कोर्ट ने मुस्लिम पक्ष से जवाब मंगा लिया है। आज ये केस लगा हुआ था क्योंकि स्ट्राइक होगी बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट में, तो आज ये केस नहीं टेकअप हो पा रहा है, पर आगे जब भी टेकअप होगा तो हम रहेंगे उपस्थित और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे।
सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये खड़ा हो रहा है कि जो मस्जिद है, आंखों देखिए हाल जरा बताइए, उसके भीतर आप लोगों ने क्या क्या देखा, तथ्य परक जो बातें हैं, क्योंकि अभी तो रिपोर्ट सौंपी जाएगी, लेकिन अब आप कह रहे हैं कि जो गुंबद है उसके नीचे मंदिर की शिलाएं हैं और इस तरह से बना दिया।
अभी केस के फैक्ट्स पे कुछ बात नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। शिवलिंग की बात इसलिए रखी गई क्योंकि हमें इमीडिएट प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर कोर्ट से चाहिए थे, और जब कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया है तब वो बात आपके सामने रखी गई है। बाकी जो भी चीजें एडवोकेट कमिश्नर ने देखी हैं, वो एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट में जब लिखेंगे तब हम उसको आपसे डिस्कस करेंगे।
नीचे जो तहखाना है उसमें तख्त है जिसमें देवी देवता रखे जाते थे, दीपक रखे जाते थे, तहखाने में ये सारी चीजें हैं।
मैं वही बात कह रहा हूँ कि इस समय ये सारी चीजें कमीशन का स्कोप है। एक बार एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट सौंप दें तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर मैं आप लोगों को ब्रीफ करूंगा। शिवलिंग की बात इसलिए की गई क्योंकि उसके लिए हमें इमीडिएट प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर चाहिए था।
आज तो कुछ हुआ नहीं, तो कल क्या पूरे मामले में सुनवाई होगी?
अब आज अभी माननीय न्यायालय को देखते हैं, माननीय न्यायालय इसमें क्या अगली तारीख देता है, और जो भी नेक्स्ट डेट देगा हम उसमें उपस्थित रहेंगे और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे।
आप लोगों को लग रहा है कि आप लोग इस पूरे मामले में सबूतों के आधार पर पूरे पुख्ता तौर पर आगे बढ़?
देखिए, बिल्कुल हमारे जो सबूत है, हमारे फैक्ट्स हैं, बहुत स्ट्रांग हैं, और अब माननीय न्यायालय ने उस शिवलिंग को प्रोटेक्ट किया है, माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने प्रोटेक्ट किया है, और अब ये आगे जांच होगी इसकी कि शिवलिंग कितना पुराना है, कितनी गहराई तक गया है, फाउंटेन है कि नहीं है, ये सारे फैक्ट्स अभी असर्टेन होंगे।
चलिए, बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। यहाँ पर विष्णु जैन को आप सुन रहे थे, उनका ये कहना है कि सबूतों के आधार पर उन्हें पूरी उम्मीद है कि जीत उन्हीं की होगी। कैमरा पर्सन योगेंद्र सिंह के साथ चित्रा त्रिपाठी।
These were ground voices of the Hindu side, particularly talking about the fact that they would expect the court to carry out a detailed investigation on this entire matter, on how old the shivling really is. And remember, the Muslim side has claimed in the past that this isn't a shivling, but it actually is a fountain. That is something that the court would be looking into on the basis of what the surveys essentially tell the court on the report that they have to submit before the Varanasi court. Meanwhile, the court has clearly said that seal the area where the shivling was found. The Supreme Court, however, has said that there should not be anybody stopped from offering namaz here at the mosque. That is not something that should be restricted at the Gyanvapi Mosque is what the Supreme Court had said importantly, that the rights of both the sides vis-a-vis their right to practice religion should be respected. So secure the Shivling area but do not restrict the namaz in the Gyanvapi Mosque. All of these developments, including the one that we're reporting on from right a few minutes ago, where another Shivling has been found. And with me is Kumar Abhishek, who's getting us more details on this video now once again surfacing. Kumar, इस शिवलिंग के बारे में, इस नए शिवलिंग के बारे में हमें बताइए। कुमार अभिषेक, इस नए शिवलिंग के बारे में हमें बताइए।
देखिए, ये जो नया वीडियो आया है, वायरल वीडियो है ये, इसमें वो जो शिवलिंग है वो जिसको शिवलिंग कहा जा रहा है, दरअसल ये तीसरा जो वीडियो मिला है उसमें भी वही दिखाई दे रहा है, वही शिवलिंग दिखाई दे रहा है, वही पॉन्ड के बीचों बीच का वो सर्कल दिखाई दे रहा है। तो नए शिवलिंग की बात शायद नहीं है, ये उस एक नए वीडियो की बात है। तो इस समय दोबारा से इस समय सरफेस हुआ है और प्रशासन की माने तो प्रशासन ने उस पूरे वजू के स्थान को, जिसे मुस्लिम अपना वजू का स्थान कहते हैं, और जिसके बीच में जो पॉन्ड है और जिसके बीच में ये सर्किल के बीचों बीच जो शिवलिंग कहा जा रहा है वो है, उसे फिलहाल सील कर लिया गया है। उसके चारों तरफ सुरक्षा घेरा बढ़ा दिया गया है। सीआरपीएफ के दो लोग लगातार इसमें उसकी निगरानी कर रहे हैं। 8-8 घंटे की शिफ्ट लगाई गई है और खुद जो सीआरपीएफ के कमांडेंट हैं और साथ साथ जो एसपी सिक्योरिटी है, इन्हें भी हर शिफ्ट में एक बार औचक निरीक्षण करना हो रहा है। तो एक तरीके की पूरी फुल प्रूफ सुरक्षा व्यवस्था की गई है। लेकिन ये तीसरा नया वीडियो आया है सामने, जिसमें साफ दिख रहा है कि उस पूरे इलाके को वो पहले से घिरा हुआ है। प्रशासन ने सिर्फ उसे अपने ताले लगाकर सील कर दिए।
अभिषेक, ये भी पूछना चाहूंगी कि कल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये भी कहा था कि इस एरिया को जो सील कर दिया जाना चाहिए, जो शिवलिंग का जो एरिया है, लेकिन नमाज पढ़ने पे कोई रिस्ट्रिक्शंस नहीं होने चाहिए। तो जो एरिया जो अभी जिस वीडियो में पाया गया है, क्या उसे भी सील किया जाएगा या वो ऑलरेडी सील्ड है? क्या इस पे हमें थोड़ा क्लैरिटी दे सकते हैं?
देखिए, अपने दर्शकों के लिए बता दें कि इस इलाके में सिर्फ वजू होते हैं, यानी कि आप जब नमाज पढ़ने के पहले हाथ पांव मुंह धोना या कुल्ला करना, यही उस इलाके में होता था जहां पर कि वो शिवलिंग मिला है। वहां पर जो दूसरे लोग फवारा कह रहे हैं वो है। लेकिन जो नमाज है वो मस्जिद के भीतर होती है, ये मस्जिद परिसर में है और मस्जिद अलग है। तो जो स्थानीय कोर्ट है, जो वाराणसी की कोर्ट है, उसने तो बाकायदा इसे कहा कि यहाँ पर 20 लोग ही नमाज पढ़ पाएंगे, क्योंकि इसको सील किया जा रहा है। सील करने के बाद भी वो मस्जिद की जगह एज इट इज बनी हुई है और प्रशासन ने उस जगह पर, चूंकि डीएम को एक तरीके से पार्टी बनाया गया है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बनाया है बनारस के डीएम को। तो और दूसरी बात है कि जो रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लोअर कोर्ट ने लगाई थी कि 20 से ज्यादा नमाजी नहीं होंगे, उसे हटा दिया है। यानी नमाज पहले की तरह ही उस मस्जिद में होगा। वजू का स्थान बदलेगा, वजू का स्थान मतलब हाथ पांव धोने का स्थान दूसरा होगा और उसे लेकर के कहा यह जा रहा है कि अलग से टब की और नल की व्यवस्था है वहाँ पहले से, जहाँ लोग वजू करके जा सकते हैं। इसलिए कोई बहुत उसमें समस्या वाली है, प्रॉब्लम जैसी चीज नहीं है। और कोर्ट ने भी कहा है कि वजू जो है वो कोई इस्लाम का एसेंशियल पार्ट नहीं है, लेकिन ये जरूर है कि अगर जिन्हें करना है उनके लिए वहाँ व्यवस्था है और जो मस्जिद में जो लोग नमाज करने जाएंगे वो पहले की तरह जा सकते हैं, चाहे उनकी संख्या जितनी।
जी बिल्कुल, ये कोर्ट ने कहा है। बने रहिए हमारे साथ। वी हैव अ कपल ऑफ रिएक्शंस दैट हैव बीन कमिंग इन ऑन दिस लेटेस्ट डेवलपमेंट्स। लिसन इन।
मैं चाहूंगा कि अभी भी समय है कि इन 3 मस्जिदों पर, इन 3 मंदिरों के साथ जो अन्याय हुआ, जो मस्जिदें बनाई गई इनके आसपास या मंदिर तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाए गए, उन पर बैठकर हिंदू समाज के साथ या हिंदू समाज के जो लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उनके साथ बैठकर इस पे कोई सलाह करे, बातचीत करे और रास्ता निकाले।
ये मामला बिल्कुल एक कहा जाए कि सोची समझी साजिश है, क्योंकि आगे आने वाले 2024 के लिए और जो इस बीच में विधानसभा के चुनाव होने हैं, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने हमेशा धार्मिक उन्माद पैदा करने की कोशिश की है। और उसका राजनीतिक लाभ उठाया है, क्योंकि अब राम मंदिर का इशू ख़त्म हो गया तो अब एक नया इशू खड़ा करने की कोशिश हो रही है। अच्छी बात है कि इसमें न्यायालय ने हस्तक्षेप किया है।
Another video has appeared of the shivling is what we've been given to understand. How does this video now really, what does the appearance of this video essentially mean vis-a-vis the surveyors who have now put together several photographs and videos, and they are in fact going to be submitting a final report to the Varanasi court on the Gyan Vapi mosque and what has been found essentially vis-a-vis the mosque and indications that there was a temple here to begin with. My colleague Gaurav Sawant explains the Gyan Vapi complex and the disputed area as well through a 3D animation. Take a look at this immersive report.
The Kashi Vishwanath Temple Complex and the Gyan Vapi Mosque. Now this area is in the headlines, but I want to explain this area to you a little in detail. Why is this so important, and why is Nandi, the ride of Bhagwan Shiv, actually facing the Gyan Vapi Mosque and not the temple that was rebuilt or built afresh by Ahilya Bai Holkar after it was demolished on the instructions of Emperor Aurangzeb. Now, Nandi, it is believed, always faces Lord Shiv. And Nandi, as you can see here, is facing the Gyan Vapi Mosque. When you look at the temple, well, the thing is, the Hindus believe that the Gyan Vapi Mosque is where the temple or the original Shivling, one of the Jyotirlings, originally was. Gyan Vapi or Gyan Koop, the well of knowledge. Let's explain this location and the lay of the land to you. So the belief is Nandi always faces Lord Shiv. And when you look at the Kashi Vishwanath Temple complex, Nandi is actually facing the Gyan Vapi Mosque and not the temple that was constructed by Ahilya Bai Holkar. Now, for Nandi, it has been a very long wait. A wait of more than 352 years, 4 months and 15 days and counting. But this is just a process that has started. Now it is also believed that you whisper a prayer in the ear of Nandi and it reaches Lord Shiv. That is the belief. Hindus have believed that for centuries. In this case, Nandi very patiently is looking towards the Gyan Vapi Mosque. The Hindu side says they found Lord Shiv. What happens next is now will be a matter of investigation in courts. The 5 women petitioners wanted unhindered access to pray at the Shringar Gauri Sthal and wanted videography to prove that there was a temple where the mosque now stands. And now we will show you on the last day of videography or the court or mandated survey what was found. So the videography that was ordered, it happened for 3 days and there were absolutely no problems in the videography. Every side cooperated is the information that we have, and the Hindu side is claiming that at the Wazu Khana, that is where the Shivling was found. Of course, this has been contested by the Muslim side that insists that it was a fountain that was always there and already there. The ball now is in court for courts to decide what will happen next. Will the women devotees get unhindered access to pray, and will it be expanded further or not? We'll tell you more about that.
Going across straight to Perarivalan, who's been granted relief by the Supreme Court. He's addressing the press. Listen in.
ஒரு பேட்டி கொடுக்கும் போதும் பின்னாடி அதே வாக்குமூலமாக உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் அவர் பதிவு செய்யும் போதும் அது மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு திருப்புமுனையை கொடுத்தது. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் யார் உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தை தீர்ப்பு கொடுத்தார்களோ அந்த நீதிபதி ஐயா ஜஸ்டிஸ் கேடி தாமஸ் அவர்களுடைய பேட்டி அவருடைய கட்டுரைகள் அதெல்லாம் கூட மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு தாக்கத்தை ஏற்படுத்துச்சு. இதெல்லாம் சேர்ந்து தான் இன்றைக்கி என்ன இந்த இடத்துல கொண்டு வந்து நிறுத்தி இருக்குது. அதே போல் ஜஸ்டிஸ் கிருஷ்ணய்யரை பற்றி நான் சொல்லணும். ஏன்னா அவர் எனக்காக ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு நீதிமான். உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் ஒரு மூத்த நீதியரசராக இருந்து வரலாற்று சிறப்புமிக்க ஒரு தீர்ப்பை கொடுத்தவர். இன்றைக்கி வெளியே வந்திருக்கிறதுக்கு அவர் வழங்கின தீர்ப்பு தான் மிக முக்கியமாக காரணமாக இருந்தது. அவர் எனக்காக பிரதமர்களெலாம் கடிதம் எழுதியிருக்கிறார். முன்னாள் பிரதமர் டாக்டர் மன்மோகன் சிங் ஐயா அவர்களுக்கு எழுதும்போது ஐ நீல் பிஃபோர் யூ, நான் உங்களிடம் மண்டியிட்டு கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு எனக்காக வாதாடினார். அது காரணம் முழுக்க அவர் நான் நிரபராதி அப்படின்னு நம்பினதுனால தான் அந்த வார்த்தைகளோடு அவர் போட்டார். அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் உச்சநீதிமன்றத்தில் வழக்காடுறதுக்கு மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் அனில் திவான் போன்ற நான் நினச்சி கூட பார்க்க முடியாத வழக்கறிஞர்கள்லாம் அவர் அமர்த்தி கொடுத்துறதுக்கு காரணமாக இருந்தார். அவரையும் அந்த நேரத்தில் நினச்சி பார்க்கணும். இன்றைக்கி இந்த விடுதலை அப்படின்ற ஒரு விஷயத்தை சாத்தியப்படுத்துறதுக்கு ஏறத்தாழ 6 ஆண்டுகளுக்கு மேலாக எங்கிட்ட எந்த விதமான பொருளாதாரத்தையும் எதிர்பார்க்காம, எந்த விதமான ஒரு என்ன சொல்கிறது, ஒரு ஃபீஸ் எதையுமே எதிர்பார்ப்பு இல்லாமல் மூத்த வழக்கறிஞர் திரு கோபால் சங்கரநாராயணன் அவர்கள் எனக்காக வாதாடி இருக்காரு. அதுபோலவே தமிழக அரசு இப்போ இதில் தங்களுக்குள்ள அதிகாரத்தை அவங்க அஃபிடவிட் ஃபைல் பண்ணாங்க. அது மட்டும் இல்லாமல்
Tamil Nadu government also had filed an affidavit for me on this case.
கான்ஸ்டிடியூஷனல் எக்ஸ்பர்ட் அவரையும் வச்சு ரொம்ப திறம்பட வாதாடி இன்னைக்கு இந்த தீர்ப்பு பெற்று தரத்துக்கு காரணமாக இருந்தாங்க. இவங்க 2 பேரையும் நினைவுபடுத்துகிற இந்த நேரத்தில் மரண தண்டனை நேரங்களில் ரொம்ப வலியோடு இருந்த காலகட்டங்களில் சட்ட போராட்டத்தில் மிகப்பெரிய அளவில் ஒரு முதுகெலும்பாக இருந்து வேலை செஞ்ச மும்பையை சேர்ந்த வழக்கறிஞர் திரு யுக்மோக் சௌத்ரி அவர்களையும் நான் இந்த நேரத்தில் நினைச்சு பார்க்குறேன். அது மட்டும் தான் என்கிட்ட இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒவ்வொருத்தருக்கும் நான் நேரடியாக என்னுடைய வாழ்நாளில் எப்போதெல்லாம் வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்குதோ அப்போது நேரடியாக அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் நன்றி சொல்லணும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஊடக நண்பர்கள் இல்லைன்னா, நான் இன்னைக்கு ஊடகங்கள் இல்லைன்னா இன்னைக்கு இந்த உண்மைகள் வெளிவந்திருக்காது.
Without all the support that I've received, this moment would have been impossible for the Supreme Court to have delivered this kind of a judgment in my favor.
கொடுத்துருக்காங்க, அன்பு பாராட்டியிருக்கிறாங்க. அது மாதிரி எல்லா துறைகளிலுமே இப்படி எங்களுக்கு ஒரு உதவியாக இருந்திருக்கிறாங்க. அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் வாய்ப்பு கிடைக்கும் போது நான் நேரில் ஒவ்வொருத்தருக்கும் நன்றி சொல்லணும்.
I get the opportunity to thank all the people who helped me. I definitely will do that. And personally thank them for stepping up and helping me for the last many years.
இப்போ இந்த 31 ஆண்டு காலமாக சிறை வாழ்க்கையில் இருந்தீங்க. இப்போ சுதந்திர பறவையா இப்போ வெளியே வந்திருக்கீங்க. இந்த சுதந்திர பறவையா நீங்க வெளியே வந்த பிறகு அடுத்த கட்டமா உங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை பயணம் எப்படி நடக்கும்?
இல்லை, இப்போதான் நான் வந்திருக்கேன். இப்போ நான் 31 ஆண்டுகளாக நான் இந்த சட்ட போராட்டம் மட்டும்தான் என் மனசுக்குள்ள இருக்கு. இவ்வளவு காலமா இருந்திருக்கு. இப்போதான் அதுலேருந்து மீண்டும் வந்திருக்கிறேன்.
வருங்கால வாழ்க்கை
கொஞ்சம் போல நான் கொஞ்சம் காற்று சுவாசிக்கிறேன்.
Questions being asked also to Perarivalan, to which he's saying that the moment it's just happened, so it's still something that he's digesting and settling down with the news that comes from the Supreme Court.
அவன் எல்லாம் சொல்லணும், அவன் எல்லாம் சொல்லணும்ன்றதுக்காக தான்
போராட்டமே என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையா இருந்திருக்கு. நான் அதுதான் என்னுடைய சிறைகளையும் சரி, வெளியே இப்போ பரோல்ல வந்தாலும் பெயில் இருந்தாலும் கூட என்னுடைய சட்ட போராட்டம் தான் என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கையை செலவு பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஏன்னா இந்த நீதி அமைப்பு முறையில் நாம் திறம்பட சட்ட போராட்டம் நிகழ்த்தினா நாம் ஏதோ ஒரு கட்டத்தில் வெற்றி அடைய முடியும்னு ஒரு நம்பிக்கையோடு தான் நான் நகர்த்தியிருக்கிறேன். அதனுடைய பலன் தான் இன்னைக்கு நான்
பார்க்குறேன். உங்கள் சட்ட ரீதியாக பல்வேறு எதிர்ப்புகள்லாம் வந்துச்சு, இதை எப்படி பார்த்தீங்க?
இல்லை, ஒரு சாமானியன் இது மாதிரி ஒன்று பெரிய வழக்கில் உள்ளே இருந்துட்டான் அப்படின்னு சொன்னால் அது மிகப்பெரிய துன்பமான ஒரு சட்ட போராட்டமாக இருக்குன்றது நான் ஒரு பெரிய உதாரணம். ஆமாம், அதுதான் நான் சொல்லுவேன். இல்லை, ஒரு 31 ஆண்டு கால சிறை அனுபவத்தை நீங்கள் ஒரு பேட்டியில் கேட்குறீங்க. அது எல்லா கேள்விகளுக்கு நான் கொஞ்சம் ஆசுவாசப்படுத்திக்கிறேன். நான் குடும்பத்தோட, நண்பர்களோட, என் உறவினர்களோட பேசிட்டு நான் நிச்சயமா நான் சொல்றேன்.
மரண தண்டையே கூடாதுன்ற அந்த கோரிக்கை இன்னும் அழுத்தமாக இருக்கு. அது எப்படி?
ஆமா, நிச்சயமா மரண தண்டனை வேண்டாம் அப்படின்றதுல நான் ரொம்ப தெளிவான நம்பிக்கை உள்ளவன். அது வந்து கருணை நாளுக்காக நான் மட்டும் சொல்லலை, பல நீதியரசர்கள், உச்சநீதிமன்ற தலைமை நீதியரசர்கள்லாம் கூட சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. அதுக்கு பல்வேறு உதாரணங்கள் இருக்குது. அந்த அடிப்படையில் சொல்கிறேன். ஏதோ எல்லாருமே மனிதர்கள் தான் இல்லையா, யாருனாலும் பிழை செய்யக்கூடாது.
ஆண்டுகளில் நீங்கள் கற்றுக்கிட்ட பாடம் ஏதாச்சும் ஒன்று இருக்கா? இப்போ உங்களுடைய மீது 6 பேருக்கு இந்த வெற்றியின் மூலமாக அவங்க வெளியே வர்றதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு உருவாயிருக்கு.
நான் இன்னும் தீர்ப்பை நான் பார்க்கல. நான் தீர்ப்பை பார்க்காம நான் எதுவும் சொல்ல முடியாது இல்லைங்களா. அதான் வழக்கறிஞர்கள்ட்ட கேட்கணும். இல்லை மெசேஜ் இது வந்து நீங்கள் ஒரு மெசேஜாக நான் சொல்ல முடியல. என்னுடைய 31 ஆண்டு கால அனுபவமே ஒரு பாடம் தான்.
6 பேருக்கு மற்ற 6 பேருக்கு
இல்ல அதுதான் நான் இன்னும் தீர்ப்பு பார்க்கல. நாம வழக்கறிஞர்கள்ட்ட பேசணும், தீர்ப்பை படிச்சு பார்த்து தான் நாம அதை பற்றி சொல்ல முடியுங்களா. எதுவும் தீர்ப்பை நான் பார்க்கல. இல்லைங்க நீங்க வேற.
நன்றிங்க, நன்றி நன்றி நன்றி.
Perarivalan now also wrapping up the press conference, speaking to the media, all smiles along with his family members there.
हो गया भैया.
All right, that was a big breaking coming in. Perarivalan addressing the media right after he steps out. Supreme Court had ordered the release of AG Perarivalan, the killer of Rajiv Gandhi. He is now finally released after spending 31 years in jail. Perarivalan was arrested back in June 1991. He's been fighting for a release. Several appeals have been shot to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has finally ordered the release of former Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's killer, Perarivalan. He just addressed the media right after stepping out of court. He was in fact in jail for 31 years, was released on the plea of the Tamil Nadu government. In fact, on March 9th, the top court had granted bail to Perarivalan while taking note of his long incarceration of over 30 years and no history of complaints when out on parole. He's been well behaved in prison. That's what the court says. And observing the fact that he's been good for 30 years, has had no history of any complaints, even while he was on parole. He is now been finally released by the Supreme Court on the orders of the Tamil Nadu government. On, of course, a request, a plea filed by the Tamil Nadu government. All right, you're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal taking you through the further updates. News coming in on massive blow to the Congress party ahead of Gujarat polls. Amid the ongoing tussle in the Gujarat Congress unit, Patidar leader Hardik Patel has resigned from the party today. He took to Twitter, slamming the grand old party. He accuses senior leaders of ignoring real issues and partying abroad. He's also said that party's stand against CAA and NRC and Ram Mandir is condemnable. According to reports, Patel did not even participate in Congress's Chintan Shivir that took place in Udaipur recently. If sources are to be believed, Patel is likely to join BJP next week. He's also met with party's National General Secretary B.L. Santosh to talk about his inclusion in the saffron camp. This meeting was held after the nod by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. Speculations are rife about Hardik Patel's exit from Congress. It's now doing the rounds that he may just resign. And now it appears to be a lot more clear. Earlier last month, he removed the party name from his bio on social media profiles, also changed his profile picture, supporting a saffron shawl. All right, a huge development and a huge setback, undoubtedly. Hardik Patel gives a big blow to the Congress party. He's in fact has at least so long, for the last 1 month, has been giving out feelers that he's not happy with the Congress party. He did not attend the Chintan Shivir, has been slamming the party on various stands that the Congress party has taken against the Ram Mandir, against CAA. In fact, this certainly comes as a massive blow to the Congress party ahead of Gujarat polls. Here is Hardik Patel, who seems to be a very prominent face of the Congress party in Gujarat. Amid the ongoing tussle in the Gujarat Congress unit, here is Patidar leader Hardik Patel, who's resigned from the party today. A big, big blow coming to the Congress ahead of polls in Gujarat. He, in fact, has taken to Twitter, slamming the Congress party, the grand old party, accusing senior leaders of ignoring real issues and parting away abroad. Let me quickly cut across to Saurabh joining us, a reporter to give us Saurabh Akhtania, who's currently in Ahmedabad following up on all the election progress in the state of Gujarat. Saurabh, what a big setback. Congress party in Gujarat seemed to have found some ground thanks to leaders like Hardik Patel, who had quite some clout within the Patidar community. And at a time like this, when elections are just running close, here is Hardik Patel, who has given a big blow to the Congress party, resigned from the grand old party. He slammed the party on various issues. Give us the reason, the real reason for why he's withdrawn. And the real question, is he joining the BJP?
So, well, Nabila, this big blow came to Congress today morning at 10:30, and remember, this was bound to happen because since past 2 months, clearly Hardik Patel was continuously speaking against the party, and he was very much vocal, Nabila, and he was speaking openly in front of media, on social media, and the party was continuously telling that if Hardik Patel has any problem, that he should come to us. Why he's speaking on social media and in front of media? We kept on speaking to Hardik Patel. I spoke to Hardik Patel very recently when there was a rally in Dahod where Rahul Gandhi himself was present. He clearly said that he's not happy with the state leadership. Even after being the working president of the Congress party in Gujarat, he's not been involved in important decisions. He keeps on saying that whenever there is important event or anything important decisions which needs to be taken by the Congress party in Gujarat, he's not involved. Meanwhile, the Congress leaders, senior leaders kept on saying that Hardik Patel was given all the opportunity. He was in the meeting whenever important decisions were being taken. Why he is upset, we don't know. Recently, when I spoke to Hardik Patel, he clearly said that he's not going to speak to state leadership now. He will directly speak to the party high command. What he said is, I am directly speaking to Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, and after only their interference, and they should take decision immediately because things are very bad. But let me tell you, Nabila, Congress party is going through a very tough time because so many of its stronghold belt, that is the tribal belt, the Saurashtra, the North Gujarat, their leaders from these places have already been leaving the Congress party and joining the BJP and the Aam Aadmi party. And in such time, a very prominent face from the Patidar community, that's the Hardik Patel, leaving Congress party is going to harm Congress party in a lot many ways. Now the bigger question is whether Hardik Patel is going to join BJP. What our sources have told us that very recently, Nabila, let me tell you, just 2 days back, there was a Chintan Shibir of BJP. There was a 2-day Chintan Shibir of BJP where Amit Shah and several top leaders were present in the city of Ahmedabad. And what the sources are telling us, there were closed door meetings with the top party leaders of BJP and Hardik Patel. The Aam Aadmi party officials are also telling us that earlier they were in talk with Hardik Patel. So it will be very important to see what is the next move of Hardik Patel. The speculations are also being made that in 2 weeks' time, Nabila, Narendra Modi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to be in Gujarat for a particular function in Rajkot. There is high possibility that Hardik Patel may be present in that particular event. But let me tell you one more important thing, that when this Patidar Anarmat Andolan was happening in 2015, there were several conveners, there were several close aides of Hardik Patel who later on after the Andolan joined BJP. We spoke to some of them. One of them is Varun Patel. I spoke to him. What he said is that if Hardik Patel joins BJP, we will not accept him. So there is already a lot of rift in BJP currently.
If and that's what we see. But you know, just a little focus, Saurabh, a little focus on Hardik Patel's dramatic exit, because he's not just exited quietly. He's in fact lashed out at the senior leadership of the Congress party, taking a swipe at the state Congress as well as the Congress High Command, saying that they're all busy with their phones. They don't really have time for real issues. He's really written a very explosive resignation letter. I'd like you to focus a little on that and break it down to us. What exactly has he said when he says senior Congress leaders are busy partying away?
So what Hardik Patel was clearly saying, Nabila, is that the state party leadership, there is not a proper leadership. The leaders are busy in their personal work. They are not really focused on the Congress party. They don't want to do anything for the party or to bring up the party. Hardik Patel clearly time and again has said that the Congress party fails to raise the voice of people. Let me tell you, Nabila, he was also one of them who was continuously praising BJP. At the one side, he was not happy with the Congress party. He kept on raising question on the party functioning all the time. At the same time, he also said that people are voting BJP because BJP is doing good work. He also changed his Facebook bio. He also changed his Twitter bio. And he clearly was seen removing the Congress party logo, and he was wearing a saffron shawl. So when we spoke to Hardik Patel, he clearly said that I am a very proud Hindu. And I am a Hindu follower, and my whole family is a Hindu follower. And so this is what this was the change tone of Hardik Patel, which we saw in the last few months after he started raising voice against the Congress party. Meanwhile, when we continuously try to speak to the Congress senior party leaders, they clearly said that there was equal opportunity given to Hardik Patel, but he is himself not getting involved in the party decision. So it is up to Hardik Patel to come to us and speak to us and not speak in front of media. But Hardik Patel clearly that after having so much issues with the Congress party, he has left,
and those are the issues that he really spelt out when he also spoke exclusively to India Today. Stay with us, Saurabh. India Today, in fact, was indeed the first channel that unraveled the Congress's implosion within the Gujarat unit. Patidar leader Hardik Patel, just a few days ago, in an exclusive conversation to India Today, highlighted the problems that he has with the grand old party and the top leadership. Let's take a listen to this snippet where he spoke to Rajdeep Sardesai.
पहले दिन चिंतन शिविर है, वहां जाने के बजाय आप अपने कार्यक्रम में लगते हैं. मैसेज तो जाता है ना कि कहीं ना कहीं हार्दिक रूठे हुए हैं. ये आप इनकार मत कीजिए कि आप पूरी तरह से खुश हैं.
नहीं ऐसे देखिए, वो तो सबको मालूम है कि क्यों नाराजगी है. वो तो पार्टी के हाईकमान तक भी हमारी बात रखी हुई है. कोई पद पाने के लिए नाराजगी नहीं है कि हमको वो बना दो, फलाना बना दो. हमारी बात तो जो पार्टी के भीतर हमने रखी है वो वर्क के लिए रखी है. कि मैं
क्यों नाराज है, हमें बताइए क्यों नाराज है हार्दिक पटेल, नाराज क्यों है?
देखिए, 2 साल से आपने हमको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना रखा है, तो 2 साल से आपने अभी तक हमारी जिम्मेवारी तय क्यों नहीं की? सिर्फ पद देना बड़ी बात नहीं होती. पद के बाद उसके लिए उसका उपयोग करना, काम देना, उस काम में मैं सफल रहूं ना रहूं वो देखना, वो आपकी जिम्मेवारी होती है. जो आज तक नहीं हुआ, बस उसी का दुख है कि हमने 2015-17 में इतने बड़े आंदोलन के बाद जब पार्टी को फायदा दिलवाया, पार्टी को मजबूती दिलवाई, और फिर आज हमारे साथ ये होता है तो कभी कभी दुख होता है. और हमने आज तक पार्टी को 100% दिया है. पार्टी से कुछ लिया नहीं है कि पार्टी से ले लिया और फिर हम कुछ काम ना किया. हमने पूरा काम पार्टी को दिया है, पूरा काम करना चाहते हैं. तो वही बात होती है और उसी कारण थोड़ा दुख लगता है. इसमें कोई नाराजगी नहीं है.
All right, India Today's news break has really set the agenda on the biggest political potboiler. A major crackdown by the CBI on the Congress MP Karti Chidambaram after multiple searches at his homes and offices of Karti Chidambaram. The CBI has now arrested Baksharaman, a close associate, Bhaskara Raman, beg your pardon, a close associate of Karti in a bribery and corruption case. On Tuesday, sources revealed that Congress leader Karti Chidambaram was allegedly involved in facilitating visas to Chinese workers for the Talwandi Sabo Power Limited project in lieu of bribe of 50 lakh rupees. The case is now, that's been probed in connection with a foreign remittance, and Karti is already under probe now in getting Foreign Investment Promotion Board clearance for INX Media. Searches were conducted at 9 locations, including 3 in Tamil Nadu, 3 in Mumbai, 1 in Punjab, 1 in Karnataka, and in Odisha.
Congress heavyweight P. Chidambaram's son Karti is on CBI's radar. At 6 a.m. Tuesday, CBI team raided 10 locations linked to Congress MP Karti Chidambaram. These include 3 in Tamil Nadu, 3 in Mumbai, 1 in Punjab, 1 in Karnataka and 1 in Odisha. The raided locations also included former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram's official residence in New Delhi. Sources say Karti Chidambaram was allegedly involved in facilitating visas to Chinese workers for the Talwandi Sabo Power Limited project for a bribe of 50 lakh rupees. Karti is already under probe for his alleged role in getting Foreign Investment Promotion Board clearance for INX Media. The CBI has issued an official statement confirming the raids, but doesn't name Karti Chidambaram.
CBI officials, after a search that has gone for nearly 6.5 hours, have come out. They have come out over there and they are trying to leave the premises. This is at the moment when the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram also stated that they have gone ahead and this raid was conducted in Delhi and various locations. Now, what was the raid about? Did you find any incriminating documents at the spot? Is the raid over?
Reacting to the raids, P. Chidambaram tweeted that the CBI team showed him an FIR in which he was not named as the accused. He claimed that the search team found and seized nothing from his residence. The former finance minister called the timing of the search interesting. The Congress has lashed out at the Narendra Modi government over the raids.
நாங்கள் உள்ளே சென்று எந்த காரணத்திற்காக சோதனை நடத்துகிறீர்கள்? என்ன ஏற்கனவே பலமுறை மத்திய குற்றப்புலனாய்வுத்துறை சிபிஐ, இன்கம் டாக்ஸ், என்ஃபோர்ஸ்மென்ட் பல ஏஜென்சிகள்
they want to use these instruments and institutions suppress this voice. This is entirely a political vengeance. Whoever raising voice against the BJP and RSS, and they are using CBI and ED, and the ED is entirely in the hands of Modi and Amit Shah.
उनके ऊपर रेड करके कमजोर करने की कोशिश चल रही है। तो वो ये चाहते हैं जो वोकल लोग हैं, जो लड़ने वाले हैं कांग्रेस में, उनको टारगेट बनाया जा रहा है।
Chidambaram was earlier questioned and jailed for more than 100 days in connection with the INX probe. Trial is pending in that case. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Bengaluru rains have become the centre focus. Tuesday night's rains have really wreaked havoc, leaving Bengaluru quite battered. A trail of destruction in several areas of Bengaluru city. Chickpet commercial hub in Bengaluru was fully inundated. We're looking at several other areas that we saw waterlogging being reported. Unprecedented rains over the last few days. Bengaluru's temperatures too, over the last few days have beat several of the best hill stations. Unfortunately though, people of Bengaluru reeling under the crisis of extensive flooding within city limits. Challenges for residents and shopkeepers unending as basements have been completely waterlogged. In major arterial roads, several parts of the city, barely any traffic movement because of severe rains. Unfortunately, 2 deaths reported in the city after civic workers lost lives while battling all that waterlogging and trying to clear out that those areas. 2 workers unfortunately succumbed. Orange alert has now been issued for Bengaluru on May 18th as heavy rains predicted. The IMD has also stated that coastal and south interior Karnataka is likely to receive heavy to very heavy rainfall with isolated thunderstorms and lightning. The Met Department has predicted very heavy to extremely heavy rainfalls in other parts of Karnataka as well, including Tamil Nadu and Kerala over the next 5 days.
There are many holes. When water is there, the people doesn't know if their holes are there. 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, everything gets damaged. This is the whole scenario. And yesterday also many water has gone to the many shops.
Every time the rainy season, this problem is here only, like that only. They will come, visit, see and move on. They don't do any work here.
On Tuesday nights, heavy rains have lashed Bengaluru and the rains have left a trail of destruction across the city. Many areas in Bengaluru have been left inundated, and in some places, while the water has receded, it has left behind a trail of slush Now I'm at Central Business District in Bengaluru and at Chickpet, which is one of the most busiest areas in the city and is known to be a shopping hub. And here you see the roads are filled with slush. And the road is barely commutable, and you see vehicles, cars, and even people finding it very difficult to commute to this road. And you can see there are a lot of potholes as well on the road, and it's filled completely with slush. Now the water is receded, but the road is yet to be clean. And here you can see the state of the pavement here as well, and you can see how dilapidated, in what dilapidated condition this pavement is. And with this condition, all traders have requested the BBMP to come out and clear up this mess and ensure to give them better roads so that when it rains, the water gets receded soon and people don't have to suffer. And also another point is that the metro is very just nearby from the Chickpet place. So people who go to the metro also are left to go through a lot of difficulty because of the condition of the roads here. So people are requesting the BBMP to come out and give them a solution as early as possible. With video journalist Madhu, this is Karthik for India Today.
All right, now incessant rains also continue to wreak havoc in several other parts of Northeast. In Assam, floods and landslides resulted in multiple deaths, affecting nearly 2 lakh people across 20 districts. National and state disaster response forces have been pressed into service to carry out rescue and relief operations in the flood-hit areas. In Nagaon district, residents were forced to leave their houses as River Kopali is now flowing over the danger mark. In Arunachal Pradesh, landslides due to heavy rains resulted in at least 5 deaths. Taking stock of the situation there, rising due to heavy rains and continuous flooding, Chief Minister Pema Khandu appealed all to take precautionary measures, especially those living along the banks, the river banks, and streams and landslide-prone areas. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, a shocking Bengaluru school brawl. Video goes viral. Kicks, punches, hair pulling, all caught on camera. Stay with us.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
Watching.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
All right, we have some big news coming in right here. A fresh video of a shivling has now surfaced. Restricted Wazoo Khana. In fact, the shivling on camera that's been caught shows that the area where the wazoo happens at the masjid, that's where the shivling has been found. This is a... Here's cutting across to a viral video coming in from Bengaluru, where it shows school children, and it appears this seems to be Bishop Cotton Girls' School, where schoolgirls getting into a brawl, a big fight that's happened right outside the school premises, where we see hair pulling, in fact girls knocking one another. The reason behind this fight is still unknown. There's a lot of talk that this could be over a boy, but yet to be established. But very, very embarrassing moment that's been captured on cameras. It seems like some of the boys, the friends of those girls who were standing by, were already ready with their cameras trying to capture this entire brawl. And here, this video has now gone viral. No police complaint has been filed on this case so far, but unfortunately, girls there landing themselves in absolute trouble. This is a video that's gone viral now, where we see schoolgirls fighting one another, pulling each other's hair, throwing each other from one end to the other. In fact, one girl, unfortunately, she could have been hurt. One girl, two women flung that girl. That's the visual that you see there. Literally flung a girl onto a railing. She could have literally injured herself, injured her neck, if anything. Unfortunate state of affairs. Bishop Cotton Girls' School right outside, a huge brawl that's broken out, that's now gone viral. No complaints so far, but here sources tell us that this fight could be over a boy. All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, a fresh video coming up that surfaced of shivling, and that shows that the shivling was found right indeed where the Wazoo Khana is. A big exclusive on India Today. Let me take you through those images on the other side. Stay with us.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
All right, now massive security has been deployed at the Masjid's Wazoo Khana. CRPF now to guard the Wazoo Khana around the clock. High-ranked officers to make surprise inspections at that area. inspections around the pond at Wazukhana that's now been sealed by security personnel. Remember, this is the Wazukhana that's now in contention, where the mosque survey has established that this particular area where the Wazukhana is located is where exactly the shivling has been found. This is the survey findings. Now, of course, it needs to be established and made clear in court, and that will be heard by the court in a day or two. But for now, until that court takes up the matter, here is the shivling, which is located right at the Wazukhana, will now be completely cordoned off. It will be protected as per the Supreme Court's orders as well. Remember, the Supreme Court just yesterday came down to say that shivling must be protected, and that, of course, should not be impeding the rights of people praying namaz as well. So the Wazukhana has now been moved out. Wuzu will be carried out in the outer area of the mosque, and now that area where the Wazukhana earlier was and is supposedly the place where the shivling has been found, that area is now completely sealed and cordoned off. The CRPF will be guarding that area 24/7. A surprise inspection will also be carried out every now and then to check all is well. Here the barricades and the enclosure of that Wazukhana right after the Supreme Court's order to protect the shivling until further notice. Here are the visuals, India Today's exclusive images coming right here, where we show you the Wazukhana inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. This is the same Wazukhana where Muslims would carry out their wuzu. The wuzu is basically the washing of hands, the feet, and cleaning up before they go to pray their namaz. The Wazukhana, now that's the same place that the Mosque Survey Committee has said that they found the shivling. That matter has to be deliberated in court, but in the meanwhile, the Supreme Court has stepped in to say that yes, the shivling needs to be protected, but that should not interfere with the rights of those people who pray namaz within the mosque. So now, for the benefit of both parties, on one hand you have the Wazukhana protected, the shivling basically protected. On the other, the Wazukhana has been moved out, so namaz can take place comfortably. All right, here's MCD's bulldozer drive that's now carrying on in Delhi's Kalyanpuri. These are live visuals coming in of the MCD's bulldozer drive that moves on as it makes its way to Kalyanpuri, another area that's now in the spotlight for the MCD. All the encroached property will now be razed down. The MCD on a complete anti-encroachment drive ever since the Jahangirpuri demolition drive. It seems to have started from there. They're now on a spree of demolition where they're carrying out this kind of crackdown in several areas across Delhi which have been encroached. Remember, this is the same MCD that's received a lot of flack from the ruling AAP government in the state of Delhi. AAP accusing the MCD of not prioritizing their action, of in fact trying to target areas that they deem fit. Here is AAP that has constantly pointed fingers at the MCD, which, remember, is run by the BJP. The MCD is led by the BJP. AAP targeting the MCD, saying that there's many areas across Delhi that are encroached. Will you literally pull down 80% of Delhi? This is AAP's declaration, as the AAP government states that at least 80% of Delhi is mostly unregulated and on encroached land. The city or the state was not planned in a manner it should have been. And that said, here are these areas, like for example Kalyanpuri. These are visuals coming in from Kalyanpuri, where we're looking at bulldozers literally bringing down all those illegal structures. Those are those illegal shanties that have encroached upon the road. These are all illegal encroached construction. Even if it's temporary, it cannot stay, it will be pulled down. This is Kalyanpuri. Now we're looking at the MCD on a complete anti-encroachment drive across several areas of Delhi. Amit Bajaj, who's joining us live for more on that. Amit, Kalyanpuri, the next focus for the MCD. What do we know of this area? Are locals resisting?
Well, Nabila, this is a densely populated area of Kalyanpuri where the demolition drive is going on right now. This is anti-encroachment drive that is being carried out by the Delhi Development Authority. So far, the demolition or the anti-encroachment drives that we were witnessing in the national capital were being carried out by the 3 civic bodies, but it seems that after MCD, the DDA has also swung into action to ensure that the encroachments are removed. And there are strong resistance from the locals as well as the Aam Aadmi Party leadership. What we are getting, the sense that we are getting from the ground is that people are resisting, people are protesting against this anti-encroachment drive. And so is the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party local MLA Kuldeep Kumar has been detained by the police. However, the confirmation will be issued by the police shortly. Now remember, Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party convener, as well as Delhi Chief Minister, had held a high-level meeting with all Delhi MLAs of Aam Aadmi Party, and he had instructed that all legislators from the Aam Aadmi Party should be standing behind the locals of Delhi who are facing the bulldozer of the civic bodies for the past couple of weeks. So the indication or the direction has been given from the top leadership of Aam Aadmi Party to all its legislators to stay on the ground to ensure that every time the bulldozers come to, raise down jhuggies or slums or, the houses or the businesses, the Aam Aadmi Party MLAs should be right there on the ground in order to back the people, in order to check the documents, in order to resist the demolition drive being carried out by the NCD. So clearly that political showdown continues today, even though the agency which carrying out the anti-encroachment drive has changed. The political showdown in the national capital over bulldozers have not stopped. Over to you.
Right. Amit, we're looking at a series of drives like this that the MCD is currently carrying out. So all fingers that's pointed at the MCD, that they've been biased, that areas like Shaheen Bagh, like Jahangirpuri, which has a majority of the minority population there, are being targeted. But here it seems like the MCD is quite focused.
Well, right, that has been a pertinent question or allegation that is being put against the MCD, BJP-led MCD in this particular case. But MCD has also tried to do some sort of balance in their own demolition drive. So when you had bulldozers running in Shaheen Bagh, the following day the South MCD bulldozers were in NFC, a posh location in South Delhi, where you had Hindu population. Similarly, when the MCD bulldozers went to Madanpur Khadar, you had a mixed population in that area. So there is a balancing act coming from the MCD.
Yeah, clearly, Amit, we're seeing that the MCD now carrying out an anti-encroachment drive. They seem to be quite focused in what they're doing. Thank you very much for joining us. We're going to continue tracking these developments.
கலந்து பேசி அதற்கு பிறகு அவர்களையும் மற்றவர்களையும் விடுதலை செய்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை தமிழக அரசு ஈடுபடும். முழு விளக்கத்தை அறிக்கையா கொடுத்திருக்கிறேன், அதை போடுங்க. இருந்தாலும் பத்திரிகை நிபுணர்களுக்கு தலைப்புச் செய்தியா சில செய்தி வேணும் கேட்டீங்க, அதனால
எப்படி பாக்குறீங்க சார் இதுல?
All right, that's Stalin there, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, who's speaking on Perarivalan's release. The Supreme Court had ordered the release of Rajiv Gandhi assassin AG Perarivalan. Rajiv Gandhi's killer is now set free after 31 years of imprisonment. Supreme Court has ordered his release while highlighting that the decision of the Tamil Nadu cabinet is binding on the governor. Emotional scenes were witnessed in Vellore as Perarivalan, who is currently out on bail, celebrated the Supreme Court's verdict with his family, distributing sweets along with his mother. The Supreme Court has ordered, Supreme Court's order sets the bail rolling for other Rajiv Gandhi assassins to also push for their release, and Stalin government will now be approaching court soon for relief for the other convicts as well. DMK has called the Supreme Court's order a vindication of its stand that the governor has acted unconstitutionally in this manner. All right, here's some big news coming in. Another fresh video of the shivling that's been found inside the masjid has surfaced. The fresh video has emerged of a shivling in the Wazukhana area of that mosque. Two back-to-back exclusive videos of the shivling, first on India Today. On your screens here are two different videos of the shivling at the washing area, or that Wazukhana, as it's called, of the mosque. After the new video surfaced, Shiv Bhakts are now asking, what more proof do you need? India Today spoke to the petitioners who were chanting religious sermons. Here's a second video that's now released that shows that that Wazukhana area has indeed a shivling. Now that, of course, has to be deliberated and dissected in court. All the survey findings need to be produced before court, and the court will now, of course, try and verify how far is this survey showing Hindu symbolism. It's no surprises that something like this could have been found. In fact, it's a fact that there is large symbols of Hindu religion within that Gyanvapi mosque, and that was a known fact. And now a survey that's ordered, that was ordered by the Varanasi court, really establishes and further exposes all those symbolism that is attached with the Hindu religion that is part of that Gyanvapi mosque. And now this video, the second video of the shivling, really further corroborates all those claims made by those petitioners, saying that this was once our Hindu temple, it was desecrated, we should now be allowed to worship in those areas of the Gyanvapi mosque.
हमारे साथ चारों महिलाएं हैं, उन लोगों से जरा बातचीत कर लेते हैं, और ये लोग बहुत तैयारी के साथ ही आप सबसे पहले कुछ सुनाना चाह रही थी, बताइए।
मैं एक बाबा का भजन सुनाना चाह रही हूँ। और हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, बाबा विश्वनाथ के मंदिर मनवा सबके भावेला, बाबा विश्वनाथ के मंदिर मनवा सबके भावेला, देशवा और विदेशवा से दर्शनवा के सब आवेला, देशवा और विदेशवा से दर्शनवा के सब आवेला, इनके शरण में सब रख देला अपन पागड़ी, इनके शरण में सब रख देला अपन पागड़ी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगर।
भोले बाबा भी मस्त है, काशी नगरी भी मस्त है। ये बताइए कि आप लोगों को किस तरह की उम्मीद है? आज तो सुनवाई हो नहीं रही है,
आज नहीं होगा तो अगले दिन तो होगी। अगले दिन होगी।
उम्मीद है कि जीत होगी?
उम्मीद हम लोग की जीत होगी।
कैसे जीत होगी? साक्ष्य चाहिए ना उसके लिए।
2 दिन बाद कोर्ट में आएगा ना साक्ष्य, तो दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा,
दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। क्या आएगा निकल के?
जो भी सामने है, जो हमारी सच्चाई है, जो हमारा मंदिर है, वो वास्तव उभर के निकल के सामने आएगा।
अंदर तो आप लोगों ने कुछ देखा है नहीं, केवल ऐसे कल्पना के आधार पर तो नहीं बातें?
हमारी फोटोग्राफी गई है ना, और वो न्यायालय के पास पेश किया है, जो न्यायालय फैसला लेगी वो साले हम लोग के हक में, वो हमारा मंदिर है और मंदिर ही रहेगा।
आप लोगों के बारे में जरा देश में देखिए, ये चारों महिलाएं हैं स्त्री शक्ति के तौर पर जिनकी पहचान हो रही है, क्योंकि इन्होंने ही 2021 में जो याचिका लगाई थी वो आते आते आज यहाँ पर पहुंची है कि देश भर की निगाहें इनके ऊपर हैं। कहाँ रहते हैं आप लोग?
हम लोग हनुमान फाटक रहते हैं।
और दर्शन करने जाती थी, गौरी देवी की पूजा अर्चना कब तक करती रही?
अरे हम लोग नवरात्र के चतुर्थी को जाते थे, हम लोग सारे लोग वहीं पे हम लोग बोले कि माँ सिंगार गौरी का तो हम लोग मुक्त किया जाए, चौखट का तो दर्शन नहीं होगा, मंदिर का दर्शन होगा ना, तो जहाँ शिव रहेंगे वहाँ शक्ति रहेंगे।
आप लोग शिव जी के भी दर्शन की मांग कर रही हैं?
तो शिव जी हमारे साक्षात दिख गए हैं, तो गौरी के साथ शिव के साथ शक्ति, शक्ति के साथ शिव, दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक है ना, दोनों एक दूसरे के बिना अधूरे हैं, दोनों ही है ना।
तो आप लोगों को लग रहा है कि पूजा की इजाजत दी जाएगी? अब आप लोगों ने ये भी कह दिया कि जो गुम्बद है, गुम्बद के नीचे मंदिर की शिलाएं हैं, तो गुम्बद भी अब हटा के दिखाइए कि शिलाएं नजर आए, ये भी आप लोग कह रही हैं?
ये तो कोर्ट जो कहेगा उसके ऊपर है, कोर्ट पर
आप लोग मांग कर रही हैं, लेकिन इसकी
अब ये कोर्ट पर है,
कोर्ट के ऊपर सब कुछ
भजन से होगा,
समाप्ति तो भजन से होगा। लेकिन बताइए मांग क्या है आप लोगों की?
हम लोग सर्वे कराया है और हमारी फोटोग्राफी हुई है, हमारी कमिश्नर जांच हुई है, जो भी रिपोर्ट वो हमारे न्यायालय में पेश होगी, जो न्यायालय फैसला लेगा हम उसके हकदार रहेंगे।
कोर्ट की ओर अब सभी की निगाहें हैं कोर्ट की।
बिल्कुल।
क्या क्या मुख्य मांगे हैं आप लोगों की?
हम लोग की मांगे जो वजू कर रहे हैं उनको हटा दिया जाए, और हमारे भगवान को सुरक्षित रख, उनके जो अगल बगल गंदगी है वो साफ किया जाए, और जो 10-10 फुट की दीवार है है खाना में, उसको हटाया जाए।
उसको हटाया जाए। मलबा कहाँ कहाँ पर है, किस किस दिशा में है आप लोग हटा रहे हैं?
ये तो हम लोग दिशा नहीं बता रहे, जो उत्तर पूर्वी में है, पश्चिमी में है और नंदी भगवान के सामने है।
लेकिन उधर मुस्लिम पक्ष वाले कह रहे हैं ना कि फवारा है, बार बार उसको शिवलिंग शिवलिंग।
जब सच्चाई आ गई तो कहेंगे वो लोग फवारा है।
सच्चाई आ गई है।
नहीं, कोशिश हम लोगों ने बहुत की कि हम अपने बाबा के दर्शन करना चाहते हैं। वासी में हम भी अपनी आंखों से देखना चाहते हैं बाबा है या नहीं है, मगर कमीशन ने हाथ जोड़ा। क्या आप लोग हमारे नेत्रों से देख लीजिए।
आप लोग एक आखिरी बात क्या चाहते हैं अब आप लोग?
हम लोग बाबा को मुक्त कराना चाहते हैं।
बाबा को मुक्त कराना चाहते हैं। चलिए आप चलते चलते आखिरी में अपना गाना सुना दीजिए, क्या सुनाना चाह रही हैं?
मायन पुड़ना भैरो बाबा रहा न कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है शीतला के शीतल छैया में, दुर्गा जी के अंगनैया में, अरे अर्जी सबे लगावेला बन कर इनकर दासी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी। अघोर का पावन धाम्या, जन जन के गौतम राम्या, अघोर के पावन धाम्या, जन जन के गौतम राम्या, अरे राम की ना की मस्त मड़ैया देखे के वासी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी। जहाँ भंगिया के भोगवा लागेला, दर्शन से भूतवा भागेला, जहाँ भंगिया के भोगवा लागेला, दर्शन से भूतवा भागेला, अरे बम बोला की मस्त नगरिया देखे यहाँ के वासी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है। सब दूर दूर से आवेला, भोला के दर्शन पावेला, सब दूर दूर से आवेला, भोला के दर्शन पावेला, अरे माँ गंगा की पावन धारा, योगी जोगी सन्यासी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल रहा है काशी। मायन पुड़ना भैरो बाबा रहा न कोई बाकी, कि बम बम बोल रहा है काशी, बम बम बोल, हर हर महादेव।
All right, meanwhile, my colleague Gaurav Sawant explains to you the Gyanvapi Mosque complex and the disputed area through a 3D animation window. Let's have a quick look at this immersive report.
The Kashi Vishwanath Temple complex and the Gyanvapi Mosque. Now, this area is in the headlines, but I want to explain this area to you a little in detail. Why is this so important, and why is Nandi, the ride of Bhagwan Shiv, actually facing the Gyanvapi Mosque and not the temple that was rebuilt or built afresh by Ahilya Bai Holkar after it was demolished on the instructions of Emperor Aurangzeb. Now, Nandi, it is believed, always faces Lord Shiv. And Nandi, as you can see here, is facing the Gyanvapi Mosque. When you look at the temple, well, the thing is, the Hindus believe that the Gyanvapi Mosque is where the temple or the original Shivling, one of the Jyotirlings, originally was. Gyanvapi or Gyan Koop, the well of knowledge. Let's explain this location and the lay of the land to you. So the belief is Nandi always faces Lord Shiv. And when you look at the Kashi Vishwanath temple complex, Nandi is actually facing the Gyanvapi Mosque and not the temple that was constructed by Ahilya Bai Holkar. Now, for Nandi, it has been a very long wait. A wait of more than 352 years, 4 months and 15 days and counting. But this is just a process that has started. Now, it is also believed that you whisper a prayer in the ear of Nandi and it reaches Lord Shiv. That is the belief. Hindus have believed that for centuries. In this case, Nandi very patiently is looking towards the Gyanvapi Mosque. The Hindu side says they found Lord Shiv. What happens next is now will be a matter of investigation in courts. The 5 women petitioners wanted unhindered access to pray at the Shringar Gauri Sthal and wanted videography to prove that there was a temple where the mosque now stands. And now we will show you on the last day of videography or the court or mandated survey what was found. So the videography that was ordered, it happened for 3 days and there were absolutely no problems in the videography. Every side cooperated is the information that we have, and the Hindu side is claiming that at the Wazu Khana, that is where the shivling was found. Of course, this has been contested by the Muslim side that insists that it was a fountain that was always there and already there. The ball now is in court for courts to decide what will happen next. Will the women devotees get unhindered access to pray, and will it be expanded further or not? We'll tell you more about that.
All right, India Today continues to track those details very closely, but for now it's time for a short break. We're going to come back with the top headlines on the other side. Stay with us.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
OLX ऑटो से
Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with LG Refrigerators, stunningly stylish. Let loose with the blues, Titan fashion hues.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal, taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. India Today accesses fresh video of the claimed shivling in Gyanvapi's mosque. More proof of temple inside Gyanvapi. Petitioners rejoice. Political showdown continues. Fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter dropped over RSS founder Hegdewar. Bombay government denies axing Bhagat Singh's chapter. Rajiv Gandhi's killer, Perarivalan, released by Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations now in Coimbatore, ruling DMK and AIADMK in credit war. Patidar face, Hardik Patel dumps Congress, blasts the Gandhis in resignation letter, says that they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him now joining the BJP. Trouble for Chidambaram's a day after CBI raids over China bribegate. Probe agency arrests Karti Chidambaram's top aide in corruption case. And our Desi stars shine at the Cannes. Deepika Padukone grabs the spotlight in Sabyasachi Sari, and a jury member, Minister Anurag Thakur, leads the star-studded Indian delegation. Now, another Hindu idol found in mosque inside Qutub Minar. This is the big news that we're currently tracking. 1,200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada, carved in one of the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, leading to now growing clamour for the survey of the Mughal monuments. Remember, we already saw much talk and protests, in fact, by the Hindu groups sitting outside Qutub Minar, demanding for a survey to be done because they want to reclaim their lost Hindu heritage. Qutub Minar, that was built during the Mughal era. Now, there's information that a 1,200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada, carved in one of the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub complex, has been found, leading to now growing clamour for survey of the Mughal monuments. Let me cut across to Milan joining us for more on that from Delhi. Milan, here is one more piece of information that we get, really adding to all that campaign that the Hindu groups are now carrying out, asking for reclaiming lost Hindu heritage. The iconic Qutub Minar, they claim that they found a 1,200-year-old Hindu idol in the Qutub Minar complex. How true is it, and what is the demand that they're making?
Yes, Nabila. In fact, this particular idol of Lord Narsingha, where the Lord can be seen with his disciple Prahlada, has been found in one of the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Masjid that has been made inside the Qutub Minar complex. And the archaeologists and experts that have found this idol have placed it on one side. So if you go to Qutub Minar, you'll be able to see this particular idol being kept there. And what the archaeological survey experts have told us is that this one belongs to an era at least 1,200 years old, the idol is. And it was made by the Pratihara kingdoms at that point of time when the Indian kings of the Pratihara dynasty ruled in India. So all these idols, after the Ganesh idol and the Vishnu idol and the kind of inscriptures that have been seen on the Qutub Minar inside the complex as well, and many of the stone carvings that show the architectural sense of the Hindu temples there, clearly states that these are these need archaeological survey, and that is a demand that has also been raised in a district court, wherein they have said that of course the right to practice of worship should be given to Hindus in that area, but also, the archaeologists say that excavation and surveys need to be carried out within the Qutub Minar complex also, because according to the archaeological survey, Nabila, 27 such Hindu temples and Jain temples were demolished, and from their demolished stones, the masjid and the surrounding area was created after the Mughals rule essentially began at that time. So these are the kind of evidences that are being now culled out from various places, and certainly the clamor to reclaim such places is ongoing.
All right. That's Milan explaining to us that here, while you had protests from Hindu groups right outside the Qutub Minar demanding for an ASI survey, an archaeological survey of India, to carry out an investigation to see if there's Hindu religious symbolism within the complex of Qutub Minar. Right after that demand, here we believe that a Hindu idol has been found inside the Qutub Minar mosque complex. A 1,200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada, carved in one of the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, has been found. This now leads to further clamor for survey of these Mughal monuments. Remember, these are monuments that have been in place for centuries. This idol too, that Narsingha idol that you see on your screens, this too has been in place as long as the Qutub Minar has been in place. Of course, there is no debate or discussion or any kind of a debate on whether or not this was a Hindu temple that laid below or beneath the Qutub Minar. This is true. There is much evidence to say that several temples were desecrated, and the Mughals, in fact, built several structures, including mosques, over those temples. So this is not a point of debate, but the fact is that now you have several groups coming forward, Hindu groups, asking for this lost Hindu symbolism or lost Hindu heritage to be reclaimed. They want the ASI to carry out surveys to try and find out how far and how long did the Mughals go to really destroy all those temples to build iconic structures like the Qutub Minar. You also have a mosque in that Qutub Minar complex, and on this mosque wall is what they found here, an idol which is at least 1,200 years old of Narsingha. It is a Hindu religious idol, at least 1,200 years old, which has been found in the Qutub complex. This now further only grows clamor on the Archaeological Survey of India to carry out another round of fact check to see what kind of symbolism still prevails in several of these Mughal structures. If we've got Milan back again. Milan, are you with us?
Yes, Nabila, I can hear you quite clearly, yes.
All right, so this image that we see here of Narsingha, Lord Narsingha, which is at least 1,200 years old, has been part of this Qutub Minar complex forever. As long as the Qutub Minar has stood, as long as our memory can jog us, this has been in place, and it's no surprises that this was established or found today. But the point is, the debate and the discussion on reclaiming this lost heritage has begun now. Who has found this? Who has found this idol, and where did this all start?
Yes, definitely, Nabila. There's no debate or discussion on the fact that such kind of Indian carvings or that predate the Mughal era have been found in the Qutub Minar complex. There's no discussion about it. In fact, the Archaeological Survey of India themselves have put it on various placards in the whole area that 27 such Hindu temples and Jain temples, in fact, were demolished at the time when the Mughals had come to this particular area in Mehroli, which earlier used to be known as Miravali, and had destroyed or demolished, desecrated these temples. The current structures that you see around Qutub Minar are made out of the stones that were used from these very temples. So this is no surprise. People are aware of this. Historians are also aware of this. But there are a lot of carvings that you will see on the base of the pillars that still exist in Qutub Minar that do not correspond to the architectural nuances of the Mughals, but they do correspond to the architectural nuances of the Indian or the Hindu dynasty kings that were ruling at that point of time. Now that this idol has been found, there was also an earlier controversy surrounding the Qutub Minar where a Ganesh idol and a Vishnu idol carvings were also seen on the pillars there, which obviously has now led to the Hindu groups and the Hindu right-wing groups to come forward and say that they should also be allowed to worship in these areas. Now, Qutub Minar happens to be a protected ASI site. It's a international monument of an international stature, just like the Taj Mahal. But certainly these, the idols that have been found here and the claims that are being made by the archaeological survey experts, this one particularly has been found by Mr. Dharamveer Sharma, who is an archaeological surveyor and a scientist who looks at such discoveries. And he has said that definitely the idol that has been found is there for all to witness. It's not a hidden idol. The area has not been sealed, so anyone can go and see it and see for themselves that this particular idol has been found within the complex of the Qutub Minar. But certainly, if we talk about the point that you raised, yes, there are groups such as the ones that have filed petitions in courts to let them enter the Qutub Minar, offer prayers at these places. And also, there is a demand for a survey and excavation of these places once again from these groups that are being placed in front of the court. So one of the hearing is supposed to take place at the district court in Saklit on the 24th of May. The demand is that the area be surveyed once again, and restoration of such Hindu idols should be done by the ASI that are being found continuously in places where the Mughals invaded and perhaps had desecrated these particular Hindu temples and the Hindu structures before they took over.
Milind, you yourself have filed a report extensively explaining the significance of Qutub Minar and, of course, the kind of Hindu religious symbolism that iconic structure holds even till date. Let's have a quick look at a detailed report on Qutub Minar and its history.
A Mughal structure that marked the beginning of the Muslim Sultanate in India finds itself in another controversy. After Hindu deity Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna's idol carvings were found on the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar. This time, it's Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada in a carving in stone of the pillars of perhaps the oldest mosque in North India. Archaeological experts claim it's at least 1,200 years old. This idol was found in a pillar of the mosque, was carved in between the 8th to 9th century during the reign of the Pratihara kings or Raja Anangpal. Earlier demands for excavation in the area have been raised. Experts believe more such remnants of Hindu temples could be found if a survey is conducted. An appeal has been filed in the district court once again. The suit says that the temple complex be restored to preserve, protect the religious and cultural heritage of India and practice the right to religion guaranteed by Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution. This time by the Jain deity Tirthankur Lord Rishabhdev and Hindu deity Lord Vishnu through their next of friends. Because the ASI themselves claim that 27 Hindu and Jain temples in Qutub Minar were demolished and Quwwatul Islam Mosque was built inside the complex reusing the material. Last week, two fringe right-wing groups were detained near the Qutub Minar after they assembled at the site to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, claiming that the site was once a Vishnu temple and demanded that Qutub Minar be named as a Vishnu Stambh.
It has been claimed inside by the Archaeological Survey of India that at the time when the Qutub Minar and the masjid was built, it was done so by demolishing 27 Hindu and Jain temples, and the stones and the carvings of those temples were used to once again build the entire structure around the Qutub Minar. And that is a claim that has been put forward with the newer idols and discoveries that are being made by historians and archaeological survey people, which is why this matter has also gone to court, and the next hearing for the petition that has been filed to restore the Qutub Minar area as a temple and allow people the right to worship inside is going to be heard on the 24th of May. With Alok Das in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Now, from Kashi to Karnataka, there is a war currently raging over worship. The Gyanvapi Mosque issue is now in the Supreme Court. The Apex Court has ordered protection of the claimed shivling, but has said that the right to namaz must not be hindered. Across India, from Ujjain to Neemuch, Mathura to Mandya, dormant religious disputes have now resurfaced.
A nation locked in a spurt of religious disputes. Some even violent, as happened in Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch, where two groups clashed, pelted each other with stones over the alleged installation of a Hanuman idol at a dargah.
In Madhya Pradesh alone, 3 temple-mosque disputes have resurfaced in the wake of the Gyanvapi issue in Varanasi. While in Ujjain, a religious leader has challenged a local mosque on similar grounds. In Dhar, a petition has been filed for the control of the Bodhshala, and in Neemuch, a dispute led to a riot-like situation and prohibitory orders.
Police deployed outside an old mosque in Ujjain after claims that it was built by Mughal rulers on what was once an iconic Shiv temple.
एक दुर्लभ स्थान उज्जैन में है जिस पर सन 1600 में मुस्लिम मुगल शासकों ने तोड़कर उस पर कब्जा कर लिया था और उसे आज बिना नींव की मस्जिद के नाम से जाना जाता है। 2007 में जब हम अंदर प्रवेश किया तब उसमें गणेश जी की मूर्तियां थी, हाथी बने हुए थे, घोड़े बने हुए थे और पत्थरों पर विशाल पहरेदार सैनिकों की मूर्तियां बनी हुई थी। इस मामले को लेकर मैं कोर्ट में जाना चाहूँगा और इसकी एफआईआर भी दर्ज कराऊंगा ताकि ये पूरा में ग्वालियर से इसके पूरे कागज निकाले जा सके और हिंदुओं की संपत्ति हिंदुओं को मिले।
Barely 120 kilometers from Ujjain, this protected 11th century monument has become a subject of litigation. Bodhshala, a Saraswati temple for the Hindus, and a Kamal Maula mosque for the Muslims. An organization called the Hindu Front for Justice has opposed a 20-year-old arrangement made by the Archaeological Survey of India that reserved Bodhshala for puja on Tuesdays and namaz on Fridays. The petitioners have moved the State High Court, seeking complete exclusion of Muslim prayers from the monument. The PIL has been admitted and notices sent to the ASI, the centre and the state governments. A massive 17th century structure in Varanasi. Its existence as a mosque challenged and a survey carried out on court orders. The Hindu side claims to have found a shivling in Gyanvapi's reservoir. The mosque committee calls it a fountain.
अभी भी आप जाइए वहां पर तो देखेंगे जो मस्जिद का पृष्ठभाग है, पिछला हिस्सा है, वहां वह सारे चिन्ह, वह सारे प्रतीक, वह सारे स्वरूप दिखाई देते हैं जो एक मंदिर होने का प्रमाण बताते हैं.
The commissioner had not given a report to the district, to the lower court judge. A petitioner moves an application, and before even the notice is given to the Muslim side, the honorable judge passes an order to protect that area, that so-called thing called shivling, which is not there. It is a fountain.
Separately, an appeal against the Gyanvapi survey reached the Supreme Court.
After the Gyanvapi survey, now the demands have increased of similar inspection in Mathura, where a civil suit seeking removal of Shahi Eidgah has already been filed.
Following the Allahabad High Court's directions to dispose of all cases related to the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah dispute within 4 months, a petitioner has filed an application in a local court in Mathura, seeking videography of the Shahi Eidgah Masjid adjacent to Krishna Janmabhoomi. The petitioner wants an official assessment to determine that the mosque housed Hindu artifacts and ancient religious inscriptions on its premises. A series of dormant disputes unfold dramatically in a polarized political climate. The list gets longer by the day. With Hemendra Sharma and Kumar Abhishek, Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, it's not just temples and mosques. There's a mission monument Wapsi that's currently underway, from reclaiming Taj Mahal as Tejo Mahalya to renaming Qutub Minar as Vishnu's Thumb and Aurangabad as Sambhaji Nagar. The question here is, can Mughal history really be edited or erased? Here's a listen.
A shivling allegedly at the Wazu Khana of the Gyanvapi Mosque in Kashi, being hailed as the game changer in the Kashi temple dispute case. The Hindu side claims that this is the proof that the mosque was built after Aurangzeb demolished the temple. The matter has now reached the Supreme Court. Less than 650 kilometers from Kashi, there's a call to reopen the locked rooms of the Taj Mahal to look for alleged hidden Shiva idols. A BJP leader even went to court, claiming that Taj Mahal is actually Tejo Mahal. The plea was dismissed. In the capital, a Hindu group chanted the Hanuman Chalisa at the Qutub Minar, demanding that its name be changed to Vishnu's Thumb. They say that the monument was restructured after demolishing 27 Jain and Hindu temples.
भारत के अंदर कुतुब मीनार बनी है, ताजमहल बना है, और हिंदू जनमानस ऐसा मानता है कि भाई ताजमहल तेजो महल था, तो ताजमहल तो भारत सरकार के अधीन है, कुतुब मीनार भारत सरकार का है। तो मैं तो प्रधानमंत्री जी से आग्रह करना चाहूँगा कि कुतुब मीनार को और ताजमहल को हिंदुओं की भावनाओं का सम्मान करते हुए हिंदुओं को सौंप देना चाहिए।
At the center of this monument Wapsi campaign is the Mughal ruler Aurangzeb, dubbed a tyrant by some. It is alleged that he ordered destruction of temples in Kashi and Mathura. In Maharashtra, there is a renewed demand to rename Aurangabad as Sambhaji Nagar.
Sambhaji Nagar, it should be changed. It should, and it has to, and it will in future. That is, I'm saying on television, sir. We believe in Sambhaji Maharaj, we don't believe in Aurangzeb.
While a legal battle plays out in the Kashi temple mosque issue, in Karnataka's Mandya, the Hindu community is seeking permission to offer prayers inside the Srirangapatna mosque. Built by Tipu Sultan, the Jamia Masjid, in a heritage site, Hindu groups claim that the mosque is built on the remains of a Hanuman temple.
ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಪ್ಪಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಯಾಕೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ? ಯಾಕೆ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ? ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ.
A call for reclaiming the past to restore the future. The collision over historic sites across India continues to resonate. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, we know that this all started at the Gyanvapi Mosque. The fresh controversy has erupted after another video of the shivling from inside the mosque is surfaced. This video emerged of a shivling at that Wazu Khana area shows quite clearly that this was exactly what the petitioners have been speaking of. In fact, this has to be dissected in court. The court will have to take up this matter and hear it on the findings that the survey committee has found. But in the meanwhile, India Today has managed to access a new video that shows the Wazu Khana area where the alleged shivling has been found. On the left-hand side is the video, the old video that surfaced just right after the survey committee entered the mosque. And now, here is India Today accessing a second video on the right-hand sides of your screens that shows very clearly the Wazu Khana and also a sneak peek into the alleged shivling, which the Muslim side calls a fountain. They believe that that's a shivling right inside that Wazu Khana's well. These are two back-to-back exclusive videos of the shivling right here, first on India Today. On your screens are the two different videos of the shivling at the Wazu Khana area of that mosque. After the new video surfaced, now Shiv Bhaks are asking, what more proof do you really need to show that this was a temple? India Today spoke to some of those petitioners, though, who are currently rejoicing, chanting religious sermons. Let's have a listen.
ये बताइए विष्णु जी, आज तो सुनवाई हो नहीं रही है, अब आगे क्या होगा?
अब आज सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है, अब आगे कोर्ट आज कोई डेट देगी, जिस डेट पे इसकी आगे सुनवाई होगी।
अब किस तरह की उम्मीद कर रहे हैं आप लोग?
देखिए, हमारी उम्मीद यही है कि जो हमने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है वो एक एप्लीकेशन है फैक्ट्स असरटेन करने की, कोर्ट के पटल पे अपनी बातें लाने की, और माननीय न्यायालय जरूर इसको देखेगा, इसके मेरिट्स को देखेगा। मुस्लिम साइड से अंजुमन इंतजामिया से उनके जवाब मंगाए जाएंगे और उस बाद कोर्ट अपना निर्णय देगा इसमें।
अब अगले हफ्ते से तो कोर्ट की कार्रवाई वैसे भी जून में पूरी छुट्टी हो जाएगी, बंद रहेगी, तो ये पूरा मामला आगे बढ़ता हुआ लंबा जाता हुआ।
अब देखिए, ये तो माननीय न्यायालय का विशेषाधिकार है कि वो जून में भी इसकी सुनवाई करना चाहते हैं कि नहीं करना चाहते हैं, और कितने दिन इसकी सुनवाई चलेगी, ये सब तो एक अनुमान है, उस पर मैं तो अभी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। हमने एप्लीकेशन डाल दी, कोर्ट ने मुस्लिम पक्ष से जवाब मंगा लिया है। आज ये केस लगा हुआ था क्योंकि स्ट्राइक होगी बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट में, तो आज ये केस नहीं टेकअप हो पा रहा है, पर आगे जब भी टेकअप होगा तो हम रहेंगे उपस्थित और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे।
सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये खड़ा हो रहा है कि जो मस्जिद है, आंखों देखिए हाल जरा बताइए, उसके भीतर आप लोगों ने क्या क्या देखा, तथ्य परक जो बातें हैं, क्योंकि अभी तो रिपोर्ट सौंपी जाएगी, लेकिन अब आप कह रहे हैं कि जो गुंबद है उसके नीचे मंदिर की शिलाएं हैं और इस तरह से बना दिया गया।
अभी केस के फैक्ट्स पे कुछ बात नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। शिवलिंग की बात इसलिए रखी गई क्योंकि हमें इमीडिएट प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर कोर्ट से चाहिए थे, और जब कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया है तब वो बात आपके सामने रखी गई है। बाकी जो भी चीजें एडवोकेट कमिश्नर ने देखी हैं, वो एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट में जब लिखेंगे तब हम उसको आपसे डिस्कस करेंगे।
नीचे जो तहखाना है उसमें तख्त हैं जिसमें देवी देवता रखे जाते थे, दीपक रखे जाते थे, तहखाने में ये सारी चीजें हैं।
मैं वही बात कह रहा हूँ कि इस समय ये सारी चीजें कमीशन का स्कोप है। एक बार एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट सौंप दें तो डेफिनेटली उसके ऊपर मैं आप लोगों को ब्रीफ करूंगा। शिवलिंग की बात इसलिए की गई क्योंकि उसके लिए हमें इमीडिएट प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर चाहिए था।
आज तो कुछ हुआ नहीं, तो कल क्या पूरे मामले में सुनवाई होगी?
अब आज अभी माननीय न्यायालय को देखते हैं, माननीय न्यायालय इसमें क्या अगली तारीख देता है, और जो भी नेक्स्ट डेट देगा हम उसमें उपस्थित रहेंगे और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे।
आप लोगों को लग रहा है कि आप लोग इस पूरे मामले में सबूतों के आधार पर पूरे पुख्ता तौर पर आगे बढ़?
देखिए, बिल्कुल हमारे जो सबूत है, हमारे फैक्ट्स हैं, बहुत स्ट्रांग हैं, और अब माननीय न्यायालय ने उस शिवलिंग को प्रोटेक्ट किया है, माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने प्रोटेक्ट किया है, और अब ये आगे जांच होगी इसकी कि शिवलिंग कितना पुराना है, कितनी गहराई तक गया है, फाउंटेन है कि नहीं है, ये सारे फैक्ट्स अभी असर्टेन होंगे।
All right, cutting across to Gaurav Sawant, who really explains to us the Gyanvapi Mosque complex and the disputed area through a 3D animation. Let's take a quick look at this immersive report.
The Kashi Vishwanath Temple complex and the Gyanvapi Mosque. Now, this area is in the headlines, but I want to explain this area to you a little in detail. Why is this so important, and why is Nandi, the ride of Bhagwan Shiv, actually facing the Gyanvapi Mosque and not the temple that was rebuilt or built afresh by Ahilya Bai Holkar after it was demolished on the instructions of Emperor Aurangzeb? Now, Nandi, it is believed, always faces Lord Shiv. And Nandi, as you can see here, is facing the Gyanvapi Mosque. When you look at the temple, well, the thing is, the Hindus believe that the Gyanvapi Mosque is where the temple or the original Shivling, one of the Jyotirlings, originally was. Gyanvapi or Gyan Koop, the well of knowledge. Let's explain this location and the lay of the land to you. So the belief is Nandi always faces Lord Shiv. And when you look at the Kashi Vishwanath temple complex, Nandi is actually facing the Gyanvapi Mosque and not the temple that was constructed by Ahilya Bai Holkar. Now, for Nandi, it has been a very long wait. A wait of more than 352 years, 4 months and 15 days and counting. But this is just a process that has started. Now, it is also believed that you whisper a prayer in the ear of Nandi and it reaches Lord Shiv. That is the belief. Hindus have believed that for centuries. In this case, Nandi very patiently is looking towards the Gyanvapi mosque. The Hindu side says they found Lord Shiv. What happens next is now will be a matter of investigation in courts. The 5 women petitioners wanted unhindered access to pray at the Shringar Gauri Sthal and wanted videography to prove that there was a temple where the mosque now stands. And now we will show you on the last day of videography or the court or mandated survey what was found. So the videography that was ordered, it happened for 3 days and there were absolutely no problems in the videography. Every side cooperated is the information that we have, and the Hindu side is claiming that at the Wazu Khana, that is where the shivling was found. Of course, this has been contested by the Muslim side that insists that it was a fountain that was always there and already there. The ball now is in court for courts to decide what will happen next. Will the women devotees get unhindered access to pray, and will it be expanded further or not? We'll tell you more about that.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, a big blow to the Congress party as Patidar face Hardik Patel in Gujarat dumps the Congress ahead of crucial polls. More details up next. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are...
All right, in a big blow to the Congress party in Gujarat, here is Hardik Patel, who is a very popular Patidar leader, a Patidar face in the state Congress unit, has now resigned from the party. He's in fact not made any qualms while condemning the Congress leadership, saying that the grand old party are too busy among themselves. When there are real issues to deal with, the senior leaders are always abroad. He's accused the leaders of ignoring party issues and also spoke about the stand that the party has taken against CAA and NRC, against Ram Mandir, and calls it condemnable. Now, let me quickly cut across to Rajdeep Sardesai, who in fact was the first to bring out the emotion from Hardik Patel in a recent interview. Rajdeep, we saw how Hardik Patel, while speaking to you, did not have any qualms in hitting out at the senior leadership of the Congress, says that he's very upset that they're not available when it comes to dealing with real party issues. A very explosive resignation letter that he's put forward, bringing massive embarrassment to the party ahead of polls.
Look, to be very honest, Nabila, this letter seems very scripted. Hardik Patel has been working his way out of the Congress for a few months now, and the letter only is the final act, because it almost seems as if this letter has been dictated to him by someone else, that you have to attack the Congress leadership and thereby facilitate your entry into the BJP. The buzz in Gujarat, I can tell you, is the main reason why Hardik has left. is not just dissatisfaction with the way the Congress is structured in Gujarat, 25 vice presidents and 75 general secretaries with no one really accountable, but also the fact that Hardik has 32 cases against him, and the BJP leadership may well be willing to help or facilitate Hardik in dropping several cases. So this is push and pull factors. It's not just what is the situation in the Congress. It is also what the BJP is willing to offer Hardik Patel in an election year in Gujarat. Hardik is 27. He is ambitious. He couldn't contest the last election because he was underage. This time he wants to contest the election, wants a platform and wants the cases against him withdrawn. All of which we are told the BJP is ready at this stage to offer him. The Congress, by contrast, seems to have taken the approach that those who want to leave the party are welcome to leave it. Rahul Gandhi's credo seems to be, we want those who are ready to ideologically fight the BJP. So clearly there are push and pull factors that are responsible for Hardik Patel eventually deciding to leave the Congress.
But you know, while he speaks of this lack of seriousness, he says that senior leaders are abroad when they really need them. Whenever he approaches the senior leadership about Gujarat and the people of Gujarat, problems in Gujarat, they don't seem to be paying any attention. Is that because of his age, do you think, Rajdeep, that you say that he is ambitious, but you also believe that because of his age, he is not taken seriously among the Congress senior leadership, which many of the youngsters in the Congress have been complaining that they do not get their due?
Look, there are serious problems structurally in the Congress, organizationally, communication-wise, the gap between Delhi and state capitals, all of these are objective realities. But here is another reality, which is that Hardik Patel himself, who was a creation of the Patidar agitation that took place 5 years ago, he too has done very little to really try and build the party in Gujarat. Hardik Patel himself has to also be held accountable, just as the Congress leadership has to be held accountable, as what have you all done in the last 5 years to revive the Congress in Gujarat. Remember, in 2017, the Congress gave the BJP a run for its money. For the first time after 25 years, the BJP was actually put into double digits. In Gujarat, they got less than 100 seats. What did you do to build it? The Congress leadership has to answer that question in Delhi, and the Congress leadership in Gujarat has to answer. Hardik was made the working president of the Congress in 2018. Since then, what has Hardik Patel really done to galvanize the Congress cadres? Tali do haath se bachti hai. Both the Congress leadership and Hardik Patel have frankly failed in reviving the Congress in Gujarat, which is why 6 months ahead of the election, the Congress looks like a party in total disarray.
Right, Rajiv, that said, the Patidar community in Gujarat, give us the significance, what kind of asset does Hardik Patel hold? When I say asset, the kind of clout that he has within the Patidar community, pulling out of the Congress, will that really dampen prospects for the Congress party?
Look, one of the major reasons why the Congress was able to give the BJP a fight 5 years ago was the unrest within the Patidar community, which wanted reservations at the time. But the BJP leadership, Mr. Modi Shah, have a special investment in Gujarat, has worked to woo the Patidars back again. Patidars are about 15-16% of Gujarat population. They are divided into two large sub-castes, the Leva Patels and the Kadwa Patels. The Levas are the more dominant Patels. Hardik is a Kadwa Patel, the less dominant Patel community. But 5 years ago, he became the face of the unrest within the young Patidars. That unrest is not seen to the same extent on the ground today. So therefore, Hardik's departure may not have that much of an impact on the Congress's fortunes, which in any case are at a low ebb at the moment in Gujarat. But for the BJP, it gives them another opportunity to say, look, no young ambitious leader has space within the Congress. Come to the BJP and fulfill your ambitions. So from purely the optical point of view, as well as having one more asset at election time, because Hardik does have support among a certain group of young Patidars, it's a win-win for the BJP. And the Congress has to once again ask itself, why is it that so many young people are exiting the party?
All right, Rajdeep, thank you very much for that analysis. In fact, in your interview, it was the first signal that Hardik Patel really sent out, saying that he wasn't happy with the party senior leadership. But your statement on what has Hardik Patel done for the Congress party? Has he really worked hard enough? Well, of course, those statements and those details will surface over time. But now the big question is, will Hardik be joining the BJP? A lot of feelers that he's already sending out. Let me quickly cut across to those political reactions pouring in on this issue.
ये मामला उनका व्यक्तिगत मामला है, उनकी पार्टी का मामला है, उसमें हम लोग को क्या पढ़ना। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के छत्रप या तो गिर रहे हैं, या तो पार्टी छोड़ रहे हैं, या पार्टी उनको हटा रही है, ये कांग्रेस की स्थिति है। कहीं ना कहीं वो परिवारवाद से ग्रस्त हैं और डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स का यही असर होता है।
भाजपा की हार्दिक पटेल के सामने केस लगाया, वही सरकार केस विड्रॉ कर रही है, तो कौन सा हालत बदल गया? उस वक्त भाजपा पे अटैक करते थे हार्दिक पटेल तो केस बना, आज भाजपा से समझौता हो गया तो केस विड्रॉ हो गया।
All right, now India Today was indeed the first channel that unraveled the Congress's implosion in Gujarat. Patidar leader Hardik Patel just a few days ago spoke exclusively to India Today, highlighting his problems with the grand old party's top leadership. Here's what he said.
पहले दिन चिंतन शिविर है, वहां जाने के बजाय आप अपने कार्यक्रम में लगते हैं। मैसेज तो जाता है ना कि कहीं ना कहीं हार्दिक रूठे हुए। ये आप इनकार मत कीजिए कि आप पूरी तरह से खुश हैं।
नहीं, ऐसे देखिए, वो तो सबको मालूम है कि क्यों नाराजगी है। वो तो पार्टी के हाईकमान तक भी हमारी बात रखी हुई है। कोई पद पाने के लिए नाराजगी नहीं है कि हमको वो बना दो, फलाना बना दो। हमारी बात तो जो पार्टी के भीतर हमने रखी है वो वर्क के लिए रखी है कि मैं 2 साल
क्यों नाराज है? हमें बताइए क्यों नाराज है हार्दिक पटेल? नाराज क्यों है?
देखिए, 2 साल से आपने हमको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना रखा है, तो 2 साल से आपने अभी तक हमारी जिम्मेवारी तय क्यों नहीं की? सिर्फ पद देना बड़ी बात नहीं होती। पद के बाद उसके लिए उसका उपयोग करना, काम देना, उस काम में मैं सफल रहूं ना रहूं वो देखना, वो आपकी जिम्मेवारी होती है। जो आज तक नहीं हुआ, बस उसी का दुख है कि हमने 2015-17 में इतने बड़े आंदोलन के बाद जब पार्टी को फायदा दिलवाया, पार्टी को मजबूती दिलवाई, और फिर आज हमारे साथ ये होता है तो कभी कभी दुख होता है। और हमने आज तक पार्टी को 100% दिया है, पार्टी से कुछ लिया नहीं है कि पार्टी से ले लिया और फिर हम कुछ काम ना किया। हमने पूरा काम पार्टी को दिया है, पूरा काम करना चाहते हैं, तो वही बात होती है और उसी कारण थोड़ा दुख लगता है। इसमें कोई नाराजगी नहीं है।
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in. India Today accesses the CCTV footage of the incident in which terrorists lobbed a hand grenade inside a newly opened wine shop in Baramulla, killing a local, Ranjit Singh. In the video, you see very clearly a burqa-clad terrorist hurling a hand grenade at a wine shop in Baramulla while riding on a bike. This is India Today accessing this CCTV footage that very clearly shows that terror strike. A burqa-clad terrorist hurling a hand grenade at a wine shop in Baramulla. Let me cut across to Ashraf Wani joining us from Srinagar. Ashraf, do explain to us this CCTV footage. A burqa-clad terrorist hurling a hand grenade, killing one local there. Any idea who this was, what really happened?
Nabila, basically this is the incident of yesterday evening when a grenade was lobbed inside a wine shop which was newly opened in the Baramulla area of the North Kashmir. Now the CCTV footage has come out where it clearly is visible that 2 persons, whether it is not sure whether it was a woman or it was a man, who come on a motorcycle and proceed towards the wine shop. There was a small grill from which the people were collecting the wine and paying there. Being posing themselves as the customers, they reach it on the window and then finally, instead of purchasing the wine, throw the grenade inside the wine shop where 4 employees of that wine shop got critically injured. One of them succumbed to the injuries yesterday evening, and other 3 are being treated in the Srinagar hospital. This is a new operandi being used. Also earlier we have seen one grenade thrown by a burqa-clad lady, but that was lady, she was arrested later. But still it is not clear whether the burqa has been clad by a man, a terrorist, or a woman. That is yet the matter of investigation which is currently going on in this incident. But after this incident, there are many operations underway in the Baramulla to nab those attackers who were involved in this heinous crime in which 4 people got injured, 1 lost life in this grenade attack yesterday evening in Baramulla.
Thank you very much, Ashraf, for joining us with those details. All right, here's some big news coming in. India's first indigenous anti-ship missile tested for the first time over the Bay of Bengal. The missile met all mission parameters and is a massive boost indeed to Prime Minister Modi's big call for Atmanirbhar India in the defense systems and military hardware. The missile, called the NASM-SR, comes after decades of India's non-stop dependence on foreign anti-ship missiles. This first test will pave the way for further testing before the missile is deployed on the Indian Navy's Hunter submarine fleet. The missile is 100% Indian, is a huge source of pride for Indian weapons scientists who have worked hard to keep the weapon fully Indian designed and developed. These are first visuals coming in of India's indigenous missile. Here's India's first indigenous anti-ship missile that's tested for the first time. Visuals right here, exclusive on India Today, that was tested first over the Bay of Bengal. The missile has met with all the parameters, the mission parameters. Let me quickly cut across to Shiv Arur joining us for some more perspective to this. Shiv, indeed a big boost to Atmanirbhar India. India's first indigenous anti-ship missile has been test fired at the right over the Bay of Bengal. Give us more details on this.
Nabila, this is a huge day for India's weapons development complex because, for decades now, India has always imported, and bought foreign anti-ship missiles, especially the air-delivered missiles. The weapon you see on your screen, called the NASM-SR, is India's first fully indigenous, 100% locally developed, locally built anti-ship missile systems that has currently been tested for the first time over the Bay of Bengal. These images that we've accessed show this missile during its maiden test earlier today over the Bay of Bengal. It is seen being fired from an Indian Navy Sea King helicopter. This particular missile is basically designed, for anti-ship missions. It's a missile with an extended range that can travel very close to the sea surface to be able to evade, defenses and anti-missile defenses, to find ships and destroy them. Now, this is the first of many tests, Nabila. There will be many more such tests of this indigenous weapon system before it's cleared for service. But the significance of a fully indigenous, we talk so much about Atmanirbharta in defense, and that itself has become a thing of a joke because India continues to be one of the biggest importers of military hardware and weapon systems from abroad. But this, these images that viewers are seeing first and exclusive here on India Today of India's very own anti-ship missile system are meaningful in many ways because, not only is all the hardware Indian, the software, the seeker, the electronics that make these missiles, smart systems capable of tracking targets and zeroing on them in a very accurate manner. These are all Indian systems. The software that guides these missiles, the electronics, the jamming systems, the guidance systems, all of this is fully Indian. India has not depended on any foreign, country for any kind of help in developing this missile system. And that's the reason why these images are so significant and will have a great bearing on how weapons are developed now and into the future. This is a marked effort to depend less and less on foreign imports, Nabila.
All right, Shiv, thank you very much. Indeed, a big boost to Indian military and Atmanirbhar India. This first test will pave the way for further testing before the missile is deployed on the Indian Navy's Hunter submarine fleet. All right, on the other side of a short break, IT city Bengaluru battles with rain fury. Severe rains claiming 2 lives. More details from on ground on the other side. Stay with us.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Rains in Bengaluru has claimed 2 lives. Tuesday night's rains has wreaked havoc across Bengaluru roads, leaving a trail of destruction in several areas. Chickpet, one of those commercial hubs, has been completely inundated. We're looking at areas that water has flooded, bringing life to a complete standstill for Bengalurians. This is quite a challenge now for residents, shopkeepers along that Chickpet commercial hub. Waterlogging reported in several other arterial roads in the city. 2 deaths were reported, unfortunately, of civic workers who lost their lives while they were battling waterlogged roads. Orange alert has now been issued for Bengaluru on May 18th as heavy rains has been predicted. The IMD has also stated that coastal and south interiors of Karnataka is likely to receive heavy to very heavy rainfall with isolated thunderstorms and lightning. At least for the next few days is going to be critical. Met Department has also predicted very heavy rainfall in other parts of Karnataka along with Tamil Nadu and Kerala in the next 5 days.
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೀರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹರಿದು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಬಾಟಲ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 1600 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
We are facing lots of problems due to the rainwater, and the water is 4.5 feet yesterday night, 3:15 a.m. Right, all our people have gone on the top and they have stayed, and we don't have any food. We can't go to the toilet.
Water is still present here, about knee level of water. Here you can see, house as well, residents from the house trying to clean their houses. Now, according to the resident here, the water was way above 4 feet. So definitely, all the ground level houses would have been affected. Water would have breached the ground floor of many of these houses. Here you can see a car as well that has been parked, and you can see the basement of that house completely inundated. Now, water is still yet to be received from this place. Now, residents say that BBMP officials haven't yet visited this place, and they've been promising to take action, but there's been no action taken on the ground just as yet. And many residents still are living on rooftops, and they've not been able to come out of their houses because many basements here are filled with water, and you can see residents still stranded, not able to come out and go about their daily life. And there you can see as well one of the residents trying to take his bike out, but he's not able to drive the bike because of the water. It's been over 4 feet of water down the area, and here you can see a resident trying to push his bike through water, but very difficult to push it because the water has already breached the level of above 4 feet, and the bike's properly repaired right now, and it'll be very difficult for him to try and use the bike once again. So this is the kind of suffering that many Bengalurians are facing right now after last night's rain. So let's try and talk to him. Sir, after last night's rain, what's the difficulty you're facing?
You can see, right?
Yeah. Well, that is a resident now, absolutely shocked. His bike has gone completely repaired because of last night's rains, and they're trying to somehow take it out. Now, many cars and vehicles have also been damaged. Now, BBMP officials and the Chief Minister Basraj Bommai has said that very soon they will find a solution to it by strengthening the stormwater drains in the city. With video journalist Madhu, this is Karthik for India Today.
Now, incessant rains also reported in northeast. We're looking at rain havoc across Assam. Floods, landslides resulted in multiple deaths, affecting nearly 2 lakh people across 20 districts of that state. National and state disaster response forces have now been pressed into action to carry out rescue and relief operations in the flood-hit areas. In Nagaon district, residents were forced to leave their homes as river Kopali is flowing over the danger mark. In Arunachal Pradesh, landslides due to heavy rains resulted in at least 5 deaths. Taking stock of the situation there, rising due to heavy and continuous rainfall, Chief Minister Pema Khandu appealed all to take precautionary measures, especially those living along the river banks, streams and landslide-prone areas.
कल शाम तक तो कुछ पानी नहीं है, रात भी नहीं है। आज सुबह जैसे ये लोग उठा 5 बजे।
बरसात तो कम हो चुका है, कम हो रहा है।
बरसात तो कम है। ये पानी एक्चुअली कहीं दूसरा जगह से आया है। यहाँ से गरम पानी बोल के एक जगह है, तो वहाँ पे गेट है जो कपिली का, तो वो हम लोग सुना है कि वो गेट तोड़ दिया है।
अच्छा,
तो
मतलब कपिली नदी में
उसका पानी
हो रहा है,
ओवरफ्लो हो रहा है।
तो यहाँ पे आपका कितना नुकसान कितना होगा?
बहुत नुकसान है। मेरा इधर मच्छी भी बहुत था, इधर कम से कम 1 लाख का तो मच्छी होगा इधर। हाँ, 1 लाख का मच्छी होगा। मेरा जैन से किया।
ये यहाँ पे स्थानियों से almost 20 districts have been facing the wrath of heavy rainfalls, and right now we are here in Assam's Solmari, which is in the middle of Nagaon and Hojari. If we just show you around, these are agricultural fields, and we spoke to people over here who claimed that the levels of this particular water has suddenly rised up. This was not there until last night. This is what the locals have been saying. Now, over here, this complete area was a pond where fisheries was happening. However, as you can see, that this place is slowly getting inundated. It's completely coming to a standstill right now. Locals claim that they are facing a lot of financial issues just due to this particular natural calamity that Assam is facing. As we can see that the rainfall has stopped and there is sunlight, but the tragedies that are affecting the lives of these people seem to have just begun. With camera person Prasun, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Assam.
All right, coming up on the other side of a short break, India Today accesses a fresh video of a shivling that was found inside the Gyanvapi mosque. That further in fact establishes that there indeed could be a shivling inside that Wazukhana area. This is the second video that's emerged. More details up next. Do stay tuned.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, With the only Indian team in the real war zone,
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air.
and without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
In association with LG Refrigerators, stunningly stylish. Let loose with the blues, Titan fashion hues.
You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. Our top focus, the second video coming in from the Gyanvapi mosque showing the alleged shivling right at the Bazukhana area of that mosque. More details right after the top headlines. India Today now accessing another video, an exclusive video of the shivling inside the Gyanvapi mosque. More proof of temple inside Gyanvapi. Petitioners there rejoice. Political showdown though continues. Fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter dropped over RSS founder Hegdewar. Bombay government denies axing Bhagat Singh's chapter. Rajiv Gandhi's killer, Perarivalan, released by the Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations now in Coimbatore, ruling DMK and AIDMK in credit war. Patidar face Hardik Patel, dumps the Congress party, blasts the Gandhis in resignation letter, says they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him now joining the BJP. Trouble mounts for Chidambaram's day after CBI raids over the China bribe gate. Probe agency now arrests Karti Chidambaram's top aide in a corruption case. And our Desi stars shine at the Cannes film. In fact, we're looking at Deepika Padukone there, grabbing the spotlight in a Sabyasachi sari as jury member Anurag Thakur, Minister, leads the star-studded Indian delegation. Another fresh video of the shivling inside the masjid has now surfaced. The fresh video has emerged of the shivling in the Bazukhana area of that mosque. Two back-to-back exclusive videos that India Today has shown to you first on our screens. On your screens there, that shows that Bazukhana area, which you see there, that looks like a well, the Bazukhana where the Muslims wash their hand and feet. That is the area where they clean up before praying the namaz. That's the Wazukhana area of that mosque where they believe, the survey committee believes, that they found a shivling inside. Meantime, the security has now stepped up after the Supreme Court's order asking to protect the shivling and not to hinder namaz at the same time. We're looking at barricades all around the claimed shivling along that Wazukhana area. So basically that Wazukhana area is now fully protected. You have the CRPF personnel guarding the Wazukhana area round the clock, high-ranked officers to make surprise inspections along that pond area, sealed by security personnel currently. After the new video surfaced, Shiv Bhakts now victorious, saying, what more proof do you need?
हमारे साथ चारों महिलाएं हैं, उन लोगों से जरा बातचीत कर लेते हैं और ये लोग बहुत तैयारी के साथ ही आप सबसे पहले कुछ सुनाना चाह रही थी, बताइए।
मैं एक बाबा का भजन सुनाना चाह रही हूँ। और हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी।
कि आप लोगों को किस तरह की उम्मीद है? आज तो सुनवाई हो नहीं रही है,
आज नहीं होगा तो अगले दिन तो होगी। अगले दिन होगी।
उम्मीद है कि जीत होगी?
उम्मीद हम लोग की जीत होगी।
क्या आएगा निकल के?
जो भी सामने है, जो हमारी सच्चाई है, जो हमारा मंदिर है, वो वास्ते उभर के निकल के सामने आएगा।
लोग शिव जी के भी दर्शन की मांग कर रही हैं।
तो शिव जी हमारे साक्षात दिख गए हैं, तो गौरी के साथ शिव के साथ शक्ति, शक्ति के साथ शिव, दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक है ना, दोनों एक दूसरे के बिना अधूरे हैं, दोनों ही है ना।
Let me cut across to Abhishek Mishra joining us from Varanasi. Abhishek, you've been tracking all those developments coming in on this Gyanvapi controversy, and now the second video that comes amid the court taking up this matter, asking for status quo until the next hearing. Here is a video that shows yet again that there could be a shivling along that Wazukhana area. Shiv Bhakts now celebrating and saying, what more proof do you really need? How exactly has the CRPF cordoned off and sealed and protected the Wazukhana area where the proposed shivling is claimed to be, while not disrupting namaz as it is?
Well, absolutely. As per the court order, it has been said that the particular spot around the Shivlinga should be protected. And these videos which are surfacing now, although these videos are not the current videos, 1 or 2 months before, but this only clearly shows that the claim which the Hindu side is making, how valid they are. And now they're happy enough with the fact that now the court has taken the cognizance of it. But since the matter is underway, there is still the time for the report which needs to be submitted. 20th of May was the time given. Court commissioner has been changed. So all these things is a clear indication that as far as this whole action is concerned, on the other hand, Muslim side is still silent. They have been maintaining the fact that it is not a Shivlinga, it's a fountain, it's all these theories have been given. But now it's all up to the court what comes into as far as the report is concerned. But all these videos are giving a clear indication there is something which needs to be investigated as far as the survey is concerned, and now the court which will take the call after the report is submitted. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Abhishek, for joining us with those details. But we do know that there's a lot more controversy right behind this entire Gyanvapi mosque survey. In fact, from what we hear and what we saw was that the court, as the blame game erupts over the Gyanvapi survey team, Varanasi court has sacked Commissioner Ajay Mishra, who has been accused of bias. The survey commissioner has also been accused of leaking inside information to the media. Now, the sacked official claims that there was some kind of conspiracy behind it. He claims that he claims that his colleague, this man Mishra claims that his colleague and fellow survey commissioner Vishal Singh is behind his removal. Vishal Singh has hit back, saying there is no truth to Ajay Mishra's claims. Now, the two remaining commissioners, Vishal Singh and Ajay Pratap, will continue their work of the survey. As Gyanvapi Mosque is now embroiled in a long-drawn legal battle, court has also directed the Archaeological Survey of India to probe the structure of the mosque. Meanwhile, Varanasi court has given 2 days to submit Gyanvapi survey findings and its report.
अजय कुमार मिश्रा हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। अजय जी, आपको क्या लगता है कि सबसे बड़ा रीज़न आपके रिमूवल का क्या होगा? आपको क्यों हटाया गया?
यही तो बात है कि रीजन पता नहीं है। रीजन में केवल विशाल जी की आपत्ति है।
नहीं, उन्होंने तो काफ़ी कुछ उसमें हम लोग जो पढ़ रहे हैं उसमें लिखा हुआ है कि आप सहयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं, ईमानदारी को लेकर आपकी बातचीत हुई है।
सर आ जाए सामने बैठ जाए, बता दें कि मैंने क्या सहयोग किया है।
तो क्या आप इसको राजनीति मानते हैं?
बिल्कुल।
उन्होंने कहा है कि मीडिया में आपने कुछ चीज़ें लीक करी हैं, कोई आरपी सिंह हैं आपके सहयोगी, आपके कैमरामैन हैं, उन्होंने कई चीज़ें बताई।
देखिए हमारी गलती क्या है ये तो मैं शायद राजनीति से समझ गया हूँ। मेरा सीधापन ही मेरी जो है गलती है।
आपके चेहरे पर एक मुस्कान है।
ये असंतोष है कि मैंने कुछ गलत नहीं किया है।
ये मुस्कान डे 1 पर भी थी और आज भी है।
वो हमेशा रहेगी सर, स्वाभाविक है।
आप खुद को निष्पक्ष मानते हैं आज भी?
एकदम सर, मैंने कोई भी गलती नहीं किया हुआ है
जी,
और न्यायालय का भी सम्मान है, लेकिन विशाल जी ने जो किया वो गलत किया है।
क्या किया उन्होंने?
यही जो हमारे ऊपर आरोप लगाया, मुझे नहीं था, उनको अगर बताना चाहिए था, मुझे कोई आपत्ति उनको थी मुझसे जो है, तो कम से कम बात तो किए होते बैठ के। सारी कार्रवाई होने के बाद ऐसी कौन सी गलती निकल आएगी जो उन्होंने एप्लीकेशन दे दिया।
मौखिक तौर पर आपसे कोई डिस्कशन उनका नहीं हुआ?
नहीं, हमारा उनका कोई मौखिक डिस्कशन नहीं हुआ।
सर्वे पर जाते थे तो बातचीत आम होती थी?
हाँ, जो उन्होंने कहा, मतलब वो अपने रास्ते जाते तो मैं अलग जाता था जो है, लेकिन वहाँ जाने के बाद उनका हमारा कोई विरोध नहीं हुआ है।
नहीं हुआ। तो बताया गया कि शिवलिंग का पानी भी उनके द्वारा हटाया गया वहाँ पर?
बिल्कुल, सारा कार्रवाई उनके निर्देशन में हुई है।
तो ऐसा क्या खटास आ गई कि जो है उन्होंने इतना कुछ आपके बारे में लिख दिया?
अब तो सर यही वही बता सकते हैं ना।
आपको ऐसा एक्सपेक्टेशन थी ऐसा होगा?
मुझे उम्मीद नहीं थी, इसीलिए तो दुख है इस बात पर।
ये मैंने कोर्ट में स्थिति स्पष्ट करने के लिए एप्लीकेशन दी थी। मैंने किसी के रिमूवल या इसके लिए नहीं दी थी और मेरा कभी कोई गलत भावना नहीं थी। हमारे भाई की तरह आज भी हैं, हमेशा रहेंगे और हम लोगों ने साथ काम किया है, भले ही 2-3 दिन काम किया है, उन्होंने सहयोग भी किया है, ऐसा नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ चीज़ें ऐसी हो गई माननीय न्यायालय के आदेश में स्पष्ट रूप से है और कुछ प्रतिवादी संख्या 4 जो है कुछ परेशान कर रहे थे, कुछ रुष्ट थे, तो निष्पक्ष और बिना भेदभाव की जो प्रक्रिया होनी चाहिए, कमीशन कार्रवाई की जो रिपोर्ट प्रेषित होनी चाहिए, वो उसके लिए मैंने एक एप्लीकेशन दिया था। माननीय न्यायालय ने उस पर संज्ञान लेते हुए आदेश पारित किया है।
Now, meanwhile, we're looking at another Hindu idol that's been found in the mosque inside Qutub Minar, a 1,200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada, carved in one of the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, has been identified, leading to now growing clamour for survey of Mughal monuments. Let's have a look.
A Mughal structure that marked the beginning of the Muslim Sultanate in India finds itself in another controversy. After Hindu deity Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna's idol carvings were found on the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar. This time, it's Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada in a carving in stone of the pillars of perhaps the oldest mosque in North India. Archaeological experts claim it's at least 1,200 years old. This idol was found in a pillar of the mosque, was carved in between the 8th to 9th century during the reign of the Pratihara kings or Raja Anangpal. Earlier demands for excavation in the area have been raised. Experts believe more such remnants of Hindu temples could be found if a survey is conducted. An appeal has been filed in the district court once again. The suit says that the temple complex be restored to preserve, protect the religious and cultural heritage of India and practice the right to religion guaranteed by Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution. This time by the Jain deity Tirthankur Lord Rishabdev and Hindu deity Lord Vishnu through their next of friends. Because the ASI themselves claim that 27 Hindu and Jain temples in Qutub Minar were demolished and Quwwatul Islam Mosque was built inside the complex reusing the material. Last week, 2 fringe right-wing groups were detained near the Qutub Minar after they assembled at the site to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, claiming that the site was once a Vishnu temple and demanded that Qutub Minar be named as a Vishnu Stambh.
It it has been claimed inside by the Archaeological Survey of India that at the time when the Qutub Minar and the masjid was built, it was done so by demolishing 27 Hindu and Jain temples, and the stones and the carvings of those temples were used to once again build the entire structure around the Qutub Minar. And that is a claim that has been put forward with the newer idols and discoveries that are being made by historians and archaeological survey people, which is why this matter has also gone to court, and the next hearing for the petition that has been filed to restore the Qutub Minar area as a temple and allow people the right to worship inside is going to be heard on the 24th of May. With Alok Das in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
All right, now from Kashi to Karnataka, there is a war raging over worship. Gyanvapi Mosque issue is now in the Supreme Court. The Apex Court has also ordered protection of the claimed shivling that they claim to have found inside that mosque. But that said now, we're looking at the court also very particularly saying that namaz must not be hindered. Now, while this debate rages on across India, from Ujjain to Neemuch, Mathura to Mandya, dormant religious disputes have resurfaced. Let's have a look at this detailed report.
A nation locked in a spurt of religious disputes. Some even violent, as happened in Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch, where two groups clashed, pelted each other with stones over the alleged installation of a Hanuman idol at a dargah.
In Madhya Pradesh alone, 3 temple mosque disputes have resurfaced in the wake of the Gyanvapi issue in Varanasi. While in Ujjain, a religious leader has challenged a local mosque on similar grounds. In Dhar, a petition has been filed for the control of the Bhotshala, and in Neemuch, a dispute led to a riot-like situation and prohibitory orders.
Police deployed outside an old mosque in Ujjain after claims that it was built by Mughal rulers on what was once an iconic Shiv temple.
एक दुर्लभ स्थान उज्जैन में है जिस पर सन 1600 में मुस्लिम मुगल शासकों ने तोड़कर उस पर कब्जा कर लिया था और उसे आज बिना नींव की मस्जिद के नाम से जाना जाता है। 2007 में जब हम अंदर प्रवेश किया तब उसमें गणेश जी की मूर्तियां थी, हाथी बने हुए थे, घोड़े बने हुए थे और पत्थरों पर विशाल पहरेदार सैनिकों की मूर्तियां बनी हुई थी। इस मामले को लेकर मैं कोर्ट में जाना चाहूँगा और इसकी एफआईआर भी दर्ज कराऊंगा ताकि ये पूरा में ग्वालियर से इसके पूरे कागज निकाले जा सके और हिंदुओं की संपत्ति हिंदुओं को मिले।
Barely 120 kilometers from Ujjain, this protected 11th century monument has become a subject of litigation. Bhotshala, a Saraswati temple for the Hindus, and a Kamal Maula mosque for the Muslims. An organization called the Hindu Front for Justice has opposed a 20-year-old arrangement made by the Archaeological Survey of India that reserved Bhotshala for puja on Tuesdays and namaz on Fridays. The petitioners have moved the State High Court, seeking complete exclusion of Muslim prayers from the monument. The PIL has been admitted and notices sent to the ASI, the centre and the state governments. A massive 17th century structure in Varanasi. Its existence as a mosque challenged and a survey carried out on court orders. The Hindu side claims to have found a shivling in Gyanvapi's reservoir. The mosque committee calls it a fountain.
अभी भी आप जाइए वहां पर तो देखेंगे जो मस्जिद का पृष्ठभाग है, पिछला हिस्सा है, वहां वह सारे चिन्ह, वह सारे प्रतीक, वह सारे स्वरूप दिखाई देते हैं जो एक मंदिर होने का प्रमाण बताते हैं.
The commissioner had not given a report to the district, to the lower court judge. A petitioner moves an application, and before even the notice is given to the Muslim side, the honorable judge passes an order to protect that area, that so-called thing called shivling, which is not there. It is a fountain.
Separately, an appeal against the Gyanvapi survey reached the Supreme Court.
After the Gyanvapi survey, now the demands have increased of similar inspection in Mathura, where a civil suit seeking removal of Shahi Eidgah has already been filed.
Following the Allahabad High Court's directions to dispose of all cases related to the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah dispute within 4 months, a petitioner has filed an application in a local court in Mathura, seeking videography of the Shahi Eidgah Masjid adjacent to Krishna Janmabhoomi. The petitioner wants an official assessment to determine that the mosque housed Hindu artifacts and ancient religious inscriptions on its premises. A series of dormant disputes unfold dramatically in a polarized political climate. The list gets longer by the day. With Hemendra Sharma and Kumar Abhishek, Bureau Report, India Today.
Meanwhile, as politics takes centre stage in Karnataka, Congress alleges BJP of replacing Bhagat Singh's lessons with RSS icon KB Hegdewar's writings. Congress's DK Shivkumar has even called this move as anti-national, even as the BJP, of course, maintains a stoic silence. In fact, some of them asking why no opposition to chapters on Tipu Sultan the same way. Here's more on that.
A massive political war has erupted in Karnataka over the alleged exclusion of lessons on Bhagat Singh from the 10th standard book. The opposition is up in arms. The Congress has alleged that Bhagat Singh's lessons were replaced with RSS founder KB Hegdewar's writings. Karnataka Congress Chief DK Shivkumar took to Twitter and condemned the state government's action. Shivkumar said the decision to remove Bhagat Singh's lessons is an act of anti-nationalism. He added that if today Bhagat Singh is removed, tomorrow it can be Mahatma Gandhi.
ये देश को एक रखने की कमेटी होना चाहिए और हर एक के विचार उसमें सम्मिलित होना, लेकिन देश के संविधान के तहत वो बने। लेकिन यहाँ पर चंद लोग अपने ही विचार को जो ला रहे हैं, हेगडेवार का एक 200 साल पुराने संस्था है क्या उनकी?
Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal too waded into the controversy. Aam Aadmi Party Supremo took to Twitter to slam the BJP. Kejriwal called the Bombay government's decision to omit Bhagat Singh's lessons an insult. Karnataka Education Minister hit back at the opposition. Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh's recent reaction to the Hegdewar controversy. Meanwhile, the Karnataka Education Department has issued a clarification saying that it has not dropped Bhagat Singh from 10th standard textbooks. First, furor over the decision to drop Tipu Sultan from textbooks. Then hinting at teaching Bhagavad Gita in schools. Now the face-off over Bhagat Singh lesson has added a new act in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, the Supreme Court has today ordered the release of Rajiv Gandhi's assassin, A.G. Perarivalan, the Rajiv Gandhi killer who has been freed after 31 years in prison. The Supreme Court has ordered his release while highlighting that the decision of the Tamil Nadu cabinet is binding on the governor. Emotional scenes were witnessed in Vellore as Perarivalan, who is currently out on bail, celebrated the Supreme Court's verdict with his family, distributing sweets along with his mother. The Supreme Court has ordered in fact, right now, this order, it appears, will set the ball rolling for other Rajiv Gandhi assassins to also push for bail. In fact, the Stalin government will be approaching court soon, is what we hear, for relief for the other convicts as well. The DMK has called the Supreme Court's order a vindication of its stand that the governor has acted unconstitutionally in this matter.
ஆரம்ப காலங்களில் நிறைய அவமானங்களை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க, நிறைய புறக்கணிப்புகளை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க, நிறைய வேதனை வலிகளை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க. அதையெல்லாம் கடந்து ஒரு 31 ஆண்டு காலம் இடைவிடாமல் எனக்காக போராடி இருக்கிறாங்க. எங்க 2 பேருக்கும் ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம் தான் இருந்தது. இதுக்கான ஒரு காரணம் என்னன்னா, எங்க பக்கம் இருந்த உண்மை, எங்க பக்கம் இருந்த நியாயம், அது மட்டும்தான் எங்களுக்கு இவ்வளவு பெரிய வலிமையை கொடுத்துச்சு நான் நம்புறேன். எங்க அம்மாவுக்கும் இவ்வளவு பெரிய வலிமையை கொடுத்துச்சுன்னு நம்புறேன்.
இந்த 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஒரு மனிதனோட வாழ்க்கை சிறைக்குள்ள கழிஞ்சது அப்படின்னாக்கா உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு வினாடி யோசித்தா அப்பதான் அந்த வலி வேதனை என்னங்கிறது எல்லாருக்குமே புரியும். அதை கடந்து வந்தாச்சு என் பையன்.
32 ஆண்டு கால வாழ்வ சிறை கம்பிகளுக்கிடையே தொலைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த இளைஞர் இன்று விடுதலை காற்றை சுவாசிக்க இருக்கிறார். அந்த பேரறிவாளனுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் வரவேற்பையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அது வந்ததற்கு பிறகு சட்ட வல்லுநர்களோடு நாங்கள் கலந்து பேசி, வழக்கறிஞர்களோடு கலந்து பேசி, அதற்கு பிறகு அவர்களையும் மற்றவர்களையும் விடுதலை செய்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை தமிழக அரசு ஈடுபடும்.
All right, now Akshaya now joining us more on that. Akshaya, here is of course emotional scenes coming in from the family of Perarivalan, but nonetheless a lot of questions being asked on his release. While that said, you also have on the other hand both of them, DMK, AIDMK, almost trying to take credit, on both ends trying to take credit for this release. And what precedence does this set for the other assassins who are currently in prison?
Well, Nabila, what we're seeing here in the state of Tamil Nadu today is that political parties are rejoicing in the fact that the Supreme Court has given the release of Perarivalan, who's one of the convicts in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case. And both the DMK and the AIADMK have been patting on their shoulders and claiming it to be their own personal victories. We heard O.P. Ravindranath, who's the AIADMK MP, telling India Today that it was during J. Jayalalitha's tenure that a resolution was initially passed for getting the release of these 7 convicts. And meanwhile, we are also seeing the state government, including Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, coming out and speaking on this occasion and calling this as a massive victory, a historic moment that such a verdict has been given. And even the Chief Minister has gone on to say that they will be looking at the possibilities after seeing the order of the Supreme Court as to how they can move forward with the release of the other 6 convicts who are still in jail. So the Chief Minister has said that the state government itself will be taking into account and will be looking at ways to get the other 6 convicts released also. So it seems like a huge moment for the state government. Additionally, we've also seen how the governor's role also has been brought up in the Supreme Court case, and even Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has gone on to, kind of mock at the governor for the kind of action he had taken by sending the resolution passed by the state government to the president and not giving the release of the 7 convicts. So at this point of time, the state government is claiming this to be a victory of human rights as well as the state rights. So it's a time of merriment, and we're seeing celebration going on at Perarivalan's residence in Jolarpet. He was also heard speaking, his mother Arpudamal, who has been fighting for the release of Perarivalan for the last 32 years, also thanked everybody who were involved in getting these people released, Nabila.
Right, Akshay, thank you very much for joining us with those details. All right, we have some big breaking news coming in, and Jacqueline Fernandez withdrawing her complaint, her application, beg your pardon. Jacqueline withdraws her application to travel abroad after ED finds that the reason that she gave wanting to travel abroad is not true. This is what the ED has tried to verify, and they believe that this reason that Jacqueline gave to travel abroad, the reason that she filed in that application, is said to be untrue. Jacqueline had in fact claimed that she needs to visit Nepal for a shoot of a movie Dabang 2, but ED has now verified that this information itself that Jacqueline provided seeking exemption to travel abroad while this case is on is untrue, because she is not part of that movie Dabang 2. This is the big update coming in on this case. While Sukesh Chandrasekhar languishes in prison, here is Jacqueline Fernandez in the spotlight, who's been stopped from travelling abroad. She now withdraws her application, where the ED has cited some discrepancy. Coming up on the other side of a short break, we're going to take you through all the Desi stars shining at the Cannes Deepika Padukone grabs the spotlight in Sabyasachi's sari as the jury member. Stay with us.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. My name is Aditi Nagpal Girotra. The 75th edition of Cannes Film Festival has officially begun, and day one brought a lot of glam, with celebrities looking their best as they walk the red carpet of this prestigious film festival. And the most proud moment being Deepika Padukone, chaired as one of the 9 jury members. Here's the complete story. Take a look.
The Cannes Film Festival 2022 has officially begun, and from celebrities around the world gracing the red carpet, our Indian celebs are not behind. Deepika Padukone sets the temperature high at the 75th Cannes Film Festival. The Bollywood actress, who's a jury member among 8 others, opted for an outfit and high-end jewelry from fashion designer Sabyasachi Mukherjee's Tropic of Calcutta collection. This global resort series showcases Indian heritage with a contemporary twist. And India was beaming with pride to see her chaired as one of the jury members as she was introduced by the host. In a remarkable fashion moment, Deepika Padukone walked the Cannes red carpet in an ethereal Sabyasachi sari, which exuded retro vibes on the second day. The celebrated designer also shared the details about Deepika's red carpet ensemble. The block-printed and hand-embroidered sequin sari featuring black and golden stripes was inspired by the majestic Bengal tiger. Well, Cannes Film Festival can never be complete without Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. The seasoned Cannes celebrity checked into the French Riviera along with her husband Abhishek Bachchan and daughter Aradhya and was received warmly by their fans. For the airport look, Aishwarya looked stunning in the black jacket by Falguni and Shane Peacock, which she paired with matching pants. Apart from Deepika and Aishwarya, who are regulars at the Cannes, Urvashi Rautela made her debut at the film festival to promote her Tamil film Legend. The actress was spotted in a stunning white Tony Ward couture ensemble. The one-shoulder gown featured a statement sleeve. Cinched at the waist, it featured a multi-layered tulle waist down. She completed her look with earrings, a stunning bracelet and a diamond ring. Dressed in traditional attire, the 11-member Indian delegation led by INB Minister Anurag Thakur walked the red carpet at the inaugural of the film festival, where India has been named as the country of honor at the March to Film, the business counterpart of the marquee event. The INB Minister Anurag Thakur, along with music maestro A.R. Rahman, Grammy winner composer Ricky Cage, lyricist and poet Prasoon Joshi, R. Madhavan, and veteran director Shekhar Kapoor walked the red carpet to attend the screening of opening film Coupe by French director Michael Hazanavicius. And while the 11-day prestigious film event has just started, all eyes are set on our celebrities. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Deepika Padukone has turned heads around on the very first day of Cannes Film Festival as she carried off the Sabyasachi ensemble like a bus. Here's a special report by my colleague Chetty Narula.
Deepika Padukone's red carpet outfit is awaited. The fashion police is waiting to cut the challan or perhaps lay in the silos if history is anything to go by. Until then, Deepika has already created quite a stir on her first day of Cannes Film Festival. She carried off a Sabyasachi ensemble like a boss. This gorgeous shirt with tropical green pants, complementing the form and fashion of the French Riviera, is for the Fashion Journal. If this was not French Riviera enough, her ensemble was completed with the right accessories. A printed scarf and a statement neckpiece. Styled by Shalina Nathani, the actor wore an ensemble out of the Tropic of Calcutta collection by Sabyasachi Mukherjee. It is a series looking at global resort wear where Indian heritage gets a contemporary twist.
It's such a huge honor. It's not something that our country's sort of seen very often. So I think when we are given the opportunity, I think we take it with a lot of humility and a lot of gratitude.
Juxtapose this with her other look that had the fashionistas taken in by surprise on the upside. At the jury dinner, she wore a Louis Vuitton piece that whispered luxurious, understated elegance and class.
Do you like my VHS camera?
Oh, so cool! Even her arrival at Cannes was a chic one with a hint of French elegance. Denims with this chic cut, denim jacket and an iconic Dauphine handbag from the house of Louis Vuitton. At the red carpet, will her outfit be a larger-than-life Louis Vuitton ensemble or a Sabyasachi? Or perhaps the return of a Jimatista Vali couture? The jury is out on that one. In New Delhi, Chetty Narula for India Today.
Cannes Film Festival is as of now happening, and as celebrities are all set to walk down the red carpet in their best ensemble, we take a look back at who wore what and when, basically tracing the stunners from the year 1955 to 2019. Take a look.
At Cannes, celebrities walking the red carpet are expected to create a moment, a mood, a fashion statement. What makes this festival interesting is the couture of the guests who go the extra mile with their ensembles for the red carpet. Whether 2022 will live up to the years gone by or not is yet to be seen, but the yesteryear's iconic looks are the benchmark. We dug into the inception of the festival that celebrates fashion as much as it celebrates films. A look that won the modesty scale, Sophia Loren. The 8th edition of Cannes saw Loren in a nautical ensemble. Simple yet elegant pleats, white heels were a statement. Well, definitely a far cry from the over-the-top dramatic maximalist ensembles that rule the roost today. Elizabeth Taylor, in a crown with a white dress, was the 1957 highlight. Her red Olan Miller gown in 1987 stood out as timelessly as her charm. Lady Diana's outfit by Catherine Walker in 1987 Cannes was the understated elegance that is a miss today. This dress, FYI, was sold at an auction in 2011 for a whopping £137,000. The 90s bid farewell to elegance. Madonna was the one who set the tone in a Jean-Paul Gaultier underwear as she set the tone to experimental fashion in the 90s. Sharon Stone followed suit when she unceremoniously opened her Valentino gown to reveal her sequin play suit. Mila Jovovich in 1997 showed up in a rather futuristic outfit, again a Jean-Claude. The 2000s welcomed maximalism. In fact, there were two guests who stood out and created a larger-than-life statement in the sunflower gown and a biscuit gown. Sophisticated glamour took center stage with Isabelle Huppert in an all-black Balenciaga. Bella Hadid in 2021 made headlines with this attention-grabbing set of golden lungs. Our Bollywood divas are not far behind either. The French Riviera has played host to our Bollywood ladies, making quite the statement. Aishwarya Rai's show-stopping butterfly gown in 2018 by Michael Kincho grabbed the eyeballs as much as her Disney look by the same designer. In fact, a golden goddess moment in the Roberta Cavalli gown did not disappoint either. Deepika Padukone, though, has been the real showstopper with a wardrobe at the Cannes. Here's Deepika in a dramatic fuchsia outfit by Ashi Studio. Her sheer white lace gown by Zuhair Murad was quite the statement too. Her dramatic looks have been one for the history books with the 2019 Peter Dundas outfit with a larger-than-life bow and on-point makeup. And how can we forget the original greatest of all-time trendsetter, Sonam Kapoor, right from her Anamika Khanna outfit to a power tuxedo by Ralph and Rousseau. While Priyanka Chopra pales in comparison, she did have quite a bridal moment in George's Hubeka gown. Huma Qureshi stole the show in 2019 at a Gaurav Gupta ensemble. But the Bollywood winner is most definitely Deepika Padukone in a lime tulle dress. She left the French Riviera speechless in a Giambattista Bali work with excessive tulle. She paired it with a rose pink headband scarf, dewy makeup and smoky eyes. Fashion romance will again be in the air at Cannes 2022 and all eyes are now on who wore what when. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Aishwarya Rai Bachchan has been rocking the Cannes red carpet since 2 decades now. Let's take you back in time when she made her debut to trace a fashion evolution.
Aishwarya Rai Bachchan made her debut on the Cannes red carpet in 2002 with Shah Rukh Khan and Sanjay Leela Bhansali. And there's been no looking back for her ever since. Yes, the ultimate glam queen has been ruling it like a modern-day princess for almost decades now. For her debut at Cannes, she chose to wear a golden Nita Lula sari with heavy matching jewelry. While in 2003, she wore a neon green Nita Lula sari with her hair tied in a neat bun. It was in 2004 that Aishwarya ditched her desi looks and instead wore this white sequined Nita Lula gown. 2005 brought some changes for Aishwarya. She chose a printed dress by Giorgio Armani for her red carpet appearance, and this was followed by a plunged-necked black Gucci gown for her next look. In 2006, Aishwarya Rai wore a navy blue strapless gown which she teamed up with a classy snake-shaped neckpiece. The diva got married to Abhishek Bachchan in 2007 and the duo made their debut as a couple in the same year. As all eyes were on them,
Ash wore a white strapless ruched gown, while Abhishek went for a black suit. 2008 saw Aishwarya dole out 3 stunning styles that also featured the golden Armani and a bright Cavalli fuchsia gown. For her 2009 Cannes appearance, Ash managed to wear 2 beautiful outfits back to back. First, she wore a floor-sweeping Roberto Cavalli strapless white gown, and on day 2, she stunned everyone in a grey Elie Saab one-shoulder gown. In 2010, Aishwarya flaunted a gold Sabyasachi sari, an updo and an emerald green blouse for one of her appearances. The other 2 looks featured a beaded strapless Armani Privé gown and a pink pleated Gucci gown with a butterfly neck and a cinched waist. Later next year, the diva spun 2 perfect looks, one featuring an Elie Saab one-shoulder embroidered gown and the other a geometric Armani Privé dress. The diva turned mommy in 2012, but she returned to the Cannes carpet post delivering a stunning Elie Saab embellished midnight blue creation. This was the same year when she wore a white embroidered Abu Jani and Sandeep Khosla sari with a jacket blouse. For 2013, Aishwarya came back with 4 different looks, which also included Abu Jani Sandeep Khosla's floor-length anarkali and a teal Gucci gown. Aishwarya pulled all plugs in 2014 when she flaunted not 1 but 3 outfits, 2 of which were by Cavalli, one a gold gown and the other an ivory embellished ensemble. Third was a champagne-coloured Armani Privé couture gown. In 2015, she again wore a white Ralph & Russo couture gown, but made a statement. Rather, grabbed all eyeballs in 2016 with the viral purple lips as she rocked the carpet in a floral embroidered Rami Khadi couture gown. With every year, her fashion game kept getting stronger. In fact, in 2017, she looked no less than a princess in this blue Michael Cinco gown. It was the same year when she made heads turn with her red strapless ruffled Ralph & Russo outfit. Even in 2018, no one ruled the Cannes red carpet like Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. She sashayed down the aisle in a dramatic gown with a long train, courtesy Dubai-based designer Michael Cinco. This was the same year when she made her Instagram debut, and fans were therefore in for a treat with Cannes visuals. She was accompanied by Aradhya till the red carpet, who was cute as a button in red. For her second look in 2018, Aishwarya wore a silver Rami Khadi couture. The Cannes queen effortlessly turned heads on the red carpet in 2019 when she stepped out in a metallic gold gown with a long trail from Jean-Louis Sabachi couture. Here too, she was accompanied by her daughter Aradhya, who wore a lemon yellow outfit that complemented mommy Aishwarya. For her second appearance in the same year, she wore a dreamy white gown by Ashi Studio and opted for smoky eyes and nude lips. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
With this, we'll halt in for a quick breather, but we'll be back soon. Stay tuned with us.
You are watching India Today.
Zoya Akhtar has roped in 2 new members for her much anticipated film, The Archies. Taapsee Pannu, on the other hand, has announced her next production venture, Dhak Dhak. This and much more. Here's all that's trending in Tinseltown.
Zoya Akhtar's directorial The Archies cast has expanded. Yes, the makers have roped in Tara Sharma and Koel Puri to play important parts. Tara Sharma will be essaying the role of Amitabh Bachchan's grandson Agastya Nanda's mom, while Koel Puri will play mother to Shah Rukh Khan's daughter Suhana Khan in the film. The film is based on the popular Archies comic. Also stars late actor Sridevi's younger daughter Khushi Kapoor in the lead role. What's more, the makers had recently dropped the announcement video of the Archies, and these star kids have been receiving praises from their friends and family alike. From legendary actors Amitabh Bachchan to Shah Rukh Khan and Janhvi Kapoor, they all had only good things to say, passing on good luck for the film. Taapsee Pannu took to social media to announce her next production venture with Dhak Dhak. She dropped these pictures where Fatima Sana Sheikh, Dia Mirza, Ratna Pathak Shah and Sanjana Sanghi are seen riding on motorbikes. She captioned the post as, "Join the ride of a lifetime with Dhak Dhak," as 4 women ride to the highest motorable pass in the world on an exciting journey of self-discovery. And as the shoot of the film already began, Dia Mirza also took to social media to drop this behind-the-scenes picture from the sets of Dhak Dhak. And the adorable quotient of the photograph just went high as it featured her little one, Avyan, in it. Dia Mirza captioned this post as the perfect start to a workday. Directed by Tarun Dudeja, Dhak Dhak narrates the fascinating story of 4 women who realize that freedom has to be owned and is never given. Meanwhile, Taapsee, who was last seen in Mission Impossible, where she essayed the role of an investigative journalist and highlighting the issue of child trafficking, will be next seen in Shabash Mittu. She will also share the screen space with Shah Rukh Khan in Rajkumar Hirani's upcoming project, Dunki. The announcement video of the same was shared recently by Shah Rukh Khan himself on his social media handle.
नाम क्या है? डंकी.
Donkey?
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी. मैं समझा डोंकी. डंकी. In and as. मतलब सर. Donkey.
Jug Jug Geocast is getting creative as they are nearing the trailer launch and eventually the release date. This time, the makers have shared the introductory videos of each one of its character with the caption that read, "Presenting the picture-perfect Parivar." The countdown begins. Let's shower some love to this family and you will be meeting them soon enough.
ऐसी कोई फैमिली नहीं है जहां आपको भीम जैसा कैरेक्टर नहीं मिलने वाला है.
In the first video, Anil Kapoor is seen introducing himself as Bheem, who is self-obsessed and wants to be at the center of attention.
In every party, every event, self-obsessed, loves himself and loves the world. That is Bheem. And of course, come and meet Bheem.
Second video introduces the role of Geeta, someone who keeps her ghar ki khushi as utmost priority, and is essayed by Neetu Kapoor.
घर की खुशी के आगे कुछ भी नहीं, ये है गीता का मानना, और इस घर में सबके पास है एक से बढ़कर एक दुविधा. आइए इस फैमिली से मिलिए.
Varun Dhawan can also be seen introducing his character Kuku, and likewise Kiara Advani will portray the role of Naina in the film.
मिलने आइए कुकू से, दिल से अमीर, प्यार का शौकीन और full Punjabi in feels. We all need a cuckoo in our life, and this cuckoo is coming to you soon.
Thinks from her head, but always carries her heart. Naina.
coming to steal your hearts super soon.
Namaste.
Prajakta Kohli and Manish Paul also take turn to introduce their characters Ginny and Gurpreet respectively.
और भी बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो बहुत मजेदार हैं. तो अपने परिवार को लेके आओ, देखो, मजे करो और जुग जुग जियो.
ओ यारों का यार नहीं देखा. कमाल है. मतलब गुरप्रीत से नहीं मिले. ओ मिलो गुरप्रीत से.
Directed by Raj Mehta, Jug Jug Jio is all set to hit cinemas on 24th June.
लाइफ में काम तो सभी करते हैं, लेकिन निकम्मा होना एक आर्ट है जो कोई इससे सीखे.
The trailer of Shilpa Shetty's upcoming film Nikamma is finally out. The film that stars Abhimanyu Dasani and Shirley Shetty as the protagonist will feature Shilpa in a glam villain role.
सबसे हसीन विलन जिसने बना दी मेरी लाइफ एक सैड फिल्म.
आदि, कपड़े छत पे सुखा देना.
जरा सी भी दया नहीं है मैडम को. नौकर बना दिया है मुझे. पता नहीं अपने आप को क्या समझती है. थंडर वुमन मीट्स मंजुलिका.
In the trailer, Abhimanyu Dasani looked promising with his comic timings, action sequences and dance moves. While singer-turned-actor Shirley is all set to make her Bollywood debut with this film, to top it all, the revived version of the 2000 number Nikamma Kiya Is Dil Ne will surely keep the fans hooked.
जब लाइफ हो इतनी झकास.
Directed by Shabir Khan, Nikamma is all set to hit cinemas on 17th June. Vicky Kaushal turned 34 and his wife and actor Katrina Kaif has the sweetest birthday wish for him. Katrina took to social media to share these pictures where they can be seen hugging each other as they spend quality time together in New York. She captioned the post as New York wala birthday. My love, simply put, you make everything better. Vicky Kaushal too dropped a series of pictures and a cake-cutting video as he celebrated his birthday with his wife and close friends. Expressing his gratitude, he wrote, and we quote here, "Swinging into the new year with my favorite people, my heart's filled with utmost joy and gratitude. Thank you everyone for sending me all your love and warm wishes. Pyar, pyar aur bahut sara pyar." What's more, on this special occasion, wishes poured in for the birthday boy. Proud father Sam Kaushal also shared a childhood picture of the actor, wishing him love and blessings. Sara Ali Khan took to social media to share unseen pictures of her co-star from the sets of Lakshman Utekar's upcoming film, which is yet to be titled. Vicky Kaushal's brother Sunny also wished his Jaan a happy birthday. Meanwhile, on the work front, Vicky Kaushal has a couple of interesting projects lined up, including Meghna Gulzar's Sam Bahadur alongside Sania Malhotra and Fatima Sana Sheikh, whereas Katrina Kaif will be next seen in the third installment of Tiger franchise alongside Salman Khan. She also has Merry Christmas with Vijay Sethupathi in her kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
This is all we could pack in the show today. So until next time, goodbye and take care.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
Watching India Today.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's start off with the headlines first this afternoon. India Today accesses fresh video of claimed shivling in Gyanvapi Mosque. More proof of temple inside Gyanvapi. Petitioners rejoice. Political showdown continues. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar. 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha found inside the complex. Mega monument Vapsi war erupts. Fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter dropped over RSS founder Hegdewar. Bomai government denies axing Bhagat Singh chapter. Rajiv Gandhi's killer released by the Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations in Coimbatore. Ruling DMK and AIDMK in credit war. Patidar face. Hardik Patel dumps Congress, blasts Gandhi's and resignation letter as says that they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him joining the BJP. Trouble for the Chidambarams day after CBI raids over China bribe gate. Probe agency arrests Karthi Chidambaram's top aide in corruption case. Breaking news coming in. Water cannons used against ABVP supporters in Salt Lake area when they were protesting against the recruitment scam. Initially, scuffling started between police and ABVP supporters near Indira Bhavan at Salt Lake. ABVP supporters have gathered at Salt Lake City Center area. They have raised the allegation against claimed corruption in the recruitment process in Education Department and the safety part of women in West Bengal. Hrithik Mondal is now joining us for the very latest. Hrithik, what really happened right there? Police versus the ABVP.
Scuffle broke out between police and ABVP supporters when the youth wing supporters of Bharatiya Janata Party was heading towards the Bikash Bhavan, which is the educational headquarter or the department educational department headquarter there in Salt Lake. And water cannon were used to prevent them while they were heading towards the Bikash Bhavan. And of course, the scuffle broke out between the two groups, and now the situation is tense there. And we are given to understand that this situation arises at a time when the Calcutta High Court today directed the former Education Minister Parthu Chatterjee to appear before the CBI, the investigative agency, over the issue of the SSC scam, which is the key point of the ABVP supporters. They were raising protests at the Bikash Bhavan over this scam, the SSC scam, which has been rocked the entire Bengal politics today after the court has directed the former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee to appear before the CBI by 6 p.m. today. So we are given to understand this is the key point today. And let me also tell you that today the Kolkata High Court also mentioned that if the CBI wants to interrogate Partha Chatterjee and if he doesn't appear before the investigative agency by 6 p.m. today, they can go for a custodial interrogation of Partha Chatterjee as the allegation is very serious and the prima facie of the investigation and the division, both the division bench and the single bench has found that there was several irregularities of the recruitment procedure of SSC, SSC students in this matter. So before that, the division bench of Calcutta High Court also stated that that they are giving a go-ahead of for the single bench of Calcutta High Court to investigate, to take further the investigation regarding this thing. And now the opposition, particularly Bharatiya Janata Party and its youth wing, they are protesting and taking protests on the street. And as we can showing the visuals what exactly happening there at Salt Lake, which is the departmental headquarters of Education Department, where this situation arises after the.
All right, we'll keep coming back to you. There was an elaborate ground report coming in on this story. We'll continue updating you. Another fresh video of shivling inside masjid has now surfaced. The fresh video has emerged of the shivling in the Wazukhana area of the mosque. Two back-to-back exclusive videos of shivling first on India Today. On your screens are two different videos of shivling at the washing area or the Wazukhana of the mosque. Meanwhile, security has been beefed up in the area. CRPF personnel to guard Wazukhana around the clock. High-ranked officers to make surprise inspections at Wazukhana area sealed by the security personnel. And after the new video, which is running on your screens, has surfaced, Shiv Bhakts are asking, what more proof do you need?
हमारे साथ चारों महिलाएं हैं, उन लोगों से जरा बातचीत कर लेते हैं और ये लोग बहुत तैयारी के साथ ही आप सबसे पहले कुछ सुनाना चाह रही थी, बताइए।
मैं एक बाबा का भजन सुनाना चाह रही हूँ। और हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी।
कि आप लोगों को किस तरह की उम्मीद है? आज तो सुनवाई हो नहीं रही है,
आज नहीं होगी तो अगले दिन तो होगी। अगले दिन होगी।
उम्मीद है कि जीत होगी?
उम्मीद हम लोग की जीत होगी।
क्या आएगा निकल के?
जो भी सामने है, जो हमारी सच्चाई है, जो हमारा मंदिर है, वो वास्ते उभर के निकल के सामने आएगा।
लोग शिव जी के भी दर्शन की मांग कर रही हैं।
तो शिव जी हमारे साक्षात दिख गए हैं, तो गौरी के साथ शिव के साथ शक्ति, शक्ति के साथ शिव, दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक है ना, दोनों एक दूसरे के बिना अधूरे हैं, दोनों ही है ना।
देखिए, हमारी उम्मीद यही है कि जो हमने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है वो एक एप्लीकेशन है फैक्ट्स असरटेन करने की, कोर्ट के पटल पे अपनी बातें लाने की, और माननीय न्यायालय जरूर इसको देखेगा, इसके मेरिट्स को देखेगा। मुस्लिम साइड से अंजुमन इंतजामिया से उनके जवाब मंगाए जाएंगे और उसके बाद कोर्ट अपना निर्णय देगा।
अब अगले हफ्ते से तो कोर्ट की कार्रवाई वैसे भी जून में पूरी छुट्टी हो जाएगी, बंद रहेगी, तो ये पूरा मामला आगे बढ़ता हुआ लंबा जाता हुआ।
अब देखिए, ये तो माननीय न्यायालय का विशेषाधिकार है कि वो जून में भी इसकी सुनवाई करना चाहते हैं कि नहीं करना चाहते हैं, और कितने दिन इसकी सुनवाई चलेगी, ये सब तो एक अनुमान है, उस पर मैं तो अभी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। हमने एप्लीकेशन डाल दी, कोर्ट ने मुस्लिम पक्ष से जवाब मंगा लिया है। आज ये केस लगा हुआ था क्योंकि स्ट्राइक होगी बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट में, तो आज ये केस नहीं टेकअप हो पा रहा है, पर आगे जब भी टेकअप होगा तो हम रहेंगे उपस्थित और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे।
सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये खड़ा हो रहा है कि जो मस्जिद है, आंखों देखिए हाल जरा बताइए, उसके भीतर आप लोगों ने क्या क्या देखा? तथ्य परक जो बातें हैं, क्योंकि अभी तो रिपोर्ट सौंपी जाएगी, लेकिन अब आप कह रहे हैं कि जो गुंबद है उसके नीचे मंदिर की शिलाएं हैं और इस तरह से बना
दिया। मैं अभी केस के फैक्ट्स पे कुछ बात नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। शिवलिंग की बात इसलिए रखी गई क्योंकि हमें इमीडिएट प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर कोर्ट से चाहिए थे, और जब कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया है तब वो बात आपके सामने रखी गई है। बाकी जो भी चीजें एडवोकेट कमिश्नर ने देखी हैं, वो एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट में जब लिखेंगे तब हम उसको आपसे डिस्कस करेंगे।
Another Hindu idol found on mosque inside Qutub Minar, a 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada, carved in one of the pillars of the mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, leading to growing clamour for the survey of Mughal monuments. Take a look.
A Mughal structure that marked the beginning of the Muslim Sultanate in India finds itself in another controversy. After Hindu deity Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna's idol carvings were found on the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar. This time it's Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada in a carving in stone of the pillars of perhaps the oldest mosque in North India. Archaeological experts claim it's at least 1,200 years old. This idol was found in a pillar of the mosque, was carved in between the 8th to 9th century during the reign of the Pratihara kings or Raja Anangpal. Earlier demands for excavation in the area have been raised. Experts believe more such remnants of Hindu temples could be found if a survey is conducted. An appeal has been filed in the district court once again. The suit says that the temple complex be restored to preserve, protect the religious and cultural heritage of India and practice the right to religion guaranteed by Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution. This time by the Jain deity Tirthankur Lord Rishabhdev and Hindu deity Lord Vishnu through their next of friends. Because the ASI themselves claim that 27 Hindu and Jain temples in Qutub Minar were demolished and Quwwatul Islam Mosque was built inside the complex reusing the material. Last week, two fringe right-wing groups were detained near the Qutub Minar after they assembled at the site to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, claiming that the site was once a Vishnu temple and demanded that Qutub Minar be named as a Vishnu Stambh.
It has been claimed inside by the Archaeological Survey of India that at the time when the Qutub Minar and the masjid was built, it was done so by demolishing 27 Hindu and Jain temples, and the stones and the carvings of those temples were used to once again build the entire structure around the Qutub Minar. And that is a claim that has been put forward with the newer idols and discoveries that are being made by historians and archaeological survey people, which is why this matter has also gone to court, and the next hearing for the petition that has been filed to restore the Qutub Minar area as a temple and allow people the right to worship inside is going to be heard on the 24th of May. With Alok Das in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Politics today extend to stage in Karnataka. Congress alleges BJP of replacing Bhagat Singh's lessons with RSS founder KB Hegdewar's writings. Congress's DK Shivakumar has even called this alleged move as anti-national, even as the BJP has dismissed these claims. Here is more.
A massive political war has erupted in Karnataka over the alleged exclusion of lessons on Bhagat Singh from the 10th standard book. The opposition is up in arms. The Congress has alleged that Bhagat Singh's lessons were replaced with RSS founder KB Hegdewar's writings. Karnataka Congress Chief DK Shivakumar took to Twitter and condemned the state government's action. Shivakumar said the decision to remove Bhagat Singh's lessons is an act of anti-nationalism. He added that if today Bhagat Singh is removed, tomorrow it can be Mahatma Gandhi.
ये देश को एक रखने की कमेटी होना चाहिए और हर एक के विचार उसमें सम्मिलित होना, लेकिन देश के संविधान के तहत वो बने। लेकिन यहाँ पर चंद लोग अपने ही विचार को जो ला रहे हैं, हेगडेवार का एक 200 साल पुराने संस्था है क्या उनकी?
Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal too waded into the controversy. Aam Aadmi Party Supremo took to Twitter to slam the BJP. Kejriwal called the Bommai government's decision to omit Bhagat Singh's lessons an insult. Karnataka Education Minister hit back at the opposition. Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh's recent reaction to the Hegdewar controversy. Meanwhile, the Karnataka Education Department has issued a clarification saying that it has not dropped Bhagat Singh from 10th standard textbooks. First, furor over the decision to drop Tipu Sultan from textbooks. Then hinting at teaching Bhagavad Gita in schools. Now the face-off over Bhagat Singh lesson has added a new act in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
The Supreme Court has ordered the release of Rajiv Gandhi assassin AG Perarivalan. The Rajiv killer will be a free man after 31 years as the Supreme Court has ordered his release while highlighting that the decision of Tamil Nadu cabinet is binding on the governor. Emotional scenes were witnessed in Vellore as Perarivalan, who is currently out on bail, celebrated the Supreme Court verdict with his family, distributing sweets along with his mother. The Supreme Court order sets the ball rolling for the other Rajiv Gandhi assassins to also push for their release. And the Stalin government will be approaching court sooner for relief for the other convicts as well. The DMK has called the Supreme Court order a vindication of its stance that the governor has acted unconstitutionally on the matter.
ஆரம்ப காலங்களில் நிறைய அவமானங்களை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க, நிறைய புறக்கணிப்புகளை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க, நிறைய வேதனை வலிகளை சந்திச்சிருக்காங்க. அதையெல்லாம் கடந்து ஒரு 31 ஆண்டு காலம் இடைவிடாம எனக்காக போராடி இருக்காங்க. எங்க ரெண்டு பேருக்கும் ஒரே ஒரு விஷயம் தான் இருந்தது. இதுக்கான ஒரு காரணம் என்னன்னா, எங்க பக்கம் இருந்த உண்மை, எங்க பக்கம் இருந்த நியாயம், அது மட்டும் தான் எங்களுக்கு இவ்வளவு பெரிய வலிமையை கொடுத்துச்சு நான் நம்புறேன். எங்க அம்மாவுக்கும் இவ்வளவு பெரிய வலிமையை கொடுத்துச்சு நம்புறேன்.
இந்த 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஒரு மனிதனோட வாழ்க்கை சிறைக்குள்ள கழிஞ்சது அப்படின்னாக்கா உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு வினாடி யோசித்தா அப்பதான் அந்த வலி வேதனை என்னங்கிறது எல்லாருக்குமே புரியும். அதை கடந்து வந்தாச்சு என் பையன்.
32 ஆண்டு கால வாழ்வ சிறை கம்பிகளுக்கிடையே தொலைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த இளைஞர் இன்று விடுதலை காற்றை சுவாசிக்க இருக்கிறார். அந்த பேரறிவாளனுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் வரவேற்பையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அது வந்ததற்கு பிறகு சட்ட வல்லுநர்களோடு நாங்கள் கலந்து பேசி, வழக்கறிஞர்களோடு கலந்து பேசி, அதற்கு பிறகு அவர்களையும் மற்றவர்களையும் விடுதலை செய்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை தமிழக அரசு ஈடுபடும்.
Is this the way? We are one deeply saddened by the decision of the Supreme Court. If those guilty of terrorism and assassination of a Prime Minister are going to be released like this, then who will uphold the majesty and the integrity of law in this country? Secondly, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and his government need to answer today. Is this your duplicity and double speak on terrorism?
All the political party leaders in Tamil Nadu, particularly our Madam Prochitalavi Amma avargal, made a resolution in the Tamil Nadu Assembly to release Perarivalan. Today, it's all party leaders' visions, their suggestions got true today. So, I personally feel very happy.
And a big blow coming in for the Congress party ahead of the Gujarat polls amidst the ongoing tussle in the Gujarat Congress unit. Patidar leader Hardik Patel resigned from the party today. He took to Twitter and slammed the grand old party. He accused senior leaders of ignoring real issues and partying abroad. He also said that party's stance against CA, NRC and Ram Mandir is condemnable. According to reports, Patel did not even participate in Congress's Chintan Shivir that took place in Udaipur recently. If sources are to be believed, Patel is likely to join BJP next week. He is also going to be meeting party's National General Secretary BL Santosh to talk about his inclusion in the saffron camp. This meeting was held after the nod by Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Shah. Speculations about Hardik Patel's exit from Congress had been doing rounds for the past many days. Earlier last month, he removed the party name from his bio on social media and also changed his profile picture, sporting a saffron shawl.
ये मामला उनका व्यक्तिगत मामला है, उनकी पार्टी का मामला है, उसमें हम लोग को क्या पढ़ना। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के छत्रप या तो गिर रहे हैं या तो पार्टी छोड़ रहे हैं या पार्टी उनको हटा रही है, ये कांग्रेस की स्थिति है। कहीं ना कहीं वो परिवारवाद से ग्रस्त हैं और डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स का यही असर होता है।
भाजपा की हार्दिक पटेल के सामने केस लगाया, वही सरकार केस विड्रॉ कर रही है, तो कौन सा हालत बदल गया। उस वक्त भाजपा पे अटैक करते थे हार्दिक पटेल तो केस बना, आज भाजपा से समझौता हो गया तो केस विड्रॉ हो गया।
India Today was the first channel that unraveled Congress's implosion in Gujarat. Patidar leader Hardik Patel, few days back, spoke to us exclusively highlighting his problem with the Congress party's top leadership. Listen.
पहले दिन चिंतन शिविर है, वहां जाने के बजाय आप अपने कार्यक्रम में लगते हैं। मैसेज तो जाता है ना कि कहीं ना कहीं हार्दिक रूठे हुए। ये आप इनकार मत कीजिए कि आप पूरी तरह से खुश हैं।
नहीं, ऐसे देखिए, वो तो सबको मालूम है कि क्यों नाराजगी है। वो तो पार्टी के हाईकमांड तक भी हमारी बात रखी हुई है। कोई पद पाने के लिए नाराजगी नहीं है कि हमको वो बना दो, फलाना बना दो। हमारी बात तो जो पार्टी के भीतर हमने रखी है वो वर्क के लिए रखी है कि मैं
क्यों नाराज है, हमें बताइए क्यों नाराज है हार्दिक पटेल, नाराज क्यों है?
देखिए, 2 साल से आपने हमको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना रखा है, तो 2 साल से आपने अभी तक हमारी जिम्मेवारी तय क्यों नहीं की? सिर्फ पद देना बड़ी बात नहीं होती, पद के बाद उसके लिए उसका उपयोग करना, काम देना, उस काम में मैं सफल रहूं ना रहूं वो देखना, वो आपकी जिम्मेवारी होती है। जो आज तक नहीं हुआ, बस उसी का दुख है कि हमने 2015-17 में इतने बड़े आंदोलन के बाद जब पार्टी को फायदा दिलवाया, पार्टी को मजबूती दिलवाई और फिर आज हमारे साथ ये होता है, तो कभी कभी दुख होता है। और हमने आज तक पार्टी को 100% दिया है, पार्टी से कुछ लिया नहीं है कि पार्टी से ले लिया और फिर हम कुछ काम ना किया। हमने पूरा काम पार्टी को दिया है, पूरा काम करना चाहते हैं, तो वही बात होती है और उसी कारण थोड़ा दुख लगता है। इसमें कोई नाराजगी नहीं है।
Let's get you the other big story that we're tracking right here on India Today. Let's get you the story on the relief for TV tycoon Indrani Mukherjee now, and that's a big focus at this point of time in the case. The court in this order said that Indrani has been in jail for over 6.5 years. She's been granted bail now. The court went on to say that even if 50% of the witnesses are given up by the prosecution, the trial won't be over soon. Indrani is going to be released on bail, subject to the satisfaction of the trial court. While arguing for Indrani, lawyers said that the trial has not progressed since the last 11 months. The lawyer also argued that the accusation of killing one's own daughter is bizarre. Remember, Indrani Mukherjee was accused of murdering her daughter, Sheena Bora, over a property dispute.
There were 4 or 5 salient grounds. One, that she has suffered custody of more than 6.5 years. She has not come out at all, even for one day in 6.5 years, number one. Number two, there is no end in sight to the completion of the trial. 237 witnesses have been cited by the CBI. Only 68 have been examined, and God alone knows how long it will take. It probably take between 5 to 10 more years. Liberty is the most important cherished goal of the Constitution of India. The liberty and deprivation of liberty has to be balanced, and 6.5 years is a lot of time which will never come back for any accused, even if the accused is acquitted after 10 or 15 years. Plus, we also pointed out to the court that her husband, who is also supposed to be a co-conspirator, was granted bail after 4 years. She has put in 6.5 years. And also that for the last 11 months, the courtroom was vacant without any judge being there. Plus, something more important, that the legislature, that is Parliament, has put a provision in the Criminal Procedure Code that a special dispensation or relaxation is made for women, for the sick and infirm, and for children, that the rigors of bail are relaxed in these cases, and she is a woman. Keeping in view all these factors, the Supreme Court was pleased to grant bail, and she will walk out of jail today or tomorrow.
Time for a short commercial break. More news on the other side. We're bringing you Bengaluru battling rain fury. Details up next.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Watching India Today.
And Bengaluru is battling rain fury. Overnight rains on Tuesday have wreaked havoc in Bengaluru, leaving a trail of destruction in the city and its adjoining areas. Chickpet, a commercial hub in Bengaluru, was impacted, although the water has receded now. Roads are filled with slush, posing a challenge for residents and shopkeepers. Major arterial roads in several parts of the city were heavily waterlogged. 2 deaths were reported in the city after civic workers lost their lives while battling the waterlogging. Orange alert has been issued on May 18 as heavy rain is predicted. IMD has stated that coastal and south interior Karnataka is likely to receive heavy to very heavy rainfall with isolated thunderstorms and lightning. Met Department has predicted very heavy to extremely heavy rains in parts of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala over the next 5 days.
ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೀರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹರಿದು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಬಾಟಲ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 1600 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಆಗ್ತದೆ.
Water is still present here, about knee level of water. Here you can see, a house as well, residents from a house trying to clean their houses. Now, according to the resident here, the water was way above 4 feet. So definitely all the ground level houses would have been affected. Water would have breached the ground floor of many of these houses. Here you can see a car as well that has been parked, and you can see the basement of that house completely inundated. Now, water is still yet to be received from this place. Now, residents say that BBMP officials haven't yet visited this place, and they've been promising to take action, but there's been no action taken on the ground just as yet. And many residents still are living on rooftops, and they've not been able to come out of their houses because many basements here are filled with water, and you can see residents still stranded, not able to come out and go about their daily life. And there you can see as well one of the residents trying to take his bike out, but he's not able to drive the bike because of the water. It's been over 4 feet of water down the area, and here you can see a resident trying to push his bike through water, but very difficult to push it because the water has already breached the level of about 4 feet, and the bike's properly repaired right now, and it will be very difficult for him to try and use the bike once again.
Slipping into a break. When we return, shocking details emerge on Boeing jet that nosedived and killed over 130 flyers in China.
You are watching India Today. You are watching. You are watching India Today.
Shocking revelation on jet that nosedived. This is every flyer's worst nightmare come true. Jet at top speed plunged into the mountains. The mystery vertical fall of Boeing 737-800. Black box data reveals suicide nosedive. China Eastern jet crash was deliberate. Flyers fear, will it be me in the next such flight?
Well, this is a story that has sent shockwaves across all flyers all over the world, because there are shocking details on the Boeing jet that has nosedived and killed over 130 flyers in China. According to sources, flight data from Boeing's black box has indicated that someone in the cockpit intentionally crashed the plane. The news has now convulsed the global aviation industry. Reports are suggesting that the investigators have not received any evidence of a technical malfunction so far. The black box which is in the flight recorders have been found amidst the wreckage suggests deliberate input from the cockpit forced the Boeing 737 plane into its catastrophic nosedive. The pilots did not respond to repeated calls coming in from the air traffic controllers and the nearby planes during the rapid descent. The jet, which was en route from Kunming to Guangzhou, crashed on 21st of March after a sudden plunge from cruising altitude. It killed 123 passengers and 9 crew members on board. It is termed as mainland China's deadliest aviation disaster in 28 years. Chinese investigators have led the crash inquiry. However, US officials are involved as the Boeing plane is made in the United States of America. I'm being joined on the special broadcast by 3 guests. First up, we've got Wing Commander Anil Goyal. He's retired former Air Force pilot. Dr. Kapil Kakkar, a psychologist, and Surjit Singh Panisar, aviation expert. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us on this broadcast. Let me begin this with our first guest. My first question is about whether there can be a deliberate attempt or not. Is it even possible? Wing Commander Anil Goyal, if you could respond to that in terms of whether deliberately can a pilot do this?
Okay, ma'am. First of all the commercial flying is done with 2 pilots in the flight deck.
Okay.
So one pilot, supposedly, maybe he's not mentally well or mentally sick.
Okay.
Let's assume that, and he tries to control the airplane and put aircraft in dive, while the other pilot is sitting and watching him do that is, I think, totally impossible situation. So that's why in a commercial airline, there is always 2 sets of pilots who are equally qualified. One is a captain, another one is a co-pilot, who knows their duties and responsibilities very well, who have been tested for stress management, who have been tested for crew management, who has been tested for leadership qualities.
No, but Wing Commander Anil Goyal saying that this is not possible, that it's a deliberate attempt. Absolutely, 100% is not possible, because we've got instances from the past, whether it was 1997 December, Indonesia, Silkar Flight 185. A theory says that the pilot deliberately crashed the plane. In October 99 is when there was an Egyptian flight 990. The first officer deliberately crashed the plane into the Atlantic. November 13, you had another aircraft march for 2014 as well. So we've had instances like this before. So this doesn't really sound like a first-up incident.
No, ma'am, it is not a first of its kind incident, but after every incident, the aviation industry has drawn lessons and we have moved ahead.
Okay.
Now, before any pilot is selected, he undergoes a lot of tests for operational flying. He undergoes routine conversion check. Before he's employed, he is tested for various attributes. He's carried out a psychological assessment is carried out of the pilot. So the airlines have various stopgap measures today to prevent such an incident from happening.
All right. Yes. I also want to bring in Surjit Singh. Surjit Singh, there was no emergency signal or communication before the crash, and that appears to be a very strange part. I mean, of course, we have Wing Commander Anil Goyal, who has said that this deliberately cannot be possible. But how do you explain then as to how there was no emergency signal or communication before the crash?
Well, at the outset, we feel sorry for this crash where so many people died. But let me tell you one thing, it's the remotest case which we have heard, maybe 1 in 2 million, and all the one was in the Germany, one aircraft crash where the pilots intentionally, deliberately tried to crash. The one I heard was Malaysian airline, which dived into the sea, and they suspected the pilots had done. Today, there are so much of strains on the pilot, psychological strains, other strains and all that. Because of those strains, it stresses in the mind of a pilot. How these 2 pilots have reacted, whether the other pilot could overtake the other person trying to commit suicide or not, it has to be established, which is very difficult to find out whether it's an intentionally suicidal step or what else has happened. I don't think anybody else could have entered the cockpit because there's a electrical lock which cannot be opened unless you use the code and all that. So I don't find any of the entering in the cockpit, but it is only the very difficult to find out these type of things. In the past, a cow wanted to know the psychological test of the pilot.
Absolutely, and that's a very good point, Surjit Singh Panisar, because at the moment everything is very speculative in terms of what happened, but that brings focus definitely on two things. One is on flyers, and that includes everybody, you, me, everyone today, who's going to be very scared because, God forbid, you are in one of the flights like this. Second focus is, like you rightly mentioned, on the mental health of the pilots as well. Dr. Kapil Kakkar, whether it is a burnout, whether it is depression amongst pilots, whether it is mental fitness, are companies being able to have these dialogues regularly with the pilots, take their feedback on their rosters, on the fact to assess whether they are burning out or not, whether they're going through any kind of mental illnesses? Should that really happen much more than before now because of this incident?
See, first of all the companies, airlines, they have their own protocols in place, and those protocols are primarily very, very stringent. So it is not easy for something like this to happen. Now, coming to this case, whatever I have read, I have seen the hypothesis which comes out to be is apparently there is some kind of commotion which has happened in the cockpit. Now, we don't know whether the commotion happened between the two pilots or was there an outsider in the sense of friendly entry, in the sense somebody who would know them, and that is how it happened. Now, coming to the psychological part of it, a lot of the psychological testing, for example, the cognitive ability of the pilot. Now, what is the cognitive ability? It is the problem-solving ability. It is the spatial ability. It is the multitasking and the situational awareness, which is tested as part of the cognitive ability apart from psychomotor. Now, the question is, if you look at the multitasking and the situational awareness, somewhere here, the situational awareness has gone bad. The pilot was not able to understand what has happened, or there is some kind of he was overpowered in some manner wherein a person decided to nosedive. Otherwise, a pilot who has been flying, and I think this plane also they flew for some time before this eventuality occurred. Now the point is, how did this happen within span of few minutes? Now, what the black recorder is, what I have little understood is, what it says is that there was some kind of, like I said, commotion which happened. So when we talk about psychological testing, the only thing, the drawback I see apart from the protocol that I said is that normally the psychological testing does not happen frequently. So was there a gestation period in the psychological testing?
That's the thing, Dr. Kapil, you've hit the nail on its head right there, which may, pilots regularly are tested for their physical fitness. Globally, my question here is, should companies now work towards enhancing the mental wellness of their cabin crew, of their pilots, take regular feedback on whether they're stressed out, whether they're burnt out, whether they're feeling any sense of anxiety, stress, leading to any kind of clinical depression or not? Should there not be a proper psychiatrist, psychologist, or a qualified mental health care practitioner looking after the mental health of these pilots?
See, but more important than that, the mental health, it is the monitoring of that mental health. So one is that what are you doing so that you are creating that environment, what you can say a stress-free or anxiety-free environment is one thing, but on the other hand, how frequently are you taking these tests on the pilots, and how closely are you watching their personal life? Though I have read from the Chinese side also, they said the family life of these pilots were good, everything was in order. Now we really don't know, because at times the organizations also don't know what is happening in the backdrop. What seems to be good all the time may not be good all the time. So like you rightly said, it is imperative for the organizations to start closely monitoring.
And more than monitoring also, or perhaps have a counselor on board or somebody who they can talk to regularly to help them with cognitive.
Even if you have a counselor, the pilot needs to take the initiative to come to the counselor and talk about his issues. Now, what happens? The pilot does not come. So it is only through psychometric testing you can come to know the mental condition. And what you are saying is absolutely correct, but it's a second step to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, very interesting. Dr. Kakkar, hold on right there. I also want to bring in Wing Commander Anil Goyal as well. Wing Commander Anil Goyal, for steep dive, pilots have to disengage autopilot, and only pilots are qualified to override all the safety mechanisms. In this particular case, what do you see really happened over there, given the fact that you are not convinced about this being a deliberate attempt, as you said earlier?
Yes, ma'am. Though I'm not fully convinced, but as we all know, last 2 years have been really hard with the aviation community as such.
Yeah.
The pilots have been under a lot of stress financially, socially, and as well as in the health-wise also.
Okay.
Which includes mental health also. I also want to bring in another point here that the aviation industry is one of the most regulated industry in the world.
Okay.
And the pilot's job is one of the top 10 most riskiest job in the world. He embraces risk every day when he goes for flying. So it is a known fact that there are risks are involved and the stress levels are high in the pilot's life. That's why there is a requirement of a roster being followed, total numbers of hours that a pilot can do in a week, in a month, or in a year, which is very closely followed by the company as well as by the regulator in all the countries of the world. Second aspect here is, ma'am, that there is a health checkup which is done every year. There is several checks which a pilot undertakes every year to maintain his currency. Apart from this, all the companies have safety management system, which what it means in a layman term is any pilot who feels undue stress or fatigue can report it. And this is not taken otherwise by the company management. Whenever this is reported, he is provided all the possible assistance, not only by the doctors of the company, but if required, a psychological analyst, as well as by his peers. I'm very sure all this is already existing in all the companies in the worldwide, ma'am. That's a requirement actually.
Absolutely.
To have a peer support group, which actually you are, like Mr. Kakkar said, that you should be able to discuss your problems.
Right.
Whether you assess or not, but a pilot who is under stress or fatigue, or any flight crew member who feels under stress or is disturbed should be able to disclose his problems.
And Mr. Panisar, I also want to bring you in for the last word before we wrap up, Mr. Panisar. Everyone today is a little scared, if not too much, before boarding that particular flight after seeing the news of what really happened over here. What is your message that goes out to the flyers as well? Because we do know that 737-800 is a very reliable workhorse, and it's not the fault of the aircraft or the manufacturers. Doesn't look like seemingly in this particular case. What do you have to tell people who are getting scared after watching this news?
Well, ma'am, let me tell you, every pilot is tested every 6 months medically and all that.
Right.
They undergo a lot of strict medical tests. These psychology tests cannot prove you what is going to happen in the cockpit.
Right.
There's some tension, some fight. So many reasons can be there. These psychological tests are no use before the flight. There's so many thousands and thousands of pilots flying every day. You can't afford 1,000 psychologists to do their check. They're medically absolutely fit. Only their mental tension at that time, the situation which arises, and the stresses on the mind and all that lead to the situation. Only the cockpit voice recorder and the correlation with DFDR will come out with the exact reason why it happened. Because the aircraft, I believe, was very well maintainable and all that. There were no faults with the aircraft. It's only the mental stress. It has just come out in their mind, and what happened between both the pilots, it is not possible by any psychology test in the world to find out what is going to happen.
All right, that is the viewpoint. That is the viewpoint, and you know, our viewers are listening in, and they are also, I can tell you, extremely scared after watching news like that. At least I am when I see something like that. We'll continue with these discussions. We'll get you more psychologists. We'll get you more mental health practitioners to give you the right kind of reassurance and keep this particular dialogue alive as well. I'm compelled to take a very short commercial break. When we return, our Desi star, Shahinat Khan, Deepika Padukone grabs spotlight in a Sabyasachi sari as a jury member. This is more interest valued.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
The 75th edition of Cannes Film Festival has officially begun, and day one brought a lot of glam with celebrities looking their best as they walked the red carpet of this prestigious film festival. And the most proud moment, of course, being Deepika chairing as one of the 9 jury members. Here's the complete story of all that happened.
The Cannes Film Festival 2022 has officially begun, and from celebrities around the world gracing the red carpet, our Indian celebs are not behind. Deepika Padukone sets the temperature high at the 75th Cannes Film Festival. The Bollywood actress, who's a jury member among 8 others, opted for an outfit and high-end jewelry from fashion designer Sabyasachi Mukherjee's Tropic of Calcutta collection. This global resort series showcases Indian heritage with a contemporary twist. And India was beaming with pride to see her chaired as one of the jury members as she was introduced by the host. In a remarkable fashion moment, Deepika Padukone walked the Cannes red carpet in an ethereal Sabyasachi sari, which exuded retro vibes on the second day. The celebrated designer also shared the details about Deepika's red carpet ensemble. The block-printed and hand-embroidered sequin sari featuring black and golden stripes was inspired by the majestic Bengal tiger. Well, Cannes Film Festival can never be complete without Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. The seasoned Cannes celebrity checked into the French Riviera along with her husband Abhishek Bachchan and daughter Aradhya and was received warmly by their fans. For the airport look, Aishwarya looked stunning in the black jacket by Falguni and Shane Peacock, which she paired with matching pants. Apart from Deepika and Aishwarya, who are regulars at the Cannes, Urvashi Rautela made her debut at the film festival to promote her Tamil film Legend. The actress was spotted in a stunning white Tony Ward couture ensemble. The one-shoulder gown featured a statement sleeve. Cinched at the waist, it featured a multi-layered tulle waist down. She completed her look with earrings, a stunning bracelet and a diamond ring. Dressed in traditional attire, the 11-member Indian delegation led by INB Minister Anurag Thakur walked the red carpet at the inaugural of the film festival, where India has been named as the country of honor at the March to Film, the business counterpart of the marquee event. The INB Minister Anurag Thakur, along with music maestro A.R. Rahman, Grammy winner composer Ricky Cage, lyricist and poet Prasoon Joshi, R. Madhavan and veteran director Shekhar Kapoor walked the red carpet to attend the screening of opening film Coupe by French director Michael Hazanavicius. And while the 11-day prestigious film event has just started, all eyes are set on our celebrities. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
are watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula getting you all the top stories. Let's begin with the headlines first. India Today accesses fresh video of the claimed shivling in Gyanvapi Mosque. More proof of temple inside Gyanvapi. Petitioners rejoice. Political showdown continues. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar. 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha found in the complex. Mega monument Vapsi war erupts. Fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter dropped over RSS founder Hegdewar. Bomai government denies axing Bhagat Singh chapter. Rajiv Gandhi's kidder Perarivalan released by Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations in Coimbatore. Ruling DMK and AIADMK in credit war. Patidar face Hardik Patel. Dumps Congress. Blasts Gandhi's in resignation letter. Says they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him joining the BJP. Trouble for Chidambaram's day after CBI raids over China Bribegate probe agency arrests Karti Chidambaram's top aide in corruption case. Another fresh video of shivling inside masjid has surfaced. The fresh video has emerged of the shivling in the Vazukhana area of the mosque. Two back-to-back exclusive videos of the shivling first on India Today. On your screens are the two different videos of the shivling at the washing area of the Vazukhana of the mosque. Meanwhile, security has been beefed up in the area. CRPF personnel to guard Vazukhana around the clock. High-ranked officers to make surprise inspections spawn at Vazukhana area sealed by security personnel. After the new video surfaced, Shiv Bhaks are asking what more proof do you need?
हमारे साथ चारों महिलाएं हैं, उन लोगों से जरा बातचीत कर लेते हैं और ये लोग बहुत तैयारी के साथ ही आप सबसे पहले कुछ सुनाना चाह रही थी, बताइए।
मैं एक बाबा का भजन सुनाना चाह रही हूँ। और हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, गंगा मैया के अचरा फैलल सगरी, हरदम मस्त रहेला भोला तो हर काशी नगरी।
कि आप लोगों को किस तरह की उम्मीद है? आज तो सुनवाई हो नहीं रही है,
आज नहीं होगा तो अगले दिन तो होगी। अगले दिन होगी।
उम्मीद है कि जीत होगी?
उम्मीद हम लोग की जीत होगी।
क्या आएगा निकल के?
जो भी सामने है, जो हमारी सच्चाई है, जो हमारा मंदिर है, वो वास्ते उभर के निकल के सामने आएगा।
लोग शिव जी के भी दर्शन की मांग कर रही हैं।
तो शिव जी हमारे साक्षात दिख गए हैं, तो गौरी के साथ शिव के साथ शक्ति, शक्ति के साथ शिव, दोनों एक दूसरे के पूरक है ना, दोनों एक दूसरे के बिना अधूरे हैं, दोनों ही है ना।
देखिए, हमारी उम्मीद यही है कि जो हमने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है वो एक एप्लीकेशन है फैक्ट्स असरटेन करने की, कोर्ट के पटल पे अपनी बातें लाने की, और माननीय न्यायालय जरूर इसको देखेगा, इसके मेरिट्स को देखेगा। मुस्लिम साइड से अंजुमन इंतजामिया से उनके जवाब मंगाए जाएंगे और उस बाद कोर्ट अपना निर्णय देगा।
अब अगले हफ्ते से तो कोर्ट की कार्रवाई वैसे भी जून में पूरी छुट्टी हो जाएगी, बंद रहेगी, तो ये पूरा मामला आगे बढ़ता हुआ लंबा जाता हुआ।
अब देखिए, ये तो माननीय न्यायालय का विशेषाधिकार है कि वो जून में भी इसकी सुनवाई करना चाहते हैं कि नहीं करना चाहते हैं, और कितने दिन इसकी सुनवाई चलेगी, ये सब तो एक अनुमान है, उस पर मैं तो अभी कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर सकता हूँ। हमने एप्लीकेशन डाल दी, कोर्ट ने मुस्लिम पक्ष से जवाब मंगा लिया है। आज ये केस लगा हुआ था क्योंकि स्ट्राइक होगी बनारस की सिविल कोर्ट में, तो आज ये केस नहीं टेकअप हो पा रहा है, पर आगे जब भी टेकअप होगा तो हम रहेंगे उपस्थित और अपना पक्ष रखेंगे।
सबसे बड़ा सवाल ये खड़ा हो रहा है कि जो मस्जिद है, आंखों देखिए हाल जरा बताइए, उसके भीतर आप लोगों ने क्या क्या देखा, तथ्य परक जो बातें हैं, क्योंकि अभी तो रिपोर्ट सौंपी जाएगी, लेकिन अब आप कह रहे हैं कि जो गुंबद है उसके नीचे मंदिर की शिलाएं हैं और इस तरह से बना
दिया। मैं अभी केस के फैक्ट्स पे कुछ बात नहीं कहना चाहता हूँ। शिवलिंग की बात इसलिए रखी गई क्योंकि हमें इमीडिएट प्रोटेक्शन ऑर्डर कोर्ट से चाहिए थे, और जब कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया है तब वो बात आपके सामने रखी गई है। बाकी जो भी चीजें एडवोकेट कमिश्नर ने देखी हैं, वो एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट में जब लिखेंगे तब हम उसको आपसे डिस्कस करें।
Blame game erupts within the Gyanvapi survey team after Varanasi court sacked Commissioner Ajay Mishra, who has been accused of bias. The survey commissioner has also been accused of leaking inside details to the media. The sacked official has now made a massive claim. Mishra has pinned the blame on his colleague and fellow survey commissioner Vishal Singh for his removal. Vishal Singh has hit back saying that there's no truth to Ajay Mishra's claims. Now, two remaining commissioners, Vishal Singh and Ajay Pratap, will continue their work on the survey. As Gyanvapi Mosque is embroiled in a long-drawn legal battle, the court has also directed the ASI to probe the structure of the mosque. Meanwhile, Varanasi court has given 2 days to submit Gyanvapi survey findings report.
मैंने विशाल जी से हमेशा उनका सहयोग किया, लेकिन उन्होंने मुझे इतना बड़ा आरोप लगाया कि मैंने अशोक किया उनके ऊपर। इस बात से मैं दुखी हूँ सर, और कोई बात नहीं। मैंने बड़ा भाई मान के जो इन्होंने निर्देश दिया, मैंने हर निर्देश का पालन किया। फिर भी इन्होंने हमारे खिलाफ बिना मुझे बताए न्यायालय में आरोप लगा के दे दिया कि मैं इनका सहयोग कर रहा हूँ। बहुत दुख होता है दिल में जब कोई बड़ा भाई ऐसे धोखा देता है।
गलत फहमी है, वो छोटे भाई की तरह है, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। उनका सम्मान है और उनका सम्मान हमेशा रहेगा, और ये निष्पक्ष तरीके से कमीशन की कार्रवाई करने के लिए किया गया था। इसमें बिना भेदभाव की कोई कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए थी और निष्पक्षता पे सवाल उठता, इसलिए माननीय न्यायालय ने ये किया है। मैंने कोई आदेश पारित नहीं किया है।
From Kashi to Karnataka, there's war raging over worship. Gyanvapi Mosque issue is now in the Supreme Court. The apex court has ordered protection of the claimed shivling, but has said the right to namaz must not be hindered. But from across India, from Ujjain to Neemuch, Mathura to Mandya, dormant religious disputes have resurfaced.
A nation locked in a spurt of religious disputes. Some even violent, as happened in Madhya Pradesh's Neemuch, where two groups clashed, pelted each other with stones over the alleged installation of a Hanuman idol at a dargah.
In Madhya Pradesh alone, 3 temple mosque disputes have resurfaced in the wake of the Gyanvapi issue in Varanasi. While in Ujjain, a religious leader has challenged a local mosque on similar grounds. In Dhar, a petition has been filed for the control of the Bhodshala, and in Neemuch, a dispute led to a riot-like situation and prohibitory orders.
Police deployed outside an old mosque in Ujjain after claims that it was built by Mughal rulers on what was once an iconic Shiv temple.
एक दुर्लभ स्थान उज्जैन में है, जिस पर सन 1600 में मुस्लिम मुगल शासकों ने तोड़कर उस पर कब्जा कर लिया था, और उसे आज बिना नींव की मस्जिद के नाम से जाना जाता है। 2007 में जब हम अंदर प्रवेश किया तब उसमें गणेश जी की मूर्तियां थी, हाथी बने हुए थे, घोड़े बने हुए थे, और पत्थरों पर विशाल पहरेदार सैनिकों की मूर्तियां बनी हुई थी। इस मामले को लेकर मैं कोर्ट में जाना चाहूँगा और इसकी एफआईआर भी दर्ज कराऊंगा, ताकि ये पूरा में ग्वालियर से इसके पूरे कागज निकाले जा सके और हिंदुओं की संपत्ति हिंदुओं को मिले।
Barely 120 kilometers from Ujjain, this protected 11th century monument has become a subject of litigation. Bhodshala, a Saraswati temple for the Hindus, and a Kamal Maula mosque for the Muslims. An organization called the Hindu Front for Justice has opposed a 20-year-old arrangement made by the Archaeological Survey of India that reserved Bhodshala for puja on Tuesdays and namaz on Fridays. The petitioners have moved the State High Court, seeking complete exclusion of Muslim prayers from the monument. The PIL has been admitted and notices sent to the ASI, the centre and the state governments. A massive 17th century structure in Varanasi. Its existence as a mosque challenged and a survey carried out on court orders. The Hindu side claims to have found a shivling in Gyanvapi's reservoir. The mosque committee calls it a fountain.
अभी भी आप जाइए वहां पर तो देखेंगे जो मस्जिद का पृष्ठभाग है, पिछला हिस्सा है, वहां वह सारे चिन्ह, वह सारे प्रतीक, वह सारे स्वरूप दिखाई देते हैं जो एक मंदिर होने का प्रमाण बताते हैं।
The commissioner had not given a report to the district, to the lower court judge.
a petitioner moves an application and before even the notice is given to the Muslim side, the honorable judge passes an order to protect that area, that so-called thing called shivling, which is not there, it is a fountain.
Separately, an appeal against the Gyanvapi survey reached the Supreme Court.
After the Gyanvapi survey, now the demands have increased of similar inspection in Mathura, where a civil suit seeking removal of Shahi Eidgah has already been filed.
Following the Allahabad High Court's directions to dispose of all cases related to the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi Shahi Eidgah dispute within 4 months, a petitioner has filed an application in a local court in Mathura, seeking videography of the Shahi Eidgah Masjid adjacent to Krishna Janmabhoomi. The petitioner wants an official assessment to determine that the mosque housed Hindu artifacts and ancient religious inscriptions on its premises. A series of dormant disputes unfold dramatically in a polarized political climate. The list gets longer by the day. With Hemendra Sharma and Kumar Abhishek, Bureau Report, India Today.
The India Dream Tomorrow. And I'll thank all the team members who have put all the efforts to put this together. I hope your experience at the India Pavilion will be worth remembering. मैं एक ही बात कह सकता हूं, जो भी भारतीय पवेलियन में आए वो वापस जाता हो यही कहे, मोगैम्बो खुश हुआ. Thank you very much everyone for being here, especially all the filmmakers, film stars and leaders of the industry. We will do whatever we can to make India the content hub of the world, to make India the destination of the world for the filmmaking, film production, post-production and the AVGC sector. And I'm sure with your contribution, your guidance, our government will be more than happy to make the policy changes, invite the world to make and shoot in India. My open invitation to all those who are here to be part of this year India International Film Festival, IFFI at Goa from 20th November to 28th of November. Looking forward to see you in India. Let's make IFFI the Khan of the East. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your insightful words, and we hope that the incentive scheme that has been announced today will go a long way.
Another Hindu idol found in mosque inside Qutub Minar, a 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada, carved in one of the 3 pillars of the Qawatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, leading for growing clamour for a survey of Mughal monuments. Take a look.
A Mughal structure that marked the beginning of the Muslim Sultanate in India finds itself in another controversy. After Hindu deity Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna's idol carvings were found on the pillars of the Qawatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar. This time, it's Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlada in a carving in stone of the pillars of perhaps the oldest mosque in North India. Archaeological experts claim it's at least 1,200 years old. This idol was found in a pillar of the mosque, was carved in between the 8th to 9th century during the reign of the Pratihara kings or Raja Anangpal. Earlier demands for excavation in the area have been raised. Experts believe more such remnants of Hindu temples could be found if a survey is conducted. An appeal has been filed in the district court once again. The suit says that the temple complex be restored to preserve, protect the religious and cultural heritage of India and practice the right to religion guaranteed by Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution. This time by the Jain deity Tirthankur Lord Rishabhdev and Hindu deity Lord Vishnu through their next of friends. because the ASI themselves claim that 27 Hindu and Jain temples in Qutub Minar were demolished and Quwwat-ul-Islam Mosque was built inside the complex reusing the material. Last week, 2 fringe right-wing groups were detained near the Qutub Minar after they assembled at the site to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, claiming that the site was once a Vishnu temple and demanded that Qutub Minar be named as a Vishnu Stambh.
It has been claimed inside by the Archaeological Survey of India that at the time when the Qutub Minar and the masjid was built, it was done so by demolishing 27 Hindu and Jain temples, and the stones and the carvings of those temples were used to once again build the entire structure around the Qutub Minar. And that is a claim that has been put forward with the newer idols and discoveries that are being made by historians and archaeological survey people, which is why this matter has also gone to court, and the next hearing for the petition that has been filed to restore the Qutub Minar area as a temple and allow people the right to worship inside is going to be heard on the 24th of May. With Alok Das in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Politics takes centre stage in Karnataka. Congress alleges BJP of replacing Bhagat Singh's lessons with RSS founder Hegdewar's writings. Congress's D.K. Shivakumar has even called this alleged move as anti-national, even as the BJP has dismissed these claims. Here's more.
A massive political war has erupted in Karnataka over the alleged exclusion of lessons on Bhagat Singh from the 10th standard book. The opposition is up in arms. The Congress has alleged that Bhagat Singh's lessons were replaced with RSS founder KB Hegdewar's writings. Karnataka Congress Chief D.K. Shivakumar took to Twitter and condemned the state government's action. Shivakumar said the decision to remove Bhagat Singh's lessons is an act of anti-nationalism. He added that if today Bhagat Singh is removed, tomorrow it can be Mahatma Gandhi.
ये देश को एक रखने की कमेटी होना चाहिए और हर एक के विचार उसमें सम्मिलित होना, लेकिन देश के संविधान के तहत वो बने। लेकिन यहाँ पर चंद लोग अपने ही विचार को जो ला रहे हैं, हेगडेवार क्या एक 200 साल पुराने संस्था है क्या उनकी?
Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal too waded into the controversy. Aam Aadmi Party Supremo took to Twitter to slam the BJP. Kejriwal called the Bombay government's decision to omit Bhagat Singh's lessons an insult. Karnataka Education Minister hit back at the opposition. Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh's recent reaction to the Hegdewar controversy. Meanwhile, the Karnataka Education Department has issued a clarification saying that it has not dropped Bhagat Singh from 10th standard textbooks. First, furor over the decision to drop Tipu Sultan from textbooks. Then hinting at teaching Bhagavad Gita in schools. Now the face-off over Bhagat Singh lesson has added a new act in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
And a big blow to the Congress party ahead of Gujarat polls amidst the ongoing tussle in Gujarat Congress unit. Patidar leader Hardik Patel resigned from the party today. He took to Twitter and slammed the grand old party. He accused senior leaders of ignoring real issues and partying overseas. He has also said that party's stance against CA, NRC and Ram Mandir is condemnable. According to reports, Patel did not even participate in Congress's Chintan Shivir that took place in Udaipur recently. If sources are to be believed, Patel is likely to join BJP next week. He also met party's National General Secretary B.L. Santosh to talk about his inclusion in the Saffron camp. The meeting was held after the nod by Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Shah. Speculations about Patel's exit from Congress had been doing rounds for the past many days. In fact, earlier last month, he removed the party name from his bio on social media handles and also changed his profile picture, sporting a saffron shawl.
ये मामला उनका व्यक्तिगत मामला है, उनकी पार्टी का मामला है, उसमें हम लोग को क्या पढ़ना। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के छत्रप या तो गिर रहे हैं, या तो पार्टी छोड़ रहे हैं, या पार्टी उनको हटा रही है, ये कांग्रेस की स्थिति है। कहीं ना कहीं वो परिवारवाद से ग्रस्त हैं और डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स का यही असर होता है।
भाजपा की हार्दिक पटेल के सामने केस लगाया, वही सरकार केस विड्रॉ कर रही है, तो कौन सा हालत बदल गया। उस वक्त भाजपा पे अटैक करते थे हार्दिक पटेल तो केस बना, आज भाजपा से समझौता हो गया तो केस विड्रॉ हो गया।
Breaking news just coming in. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board has released a statement on the Gyan-Vapi dispute. The board has said, and I quote, Muslims cannot tolerate desecration of masjid. Sectarian forces are hell-bent on lawlessness and courts are also disappointing the oppressed. The hate-mongering forces are spreading false propaganda and targeting Muslim holy places with full force. The central government and state governments, which have a constitutional responsibility to enforce the constitution and law, political parties that call themselves secular and just are silent on this issue. The board has constituted a legal committee to look into 1991 Act on Places of Worship and decision regarding Babri Masjid to present the case effectively, unquote. All right, we're getting you the latest breaking news coming in on this story. At the moment, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board releasing a statement right there on the Gyan-Vapi dispute. What is interesting about this statement, and I'm going to bring you a few highlights at the moment, is that they have gone ahead and said in that statement that they've constituted a legal committee to look into the 1991 Act on Places of Worship and the decision regarding Babri Masjid to present their side of the case effectively. In fact, they've taken on the BJP, they've taken on political parties over there, they've taken on the central government and state government, saying that they have a constitutional responsibility to enforce the constitution and the law. And the political parties, they've said that they call themselves secular, are also just silent on the issue. So they've really hit out right there. In fact, even one of the points mentioned in that particular statement talks about the hate-mongering forces that are spreading false propaganda and targeting Muslim holy places with full force in their statement. They've mentioned this. They've also said that the Muslims cannot tolerate the desecration of masjid, and sectarian forces are hell-bent on lawlessness, and courts are also disappointing the oppressed. Let me just read the entire statement out for you once more. For our viewers who have just tuned in, the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has released a statement on the Gyan-Vapi dispute. The statement says, and I quote, Muslims cannot tolerate desecration of masjid. Sectarian forces are hell-bent on lawlessness, and courts are also disappointing the oppressed. The hate-mongering forces are spreading false propaganda and targeting Muslim holy places with full force. The central government and state governments, which have a constitutional responsibility to enforce the constitution and the law, political parties that call themselves secular and just, are also silent on the issue. The board has constituted a legal committee to look into the 1991 Act on Places of Worship and the decision regarding Babri Masjid and present the case effectively, unquote. So that's the latest coming in terms of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board issuing this particular statement. We're getting you, in fact, the visuals on your screens right now are of the videos that have emerged after the survey that was conducting. A big shivling was found right there, and that is also very controversial at this point of time. So there's a lot of political ticking that is taking place on the back of this story, and we've been updating you on the latest details. My colleague Nabila Jamal now joins us from the newsroom. Nabila, I believe you've got the copy of this statement that has come out from the All India Muslim Personal Law Board. I'm throwing straight across to you to get us all the highlights.
Right, Chaiti, as expected, the All India Muslim Law Board held a huge meeting, which was on Zoom call, where they had all members of the committee who joined in on Zoom, where they wanted to have this urgent meeting to discuss on the way, according to them, Muslims are being marginalized in the country because of the Gyanvapi mosque controversy. This is in the backdrop of that. They call this unfair and have now given an open declaration that they will not allow for any other mosque henceforth to be touched. This is the All India Muslim Law Board who've got together, taken stock, according to them, of the kind of hate crimes that are happening against Muslims in the country, and this hate campaign that they blame the BJP of. They've now come together to say that they will stand by the Indian Muslims and will ensure that no mosque henceforth will be touched. Again, this is in the backdrop of a Gyanvapi mosque survey that was ordered by the Varanasi court, which the All India Muslim Law Board has deemed as unfair and illegal. They're of course citing the Places of Worship Act 91, which asks for the religious character of any place of worship to be retained post-independence, post-1947. So citing this law, the All India Muslim Law Board has said that the Varanasi court asking for a survey into the Gyanvapi mosque was indeed illegal and unfair. And to that they say, going by the increased hate crimes and this kind of hate campaign against Muslims, trying to portray a villainized image of Indian Muslims, we are not going to allow for one more mosque to be touched. Remember, this comes also in the backdrop of the Supreme Court now taking up this matter and will now be reviewing, if at all, the survey findings of this Gyanvapi mosque survey that was carried out by the committee, whether the findings should be released and made public, and then what next? This is a long-standing debate and it will continue, but it appears that the All India Muslim Law Board has now come together and are standing as one unit to try and protect the Muslims as they believe they're being marginalized.
All right, thanks so much, Nabila, for that update right there. We'll continue tracking the story in much detail. The Supreme Court has granted bail to former media tycoon Indrani Mukherjee in Sheena Bora murder case. The court, in its order, has said that Indrani has been in jail for over 6.5 years. The court went on to say that even if 50% of the witnesses are given up by the prosecution, the trial will not be over soon. Indrani will be released on bail subject to the satisfaction of the trial court. While arguing for Indrani, lawyer has said that the trial has not progressed since the last 11 months. The lawyer has also argued that the accusation of killing one's own daughter is bizarre. Remember, Indrani Mukherjee was accused of murdering her daughter, Sheena Bora, over a property dispute.
There were 4 or 5 salient grounds. One, that she has suffered custody of more than 6.5 years. She has not come out at all, even for one day in 6.5 years, number one. Number two, there is no end in sight to the completion of the trial. 237 witnesses have been cited by the CBI. Only 68 have been examined, and God alone knows how long it will take. It probably take between 5 to 10 more years. Liberty is the most important, cherished goal of the Constitution of India. The liberty and deprivation of liberty has to be balanced, and 6.5 years is a lot of time which will never come back for any accused, even if the accused is acquitted after 10 or 15 years. Plus, we also pointed out to the court that her husband, who is also supposed to be a co-conspirator, was granted bail after 4 years. She has put in 6.5 years. And also that for the last 11 months, the courtroom was vacant without any judge being there. Plus, something more important, that the legislature, that is Parliament, has put a provision in the Criminal Procedure Code that a special dispensation or relaxation is made for women, for the sick and infirm, and for children, that the rigors of bail are relaxed in these cases, and she is a woman. keeping in view all these factors, the Supreme Court was pleased to grant bail, and she will walk out of jail today or tomorrow.
Slipping into a break, when we return, will Lucknow be the next city to be renamed? Lucknow Mayor hints at a possible name change in the future. More details in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Massive buzz over UP Chief Minister Adityanath's tweet, a tweet that once again hints at name change politics. Yogi Adityanath set off speculation with his tweet welcoming Prime Minister Modi to Lucknow. In the tweet, Yogi said, "Welcome to the holy city of Lord Lakshman." Days ago, Lucknow Mayor revealed plans to set up 151 feet tall statue of Lakshman along with River Gomti. In an interview, the mayor also said through her plans, she wanted to restore the glory of Lucknow, referring to it as Lakshman Puri. In his tenure as the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, he renamed Faizabad district as Ayodhya and Allahabad as Prayagraj, with speculations rife. Will Lucknow now be the next city to be renamed? That's the big question.
लोगों का ये प्रस्ताव था कि हम इसको वहाँ टीले वाली मस्जिद को, क्योंकि वो लक्ष्मण जी के नाम से जाना जाता था, तो वहीं पर लगाई जाए। लेकिन कुछ विरोध भी उस समय हुआ था, लेकिन हमने अब बहुत बड़ी प्रतिमा बनाने का निर्णय लिया है, तो वो स्थान हमारे लिए उचित भी नहीं है, बहुत छोटा स्थान है। हम भव्य प्रेरणा स्थल बनाना चाहते हैं जिससे पर्यटकों को आकर्षित करे और हमारे आने वाली पीढ़ी को प्रेरणा मिले।
कहते हैं राम के अनुज लक्ष्मण ने गोमती नदी के किनारे एक नगर बसाया जिसे लक्ष्मणपुरी या लखनावती कहा गया, जो बाद में बदलकर लखनऊ बन गया। इसीलिए लखनऊ का नाम लक्ष्मणपुरी करने की मांग पहले भी उठती रही है। अब अयोध्या में भव्य राम मंदिर निर्माण के साथ ही एक बार फिर से ये मांग उठ रही है। इस बीच जिला प्रशासन ने लखनऊ की पहचान को लक्ष्मण से जोड़ने के लिए कई प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम शुरू कर दिया है। यानी जब तक रामनगरी में भव्य राम मंदिर का निर्माण होगा, राम के अनुज लक्ष्मण का शहर लखनऊ अयोध्या का गेटवे बनने के लिए तैयार हो चुका होगा।
Slipping to a break, when we return, rains on Tuesday wrecked Bengaluru, leaving a trail of chaos all around. We bring you all the latest on the other side.
You are watching India Today. are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Bengaluru battles rain fury. Overnight rains on Tuesday have wrecked Bengaluru, leaving a trail of destruction in the city and its adjoining areas. Chickpet, a commercial hub in Bengaluru, was impacted. Although the water has receded now, roads are filled with slush, posing a challenge for residents and shopkeepers. Major arterial roads in several parts of the city were heavily waterlogged. 2 deaths were reported in the city after civic workers lost their lives while battling waterlogging. Orange alert has been issued for Bengaluru on 18th May as heavy rains are predicted now. The IMD has also stated that coastal and south interior Karnataka is likely to receive heavy to very heavy rainfall with isolated thunderstorms and lightning. The Met Department has predicted very heavy to extremely heavy rainfall in parts of Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala over the next 5 days.
ಕ್ರಮ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೀರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹರಿದು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗ. ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಬಾಟಲ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 1600 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
Water is still present here, about knee level of water. Here you can see, a house as well, residents from a house trying to clean their houses. Now, according to the resident here, the water was way above 4 feet. So definitely all the ground level houses would have been affected. Water would have breached the ground floor of many of these houses. Here you can see a car as well that has been parked, and you can see the basement of that house completely inundated. Now water is still yet to be received from this place. Now residents say that BBMP officials haven't yet visited this place, and they've been promising to take action, but there's been no action taken on the ground just as yet. And many residents still are living on rooftops, and they've not been able to come out of their houses because many basements here are filled with water, and you can see residents still stranded, not able to come out and go about their daily life. And there you can see as well one of the residents trying to take his bike out, but he's not able to drive the bike because of the water. It's been over 4 feet of water down the area, and here you can see a resident trying to push his bike through water, but very difficult to push it because the water has already breached the level of about 4 feet, and the bike's properly repaired right now, and it will be very difficult for him to try and use the bike once again.
Incessant rains in the northeast are wreaking havoc at the moment in Assam. Flood and landslide has resulted in multiple deaths, affecting nearly 2 lakh people across 20 districts. National and state disaster response forces have been pressed into action to carry out rescue and relief operations in the flood-impacted areas. In Nagaon district, residents were forced to leave their houses as the river Kopali is flowing over the danger mark. In Arunachal Pradesh, landslide due to heavy rains resulted resulted in 5 deaths. Taking stock of the situation arising due to heavy and continuous rainfall, Chief Minister appealed to all to take precautionary measures, especially those living along the riverbanks, streams and landslide-prone areas.
कल शाम तक तो कुछ पानी नहीं है, रात भी नहीं है। आज सुबह जैसे ये लोग उठा 5 बजे।
बरसात तो कम हो चुका है, कम हो रहा है।
बरसात तो कम है। ये पानी एक्चुअली कहीं दूसरा जगह से आया है। यहाँ से गर्म पानी बोल के एक जगह है, तो वहाँ पे गेट है जो कपिली का, तो वो हम लोग सुना है कि वो गेट तोड़ दिया है।
अच्छा,
तो
मतलब कपिली नदी में
उसका पानी
हो रहा है,
ओवरफ्लो हो रहा है।
तो यहाँ पे आपका कितना नुकसान कितना होगा?
बहुत नुकसान है। मेरा इधर मच्छी भी बहुत था इधर, कम से कम 1 लाख का तो मच्छी होगा इधर। हाँ, 1 लाख का मच्छी होगा। मेरा जैन से किया।
ये यहाँ पे स्थानियों से almost 20 districts have been facing the wrath of heavy rainfalls, and right now we are here in Assam's Solmari, which is in the middle of Nagaon and Hojari. If we just show you around, these are agricultural fields, and we spoke to people over here who claimed that the levels of this particular water has suddenly rised up. This was not there until last night. This is what the locals have been saying. Now, over here, this complete area was a pond where fisheries was happening. However, as you can see, that this place is slowly getting inundated. It's completely coming to a standstill right now. Locals claim that they are facing a lot of financial issues just due to this particular natural calamity that Assam is facing. As we can see that the rainfall has stopped and there is sunlight, but the tragedies that are affecting the lives of these people seem to have just begun. With camera person Prasun, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Assam.
Breaking news coming in. Rajiv Gandhi's killer AG Perarivalan, who was released today after the Supreme Court after 3 decades, spoke to India Today. Listen in.
After a 31-year battle, AG Perarivalan has received, finally been able to breathe the freedom air. Sir, Nandri for speaking to us. 31 வருஷ போராட்டத்துக்கு அப்புறம் இப்போ இது பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. உங்களுடைய முதல் எண்ணம் எப்படி இருக்கு இப்போ?
முதல் எண்ணம் வந்து கடைசியாக ஒரு நீதி வென்று இருக்குது அப்படின்னு நான் நினைக்கிறேன். அதுதான் என்னுடைய முதல் எண்ணம்.
இந்த 30
அம்மாவுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ரிலீஃப் கிடைச்சிருக்கு. அதான் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு எனக்கு.
இந்த 31 வருஷத்துல கிட்டத்தட்ட 25 இயர்ஸ் கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட் உங்க தலைமையில இருந்துச்சு. அந்த கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட் பத்தின உங்க இது என்ன? இந்த மாதிரி இந்தியா மாதிரி ஒரு கண்ட்ரில கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட் இருக்கணும்னு எதிர்பார்க்குறீங்களா?
இல்லை, 18 இயர்ஸாக இருந்தேன் நான் கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட். 1998லேருந்து 2014 வரையும் நான் கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட்டில் இருந்தேன். இல்லை, எந்த நாடுமே கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட் இருக்கக்கூடாதுன்றதான் நான் நினைக்கிறேன். ஏன்னா ஏறத்தாழ 140 நாடுகளுக்கு மேலே கேபிட்டல் பனிஷ்மெண்ட் அபாலிஷ் பண்ணிட்டாங்க. அதே மாதிரி இந்தியாவும் தொடரும் நான் நம்புகிறேன். அதுக்கான மாற்றங்கள் வரும்னு நான் எதிர்பார்க்குறேன்.
தமிழகம் முழுவதுமே உங்களுக்காக பின்னாடி நின்று பல அரசியல் கட்சிகள் போராட்டம் எல்லாம் பண்ணாங்க, செங்கோடி உட்பட தியாகங்கள் செஞ்சாங்க. அவங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் என்ன சொல்ல விரும்புகிறீங்க?
இல்லை, அவங்களுக்கு நன்றின்னு ஒரு வார்த்தையில் சொன்னோன்னு வச்சிங்களேன், அது மிகப்பெரிய சடங்காக இருக்கும், அது ஃபார்மாலிட்டியாக இருக்கும். அந்த ஃபார்மாலிட்டியை நான் சொல்ல விரும்பலை. ஏன்னா அவங்களாம் இல்லைன்னா நான் இன்றைக்கி இந்த நிலைமை இல்லை. மீடியா பீப்புள்ஸ் நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே எனக்காக பேசியிருக்கீங்க. எனக்காக பேசுனீங்கிறத விட நியாயத்துக்காக பேசியிருக்கிறீங்க, ஒரு சாமானியனுடைய நியாயத்துக்காக. அதுதான் நான் தமிழ் இலக்கியத்தில் கூட சிலப்பதிகாரத்தை சொன்னேன், கோவலனுடைய கதையை சொன்னேன். கோவலனுடைய கதை வந்து முழுக்க ஒரு சாமானியனுக்கான ஒரு போராட்டம். ஒரு சாமானியன் ஒரு பொய்யான குற்றச்சாட்டில் போய் மாட்டிக்கிறான். அப்படின்னும் போது நடக்கிற ஒரு கண்ணகி கோவலன். அப்படியான மண் தான் இந்த மண் இல்லையா? அதனால் அது மாதிரி தான் என்னை பார்த்தாங்க, நான் நம்புகிறேன். அது மாதிரி பார்த்து தான் என்னை வந்து ஏற்றுக்கிட்டாங்க எல்லாருமே. அந்த வகையில் எல்லாருடைய ஆதரவுனால தான் நான் இந்த அளவுக்கு வந்திருக்கேன்.
ஜஸ்டிஸ் டிலேட் இஸ் ஜஸ்டிஸ் டினைட் சொல்லுவாங்க. 31 இயர்ஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. இப்போ அதை பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
இல்லை, அதை பற்றி வேணாம், அவ்வளோ தூரம். ஏன்னா நான் பெரிய லீகல் பேட்டில்.
The Supreme Court has ordered the release of Rajiv Gandhi assassin AG Perarivalan. You just heard that exclusive interview of his with India Today just moments ago, the Rajiv Gandhi killer will be a free man now. After 31 years, the Supreme Court has ordered his release, highlighting that the decision of Tamil Nadu cabinet is binding on the governor. Emotional scenes were witnessed in Vellore as Perarivalan, who is currently out on bail, celebrated Supreme Court verdict with his family, distributing sweets along with his mother. The Supreme Court order sets the ball rolling now for the other Rajiv Gandhi assassins to push for their release, and the Stalin government will be approaching court soon for relief for the other convicts as well. The DMK has called the Supreme Court order a vindication of its stand that the governor has acted unconstitutionally on the matter.
32 ஆண்டு கால வாழ்வ சிறை கம்பிகளுக்கிடையே தொலைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த இளைஞர் இன்று விடுதலை காற்றை சுவாசிக்க இருக்கிறார். அந்த பேரறிவாளனுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் வரவேற்பையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அது வந்ததற்கு பிறகு சட்ட வல்லுநர்களோடு நாங்கள் கலந்து பேசி, வழக்கறிஞர்களோடு கலந்து பேசி, அதற்கு பிறகு அவர்களையும் மற்றவர்களையும் விடுதலை செய்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை தமிழக அரசு ஈடுபடும்.
Breaking news coming in, a new twist to actor Chetna's death. Bengaluru District Health Officers confirmed to India today that the clinic that treated Dr. Shetty's cosmetic clinic in Bengaluru does not have the necessary permission to perform laser surgeries and was functioning illegally. They've taken permission for a polyclinic, not for a laser surgery. The Bengaluru DC will be holding a meeting with other officials and take action soon. That's the latest coming in at the moment. But big questions arising on the back of this story because laser surgery does not require specific permissions. That is one key point, and that is something that we will be questioning. I beg your pardon? All right, we've got some reactions coming in at this point of time. Let's go over to the reactions.
I think the Shetty clinic, sir, that was recently in the controversy. Sir, there's news that it does not have any permission, sir. Is that true, sir?
No, they have taken a clinic, polyclinic, their permission.
Okay.
They have not taken the permission for the laser surgery and all those things.
Oh, okay. So they're functioning illegally, sir, then?
Definitely.
Okay, sir. Is there any action, sir, that's being initiated?
The action will be taken in DC, sir. In DC is the chairman of the Karnataka Private Medical Establishment Act in Bangalore. Each district, DC will be the chairman.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, in the meeting we will discuss and we will take the action.
Okay.
Nabila Jamal now joins us for the very latest. Nabila, probably a doctor will be able to answer this better, but the fact of the matter here is that the laser surgery does not require specific permissions. It doesn't look like it's the laser part, and we spoke to lots of doctors yesterday. We did a full show on this as well. It is perhaps the liposuction part. It is the post-care part. She likely had a blood clot or a fat embolism, and they did not treat it with the right kind of emergency care when they were supposed to. And hence, that the big takeaway here is that the plastic surgery should happen in hospital or in proper emergency care units, and not like that in these kind of clinics which are mushrooming all over the country.
Right. Chetty, from what we hear right now is that the DHO of Bengaluru has now clearly deemed this clinic as illegal. In fact, what the DHO says is that this clinic absolutely had no permissions in place. They were running illegally without adequate permissions, and that's what's resulted. That could have resulted in this untimely death of this girl. Unfortunate. But what the DHO has said and confirmed to India today that this clinic, which treated her, it's called Dr. Shetty's Cosmetic Clinic, does not have necessary permissions to carry out laser surgery and was functioning illegally. So this really comes and puts into dock many of those cosmetologists and their clinics which carry out laser surgeries without adequate permissions. This is one of them which does not have permission to carry out a laser surgery, and this girl went through a liposuction of sorts, a cosmetic surgery that has a long drawn medical process. It's a huge medical procedure. They've got to have adequate infrastructure, medical infrastructure, right doctors with the right certification, etc. etc. But it doesn't seem like this clinic itself had a proper permission and licenses to carry out this surgery in the first place. So this is shocking, and undoubtedly this is what has led to this girl's death. We believe that 3 liters of fat was extracted from her body during that liposuction surgery. She was made to sign a consent form, a no objection form, to which now the clinic is holding this against the girl's family, saying that because she's signed a consent form, we are not responsible. But now it seems like the entire case would go against the clinic itself, because they do not have adequate permissions and they're running illegally running that clinic and carrying out laser surgery when they don't have the right permissions for it. This is a scare that you have people going to quacks, people going to people wanting to consult and carry out surgeries at these clinics which are not designated as fit to carry out such hectic, long-drawn process or medical procedures. Unfortunately, you see fate like this coming to light.
All right, so thanks, Nabila, for that update right there. We'll come back to you for more on this story. We're getting a reaction coming in. Let's listen in.
Sir, regarding the SETI clinic, sir, that was recently in the controversy. Sir, there's news that it does not have any permission, sir. Is that true, sir?
No, they have taken a clinic, polyclinic, their permission.
Okay.
They have not taken the permission for the laser surgery and all those things.
Oh, okay. So they're functioning illegally, sir, then?
Definitely.
Okay. So is there any action, sir, that's being initiated?
The action will be taken in DC, sir. In DC is the chairman of the Karnataka Private Medical Establishment Act in Bangalore. Each district, DC will be the chairman.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, in the meeting we will discuss and we will take the action.
Okay.
The 75th edition of Cannes Film Festival has officially begun, and day one brought a lot of glamour, with celebrities looking their best as they walked the red carpet of this prestigious film festival. And the most proud moment being Deepika's as one of the 9 jury members. Here's a report.
The Cannes Film Festival 2022 has officially begun, and from celebrities around the world gracing the red carpet, our Indian celebs are not behind. Deepika Padukone sets the temperature high at the 75th Cannes Film Festival. The Bollywood actress, who's a jury member among 8 others, opted for an outfit and high-end jewelry from fashion designer Sabyasachi Mukherjee's Tropic of Calcutta collection. This global resort series showcases Indian heritage with a contemporary twist. And India was beaming with pride to see her chaired as one of the jury members as she was introduced by the host. In a remarkable fashion moment, Deepika Padukone walked the Cannes red carpet in an ethereal Sabyasachi sari, which exuded retro vibes on the second day. The celebrated designer also shared the details about Deepika's red carpet ensemble. The block-printed and hand-embroidered sequin sari featuring black and golden stripes was inspired by the majestic Bengal tiger. Well, Cannes Film Festival can never be complete without Aishwarya Rai Bachchan. The seasoned Cannes celebrity checked into the French Riviera along with her husband Abhishek Bachchan and daughter Aradhya, and was received warmly by their fans. For the airport look, Aishwarya looked stunning in the black jacket by Falguni and Shane Peacock, which she paired with matching pants. Apart from Deepika and Aishwarya, who are regulars at the Cannes, Urvashi Rautela made her debut at the film festival to promote her Tamil film Legend. The actress was spotted in a stunning white Tony Ward couture ensemble. The one-shoulder gown featured a statement sleeve. Cinched at the waist, it featured a multi-layered tulle waist down. She completed her look with earrings, a stunning bracelet and a diamond ring. Dressed in traditional attire, the 11-member Indian delegation led by INB Minister Anurag Thakur walked the red carpet at the inaugural of the film festival, where India has been named as the country of honor at the March to Film, the business counterpart of the marquee event. The INB Minister Anurag Thakur, along with music maestro A.R. Rahman, Grammy winner composer Ricky Cage, Lyricist and poet Prasoon Joshi, R. Madhavan and veteran director Shekhar Kapoor walked the red carpet to attend the screening of opening film Coupe by French director Michael Hazanavicius. And while the 11-day prestigious film event has just started, all eyes are set on our celebrities. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Slipping to a break, up next, news for the hearing impaired.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Massive blow to Congress party ahead of Gujarat polls amidst the ongoing tussle in the Gujarat Congress unit. Patidar leader Hardik Patel resigned from the party today. He took to Twitter and slammed the grand old party. He accused senior leaders of ignoring real issues and partying abroad. He also said that party's stance against CA, NRC and Ram Mandir is condemnable. Incessant rains in the northeast are wreaking havoc. In Assam, flood and landslide has resulted in multiple deaths affecting nearly 2 lakh people across 20 districts. National and state disaster response forces have been pressed into service to carry out rescue and relief operations in the flood-hit areas. In Nagaon district, residents were forced to leave their houses.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Voltas Pure Air Adjustable AC.
This is what India's Silicon City looks like today, ladies and gentlemen. The city that is supposed to be the big electronics hub, India's metropolis for software exports, the city of investment, the garden city, the city where global investors flock, the city where corporate honchos like to make their home, the city that is considered one of the most attractive investment destinations for foreign companies and foreign corporates, a city that is supposed to be the shining light for a modern India. This is what Bengaluru looks like right now. We're showing you images from at least 4 different parts of the garden city, and this is what it looks like. And here on India Today, we're not just showing you images, we're going to be calling for some accountability. There's an election less than 1 year away, and we're going to ask who's responsible for broken Bengaluru that has been sinking and sinking and sinking thanks to apathy, politics, pencil pushing, incompetence, ignorance, indifference, and every other negative virtue one can think of in those who are meant to govern us and give us beautiful cities. This is what they've done to beautiful Bengaluru. And we here on India Today will not be letting them off the hook.
Shocking revelation on jet that nosedived. This is every flyer's worst nightmare come true. Jet at top speed plunged into the mountains. The mystery vertical fall of Boeing 737-800. Black box data reveals suicide nosedive. China Eastern jet crash was deliberate. Flyers fear, will it be me in the next such flight?
It's incredible, it's unbelievable. There is a sense of disbelief that this is what the city of Bengaluru looks like right now. Streets turned into swimming pools, and I'm going to show you a video in a moment that actually tells you that is no exaggeration whatsoever. But this is the reality for thousands of Bengalurians as I bring you this show right now. This is what's happening in India's garden city. You can call it civic apathy, you can call it lack of planning, you can call it a history of broken infrastructure, you can call it what you want. The point is, time has run out for excuses in a city that is supposed to be India's flagship city for modern living, for comfort, for beautiful infrastructure, and a style of living that takes India into the next century. And that's the real tragedy of what's happening in Bengaluru. Let's get to the headlines, and then we're going to ask the questions. India Today accesses fresh 29-second unedited video of the claimed shivling at the Gyanvapi Mosque in Kashi. More proof of temple inside Gyanvapi, says the Hindu side. Petitioners rejoice, but the political heat is only rising. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar, 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narasimha, said to be found in the country's oldest mosque inside the Qutub complex. Mega monument Wapsi war erupts. After Gyanvapi, could there be a survey conducted at the Qutub Minar next? Fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter was dropped from textbooks in place of RSS founder Hedgewar. Bombay government denies axing the Bhagat Singh chapter, but the fight is on. Massive blow for the Congress party ahead of Gujarat elections later this year. Patidar face Hardik Patel dumps the Congress, blasts the Gandhis in his resignation letters, says they are more interested in foreign trips and the party would rather serve chicken sandwiches to the leaders who arrive in Gujarat than serve the people of the state. Trouble for Chidambaram's day after CBI raid over China bribegate. Probe agency arrests Karti, Chidambaram's top aide, in a corruption case. But we're kicking off 5 Live this evening with some breaking news coming in from Bengaluru on a story that India Today put in the national media yesterday in a new twist to young Kannada actor Chetana Raj's death after cosmetic surgery. The Bengaluru police has confirmed to India Today that the clinic which treated Chetana, identified as Dr. Shetty's cosmetic clinic, shockingly did not have the necessary permissions to perform laser surgery on the young actor and was actually allegedly functioning illegally. They've taken permission for a polyclinic and not for laser surgery, according to authorities in Bengaluru. The Bengaluru District Commissioner will be holding a meeting with other officials and will be taking action very, very shortly. The Bengaluru DHO, that's District Health Officer, has said that this particular facility where young Chetana allegedly got that cosmetic surgery done was functioning illegally and it was not licensed to perform such surgeries on anyone. Let's listen in to the District Health Officer who has spoken first and exclusively to India Today in this big update in a case that we brought to you first.
Sir, regarding the Shetty clinic, sir, that was recently in the controversy. Sir, there's news that it does not have any permission, sir. Is that true, sir?
No, they have taken a clinic, polyclinic, their permission.
Okay.
They have not taken the permission for the laser surgery and all those things.
Oh, okay. So they're functioning illegally, sir, then?
Definitely.
Okay, sir. Is there any action, sir, that's being initiated?
The action will be taken in DC, sir. In DC is the chairman of the Karnataka Private Medical Establishment Act in Bangalore. Each district, DC will be the chairman.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay, in the meeting we will discuss and we will take the action.
Okay.
I want to bring in India Today's Karthik and Nabila joining me live on the death of young Chetana Raj, the star. Remember, Karthik, coming to you first, the family of Chetana has been alleging medical negligence since yesterday, but what you've brought to light now makes this a much bigger story, that this is about illegal functioning of this clinic where the surgery was conducted, and this is from no less than the district health officer who says this on record, Karthik.
Well, yes, definitely, Shivarur. The parents of Chetana have been alleging from the day she died that, that the hospital did not have an ICU facility to treat her, which is why they took her to another hospital, where she was, where their attempts were made to try and revive her, but it failed, and the hospital declared her dead. And now the DHO of Bengaluru, Dr. Srinivas, spoke to India Today and said that the hospital, the clinic does not have any, license to do laser surgeries and was therefore functioning illegally. Now, he also said that they will be holding a meeting with other officials, and the Bengaluru DC will be taking, will be initiating action against this clinic. Now, this is definitely big news that's come because right after, the actor's death, there's also been more awareness that's being spread about surgeries, and now the news is out that this clinic that was been functioning in Bengaluru has turned out to be functioning without the requisite permission that is needed for laser surgeries.
Nabila, this is, this is scary because what the parents had alleged was only one thing. If this particular clinic was not licensed to conduct this surgery, in terms of the legal action that could be taken, it could be much more than just medical negligence.
Right, Shiv, from what we see here, that particular clinic, as per the SHO, did not have the relevant license that needed to be. In fact, let me tell you one fact here is that in Bengaluru, like every other metro city, you have many of these cosmetologists having clinics without valid licenses. But to get a license to carry out laser surgery is a long-drawn process. Even though it's a very common, very common procedure. In fact, liposuction itself is so common in Bengaluru, Karnataka, as far as what doctors tell us, that you have every second clinic carrying out liposuction, laser liposuction. It's a very common procedure, and a small amount of fat getting into your blood vessel can also accumulate water fluids into your lungs is also a very common complication. But unfortunately, this girl passed away, and this doctor has been pulled up for not having the required license. Now the SHO says that those clinics now across Bengaluru will be cracked down. They will be checked if at all they have adequate licenses. But let me remind you again that this is a very common procedure, and it's unfortunate that you have young girls like this, like Chetna, rushing to clinics, not knowing whether they have the required licenses, and getting themselves into surgeries as complex as this, which also has really serious complications and fatalities as such. So Chetna's family, of course, pursuing a case against that clinic. The clinic initially said that we have a consent letter from that girl. She signed it, so we are not to blame. But now with the SHO saying that they do not have required licenses, it seems like the clinic is currently in the dock.
It's going to be big trouble for this particular clinic. We will continue to ask the questions. Nobody is guilty until they are termed so. But if what the district health officer is saying is true, and he's the district health officer, he would know best, then this becomes a much bigger story than the one that India Today broke yesterday. Thanks very much, Karthik, for joining us. Nabila continues to stay with us on another big story that we're continuing to track once again in the city of Bengaluru. If there's one video that has become the face of what's going on in Bengaluru right now after a short spell of rain, it is this video. If you live in Karnataka, there's a possibility that you've already got this on some of your WhatsApp groups. If you haven't, take a look at this. This is a viral video depicting the shame, the sickening sinking of beautiful Bengaluru. I want you to watch this whole video, viewer.
ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಪೂಲ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಪೂಲ್ ಬರ್ರಿ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ನೀವು ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬನ್ನಿ ಏನ್ರಿ ಇದು ನಾಂಡಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಏನ್ರಿ ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಯೋಗ್ಯತೆಗೆ ಇದು ಸರಿ ಪಕ್ಷ ಆಗಲ್ವೇನ್ರಿ ಇದು ರಕ್ಷಿತ್ ಶೆಟ್ಟಿ ಅವರ ಕಾರ್ ಇದು ಫಿಲಂ ಆಕ್ಟರ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಫಿಲಂ ಆಕ್ಟರ್ ಅವ್ರ ಕಾರ್ ಇದು ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ರ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ಇದು ಬರ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇದು ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಪೂಲ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಹೊಸ ಸ್ವಿಮ್ಮಿಂಗ್ ಪೂಲ್.
Every single year, it's the same thing. Nothing ever changes. Please take a look, viewer. Join me in watching these pictures with the kind of dismay that they deserve. Starting from 2018 to 2019 to 2020, 2021, 2022, the year we are in right now, images of what Bangalore looks like after a short spell of rain. This is India's Silicon Valley. This is India's investment hub. Who is sinking beautiful Bengaluru is truly the biggest question. Not just the people of Bengaluru, but everyone in India should really be asking right now, because these images cannot be exaggerated. And as you can see, nothing has gotten better in the last 5 years. 2018 is when the last elections were. 5 years of this government, nothing has gotten better. Small spell of rain. Please take a look at what Bengaluru looks like.
Just hours of rain and Bengaluru was down on its knees. Waterlogged streets, uprooted trees, lives lost. Same old urban apathy every year during monsoon. Heavy rains have left behind a trail of destruction in Silicon City and adjoining areas. 2 civic workers died while working in an underground pipeline choked with rainwater in Bengaluru. Chickpet, a commercial hub in Bengaluru, was adversely impacted. Although the water receded, roads remain filled with slush, posing a huge challenge for residents and shopkeepers. Many arterial roads and several parts of the city were heavily waterlogged for hours. The Met Department has predicted widespread rains in coastal Karnataka over the next 48 hours.
We are expecting widespread rains over coastal Karnataka for next 2 days, followed by fairly widespread rains from day 3 to day 5, that is from 20th to 22nd.
An orange alert has been issued for Bengaluru on May 18. Heavy rains are predicted.
Every time the rainy season, this problem is here only, like that only. They will come, visit, see and move on. They don't do any work here.
There are many holes. When water is there, the people doesn't know if their holes are there. 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, everything gets damaged. This is the whole scenario. And yesterday also many water has gone to the many shops.
According to the resident here, the water was way above 4 feet. So definitely all the ground level houses would have been affected. Water would have breached the ground floor of many of these houses. Here you can see a car as well that has been parked, and you can see the basement of that house completely inundated. Now water is still yet to be received from this place. Now residents say that BBMP officials haven't yet visited this place, and you know they've been promising to take action, but there's been no action taken on the ground just as yet.
Meanwhile, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai and BJP leader C.T. Ravi visited some flooded areas.
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು, ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೀರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹರಿದು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗ, ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವು ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಬಾಟಲ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 1600 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
A failure of urban infrastructure, the Garden City virtually crippled in just hours of rainfall. With Karthik, Bureau Report, India Today.
And who better than the people of Bengaluru to give you a sense of how they perceive, how nothing really has changed very much in this beautiful city. Joining me live from the beautiful city of Bengaluru is two very prominent Bengalurians. We have TV Mohandas Pai, chairman of RN Capital, a very well-known face from the city. Also with me is Deepali Bhatt. She's an actor and model, also living and working out of Bengaluru. And then my colleague Nabila Jamal, who is from Bengaluru and has tracked floods and civic apathy of this kind for many years together. Welcome to all of you. Thank you for being with me. Mr. Pai, I'd like to start this off with you, sir. You know, we just had this very compelling series of images of just how little things have changed in the city of Bengaluru with each passing year, with each passing rainstorm. It doesn't look like things are, you know, changing or improving in the city. What is your view on this, sir?
You know, Shiv, there's continuing criminal negligence of Bangalore by the BBMP, the City Corporation and the Government of Karnataka. We have been raising the issue with many chief ministers, starting from, you know, Siddaramaiah, Kumaraswamy and Yedurappa, and now with Chief Minister Bommai.
Yes.
And the matter is very simple. Bangalore has a broken governance mechanism. BBMP, the City Corporation, is very corrupt. They spend enormous amount of money, lot of money is eaten away. There is no governance. We have a commissioner for 800 kilometers who just cannot perform. We asked for reforms. Reforms have not happened. The Kasturanandan committee recommendation was taken up. It had gone to the government of India for approval after being passed the legislature. But the BJP opposed it. Why did the BJP oppose it? Because the MLAs feel they lose making money. The MLAs are making a lot of money, many of the MLAs. The ward councillor making money. It is corrupt to the core. You know, we asked the Chief Minister this time, please clean up Bangalore on a war footing. There are debris and muck and all kind of stuff on the footpath. Clean it up. Does it take money? Get them to clean up. You're paying the salaries. Second, clean the drains.
Yeah.
Now, you saw the flooding. If there's a cloud burst, they will be flooding. If the flood water go away in half an hour, it is fine. The problem is the drains are all blocked. The rains have got mud. If you look at the past 10 years, a lot of money, somebody said 800, 900 crores have been eaten away by all the main drains of the city over a period of time, because every time something happens, the Chief Minister will sanction 500 crores and then these people will eat away the money. This is corruption at the core, criminal negligence that leading to Bangalore. I heard the Chief Minister say Raja Kavle will be done. Yes, he's a good man. He'll allocate money, but who is going to monitor? Who is going to test it? The same set of people who have been corrupt, who have been eating money are going to do it, and we're going to repeat it again and again. Unless you improve governance, you break up Bangalore into 5 corporations, have full-time mayors, and you have accountability, things are not going to improve. And it is sad, India's only global city, the richest city in India, has to suffer something as basic as this because of bad governance and corruption.
It's incredible, you know, Deepali, but it's a city that people love. You know, it's a city that, has a reputation for being clean, a beautiful city, lovely weather, supposed to have good infrastructure. But when one looks at images of this kind, one can't help but think this is a broken city that is literally sinking with each passing day. We're going to get Deepali back. But Mr. Pai, if I could stay with you, there has been a plan to sort this out. Like you just detailed right now, there are solutions to what is going on. There are specific, ways and means to actually fix this broken problem. But you're saying it is because of corruption and vested interests that the people of Bengaluru have to see their city sink year after year. Am I right?
No, very, very true. That's why we had told Chief Minister Bombay, requested him, why don't you have a committee headed by a chief secretary, assistant chief secretary, with all the bureaucrats to take up on a war footing, cleaning up of Bangalore, making up the roads, meeting every week to take stock. We told him, he said he's going to have a look at it, but where is the action? We have a good chief minister, he's a good man, he promises, he issues orders, but if people don't obey, what are they supposed to do? He has to cut the neck of 10, 15 chief engineers, dismiss them from service in BBMP. Half the staff of BBMP officers have to be dismissed for negligence. He has to get in a fresh set of people. He must put in oversight. We must have 5 commissioners for Bangalore to take care of different regions. We need radical surgery, radical reforms to bring Bangalore to tag. No, Shiv, it's so shameful. This is India's global city. 400 of the Fortune 500 companies work here. Is this the image of India that you want to show? We have been appealing to Prime Minister Modi to intervene. We have been appealing to Prime Minister Modi to intervene, to just come here and talk to all the people in this state, to give some assurance that something will happen. How long can we go on like this? I mean, you're giving a negative image about India all the time. All over the world, people say Bangalore's got bad traffic. I'll give you another instance, Chief. If you come to Bangalore, you come from the airport to Bangalore, you come to something called the Hebbal flyover, right? You spend 20-25 minutes there. You know what? A 6-lane road becomes a 2-lane road, which is elevated. 2 more lanes join halfway. Another 2 more lanes join 75% of the way. So 4 lanes join a 2-lane road, and you get choked. What kind of engineering is this? Are there no engineers in Karnataka?
Unbelievable.
We've been talking about the government for the last many years. But they have to act. They just don't act. What do you do with the bureaucracy does not act? What do you do with the government that does not act? What do you do with the corrupt local institution which just makes money and does not deliver basic services like keeping the city clean, keeping the drains clean? Want to keep the drains clean and the city clean, remove the debris from the road.
I want to bring in Deepali. I hope you can hear me, Deepali. What's it like waking to images of this kind? This is a city that has a beautiful reputation, but year after year, nothing seems to change. The city is sinking. Deepali, you live in this city. What do you think? And what's your experience?
Yeah, I've been born and raised here, and then I have my friends from other cities who are, calling it that I live in a paradise because it's raining during the times of summer. But hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
I can hear you, Deepali. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then but we know the reality because it's very difficult for us to find cabs on time. It's very difficult for us to carry on with our normal routines, as you know, the untimely rains disturb us. And the main issue that the government is not taking responsibility and right actions towards solving our issues. Year after year, rainfalls are very common, and we've been having this issue. But what is the solution? I mean, I've never seen any positive change happening towards helping out the public with regards to the same. And speaking about the KR market and stuff, after even after like a small shower of rain, the market is a mess. And we've just touch wood, we've just gotten out of pandemic, and then if they're not cautious about the hygiene and all of that, it's very disappointing to see such things happening in our beautiful city like Bangalore.
Does it affect your everyday life, being able to get from one place to another? For example, right now, when many parts of the city are underwater, Deepali, does it, for a person like you who's a model, because you need to get from one place to another, does it actively affect your life and work?
Yes, our schedule is gone for a toss, and professionalism speaks, when you're not able to reach any place on time, and no excuses can counter for that. But then the rains create a havoc because you do not get cabs or any other transports on time. And as Mr. Pai sir mentioned, that, the roads are filled with ditches, and when the water is flooded, you cannot judge where the ditches are, and there are fatal accidents that you witness because of the same. So this is a serious concern, I must say.
Very serious concern. Nabila, a journalist like you who has also lived and worked in Bengaluru, covered all of these floods. I want to put that image of the 5 past years. There's an election year coming up next year. 5 past years. TV Mohandas Pai has just told us that this has been raised with the government every single year. What has it been like, Nabila, reporting on each and every one of these instances, and why nothing has ever changed?
Right, year after year, Shiv, we are seeing a situation like this where one bout of rain literally exposes Bengaluru city. So all those tags of Garden City, Tech City, Silicon Valley, it's all literally drowned in this one rain that hits Bengaluru city every year. It's not a new phenomenon, and flooding is not a new phenomenon. In fact, it's getting worse by the year. But from what we see here, a little bit of history, if I can touch upon, is that Bengaluru city right now, in Bengaluru city itself, was built for half the population that currently has in the city. That apart, a lot of illegal construction, buildings, layouts have come up in several lakes and lake beds and valleys. That has resulted in all the natural canals where water ideally should be flowing through has been completely blocked off. So this poor urban planning has led to this grave apathy of Bengaluru city. And added to that is like what Mr. Pai said about drains not being cleaned up, about garbage being strewn all around, and illegal encroachments across several other properties, across drains that you see rampantly across Bengaluru city has really added to the mess and chaos. So Bengaluru city right now, as much as people love the weather, the moment they step out, they're not able to commute. The water, they literally, some areas, they're neck deep. The water is neck deep. They can't wade through those areas. People there who are living in low-lying areas will not be able to get out for the next week.
No, absolutely. How do you enjoy the beautiful weather if you can't even get out? Like Deepali was saying, her schedule has completely gone for a toss. All that beautiful weather, Deepali, who's going to be able to enjoy it if you can't get your car out of your driveway?
No, it's not. I live in an apartment, and I must say that unfortunately the basement is flooded, and I don't know who is going to, take up the responsibility of the damage that is done to our vehicles.
Yeah.
And this is the issue year after year. It's not that it's just happening this year. I don't know what the government is doing, just boasting about tags like, Garden City and Silicon City and all of that. But the reality comes to the surface when the rains, like small showers of rains hit our city. So it's really unfortunate.
Mr. Pai, will this become a critical election issue, sir? Do you think it will? Do you think that the people of Bengaluru are fed up enough, for this to become a real election issue, to put the government on the mat and say that either deliver on this or you're out?
I think this is going to become a very real issue because for a very important reason, what have we got in the last 3 years of the BJP government? What did we get in the 5 years of the Congress government in Bangalore?
Yeah.
All we got is corruption, increased corruption. We got flooding. We got dirty roads. Though some of the roads have been done up. Yes, some of the roads have been done up. Chief Minister Bommai is spending money on that. But still, why can't you clean up the roads? Why can't you remove the debris from the road? Why can't you make sure the drains are clean in many areas for water to go? Why can't you have emergency teams in areas which are prone to flooding, which the same areas get flooded again and again and again and again? Why can't you have remedial action? Don't you have enough qualified engineers in Karnataka?
Yeah.
Don't you have enough chief engineers in Karnataka? What is wrong with this government? What is wrong with BBMP? We know that rains are going to come. Why can't they put emergency team in action? We just don't know. It's badly managed. It is corrupt. There's no lack of money in Karnataka. It's the richest state in India in per capita income.
Exactly.
Bangalore is the richest state. We pay the second highest amount of income tax in this country as per government of India. What is it we lack? What is our fate? I think it's going to become an election issue, especially the traffic conditions, the bad roads which are now getting rectified.
No, absolutely. I want to ask a citizen like Deepali also that, Deepali, things like, Silk Board Junction, the traffic, all of these things have become kind of, it's become almost kind of normalized now. People who don't live in Mumbai talk about the spirit of Mumbaikars, which is basically the kind of suffering they have to put up with. It looks like Bengaluru is headed that same way. Soon we'll be hearing the spirit of Bengalurians because you guys have the spirit to tolerate all this nonsense year after year.
I'd agree because, that's the only way. See, for the government, their functioning does not stop whether they repair the roads or not, but it's affecting us because, okay, fine, you can sit at home for a day. Like when my schedule goes for a toss, I can, but the next day I will have to get back to work. So I don't have any other choice apart from putting up with it and finding solutions. Like they just are like, it is what it is, we need to learn to deal with it. So I think I wouldn't say that the people are accepting it, but I would say that it's very unfortunate that, they do not have any other way. Like, if I have to pass through Silk Board, I have to. And if I have to, then I have to endure the, long hour traffic jams. And there is no other way about it.
Government is listening because not only have we on this show told our viewers what the experience of Bengalurians is, but also given you a history of how bad it has been and how critical it is that things need to change very, very quickly. Elections are always an opportunity to put pressure on the government. I hope, as Mr. Pai and Deepali have said, this becomes a critical issue because Bengaluru cannot be allowed to sink. It is our beautiful global city and it is a city that has to be saved at all costs. Mohandas Pai, Deepali Bhatt and Nabila, thank you very much for being with me on this story. On the other side, one of the biggest nightmare stories of 2022 has just become real. The crash of a China Eastern flight in southern China in March. Remember this scary video of it nosediving out of the sky? Well, it turns out it was no accident. It was likely a suicide by the pilot. We're going to tell you all about it next.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching
Less than 2 months ago, China Eastern Flight 5735 dived dramatically out of the sky, as you can see in this video on your screens. It was captured on CCTV. It gave people sleepless nights, wondering how could an aircraft suddenly dive out of the sky. 132 people, including the pilots, were killed in that accident. And earlier yesterday, the black box was finally analyzed and interpreted, and it carried within it an absolute horror story that every air passenger needs to hear. Take a look. The most devastating aviation images in decades. Silently screaming at nearly the speed of sound, the world still remembers how CCTV cameras captured these terrifying final moments of China Eastern Flight 5735, which crashed in March in southern China. The video capturing the plane plummeting like a spear, almost perpendicularly into a mountainside. And now, nearly 2 months after the crash that killed all 132 people on board in a blazing flash, every air traveler's worst nightmare has become real. Flight data obtained from the black box indicates that someone in the cockpit intentionally crashed this aircraft. In other words, the Boeing 737 was deliberately thrown into that deadly nosedive, very likely by one of the pilots, with the suicidal intention to destroy the plane. China's deadliest aviation disaster in 28 years now becomes a horror story for passengers around the world. While it is theoretically possible that someone may have entered the cockpit and overpowered the pilots into a suicide mission, the bigger likelihood is that one or both of the pilots may have executed this devastating act. The glare is now on captain of the flight, Yang Hongda, the lead pilot on the plane, and his first officer. With investigations now headed down a much more troubling dark path over just why the pilot or pilots could have done such a thing. US officials who analyzed data from the black box flight recorders found amidst the wreckage said that the deliberate input from the cockpit forced the Boeing 737 into its catastrophic dive. Authorities said that the pilots of the plane did not respond to repeated calls from air traffic controllers and nearby aircraft during that devastating descent. Preliminary findings are not just a terrible blow to families of the 132 persons who perished in the crash, but a troubling new nightmare for millions of air passengers boarding flights all around the world. With the world of passenger air travel still grappling with the troubling mystery over Malaysian Airlines MH370's disappearance 8 years ago, the truth of what happened in the cockpit of China Eastern Flight 5735 will keep the world of air travel more sleepless than ever. Bureau Report, India Today. So basically what experts analyzing the black box data of this crashed airliner say is that the aircraft was intentionally pitched down and then it went into that scary nosedive, screaming towards the ground and impacting that mountainside almost at the speed of sound. Those images are not going to be forgotten, but I want to also tell you how difficult it actually is to crash an aircraft of this kind in the manner in which it went down. First of all, the first big thing that we should share with our viewers are airliners and aircraft like this Boeing 737 are designed to counteract extreme control inputs from the cockpit. They're designed like that. The aircraft have terrain avoidance computers and flight computers that basically don't allow many aggressive maneuvers. These are flight control computers on these aircraft which are built and designed to offset any, sudden or abrupt pilot inputs. That's to keep the aircraft safe. And for a steep dive of the kind that this aircraft finally saw, the pilots would basically have to disengage the autopilot, so they have manual control of the aircraft to push it into a place where the aircraft would not normally go. And only pilots, remember, only pilots are qualified to override all the safety mechanisms that are built into these aircraft, from the flight control computers to terrain avoidance sensors to autopilot, all these things. Only a pilot knows how to override all these systems and make the plane potentially unsafe for that kind of scary nosedive. Now, I don't want to alarm anyone, but the findings, the preliminary findings from the black box data of this aircraft accident suggest that this was intentional. What has been captured in that video was apparently intentional, and that either the pilots or someone in the cockpit, it could have been someone else, but most likely the pilots could have managed to do such a thing, which is why for now, even though it's not confirmed because the final report is not out yet, it is being possibly classified as a suicide by the pilots involved. Joining me live to get a sober perspective on what is a very, very troubling story, we have with us Captain Debolina Das. She's a former aviator, former pilot. Also with me is Dr. Deepak Raheja, who's a well-known psychiatrist, because this is a story that goes beyond just aviation. This goes into, mental illness, possible suicidal tendencies, the humanity of pilots. Let's remember, and I want to put out a caveat here very clearly to all our viewers, that pilots are some of the most proficient, personnel. They handle huge loads of data and responsibility, and pilots are extremely noble professionals. So not for a moment are we suggesting that pilots are not to be trusted, but the preliminary findings, Captain Debolina, you will certainly agree with me, are quite troubling. The black box data suggests that this was an intentional act, that the aircraft could not have come down in this manner unless it was deliberately put into this kind of nosedive. But as a pilot, can you explain to us and tell us that this is, this would be the case, that only pilots can override the, safety systems inside airliners like a Boeing 737 to actually put it into that kind of near perpendicular dive, madam?
Yes, I mean, the thing is that since we are moving into completely digitalizing or automation,
yes,
there are a lot of ways in which the aircraft can be managed or electrically, hydraulically managed to not enter into a dive or not enter into a situation which can cause an accident. But the only factor, the human factor, which is in the cockpit, the two captains, the two pilots, are the people who can override all the systems which are there in the cockpit at any instance of the flight and take over manually, which is basically done for the positive outcome and not a negative outcome, as we see in this case this time. It can be done. The captain can override all the systems that are there in the cockpit.
Just out of curiosity, madam, and not morbid curiosity, because we want to understand that this is also a very technical thing, and we'll get to the psychiatric part a little later. But Captain Debolina, what all would a pilot need to do in a cockpit to actually, tell the plane, no, we don't want you to be safe, we want you to get into this terrible dive mode? You would have to disengage a number of different things, I assume.
So, when we mostly fly on automation, that is the autopilot, and the autopilot now has a number of softwares, computers working through in different phases, which makes the aircraft fly in cruise, descent, whatever is done by the autopilot. The only requirement by a captain or a pilot is to disconnect the autopilot. So if we disconnect the autopilot, then the automation is disconnected. So whatever inputs, the digital inputs or the electrical inputs that the softwares which are running the aircraft system is giving us will be nullified if we are removing the automation or the autopilot mode of flying. Then we come into manual mode, where the aircraft is completely flown by the two pilots, either of them.
Yeah. Absolutely. And I just want to, before I go to Dr. Raheja, I just want to show our viewers some data because, you know, we're talking about a possible suicide flight by, you know, suicide by pilots of an airliner here. But I want to show you that even in the last few years, such incidents are not uncommon. We've actually seen them in our lifetimes a number of times. So let me just show you at least 4 or 5 prominent examples of air accidents that have been deemed to be suicide by pilot, where pilots have deliberately decided to crash the aircraft. December 1997, the Indonesia Silk Air Flight 185. One theory says that the pilot deliberately crashed this plane. 44 people were killed. October 1999, Egypt Air Flight 990. The first officer deliberately crashed this aircraft into the Atlantic, killing 217 people. November 2013, LAM Mozambique Flight 470. Again, the pilot was proved to have intentionally crashed the aircraft into the ground. 33 people were killed in that accident. March 2014, the most famous case in our lifetime, Malaysian MH370. It disappeared over the Indian Ocean. The lead theory right now continues to be that the pilot was on a suicide mission. 239 people were killed, making it the most deadly case so far. March 2015, German Wings Flight 9525, a depressed, suicidal tendencies co-pilot locked his boss, the main pilot, out of the aircraft cockpit, and then he dived that aircraft into a mountainside in Germany, killing 150 people. So I've taken just 5 examples of instances where there have been suicide by pilot. It's something that has been documented. But Dr. Raheja, this opens very troubling questions and very troubling avenues, doesn't it, sir, for this investigation? It goes beyond just the technical aspects of aircraft failure, mechanical failure, and it goes into the human mind. What do you think of this, sir?
So I totally agree with you. And just picking up some of the cues from what you said, yes, I do agree and strongly ratify that pilots are extremely proficient professionals. It's a very noble profession. They go through extremely rigorous training. But at the end of it, we must understand that they are human beings too. Yes. And if a certain percentage of human being is going to be vulnerable into developing a depressive episode, it could also be doctors, it could also be pilots, it could be any professional. It brings, without again trying to spread any morbid fear, yes, but it just should wake us up to understand that anyone in that position of authority should automatically go through rigorous checks, and they have to be right balances, because so far we've focused all the efforts into trying to make our machines more smarter, more artificial intelligence driven, and the way Captain Debalina was describing and you were also describing, in ensuring that if there was a failure or if somebody overpowered, none other than the pilot would have the know-how how to override the mechanisms of inbuilt safety. But what really happens if at the end of it, the pilot is depressed? I mean, he's a human being. He could be going through lots too. Yes. Even though this may be one-off, there have been very few examples that you've been able to quote from the history of aviation, which is hundreds of year old. But this one-off example has a price of life to pay, which is humongous. Many people die and lose their lives. So I think in the coming times, as we are waking up more and becoming more sensitive to the mental health needs of the society at large, I think anyone in that position of responsibility where your actions could directly control the lives of many people who are dependent on you at that point would need more sensitive and more rigorous and more astute and more careful observation, identification, diagnosis, and appropriate treatment. So again, it boils down also to the stigma, because mental health is so looked upon with a stigma, and we don't really look upon people who have an emotional turbulence very well. So I think we'll have to give the society, professionals, people, workers, the leverage to be able to say that they don't feel well, and either they need help or they need time out, and that time out should be provided.
And
so
there's
I
a
think
reason.
the whole responsibility and the onus on society at large increases to wake up to the sensitivity of mental health issues and
I completely agree with you, Dr. Raheja. I completely agree with you that there has to be some kind of avenue where, you know, if pilots are disturbed, they choose not to fly. There's also a reason why, such cases are called murder-suicide, not just suicide, because as both of our guests have rightly pointed out, it's not just their own lives that they are, apparently ending, but the lives of passengers who are in their care, passengers who have trusted them to deliver them safely from one place to another. Before I go back to Captain Debalina, and I will in a moment, I also want to show you why suicide flights, cases of suicide by pilot, are so difficult to actually prove. We've shown you 5 instances where it has largely been proved, but there are many instances where they remain a theory and have not been proved. Number one reason, very difficult for investigators to establish a motive because, you know, the person is dead. You don't have very much to actually work with. Pilots sometimes switch off their recording devices. Like, for instance, in the China Eastern flight, there was no communication during that dive. So there was no questions could not be asked or answered. There was total silence from the cockpit, which is something that has amplified the suicide theory. The probe has to delve into areas like mental illness, like what Dr. Raheja was saying, which makes it even more difficult and complicated. And the investigation becomes necessarily a multidisciplinary and ultra-detailed affair. And that's the reason why it becomes much more difficult. We're not talking about, you know, nuts and bolts and engine and flame out and, mechanical failure or engine failure. Those are also complicated things, but those are, known quantifiable quantities in any crash investigation. But Captain Debalina, passengers will be wondering, when they see a story like this, and I once again want to say, I don't want to alarm anyone, but this story by its very nature is very disturbing. How does one, what kind of systems do you think need to be in place, ma'am, for pilots who might be, depressed or have suicidal tendencies, as could be the case in these ones that I've quoted? Do you think there are any further systems that need to be in place? Because as Dr. Raheja said, pilots are after all humans as well, Captain Debalina.
Yes, so in our industry of aviation, we already have few very solid systems of understanding and assessing the psychometric and the psychological welfare of the pilots. So every time, and there's a system called the SMS, which is the safety management system, which is you can do it on your individual basis, or your peers can do it if they feel that they see some symptoms in you, in a captain or a first officer or a pilot, that there is some kind of depression or ill health or something which might cause him or her not to perform to the level that he is expected to. So reporting of these kind of mental health issues is available, and it can be in an anonymous format, or it can be with the name given. And this SMS system is very prudent that we all follow it religiously in the way it is meant to be followed. Along with that, all the companies have a policy of doing a psychological and a psychometric test of all the pilots when they are recruiting the pilots, to see whether they have the mental ability to withstand the pressures, because after all, they are having the lives of hundreds of people in their hand when they are out on a flight. So that kind of strength, mental strength, is there or not, is also tested when a company recruits a pilot. But on another thought process, I personally feel that every time the world or a particular country or a particular company or a particular area faces some kind of setback, some kind of depression,
Yes.
whether it's like the pandemic or the Ukraine and Russia war, which is causing the near about countries having a lot of issues,
Yes.
or it could be a company not doing well. There should be also a regular psychological psychometric test done during these times, and it is required that there must be psychologists and counselors who
Yes.
on a regular basis check on the mental health and the stability of their pilots in the company. These are some things which would definitely contribute towards
that's very appreciated,
safer
Captain Debalina,
aviation.
because you've made some very specific recommendations, and I hope the companies and the airlines are listening to all of this, because like you rightly said, and Dr. Raheja, I'd like to end with you, but passengers and those watching this, very disturbing story, because there are so many unknown quantities here, Doctor. They will be wondering if a person, and I don't wish to be insensitive at all, because this is a very sensitive topic, but passengers will also wonder if a person has the freedom to take their own life on the ground. Why did they choose to make it a murder-suicide with the lives of so many others? How does one explain that, sir? Because this is something that's going to spread across the world of air passengers, wondering, how will I ever know if I'm getting into a flight that's going to end this way?
So how the human mind will act and how it will decide eventually to take its life is very unique, very personal. There have been phenomena which have been spoken about where pilots, drivers, people who at that point are controlling many lives decide to end their lives with these people. It's not a point you are making, it's not a cult, but it's a very strong, possibly a suicidal intent, disgruntlement, that you decide to end your life in this very, very horrid way. But again, coming back, like I said, as much as we need to be fearful, we need to be careful, but I don't think that is warranted, because the process of recruitment of pilots, I do understand and I'm aware of, is so stringent.
Absolutely.
That a longitudinal resilience in terms of being able to withstand pressure is humongous. But how cross-sectionally, episodically, within the ambit of a current mental health state, a person will act is wary of more sensitivity and more perceptivity by the society. So
I think,
it's not very uncommon that you read that every other day when a bus was going, the driver fell off to sleep and many people lost their lives. Now, this is not suicide and this is not willful, but if we draw an analogy, the accidents like this in aviation industry are very few. They are not many. So I don't think as a society we need to become fearful or we need to doubt the intention of every flight that
we will never have any doubts about pilots. I think that's a very, very sober and wise note to end this on. Pilots have incredible pressures on them. We salute all pilots because of the huge pressures they take on their shoulders to, get people from one place to another safely. What has happened is most certainly a minuscule aberration, but it should not be allowed to happen. Pilots should not feel, so up against a wall in any situation, for themselves and for the people in their care. So we salute all pilots, and I hope any of them who feel this way can get the help they need before getting into that next flight. Captain Debalina Das, appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much and happy landings to you. And Dr. Raheja, very, very grateful for your wise words on this extremely sensitive issue. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up next, India today accesses a 29-second video, unedited footage of the claimed shivling inside the Gyanvapi mosque that nobody else has. You're going to see it next. We're going to tell you what it means, and we're also going to tell you why it could be a game changer as is being claimed by the Hindu side. That exclusive comes up next with Pooja.
watching India Today. You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com. Co-powered by HP Pavilion, power to do it all. In association with LIC, Har Pal Aapke Saath. The new Volkswagen Virtus.
Hello and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali and this is the Gyanvapi premises, the exact location which is currently in eye of the storm. Now this is a graphic representation to help you understand what does the real site look like. Now this area of the Gyanvapi is exactly where the court-appointed commissioners did a survey on 13th, 14th and 15th of May. And on the court orders then, this area, the Wuzu Khana in Gyanvapi, has been sealed. What exactly happened? What are the details? What is the status? I'm going to take you through one by one all aspects of this heated controversy in the next half an hour. Let's begin first with the headlines. India Today accesses fresh video of the claimed shivling in Gyanvapi's mosque. More evidence, as is being claimed, of the temple inside Gyanvapi. Petitioners rejoice. Political showdown continues. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar also now. 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsinga found in the complex. Mega monument Vapsi war has erupted. Fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter dropped over RSS founder Hegwar, and Bomai government denies axing Bhagat Singh chapter. Rajiv Gandhi's killer Perarivalan has been released by the Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations in Coimbatore, ruling DMK and AIDMK in credit war. Partidar face Hardik Patel dumps the Congress, blasts Gandhis in resignation letter, says they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him joining the BJP. And it's trouble for the Chidambarams. Day after the CBI raids over China bribe gate, probe agency arrests Karthi Chidambaram's top aide in the corruption case. So in the Gyanvapi Mosque, this is the Wuzu Khana area where the court-appointed commissioners came first to survey. You see this water, this is the Wuzu Khana where the Muslim devotees wash their hands and feet and then they head out for prayers. Now the court-appointed commissioners asked the water that you see here to be emptied out to find out what is exactly underneath. And then when the water started to be emptied out, the details emerged. What you saw here were these stairs leading down as I walked down this area, and a well. Now, of course, the questions were, what is this well? What is in it? All of those questions were asked by the court-appointed commissioners, but this was only after the water was emptied out. What did the commissioners find out? So this well on your screens is exactly right now the flashpoint that it has become. So what is in this well? When the court-appointed commissioners came, they noticed in what appeared to be something inside the well. Now the Hindu side is convinced that this is exactly the Shivling, representative of Lord Shiva. The Muslim side has objected to it and said this is a fountain that is used for the Wuzu Khana. Now as you look closely as what is underneath there, the court-appointed commissioners asked, what are these lines that you see on top of what the Hindu side claims is a shivling? Now, the Muslim side said, and those present at the premises, that these cuts are used for the fountain and eventually for the Wuzu Khana. The commissioner said, then they decided to use a stick or an instrument to dig through these cuts to find out what is the source of the water and where is it for the fountain. Now it just went through few inches. They could not exactly locate the source of the water, to which the Muslim side replied and said that it is an old fountain, may not be in use right now, but it is a reason that it is used for that. Now, of course, this precisely has become a flashpoint at this point between the two sides. Now, interestingly, there are demands that underneath this floor as well, there's another floor. There are hidden vaults and they need to be explored as well. That well will only happen only after a further survey and if the court really gives an order for it. As of now, this area around me is sealed. But it's a hot, heated debate that is now going on for days and clearly will likely continue. And remember, whether it is the AIMIM or it is the BJP, both sides currently at loggerheads over this big issue of the country. And with this Gyanvapi premises, there are demands from across the country asking for various temples now to be acknowledged that were demolished, according to them, to build a mosque. Before I head back to our studios, take a look now at this report to help you understand what has been happening on this controversy for the past few hours.
Another video of the claimed shivling inside the Gyanvapi Mosque complex in Varanasi. This one shows the well-like structure next to the Wuzu Khana. The Hindu side claims that the well houses the shivling. Earlier images accessed by India Today showed the claimed shivling inside this water body. The latest clip
has only made the claim of the Hindu side stronger. They're now asking, what more proof is needed?
हमने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है, वो एक एप्लीकेशन है फैक्ट्स असरटेन करने की, कोर्ट के पटल पे अपनी बातें लाने की, और माननीय न्यायालय जरूर इसको देखेगा, इसके मेरिट्स को देखेगा। मुस्लिम साइड से अंजुमन इंतजामिया से उनके जवाब मंगाए जाएंगे।
The site where the claimed shivling has been spotted has been secured after the Supreme Court order on Tuesday. The local administration has put 9 locks and 2 CRPF Jawans have also been deployed. They will guard this entire area 24/7. A deputy superintendent of police rank officer, the head of the Kashi temple security and 3 CRPF commandants will review security on a 24/7 basis. While the hearing in the Varanasi court did not take place on Wednesday, the Mandir Masjid dispute has already taken political center stage.
ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का और इस तरह के घटनाक्रम भारतीय जनता पार्टी जानबूझ करके करती है।
मैं चाहूंगा कि अभी भी समय है कि इन 3 मस्जिदों पर, इन 3 मंदिरों के साथ जो अन्याय हुआ, जो मस्जिदें बनाई गई इनके आसपास या मंदिर तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाए गए, उन पर बैठकर हिंदू समाज के साथ या हिंदू समाज के जो लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उनके साथ बैठकर इस पे कोई सलाह करे, बातचीत करे और रास्ता निकालें।
विचारधारा में इनकी सोच के अंदर जो आप देख रहे हो क्या तमाशे हो रहे हैं देश के अंदर, अब एक नया तमाशा शुरू कर देंगे हम आप पर।
The mosque panel continues to claim that the shivling is actually a water fountain. The Lucknow All India Muslim Personal Law Board has also decided to form a legal committee that will oversee this entire case. Hindu motifs, the spotting of a reported shivling. Will the survey report that's due to be submitted in the next few days be a game changer in the Gyanvapi Mosque Kashi Temple case? Bureau Report, India Today.
So let's now go on the ground in Varanasi. My colleague Samarth Srivastava is joining me on this live telecast. Samarth, I do have 2 pointed questions. One, what is expected next in the court? Which is, of course, the matter currently with regard to the Supreme Court. But secondly, what is the Hindu side up to? How are they preparing to push their side of claims? And what is the Muslim side up to? Because after the meeting of the All India Muslim Personal Law Board, they appear to be readying a legal arsenal to form a legal team. So do tell us what is happening legally and from both sides.
See, Pooja, there is no stopping to the hearing when it comes to the Gyanvapi case. For tomorrow, what is important is that the 5 women petitioners who have filed the case in August 2021, they'll again move to court because the request has already been submitted. But as there was no working in the court today, so that has been shifted for tomorrow. So tomorrow will be an important hearing because the women claim that there should be prayers at the premises where the shivling has been found. Also, they have also claimed that there is another tehkhana in that particular area where shivling has been found, and for that purpose that area should be broken and to find out whether what's inside that particular tehkhana, what they are claiming. So this is one request pending to the court, which court is likely to pronounce tomorrow. Apart from that, what Muslim side is planning is obviously they are claiming that it is a fountain, not a shivling, and the request has also been given to the court because court obviously demanded a request from the Muslim side, like what's their claim in that particular matter. So after that, Muslim side sent the report, though they took 1 day time, but tomorrow is the day when we can also hear about that, whether what court will say on that Muslim petition, whether it's a shivling or a fountain, as in terms of the Muslim advocates' words. So it's going to be very crucial tomorrow. So these are the main factors. Because when we spoke to the videographers or other persons related to this survey, they even claimed that there is some door which seems to be embedded, not with lock or handle. It seems to be embedded with a wall which has a covering from 4 areas. So it's going to be crucial, and that is something what the women petitioners have objected and have requested the court to allow them to go inside for the survey.
So with one court commissioner that has been removed, there appears to be support also coming in for him. How does that now go out? So the survey as they were appointed by the court is over. Is there going to be another survey done, or does this end here? How do you see this panning out amid the controversy that one of the commissioner is removed as well?
See, Pooja, first we should talk about the survey, because if that petition is okayed by the court, like about the prayers or that particular another tehkhana, then there could be another survey for that thing. But as you spoke about the advocate commissioners, when Ajay Mishra was removed, it was clear that Ajay Mishra, while speaking to India Today TV, broke out. He clearly said that Vishal Singh, the new special advocate commissioner, is only responsible for his removal, because he said that even when Muslim side objected his role being partial, then also court did not remove him. Then what happened in 2 to 3 days time after the appointment of Vishal Singh, that he was removed? So these were the major allegations, while Vishal Singh also slammed back and said that he's like a brother and he has not done anything to him. He just wanted survey to go smoothly. So this is something coming in when you are seeing the both advocate commissioners against each other in this particular case, because it's not a normal case, Pooja. It's a sensitive case.
Yes.
When it comes to petitioners, they are making requests every day, a new request. And when it comes to advocate commissioners, they are coming with new claims.
It's definitely a very sensitive matter. There are two communities also specifically involved here, and there are religious sentiments at play. As of now, the court has, of course, given some directions, but as Samarth is telling us, tomorrow is going to be very significant, and Samarth will be tracking all the latest on the ground in Benares as well. Thank you so much, Samarth, for constantly telling us. But as we also just spoke, it's become massively political. And the AIMIM, the Muslim Personal Law Body, is also not backing down at all. Joining me now on this telecast is AIMIM Chief Asaduddin Owaisi. Mr. Owaisi, the Supreme Court has said, keep as shivling is being claimed by the Hindu side where it was, but has also said that at no point the namaz prayers should be hindered. Now, what would be your problem with that? Because that appears to be at least as safe an option that has been given to both sides for now, Mr. Owaisi.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब ऑनरेबल जज ने शिवलिंग कहा तो ऑनरेबल एडवोकेट हुज़ैफा अहमदी साहब ने कहा कि जज साहब से कि इसको इस्तेमाल मत करिए इस लफ्ज़ को। तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज ने कहा कि इन द इम्प्यून ऑर्डर, माने जो इम्प्यून ऑर्डर चैलेंज हुआ है, नंबर 1। दूसरी बात यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा कि मुसलमानों के जो रिलीजियस तरीके से जो आप नमाज पढ़ते हैं जो है उसमें वज़ू भी शामिल है, तो वज़ू करेंगे उसमें हाउस में जाकर, और 400 साल से उस वज़ू को उस फवारे को कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ। और अगर ये फवारे को अगर इस तरह अगर पेश किया जा रहा है तो कल ताजमहल को बंद कर देना पड़ेगा। ताजमहल के सामने भी फवारे लगे हैं, कहाँ जाके बात रुकेगी फिर ये। और चौथी बात यह है कि वो लोअर कोर्ट के पूरे ऑर्डर पर उम्मीद करते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट कल स्टे लगाएगा, क्योंकि वो कंप्लीटली वायलेशन है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जजमेंट का 91 के एक्ट का, और कंप्लीटली अनफेयर है कि दो पक्ष को आपके पास पेश हैं, आप सर्वे कमिश्नर को अपॉइंट करते हो, सर्वे कमिश्नर रिपोर्ट नहीं देता, आप दूसरी साइड को वो दौड़ते हैं कि ये बाबा मिल गए और आप उसको ऑर्डर दे देते हैं बगैर मुस्लिम पक्ष को सुने। इससे बड़ा बायस और अनफेयर ऑर्डर क्या हो सकता है बताइए आप।
मिस्टर ओवैसी, मैं देख रही हूँ आप कभी-कभी कोर्ट से थोड़ा गुस्सा भी लगते हैं, क्योंकि अयोध्या वर्डिक्ट, आई रिमेंबर व्हेन इट हैपेंड, you taken to social media site and had said that the Babri mosque will always be there no matter what. It appeared that you were not exactly respecting the verdict. इस बार भी आपने सुप्रीम कोर्ट के हिसाब से कुछ कहा है सोशल मीडिया पे भी और हर जगह। क्या एग्जैक्टली आपका ऑब्जेक्शन है इस इशू को लेकर?
नहीं, देखिए सम्मान के साथ डिसएग्री कर सकते हैं, यही तो आप समझिए बात को प्लीज मैडम। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के एक रिटायर्ड चीफ जस्टिस ऑफ इंडिया थे जो आज दुनिया में नहीं है, जस्टिस जे वर्मा ने क्या कहा था, वो उन्होंने कहा, मैंने कहा कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट इज सुप्रीम बट नॉट इनफेलेबल। मुझे सुप्रीम कोर्ट के और कोर्ट के फैसलों से डिसएग्री करने का पूरा इख्तियार है, और मैं डिसएग्री किया हूं और जिंदा जब तक रहूंगा, अगर मुझे समझ में आया डिसएग्री करूंगा। और मैं आपको और एक बात बता रहा हूं, जब सुप्रीम कोर्ट का बाबरी मस्जिद का फैसला आया था, मैंने आपके प्रोग्राम में कहा था कि आज का ये वर्डिक्ट को मैं इसलिए डिसएग्री करता हूं क्योंकि ये विक्ट्री है फेथ की फैक्ट्स के ऊपर, और इससे मुस्तकबिल में फ्यूचर में नए नए मुश्किलात पैदा होंगे। मैंने काशी, ज्ञानवापी और मथुरा और टीले वाली मस्जिद का जिक्र किया था। बदबख्ती की बात है कि आज मैं सच साबित हो रहा हूं।
और सर वो तो हो रहा है, वो तो हो रहा है क्योंकि अयोध्या के बाद अब मथुरा, काशी और बहुत अलग जगहों के भी मेंशन्स आ रहे हैं। लेकिन सर, जब हिंदू आस्था की बात करें, मैनी हिंदूज हैव सेड दे विजिट दीज हिस्टोरिकल साइट्स, लोकेशंस, टेम्पल्स, पर वो अपने भगवान को ऑफर भी नहीं कर सकते प्रेयर, बिकॉज दे आर देन टेक्निकली बाउइंग डाउन टू अ मॉस्क, जहां पे वो मानते हैं कि कभी उनके आइडल रखे जाते थे, और उनकी फेथ जो है इस बार रिजेक्ट हो रही है, इग्नोर हो रही है। ये एक्नॉलेज करना इतने सालों से बहुत जरूरी है इस बार। क्या आपको लगता है सर, जो चीज हिंदू और मुस्लिम बन गई है, ये एक्चुअली हिंदूज या इंडियन सिविलाइजेशन वर्सेस मुगल इन्वेडर्स है, फॉरेन इन्वेडर्स है? क्या आपको नहीं लगता ये ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है नैरेटिव समझना सर?
तो फिर एक आप क्यों 500 साल की बात कर रहे हैं? मैं तो कह रहा हूं ना कि 2000 साल पहले चले जाइए, 3000 साल पहले चले जाइए, जब जैनों के मंदिरों को तोड़ दिया गया, आज भी निशानियां हैं। आप 4000 साल पहले चले जाइए, बुद्धिस्टों के स्तूपा को बदल के मंदिर बना दिया गया, आप चले जाइए। बल्कि मैं तो कह रहा हूं कि 50,000 साल पहले भारत में अफ्रीका से लोग आकर भारत को बनाए, 40,000 साल पहले ईरान से फार्मर्स आए थे, उसके बाद स्टेप्स से लोग आए थे। अरे चले जाइए ना, क्यों 500 साल? भाई 1000 साल जाइए, 2000 साल जाइए, 3000, 40,000, 50,000 साल पहले चले जाइए।
चलिए सर, ये डिबेट जरूर जारी रहेगा। फिलहाल कोर्ट में हियरिंग का जो अपडेट है वो भी अगले कुछ घंटों में आएगा। थैंक यू सो मच मिस्टर असदुद्दीन अवैसी फॉर जॉइनिंग अस ऑन दिस टेलीकास्ट। एंड एज वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग बियॉन्ड Ayodhya and beyond Kashi, there are issues that have come from other areas as well, and from national capital Delhi. Another Hindu idol found in a mosque inside Qutub Minar now. Remember, it's this time the reference is to a 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha. Now, they are saying that because he was a disciple of Prahlad, carved in one of the pillars of the Quwat Islam Mosque within the complex, within the premises of the Qutub Minar, which is in fact a massive premises in the national capital, Delhi. The clamour has now grown for survey of these monuments. Are we looking at a monument Vapsi movement in India? Take a look at this report.
The structure that marked the beginning of the Muslim Sultanate in India finds itself in another controversy. After Hindu deity Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna's idol carvings were found on the pillars of the Quwat Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, this time, it's Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlad carved in stone on the pillars of perhaps the oldest mosque in North India. Archaeological experts claim that this idol is at least 1,200 years old. This idol was found on a pillar of the mosque that was carved in between 8th and 9th century during the reign of the Pratihara kings or Raja Anangpal. Earlier demands for excavation in the area have been raised. Experts believe more such remnants of Hindu temples could be found if a survey is conducted. An appeal has been filed in the district court once again. The suit says that the temple complex be restored to protect the religious and cultural heritage of India and practice the right to religion guaranteed by Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution of India. This time by the Jain deity Tirthankar Lord Rishabdev and Hindu deity Lord Vishnu through their next of friends. Because the ASI themselves claim that 27 Hindu and Jain temples in Qutub Minar were demolished and Quwat Islam Mosque was raised inside the complex, reusing the same materials. Last week, two right-wing fringe groups were detained near the Qutub Minar after they assembled at the site to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, claiming that the site was once a Vishnu temple and demanded Qutub Minar be named as Vishnu Stump.
It has been claimed inside by the Archaeological Survey of India that at the time when the Qutub Minar and the masjid was built, it was done so by demolishing 27 Hindu and Jain temples, and the stones and the carvings of those temples were used to once again build the entire structure around the Qutub Minar. And that is a claim that has been put forward with the newer idols and discoveries that are being made by historians and archaeological survey people, which is why this matter has also gone to court at the next hearing for the petition that has been filed to restore the Qutub Minar area as a temple and allow people the right to worship inside is going to be heard on the 24th of May. With Alok Das in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
So clearly this is not going to end at Kashi because there are many more demands coming forth. After a very short break, on the other side, I'll actually take you through how this temple and mosque issue is literally turning into a mission monument Vapsi. Which are the other demands that have cropped up now? Let's bring you the details after a very short break.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
Are you a germaphobe? Do you freak out when things aren't clean? You may be able to clean things on Earth, but what about space junk? Did you know there are more than 9,800 tons of debris floating around Earth's orbit? Yes, you heard it right. Well, let us help you relax. A tow truck in space is using magnets to clean the space. The name of your space cleaner buddy is ELSA. ELSA is a small satellite fitted with a powerful magnet. It uses a magnet to clean up the debris and tows it back to Earth's orbit. While towing back, it burns up naturally on re-entry. ELSA can help clean 9,800 tons of debris floating around the Earth. Space junk is litter left behind in the orbit from the space missions. You wouldn't believe that it is traveling at the speed of 27,000 km per hour. So at this speed, even small debris could mean a huge risk. We hear about the space mission being launched every now and then, and with more than 30,000 satellites set to launch in the coming year, the space could really use some cleaning. But who made ELSA, and how does it work around space? Japanese startup Astroscale launched a model of ELSA-D. It is made up of 2 satellites stacked together. There are 2 parts, a flying magnetic tow truck and a smaller satellite that behaves like a piece of space junk. During the trial, they launched the smaller satellite and used the magnet to recapture it. But ELSA is not the only space cleaner. Claire Space, a Swiss startup, is also launching a technology to clean up space junk. As Earth gets more active in exploring space, cleaning solutions like ELSA and Claire Space are becoming more and more important. Do you have any fresh ideas to clean up there?
You are watching
Are we looking at now a mission monument Vapsi that could be underway? From reclaiming, as they're calling it, the Taj Mahal as Tejo Mahal, to now the demand to rename the Qutub Minar, which is an iconic monument in Delhi, as the Vishnu Stambh. Now there's also demand coming in from Aurangabad as Sambhaji Nagar that it must be now named as, given its historic references. Is it Mughal history that is being edited or erased, or is there something else onto it? Take a look at this special report about all other areas that are now also receiving demands for a change.
A shivling allegedly at the Wazu Khana of the Gyanvapi Mosque in Kashi, being hailed as the game changer in the Kashi temple dispute case. The Hindu side claims that this is the proof that the mosque was built after Aurangzeb demolished the temple. The matter has now reached the Supreme Court. Less than 650 kilometers from Kashi, there's a call to reopen the locked rooms of the Taj Mahal to look for alleged hidden Shiva idols. A BJP leader even went to court, claiming that Taj Mahal is actually Tejo Mahal. The plea was dismissed. In the capital, a Hindu group chanted the Hanuman Chalisa at the Qutub Minar, demanding that its name be changed to Vishnu Stambh. They say that the monument was restructured after demolishing 27 Jain and Hindu temples.
भारत के अंदर कुतुब मीनार बनी है, ताजमहल बना है और हिंदू जनमानस ऐसा मानता है कि भाई ताजमहल तेजो महल था, तो ताजमहल तो भारत सरकार के अधीन है, कुतुब मीनार भारत सरकार का है। तो मैं तो प्रधानमंत्री जी से आग्रह करना चाहूँगा कि कुतुब मीनार को और ताजमहल को हिंदुओं की भावनाओं का सम्मान करते हुए हिंदुओं को सौंप देना चाहिए।
At the center of this monument Wapsi campaign is the Mughal ruler Aurangzeb, dubbed a tyrant by some. It is alleged that he ordered destruction of temples in Kashi and Mathura. In Maharashtra, there is a renewed demand to rename Aurangabad as Sambhaji Nagar.
Sambhaji Nagar, it should be changed. It should, and it has to, and it will in future. That is, I'm saying on television, sir. We believe in Sambhaji Maharaj, we don't believe in Aurangzeb.
While a legal battle plays out in the Kashi temple mosque issue, in Karnataka's Mandya, the Hindu community is seeking permission to offer prayers inside the Sri Rangapatna Mosque. Built by Tipu Sultan, the Jamia Masjid, in a heritage site, Hindu groups claim that the mosque is built on the remains of a Hanuman temple.
ಶ್ರೀರಂಗಪಟ್ಟಣದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೂಡ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಒಂದು ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮುಸಲ್ಮಾನರು ಕೂಡ ಒಪ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಒಪ್ಪಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಂತಹ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿ ಅದನ್ನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನವನ್ನು ಪಕ್ಕಕ್ಕೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಉಳಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನ ಯಾಕೆ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ? ಯಾಕೆ ಮಸೀದಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿದ್ರಿ? ಈ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 36,000 ದೇವಸ್ಥಾನಗಳನ್ನ.
A call for reclaiming the past to restore the future. The collision over historic sites across India continues to resonate. Bureau Report, India Today.
That is all about the Gyanvapi truth falls for now. It's a debate that's ongoing, and of course we'll be tracking what happens in the court as well. I'm heading into a very short break. When I return, the Supreme Court grants bail to the former media tycoon Indrani Mukherjee in Sheena Bora murder case. Remember, the trial is on and she's been behind bars for almost 7 years. And finally, on the 10th request, she is about to walk out. What next for Indrani Mukherjee? Let's bring you that big story after a very short break.
there has been a lot of talk recently about a security vulnerability on smartphones known as the dirty pipe vulnerability. Now, this one has the potential to infect major Android smartphones and any other device which is functioning on the Linux operating system. Now, Linux is one of the most popular operating systems and Android is powered by Linux. What happens is when this dirty pipe vulnerability infects any Android smartphone, it will not only compromise the operating system but the phone as well, and it will make it susceptible to further attacks. So if you use an Android phone, this is very crucial information. The attacker can easily bypass the security and gain root access to modify the system without taking your permission. Basically, it puts your device at risk of foreign intrusions and it can tweak the system any way they want. Dirty pipe is the name of the vulnerability, a serious bug in the operating system which allows malicious data to be injected into any file. Now, this vulnerability has been found on the Linux kernel version 5.8 or higher versions of this. And since most of the phones in the market, including Android smartphones which majorly dominate the market, since all of them are built over the Linux kernel version, this is a major concern. Android 12 users are most at risk because it has been discovered that the Linux kernel version 5.8 has been majorly used in Android 12. So if you're wondering how do you get to know which version of Linux your phone is functioning on, this is the way to do it. Go to settings on your phone, click on About Phone. Scroll down to the Android software version. Tap on it and that will tell you the Linux kernel version that your phone is on. So if the Linux kernel version that your phone is functioning on is 5.0 and below, then your phone is really not in danger. But if the Linux kernel version is 5.0 and above, then make sure that you check for any updates on your smartphone. And if you don't find any, then do contact the smartphone manufacturer to ensure that your phone remains safe.
You are watching India Today.
A murder trial that has been in the limelight for 7 years now. And today, Supreme Court granted bail to former media tycoon Indrani Mukherjee in the Sheena Bora murder case. The court in its order said, Indrani has been in jail for over 6.5 years. The court went on to add, even if 50% of witnesses are given up by the prosecution, the trial will not be over anytime soon. Indrani will be released on bail subject to the satisfaction of the trial court. But while arguing for Indrani, the lawyer said, the trial has not progressed since the last 11 months. The lawyer mentioned the accusation of killing one's own daughter is bizarre. So remember, giving you a background, if you've just tuned in to this case, Indrani Mukherjee was accused of allegedly murdering her daughter Reena Bora over a property dispute, and it got only complicated with twists and turns in the past 7 years. Listen in to the reactions that have come in.
The CBI in their arguments, the government in their arguments had argued that there should not be bail granted because she is accused of killing her daughter, as well as the damage to the evidence. What has the court said about all of these allegations from the state?
Not commented on the merits presently, and these are all these are allegations, which are because presently she is presumed to be innocent until she is proved guilty. And how long can she be incarcerated? Section 437 of the CRPC also provides dispensation for women, sick and infirm, and she has medical conditions as well. Considering everything, she rightly deserves bail. She has been granted bail. And about the merits, presently, the matter is still sub judice in the Sessions Court, and we are ready and willing to cooperate with the trial, to proceed with the trial. In fact, on the last day in the Sessions Court also, I made a statement that we don't want any impediment in the course of trial. Since the trial court was vacant since 7 June 2021, there was no progress in the trial. But we really want the trial to get expedited and trial to get concluded as soon as possible.
And not just that, senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who appeared for Indrani Mukherjee in the Supreme Court, has expressed satisfaction. Listen in to what he said about Indrani being behind bars for almost 7 years now. Take a look.
There were 4 or 5 salient grounds. One, that she has suffered custody of more than 6.5 years. She has not come out at all, even for one day in 6.5 years, number one. Number two, there is no end in sight to the completion of the trial. 237 witnesses have been cited by the CBI. Only 68 have been examined, and God alone knows how long it will take. It probably take between 5 to 10 more years. Liberty is the most important, cherished goal of the Constitution of India. The liberty and deprivation of liberty has to be balanced, and 6.5 years is a lot of time which will never come back for any accused, even if the accused is acquitted after 10 or 15 years. Plus, we also pointed out to the court that her husband, who is also supposed to be a co-conspirator, was granted bail after 4 years. She has put in 6.5 years. And also that for the last 11 months, the courtroom was vacant without any judge being there. Plus, something more important, that the legislature, that is Parliament, has put a provision in the Criminal Procedure Code that a special dispensation or relaxation is made for women, for the sick and infirm, and for children, that the rigors of bail are relaxed in these cases, and she is a woman. Keeping in view all these factors, the Supreme Court was pleased to grant bail, and she will walk out of jail today or tomorrow.
But remember that Indrani Mukherjee about to walk out from prison doesn't make her life any easy right away. There are strict bail conditions that have been put against her. I will now take you through one by one. What are these conditions that have been put against her, in the sense there are restrictions that she will have to follow, and on top will be Indrani Mukherjee will have to surrender her passport to the Central Bureau of Investigation, because that is going to be perhaps one of the most important aspects, and that also means that she will not be permitted to interact with her daughter Vidhi, the only one that she was interacting with, at least in the past few years. So that is going to be very important for her. But with the bail conditions that have come against her, it will also be that she cannot, that means move out, cannot leave the country without that. Now, let's first take a look at what's next for Indrani, because she's going to walk out anytime now once a signed copy comes. But she cannot talk with her own daughter. She has already, we know that there is a separation that has taken place, a divorce from her husband Peter Mukherjee, who's also been a media tycoon, but is also a co-accused in the case and is also out on bail currently. Now, we are being told that it is possible that when she walks out of the prison, she's likely to stay at the Marlow Bungalow in Mumbai, in Worli, which is one of the most posh and upscale localities. It is possible that that could be her residence. For now, she cannot go out of the country either ways. But what happens then to Indrani Mukherjee? Her career that she will have to restart, and then also social life that she will have to get back to. Remember, she was a socialite of the sense that she used to interact and party and hang out with perhaps the most well-known people in Maharashtra and from the country. And all of that, will it be changing, or will it be able to return for her anytime soon? That's going to be a big what next for Indrani. Let's go across to my colleague Vidya first, because Vidya, as you tell us exactly what is happening here, you've been tracking the case, I remember, since she was arrested in 2015. And when we thought it appeared to be an open and shut case, there it just took these twists and turns, and a family tree with absolutely horrific instances coming forth. We've been speaking to her family members, but it will be pertinent about what happens next. When is she expected to walk out, Vidya, and what then happens to her?
Sources also telling Business Today TV that partial privatization...
well, the bail order that has been granted by the Supreme Court is just out. It has just been, made public. And that order will have to be brought to the Sessions Court. Now, the Sessions Court has already taken a break for the day. And it will now be only tomorrow that Advocate Sana Rais Khan, who represents Indrani, who was there in Supreme Court today, will have to get that order to the Sessions Court. From there, the writ and the prison, release from the prison order will be put out when and after it is given out, that will have to be handed over to the Baikala prison, where Indrani has been lodged since 2015, and it's only after the documents are received by the prison authorities that they will release her. Well, certainly at this juncture, as you spoke, the fact remains that being in the prison for the last 6.5 years, would have changed Indrani a lot. After coming back, well, she'll have to really see as to what she has to do, because remember, according to the CBI, she had wrapped up her business. She had folded up all the businesses that she had, and she was on way to United Kingdom, where she's also a citizen of UK, and she was going there, to reside forever. That's something that the CBI had stated initially also, and during the trial as well. So we'll really have to see as to what now that she cannot go to UK.
What exactly are the strict bail conditions that have been put forth if she really wants to walk out? If she cannot interact with the family, she cannot interact with Peter Mukherjee, cannot go out of India, what all will she have to follow and follow the trial also as and when it continues?
We have been speaking to Peter as well.
Yes.
He also has similar, remember, his bail conditions are something that were copied for Indrani as well. So even he cannot talk to his own children, Vidhi, Rahul, Rabin, all his 3 kids, he cannot speak to them. And when you speak to Peter, he says that, it breaks his heart that he cannot speak to his own children. But remember, this is only temporary. Where after they depose in the court, remember at this juncture, Rahul Mukherjee was actually supposed to depose in the court this week itself, but because he had COVID and could not come down, he is right now in quarantine. That's the reason why his deposition could not happen. So after the depositions happen, these people can actually speak to their children as well. So that's just a temporary thing, but certainly Indrani has only Vidhi, in her life as a family member. So certainly at this juncture, getting Vidhi back, seeing to it that her deposition gets over soon so that she can interact with her only daughter, that's of prime importance to Indrani as well.
Thank you so much, Vidya, for tracking all the latest on that. So has to submit a passport, cannot travel out of India, cannot interact with her own family members, and importantly report to the court as and when it is required. Now this case has been mind-boggling for anyone who's followed it. She was first arrested in 2015, and then Sheena Bora, that appeared to be her sister, was actually then turned out to be her daughter. Was she murdered by her? All of that has been a part of this case. Take a look now to actually understand what happened in the past 6.5 years, and that Indrani is all set to walk free now, at least for a while, at least out on bail, till the trial then resumes. Take a look.
One half of Indian media's power couple, a darling of the Mumbai party circuit, a woman with a dark past, a mother, and an alleged murderer. That was how Indrani Mukherjee was described when the Sheena Bora murder case hit the headlines in 2015. 6.5 years later, today, 54 years old, Indrani Mukherjee is a woman who has fallen from grace and is trying to salvage her identity. It all started with the arrest of Indrani Mukherjee's driver, Shambar Rai, by Mumbai police for possession of illegal weapons on 21st August 2015. It was claimed that Rai, during his interrogation in the weapons case, spoke about his involvement in a murder in 2012 that involved his employer. Based on this, 4 days later on 25th August, police registered 4 cases under Indian Penal Code for murder, kidnapping, tampering with evidence, criminal conspiracy with common intention, naming Indrani Mukherjee, her former husband Sanjeev Khanna, and driver Shambar Rai. The police claimed that Sheena Bora, Indrani's daughter from a previous relationship, was killed on April 24, 2012, and her body was buried the next day in a village in the Raigad district. It was claimed that the body was found in a decomposed state a month later, but remained unidentified till Rai's alleged disclosure in 2015. On 26 August, Indrani was arrested by the police in connection with the kidnapping and murder of Sheena, whose body was later allegedly set ablaze and disposed of in 2012. Sheena Bora was reported missing by Indrani Mukherjee's stepson, Rahul Mukherjee, who was reportedly engaged to Sheena. It was claimed that Rahul's father, Peter Mukherjee, and Indrani did not approve of the relationship. On 27 August 2015, Indrani's ex-husband and Sheena's stepfather, Sanjeev Khanna, was arrested from Kolkata. The case was transferred to the Central Bureau of Investigation in September 2015 from the Mumbai police. In December 2015, the CBI made its first and only arrest in the case by booking Peter Mukherjee, then husband of Indrani Mukherjee, for allegedly being part of the conspiracy of the murder. In 2016, Shamvar Rai sought to become a prosecution witness, claiming that he had remorse for what he had done and wanted to make full disclosure about the alleged murder of Sheena Bora. His plea was accepted, and the trial began in 2017. Bail application filed by the accused on merits and medical grounds were rejected multiple times before Bombay High Court granted bail to Peter Mukherjee in 2020. Indrani Mukherjee in her bail plea has contended that there are major discrepancies in the CBI's evidence, including in the deposition of Rai and forensic experts on the skeletons found in 2012 and the one exhumed in 2015, claiming to be that of Sheena Bora's. The trial has so far seen the deposition of 67 witnesses, including Rai, forensic experts and others. In past half a decade, the case has taken many twists and turns. But one thing that has always been true for this particular case is that it is not a simple murder case, and neither is it easy to ascertain who killed Sheena Bora.
All right, we have some big news coming in. This is politics escalating on the Mandir Masjid issue, and now Trinamool Congress Member of Parliament Mahua Moitra compares. This is absolutely bizarre. The Member of Parliament Mahua Moitra compares the Baba Atomic Research Centre building image to a shivling and says, and I quote her here, "Hope the Baba Atomic Research Centre is not next on the digging list." She has put this on her social media site, Twitter. Many have called her out for it and also criticizing. Hope Baba Atomic Research Centre is not next on the digging list. Is the Member of Parliament being sarcastic with regard to what has now been found there at the Gyanvapi? Remember, there's been a big political outburst on the survey, on the images that have surfaced from Gyanvapi as well. And TMC MP also now escalating the matter. So that's the big news right now. TMC MP has also been very vocal against the BJP earlier, but this time she's taken to Twitter, shared Baba Atomic Research Centre's building image to say, and I quote her here again, "Oh, hope Baba Atomic Research Centre is not next on the digging list." That is all from me for today. Thank you so much for watching. Coming up after a very short break at 7 p.m, it's a fresh political face-off in the southern state of Karnataka. The Congress party is claiming that revolutionary leader Bhagat Singh's chapter has been dropped over RSS founder Hejwa. Now that's a big one, remember, and coming from the state of Karnataka. Let's bring you that after a very short break with Preeti Chaudhary.
watching India Today.
A shocking incident has surfaced in Noida. An 81-year-old sketch artist has now been arrested for the digital rape of a young woman. The victim, a 17-year-old, had been raped for 10 long years. If you think that digital rape happens on the metaverse or through cell phones or only through the digital route, you are wrong. Digit is a more general term that can be used to describe any finger or toe, and digital rape refers to the physical act of using fingers of a hand or foot.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए. Kalyan Jewellers.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Let me quickly take you through the headlines. India Today accesses fresh video of the claimed shiveling in Gyanvapi's mosque. More proof or visual proof of temple inside Gyanvapi is what the claimants say. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar. 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha found in the complex. Once again, a monument Vapsi war erupts. A fresh political face-off in Karnataka. Congress claims Bhagat Singh's chapter dropped over RSS founder Hegdewar. Bommai government denies axing Bhagat Singh chapter. Rajiv Gandhi's killer, Perarivalan, released by Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations in Coimbatore, ruling DMK and AIDMK in a credit war. Patidar face Hardik Patel dumps the Congress, blasts the Gandhis in his resignation letter, says they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him joining the BJP. Trouble for Chidambaram's again, day after CBI raids over China Bright Gate. Probe agency arrests Karti Chidambaram, top aide in corruption case. Top focus fears politics has taken centre stage once again in the state of Karnataka. This time around, Congress has alleged BJP of replacing a chapter on Bhagat Singh with the RSS founder KB Hegdewar's writings. The Congress's DK Shivakumar has even called this an alleged move as anti-national because the Congress says, what space does an RSS ideologue have in our history when we are looking up at idols? They were never part of the freedom struggle as well. Meanwhile, even the BJP on the other side has dismissed these claims, saying right now that we haven't replaced Bhagat Singh, but yes, what's wrong in reading Hegdewar's speeches?
A massive political war has erupted in Karnataka over the alleged exclusion of lessons on Bhagat Singh from the 10th standard book. The opposition is up in arms. The Congress has alleged that Bhagat Singh's lessons were replaced with RSS founder KB Hegdewar's writings. Karnataka Congress Chief DK Shivakumar took to Twitter and condemned the state government's action. Shivakumar said the decision to remove Bhagat Singh's lessons is an act of anti-nationalism. He added that if today Bhagat Singh is removed, tomorrow it can be Mahatma Gandhi.
ये देश को एक रखने की कमेटी होना चाहिए और हर एक के विचार उसमें सम्मिलित होना, लेकिन देश के संविधान के तहत वो बने, लेकिन यहाँ पर चंद लोग अपने ही विचार को जो ला रहे हैं, हेगड़ेवार क्या एक 200 साल पुराने संस्था है क्या उनकी?
Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal too waded into the controversy. Aam Aadmi Party Supremo took to Twitter to slam the BJP. Kejriwal called the Bombay government's decision to omit Bhagat Singh's lessons an insult. Karnataka Education Minister hit back at the opposition. Karnataka Education Minister B.C. Nagesh's recent reaction to the Hegdewar controversy. Meanwhile, the Karnataka Education Department has issued a clarification saying that it has not dropped Bhagat Singh from 10th standard textbooks. First, furor over the decision to drop Tipu Sultan from textbooks. Then hinting at teaching Bhagavad Gita in schools. Now the face-off over Bhagat Singh lesson has added a new act in polarization Nataka. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, viewers, away from this political slugfest, why is it that the Karnataka government has included a chapter on the RSS founder Hegdewar as well? Well, to find out more, I am joined right now in an exclusive conversation with the Education Minister of Karnataka, Mr. B.C. Nagesh. Sir, appreciate you joining us. Thank you for taking out the time and joining us this evening. My first question is forget about the politics of it all. Look at it from the perspective of students. On what basis has the speech of RSS founder Hegdewar been included in the class 10 syllabus?
Do you feel that whatever we have added in the textbook for so many years as basis? While we form textbook by formatting some educationalists. The group of educationalists decides what should be in the textbook, and whatever the value lessons we bring in the textbook, they should create some values in the students.
All right, Mr. Nagesh, I want to ask you, which is the biggest contention right now? Has any chapter or a particular paragraph on Bhagat Singh being omitted? Because the Congress is right now, speaking out again, saying that you've removed Bhagat Singh and you've included RSS founder Hegdewar's speech.
No, it is not missing. Again, it has been added extra. Even some of the Krantikari's lessons has been added with Bhagwat Singh.
Okay, so some of the work of Bhagat Singh has been added. I want to also now ask you in detail, local academics from Karnataka, they've raised a complaint that maybe works of Renaissance literary figures like A.N. Murthy Rao's work, P. Langesh's Murugu Mattu Sundari, Sara Ambudbakar's Yodha have all been omitted from these textbooks. Have they been?
Always in every Parishkarana, some will be deleted and some will be added. We cannot keep everything every time, because number of pages and number of hours has been fixed. To add something has to be removed.
Right, sir. So this is what has been contended, because academics, now this is in terms of the other literary writers from Karnataka, not Bhagat Singh. On the issue of that, academics are now saying that you're choosing to limit those, take those out who have a left of center thinking, and you are only including those that have a right of center or right thinking, like the RSS founder. But I also want to ask you, sir, the political point which is being raised, which says that Mr. Hegdewar or the RSS was not part of our freedom struggle. On what basis is this time around they've been included in the form of the founder, Mr. Hegdewar, qualify for the chapter that it's been included in for the model figure that students should actually learn about him? The RSS never fought the freedom struggle. Why are we including the RSS founder in role models from that freedom movement?
You asked one question about P. Lankesh, whether P. Lankesh was a part of freedom movement. Was P. Lankesh or Murthy was a part of freedom movement? Tell me.
So they were writers. They were academics. They wrote books. Huge difference. RSS founder and Mr. P. Lankesh is huge difference.
I request you people, press people, don't misguide the people like this. How many syllabus is written only on the freedom people? Did Indira Gandhi had participated in Indira Gandhi, the freedom movement in this country? Do Sanjay Gandhi had participated in the freedom movement of the country? Why the such syllabus has been added in many textbooks of the country? Always try to give positive approach. We want to see that our children have positive approach. What was have you read the lecture of that, what we have included now? Have you read that?
Sir, what? Now let me give you context of the
Please
question.
Read the speech.
Sir, let me give you context.
And then you to speak to me.
I have read Hegdewar, sir. I have read Hegdewar.
Who has written
So
that,
I have read Hegdewar in detail, sir. So now let me give you context on why I asked you this question, sir. And this question was primarily asked in the context that you said Mr. Lankesh. Mr. Lankesh was a writer. So if a writer, you can't compare a writer's work to the founder of an RSS ideologue. That's my limited submission. Meanwhile, let me now just quickly move on to the other question, sir. The charge, political charge is you are trying to enforce RSS ideology on students.
What is RSS ideology? Can you tell me? What is the ideology I have imposed in that chapter? Can you explain me? Or anyone who has commented on that, can he come and have a debate with me that that speech is the ideology of RSS? Have you read it first? Madam, you have questioned me. Have you read it? Read what are the things we have introduced in that chapter?
Sir, I have not read what you've introduced, but I have read the writings of Mr. Hegdewar.
They have also not read because the textbook is on the way of printing. When they have not seen that, they have commented, and on their comments, you have taken an interview with me. You have not seen, I have not seen, and they have not seen.
No, sir. I have not read what you've included, but I have read the writings
Has got Kejriwal or Kejriwal ji has got the copy of that textbook?
Sir, Kejriwal, why? Okay, I want to.
I always pity them. Before knowing the things, without knowing the truth, they speak. And on the speeches of such leaders, you also introduce.
Okay, sir. Once again, the humble submission here has only been the information which is out in public domain. Let me just reiterate it. The fact is that I haven't read, nobody has read the textbook on what part of Mr. Hegdewar's speech or his writings have been included. But limited understanding is that this is on the freedom struggle, on idols to look up to. So it's a relevant question to ask you that Mr. Hegdewar was not part of the freedom struggle, nor was the RSS. Should he be included in that chapter? Limited points there. And to compare Mr. Hegdewar with writers who were academics and their writing being omitted is an unfair comparison, because they were writers. They wrote books to be read. Mr. Hegdewar was a founder of the RSS. Very different, sir. In asking Mr. Kejriwal or the Congress, we are continuing to pose questions to the Congress. I'm sure you mean to ask Mr. Kejriwal on the chapter of Bhagat Singh, which is being included. So that question, you yourself have clarified that the Bhagat Singh chapter is going to be included. I appreciate you for joining us. Thank you for taking out the time. Mr. B.C. Nagesh, thank you there. We're going to keep a keen eye on all developments on that story. I want to now quickly move on to the other big story that we are tracking. The Supreme Court today ordered the release of Rajiv Gandhi's assassins, A.G. Perarivalan. The Rajiv killer will be a free man after 31 years, as the Supreme Court has ordered his release, while highlighting that the decision of the Tamil Nadu cabinet is binding on the governor.
He's a free man after 31 years behind bars. A.G. Perarivalan, convict in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, has been freed by India's Supreme Court after a prolonged 5-year legal battle.
அம்மாவுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ரிலீஃப் கிடச்சிருக்கு. அதான் மிகப்பெரிய ஒரு எனக்கு இல்லை அவங்களுக்கு நன்றின்னு ஒரு வார்த்தையில் சொன்னேன்னு வச்சிங்களேன், அது மிகப்பெரிய சடங்காக இருக்கும், அது ஃபார்மாலிட்டியாக இருக்கும். அந்த ஃபார்மாலிட்டியை நான் சொல்ல விரும்பலை. ஏன்னா அவங்களாம் இல்லைன்னா நான் இன்றைக்கி இந்த நிலைமை இல்லை. மீடியா பீப்புள்ஸ் நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே எனக்காக பேசியிருக்கீங்க. எனக்காக பேசுனீங்கன்றத விட நியாயத்துக்காக பேசியிருக்கிறீங்க.
The Supreme Court flayed the state's governor, reiterating that the decision of the state cabinet is binding on him.
This verdict will also benefit the rest of the persons who've been convicted in the Rajiv Gandhi case. The lawyer says that we are still looking for the actual culprits, and this is a political question that could possibly be raised once again. Of course, we've seen the response from the Congress. We saw Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi coming in saying that we forgive Nalini, we forgive Perarivalan. But here is the question of the governor's powers, that the Supreme Court has very clearly said governor could not have kept this decision pending in this manner.
Perarivalan was arrested in 1991 after it was found that he had supplied 2 9-volt batteries to the main conspirator in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination. The batteries were used in the bomb to kill Rajiv Gandhi in Sri Perumbudur, Tamil Nadu. Perarivalan, however, has maintained for the last 31 years that he had no idea what he was supplying the batteries for and had no clue of the LTTE Rajiv assassination plot. Celebrations broke out in Perarivalan's residence soon after the judgment, and the convict's family distributed sweets as the sound of drums resonated on the streets of Vellore, Tamil Nadu.
இந்த 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஒரு மனிதனோட வாழ்க்கை சிறைக்குள்ள கழிஞ்சது அப்படின்னாக்கா உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு வினாடி யோசித்தா அப்பதான் அந்த வலி வேதனை என்னங்கிறது எல்லாருக்குமே புரியும். அதை கடந்து வந்தாச்சு என் பையன்.
Perarivalan's release sets the ball rolling for the release of other convicts as well, and the Stalin government has reiterated that it will now take legal steps to help Nalini and co.
32 ஆண்டு கால வாழ்வ சிறை கம்பிகளுக்கிடையே தொலைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த இளைஞர் இன்று விடுதலை காற்றை சுவாசிக்க இருக்கிறார். அந்த பேரறிவாளனுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் வரவேற்பையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அது வந்ததற்கு பிறகு சட்ட வல்லுநர்களோடு நாங்கள் கலந்து பேசி, வழக்கறிஞர்களோடு கலந்து பேசி, அதற்கு பிறகு அவர்களையும் மற்றவர்களையும் விடுதலை செய்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை தமிழக அரசு ஈடுபடும்.
As the DMK claims credit for this historic decision, interestingly, its ally, the Congress, has expressed outrage over the verdict. While the Gandhis have publicly said that they forgive the killers of Rajiv Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi has even said that he has no objection in the Perarivalan release, the Congress, it seems, has done a complete U-turn to fire an opportunistic salvo at the BJP.
We are deeply saddened by the decision of the Supreme Court. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and his government need to answer today. Is this your duplicity and double speak on terrorism?
There's been a massive campaign in the state of Tamil Nadu for the release of Rajiv Gandhi assassination convicts, and the Supreme Court's order of releasing AG Perarivalan, one of the convicts, is considered as a massive victory by DMK government, and now CM MK Stalin has said that he will do whatever it takes for the release of the other 6 convicts. But the jury is out on the larger debate as to what kind of message does releasing a convict who was convicted in the murder of a former Prime Minister send. It is Zivian from Madhav for India Today.
Over to Assam, where incessant rains in the northeast are wreaking havoc. In Assam, flood and landslide has resulted in multiple deaths, affecting nearly 2 lakh people across 20 districts. National and state disaster response forces have been pressed into service to carry out rescue and relief operations in the flood-hit areas. The Nagaon district residents were forced to leave their houses as the river Kopali is flowing over the danger mark. In Arunachal Pradesh, landslides due to heavy rains resulted in at least 5 deaths. Taking stock of the situation arising due to heavy and continuous rains, Chief Minister Pema Khandu appealed all to take precautionary measures, especially those living along river banks, streams and landslide-prone areas.
Almost 20 districts have been facing the wrath of heavy rainfalls, and right now we are here in Assam's Solmari, which is in the middle of Nagaon and Hojari. If we just show you around, these are agricultural fields, and we spoke to people over here who claimed that the levels of this particular water has suddenly rised up. This was not there until last night. This is what the locals have been saying. Now, over here, this complete area was a pond where fisheries was happening. However, as you can see, that this place is slowly getting inundated. It's completely coming to a standstill right now. Locals claim that they are facing a lot of financial issues just due to this particular natural calamity that Assam is facing. As we can see that the rainfall has stopped and there is sunlight, but the tragedies that are affecting the lives of these people seem to have just begun. With camera person Prasun, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Assam.
All right, viewers, let's quickly cut across and get you the latest coming in from the Cannes Film Festival. Deepika Padukone is a jury member at Cannes. On the very first day of Cannes Film Festival, she wore a Sabyasachi ensemble. Here's a special report by my colleague Chaiti.
Deepika Padukone's red carpet outfit is awaited. The fashion police is waiting to cut the challan or perhaps lay in the silos if history is anything to go by. Until then, Deepika has already created quite a stir on her first day of Cannes Film Festival. She carried off a Sabyasachi ensemble like a boss. This gorgeous shirt with tropical green pants, complementing the form and fashion of the French Riviera, is for the fashion journal. If this was not French Riviera enough, her ensemble was completed with the right accessories. A printed scarf and a statement neckpiece. Styled by Shalina Nathani, the actor wore an ensemble out of the Tropic of Calcutta collection by Sabyasachi Mukherjee. It is a series looking at global resort wear where Indian heritage gets a contemporary twist.
It's such a huge honor. It's not something that our country's sort of seen very often. So I think when we are given the opportunity, I think we take it with a lot of humility and a lot of gratitude.
Juxtapose this with her other look that had the fashionistas taken in by surprise on the upside. At the jury dinner, she wore a Louis Vuitton piece that whispered luxurious, understated elegance and class.
Do you like my VHS camera? Oh, so
cool! Even her arrival at Cannes was a chic one with a hint of French elegance. Denims with this chic cut, denim jacket and an iconic Dauphine handbag from the house of Louis Vuitton. At the red carpet, will her outfit be a larger-than-life Louis Vuitton ensemble or a Sabyasachi? Or perhaps the return of a Jimatista Vali couture? The jury is out on that one. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
All right, with that, it's a quick wrap in this edition of News. Do stay with me. On the other side is To The Point, where top focus, Hardik Patel has quit the Congress. What does it mean for the Gandhi and the Congress's campaign in Gujarat? Less than 6 months before elections, we bring you more.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You can order a pizza on phone, study on your phone, and soon you will be able to enroll in the country's census on your phone too. In a historic decision, the census will now be conducted electronically. The next census will be the first ever electronic census of the country.
इस बार हमने तय किया है कि आने वाली जनगणना जो अभी रुकी पड़ी है कोविड के कारण, वो जनगणना जब भी शुरू होगी वो ई जनगणना होगी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक जनगणना होगी और 100% परफेक्ट जनगणना होगी, जिसके आधार पर देश के आगामी 25 साल के विकास का खाता खींचा जाएगा.
But in a country like India, where 266 million adults can't read or write and around 90% of the population is digitally illiterate, is e-census the best way to go? The government is preparing a software for the census where about 50% of the country's population will be able to feed their data on a mobile application. A person's name will be added to the census at birth. When they turn 18, the name will be included in the electoral roll, and after death, the name will be deleted. The census will reflect demographic changes, economic mapping, areas left behind in the development parameters, and cultural, linguistic, and societal changes. So far, conducting census was a tedious exercise. The paper census involved government officials going door to door, visiting every house and filling up forms, which were then transported to data processing centers for digitization and analysis. However, the next census will involve self-enumeration. For this National Population Register, a list of the usual residents of the country will be made. Usual residents are those who have been residing in a local area for at least last 6 months or intend to stay in a particular location for the next 6 months. However, only 500 million Indians, less than half of the country's population, have access to smartphones. And women are 50% less likely to have access to internet than men. To solve this, apart from online self-enumeration, home visits by enumerators for collecting census data will continue. Those visiting homes will be carrying tablets or smartphones and will feed the information into the portal directly. Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman allocated a budget of Rs 3,786 crore for it. The census was scheduled for March 2020, but the pandemic delayed it. This is the first time it has been delayed in India's history. While there is no clarity about the date of the next census, the union government has directed the states not to alter the boundaries of the districts until June 2022. It is a mandatory requirement 3 months before the enumeration exercise. This signals that the e-census may happen soon.
Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket Castly partner, in association with Philips Beard Trimmer, adapts to you.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Our top focus is the state of Gujarat. Is the Congress now in Chinta mode after its Chintan in Rajasthan, where Gujarat comes into the question? Because viewers, what's happened now is that Hardik Patel of the Congress has quit the Congress party. He was their big partidar face to pull in the partidar votes, but he's also left on a parting shot that could really irk the top brass, the Gandhis. Listen to the package and you'll know the parting shot, which includes the word sandwich. What does it mean?
A big blow to the Congress party in poll-bound Gujarat. The Congress has struggled for decades against Narendra Modi's BJP in this state. The Congress party's most well-known face and the biggest partidar voice, Hardik Patel, has dumped the Gandhis. He shot off a scathing resignation letter aimed directly at the Congress party first family, saying that the Congress party leadership is more interested in partying than running the party, hitting out at Rahul Gandhi's outings. Hardik Patel also said that the Congress party had opposed the Ram Mandir at Ayodhya, the removal of Article 370, the Citizenship Amendment Act and the proposed NRC. Hardik Patel slammed the state Congress leaders, accusing them of being more eager to provide chicken sandwiches to central leadership than attending to party matters. While Hardik Patel is reportedly heading for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the speculation had been on for some time. Days ago, he spoke to India Today about his frustration in the Congress party.
पर सबको मालूम है कि क्यों नाराजगी है, वो तो पार्टी के हाईकमान तक भी हमारी बात रखी हुई है। कोई पद पाने के लिए नाराजगी नहीं है कि हमको वो बना दो, फलाना बना दो। हमारी बात जो पार्टी के भीतर हमने रखी है वो वर्क के लिए रखी है कि मैं 2 साल
क्यों नाराज है, हमें बताइए क्यों नाराज है हार्दिक पटेल, नाराज क्यों है?
देखिए 2 साल से आपने हमको वर्किंग प्रेसिडेंट बना रखा है, तो 2 साल से आपने अभी तक हमारी जिम्मेवारी तय क्यों नहीं की? सिर्फ पद देना बड़ी बात नहीं होती, पद के बाद उसके लिए उसका उपयोग करना, काम देना, उस काम में मैं सफल रहूं ना रहूं वो देखना, वो आपकी जिम्मेवारी होती है। जो आज तक नहीं हुआ बस उसी का दुख है।
The BJP, which stands to gain the most from the partidar face dumping Congress, is divided on admitting the man who bled the BJP in 2017 elections.
जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस के छत्रप या तो गिर रहे हैं या तो पार्टी छोड़ रहे हैं या पार्टी उनको हटा रही है, ये कांग्रेस की स्थिति है। कहीं ना कहीं वो परिवारवाद से ग्रस्त हैं और डायनेस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स का यही असर होता है।
बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता बिल्कुल भी हार्दिक पटेल को स्वीकार नहीं करेगी।
या राजनीति में भाजपा कांग्रेस लड़ती रहती है, लेकिन कुछ लड़ाइयों में कुछ अनलिखे अनकहे नियम होते हैं। वो नियम छोड़ के जब लड़ाई होती है और ऐसे आदमी से जो लड़ाई की होती है बगैर नियम के, तो ऐसे आदमी का स्वीकार सामने वाला नहीं करता।
The Congress is facing a tough electoral battle in Gujarat and tried to play down the Hardik Patel blow.
भाजपा की हार्दिक पटेल के सामने केस लगाया, वही सरकार केस विड्रॉ कर रही है, तो कौन सा हालत बदल गया? उस वक्त भाजपा पे अटैक करते थे हार्दिक पटेल तो केस बना, आज भाजपा से समझौता हो गया तो केस विड्रॉ हो गया।
अभी 5 राज्यों के चुनाव में तो स्टार प्रचारक बीजेपी को गाली दे रहे थे, यूपी में, उत्तराखंड में और बाकी पंजाब में। अब रातों रात क्या हुआ? ये जो चिट्ठी जारी की है ये उनकी ड्राफ्टिंग ही नहीं है, ये तो दस्तखत किए हैं उन्होंने। वो अपने केसेस विड्रॉ करवाने के लिए पिछले 6 महीने से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के टच में थे।
Patel, who had earlier led the partidar quota agitation, was reportedly in touch with BJP leaders even before quitting the Congress. He can help the BJP address the trust deficit among a section of the Patels. Partidars make up 12 to 14% of voters in Gujarat. The community can influence poll outcome in as many as 70 assembly seats.
There are high speculation that Hardik Patel might join BJP very soon. For BJP, things may not change so much. But for Congress now, it is the fight to show its presence in the upcoming election state of Gujarat. With camera person Sajid Alam, this is Saurabh Vakhtania in Ahmedabad for India Today.
All right, viewers, how big a blow is this for the Congress going into elections in Gujarat? And is Hardik Patel now looking at joining the BJP? A BJP till very recently had charged him of sedition, till very recently called him a partidar face that was spent and had really nothing to offer. How does it all pan down? Let's cut across to our panelists this evening. I have Charan Singh Sapra, spokesperson Congress. I have Charu Pragya, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Rashid Kidwai joins us in the capacity of a political senior journalist and an analyst. Charan Singh Sapra, I'd like to come to you, and I want to quickly cut across to, I would reckon, with most senior journalists and political analysts, look at the operative line of the parting letter written by Hardik Patel. And the very fact, isn't it a little degrading, because it's not happened once, it happened at the time of Himanta Biswa Sarma also leaving, where a direct attack was made to the senior most leadership, saying in this account, Hardik Patel says that as a working party president for the Gujarat Congress, his job was to meet hundreds of people, travel hundreds of kilometers, but he was enlisted to make sure that a chicken sandwich is delivered on time to a senior leader that has come from Delhi. Is this the situation of the Congress, sir?
See, Preeti, I will, come at that chicken sandwich later, but let me read out a tweet of Hardik Patel, which he tweeted in 2020. He had written, हार जीत के कारण पाले बदलना ये व्यापारी बदलते हैं, विचारधारा के अनुयायी नहीं, लड़ूंगा, जीतूंगा और मरते दम तक कांग्रेस में रहूंगा. Now, a person who promises to be in Congress till his last breath, that person suddenly starts abusing Congress party, or he starts abusing the ideology of the party which he had
Charan
joined.
Singh Sapra, he's clearly saying he's disillusioned. The ideology of the Congress is not what he thought. It's more about chicken sandwiches being delivered on time.
I'm coming to that. Let me complete. Sir. Why he is disillusioned? I'm coming to that. Because such persons are called dishonest, hypocrites and opportunists. What do we call these people? Now the same BJP, where now it is being indicated that he'll go to BJP. The state BJP leaders have named him as porn star in 2017 when his CD had come out, where illegitimate boozing was shown and sexual favors were shown in that CD. That time he was termed as porn star. Same Hardik Patel, he termed Amit Shah as General Dar during the Patidar Andolan. Same Hardik Patel, he had termed Narendra Modi as the mastermind of 2002 riots. And the same Hardik Patel will be now going to BJP. What should he be called? Should he be called a Girgit or a chameleon or a jumping jack or a Palturam? So a Palturam can talk anything when he wants to go to the other party, when he wants favors from BJP, when he wants his case to be reversed, to be withdrawn. He can say anything. He can talk about chicken sandwich. He can talk about anything.
All right. Okay. So you're saying the chicken sandwich story is not true. All right. Stay with me, Charan Singh Sapra, and I want to bring in Charu Pragya. But I will come back to you on a question, and maybe you can mull at the answer. The state of Gujarat. I'm just looking at the dynamic of the state of Gujarat and your representatives. Sir, you have 75 general secretaries, 25 vice presidents. Are there any workers at all? I'll come to that. In just about 5 minutes, I want to bring in Rashid Kidwai and Charu Pragya into this conversation. Charu Pragya, whatever Hardik Patel says about the Congress, that is aside. Let's look at what Hardik Patel has said about you, the Bharatiya Janata Party. It's correct, Mr. Chapra is saying he's called Amit Shah General Dyer. He has taken on the Prime Minister using words that I can't even say on national television during the campaign of 2017 Gujarat election. I myself was there covering a rally. I can't even use those words here, and those were the words that he had used against the Prime Minister. Will the doors of the BJP be open for Hardik?
So Preeti, the topic of the debate today is Hardik Patel leaving Congress. So let's stick to the point that he has left Congress. I know you would like to bring in everything about the BJP, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The fact is that Sapra ji is speaking like somebody jiske liye Hindi mein bol sakte hain, angoor khatte hain. Dekhiye, one thing about the Congress is very clear, and Hardik Patel has made it more clear with that detailed resignation letter. Rahul Baba ki jai ho, baki sab parijay ho. And that is how Congress has been working, and Sapraji, I must commend him that he remains loyal and true to the party, because the G23, which becomes G24, G25 and not God knows what not in the times to come, has made it very clear that if you are not going to self-introspect, if you are not going to see what is the problem within the Congress party, there will be issues like this. So, first of all, Hardik Patel is not the first tall leader or somebody who was given importance by the Congress to leave the party. There have been innumerable people, very prominent people, senior people, dynasts from the Congress party itself who have left Congress, and their reason has been very clear that this party is not progressive anymore. This party doesn't want to focus on anything other than Rahul Baba's comfort anymore, and you're not concerned with national issues. It is not politics when you just decide that you want to criticize everything Modi ji does just because Modi ji has done it. So that's not politics. That is not the way to take your country ahead, and you are reaping the fruits of your labor, which has been done. So you're not reaping any fruits at all. That is what I want to say. Another important thing is that currently Congress was the grand old party once upon a time. Today it is reduced to a party which has a presence in just 2 states. And not just that, it is now also refusing to look in the mirror and recognize the mistakes that it has been making. I am now speaking like a citizen of this country. If you want to remain relevant in Indian politics, even in the opposition, you have to pull up your socks. They're already not the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha. The way things are going, next election, they will also not be the leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. I can guarantee this.
Well, I can guarantee that I'm not trying to make anything about the BJP. It's my duty as a political journalist to make it about any political party that are stakeholders in a particular state. So still trying to wrap my head around that one, Charu Pragya. I want to bring in Rashid Kidwai into this conversation. Rashid Kidwai, how do you see things? You know, let's just say the viability of Hardik Patel is not as conducive to the Congress, or not such a big loss. But the perception of it all, the optics of it all. This is a man who's quit the party. The letter, which seems to suggest, corroborates with the like of what Himanta Biswa says, that this is a dynasty that is living in a high ivory tower, where in Gujarat you're 4 months away from election. Your working president is entrusted to make sure a sandwich is delivered in time, rather than go out and meet people and strategize.
Yes, Preeti. First of all, I have a lot of sympathy for Mr. Sapra, because Sapra, he has a very difficult job to do. But the fact of the matter is, Congress needs to be very careful when it is inducting people like Hardik Patel, or for that matter, even Navjot Sidhu, because these are temperamental leaders. These leaders are very much, I would say, self-centered, and they want kind of a spotlight. If the spotlight is not on them, then they turn hostile, and this is what happens. So I think it's a lesson for the Congress. Look at the number of people who have left the Congress in recent years. Most of them, from Priyanka Chaturvedi to Jyotiraditya Scindia to RPN Singh, they've been very graceful. Whereas, see, what Mr. Hardik Patel is doing is actually, giving another blow to Rahul, because, I mean, though he's not named him, he's named an unnamed leader from Delhi and, chicken sandwich. But the attempt is to malign, rub it in. That means they are not interested in any future ties. Like, कहते हैं ना, एक घर छोड़ के आदमी चलता है. Here, Hardik Patel is totally fed up, disillusioned with it. Lot of blames is at, Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi's doorstep. They cannot, because they drafted him, they gave him in such a, big position. Working president of a state is a big thing. The problem with Congress is that nobody in the state, Gujarat Congress, wanted to work with Hardik Patel, and they are themselves. We look at all those people like Shakti Singh Goyal and all. They are working outside Gujarat. This is a real challenge for the Congress. And top of it, Preeti, just one last thing from my side. Rahul Gandhi in a recent meeting, Congress meeting, said that I quote him. He says, we are going to win Gujarat. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So this is something that is making whole entire thing more challenging for Rahul Gandhi and Congress.
Well, not the last point, Mr. Kidwai. I'm coming right back to you after I go across to our other 2 political panelists. But going back to Mr. Sapra there, Mr. Sapra, let's say he was an opportunist. Who's the joke on? The joke is on you. I'm coming back to the question that I posed earlier, Mr. Sapra. Taking off from what Mr. Kidwai says, nobody in the Congress wanted to work under Hardik Patel. He was the working president. On the other side, everyone only wants power centers. Look at on paper, it's appalling. 75 general secretaries in the Congress, 25 vice presidents in the Congress. Do you actually have any cadre at all?
See, Preeti, I'm not surprised at the figures what you're talking. 75 general secretaries and secretaries also. Gujarat is a big state, and if you come in Maharashtra, I feel the
25 vice presidents, sir. 25 vice presidents. Each district seems to have a vice president.
Gujarat, which has a population of around 10 crores or 11 crores, there's no harm in it having so many vice presidents or general secretaries, and it is up to the Congress party how many we want to appoint.
True.
The question is that why Hardik Patel has left. He has left because he wanted favors from the BJP government. He wanted his cases to be withdrawn. It is the same BJP government who had imposed cases on him, and in the lower court they had said we cannot withdraw the case. And same BJP goes to the High Court now and says that we want to withdraw the case. So the whole modus operandi is over here. Hardik Patel, who was given the top post at the age of 26, he was made working president of a big state, Gujarat state. You know, even I am the working president of Mumbai Congress. I have put 35 years into Congress party, my age of 26.
Mr. Sabra, is the joke on you or the Congress then? To pick somebody completely who's been known to be an opportunist, to pick somebody and put him in a spot of working president, who's the joke on, sir?
No, it's not about joke. It's about a person changing his colors. If he becomes a Girgit or a chameleon later on, first, that's why I read his tweet. He says ki I will be with Congress till my last breath. He says in 2020 and 2022, he leaves the party. He starts abusing the ideology of Congress party. So that shows that he's an opportunist leader. He wants favors from BJP, or he wants to be at the center stage. He wants more limelight. Congress party could not give him more in Gujarat.
Okay, Charu Pragya, he's an opportunist leader, and I'm sorry, you might say today is the day that Hardik Patel has left the Congress party, but today is also a day where speculations are rife that Hardik Patel is joining your party, the Bharatiya Janata Party. Taking off from what Mr. Sapra said, is this now going to be a washing machine where all the various charges against Hardik Patel are going to drop miraculously, and he's going to be your partidar face going into 4 months from now, a campaign of Gujarat?
See, Preeti, first of all, Hardik Patel is not criticizing the ideology of any political party, not even the Congress. He is criticizing the way a political party functions. He is criticizing the way the head of a political party, who's not even the head technically, is not running the show, is managing to spoil things for all other leaders. So that is the concern, not the ideology of the party, sir. And I know you are hurt, but then you need to be fair to this situation. As for what Hardik Patel is going to do, we don't know which party he might want to join. Whatever it is, all the best to him for his political future. And I just want to say this. If somebody realizes that the right track in politics is to leave a particular political party because it's not serving the people's interest, then that's allowed. And sitting here and talking the way you are talking right now, Mr. Sampra, it's really sounding very churlish and very childish. You have to have a bigger... Because you
Sir, let him finish. Sir, let her finish. I'll come back to you. Let her finish her point. Go ahead, Ms. Pragya.
Aryan Singh left Congress party and joined BJP. The kind of language that was used was appalling. It is unsuiting to senior leaders of political parties to talk like this just because your ideologies are not aligned. See, I am not talking about some vague unknown internet trolls. I am talking of blue tick leaders of the Congress party who are bad-mouthing people just because they're not ideologically aligned anymore in the same way. So that is not the way Indian democracy is supposed to run.
All right. Well, you know, that logic also extends to Hardik Patel because the kind of language that he's used for various political leaders, some of them, the top of your political brass from the BJP, Ms. Pragya, so it extends there as well. Rashid Kidwai, I'll get you back into this conversation, and let's just talk about Hardik Patel as a political entity in Gujarat. How much capital does he actually have? How much does he weigh in political terms going into an election?
I think, Preeti, it is not a kind of... it's not a kind of hopeless situation for the Congress if it can get, Naresh Patel and another influential partidar leader in its ranks. I mean, in fact, what we hear is that reason why Hardik Patel was very unhappy with Rahul Gandhi and with Congress because he had a feeling that Naresh Patel is going to come in.
But Naresh Patel was attached to Prashant Kishore. Prashant Kishore is not coming in.
So all these things are complicated. Second thing is, it's a case of another, opportunity loss because Hardik Patel, as we all had seen, had removed Congress from his Twitter bio. And I think Congress, which had issued him some kind of show cause notice or a lot of his pronouncements were also, crossing that Lakshman Rekha of party discipline. So if the Congress had been at least there, some kind of self-respect would have been restored. The way, see, the Congress in last 5-6 days, since Mr. Hardik Patel had been giving interviews, etc., remained as if nothing is happening. In fact, I was in your channel or somewhere where a Congress spokesperson was defending Hardik Patel, and they were thinking that next day he would be there at Udaipur. So, but politics doesn't work this way. So there has to be, leader has to be alive of situation, proactive, and I think whatever Charu Pragya is saying today has a lot of merit in it. So if Congress had expelled him or had shown him some kind of show cause notice, today they would have been better off. What Mr. Sapra is saying would have had greater credence and significance to it.
Do you see him going to the BJP? Rashid Kidwai, 10 seconds and I'll go in for closing comments.
Para 3 of his resignation letter makes it very clear, and I'll be really surprised if it doesn't happen.
If it doesn't happen.
The whole Para 3 reads like a BJP manifesto.
Exactly, it's an ode to the BJP. But Charan Singh Sapra, the fact is, you might say he's opportunistic. The optics of this all just underlines the fact that the top leadership is ineffectual.
See, his dishonesty and his hypocrisy was being watched since last 6 to 8 months. It was Hardik Patel who wrote a letter to...
Why did you throw him out, sir? What was the point? You should have thrown him out.
No, he was asked by the General Secretary in charge. He was given a notice that he has to reply. He hasn't replied to those points which the General Secretary in charge has written. So likewise, he was the one who wrote letter to Naresh Patel. He was the one who was fearing Naresh Patel coming into Congress party. He's the one who went to Naresh Patel 4 days ago.
Sir, you also don't know if Naresh Patel is coming to your party right now. Charu Pragya, closing comments.
Sorry?
See, since 2014, innumerable people have left the Congress party, and that has nothing to do with any other party. It has everything to do with the Congress itself.
Okay.
So my last point is only this: kindly introspect, kindly do more than Chintan Baitak, because your Chintan Baitaks are not coming out with any new ideas.
Okay.
BJP and went to TMC. You also have to introspect why Nana Patole, the member of parliament, left BJP and came into Congress.
Sir, there's a difference there. Okay, may I, with the permission of all three of our panelists, bow out of this debate. Appreciate you for joining us, and believe me, the debate will continue in days to come. Less than 6 months left for the campaign in Gujarat elections to begin. Gujarat goes to vote by the end of the year, viewers. Will it be a big blow for the Congress? Perception-wise, huge, because once again the attack has gone to the doorstep of the Congress's leadership, where, quote unquote, that the leadership is more interested in getting chicken sandwiches delivered in time rather than their workers meeting the people of Gujarat. What does it mean for the BJP? Will Hardik Patel go to the BJP after all that has gone down, all the acrimony, all the loose talk? Well, it's politics, anything is possible, and in all probability, it's going to happen rather soon. Thank you for joining us. A quick break. Up next is Rahul Gandhi.
Інші люди гинуть щодня, і вони не оживуть після фрази «Стоп! Знято!». Потрібен новий Чаплін, який доведе і зараз, що кінематограф перестав бути німим.
Ne devrait-on pas évoquer depuis cette tribune qui concentre pour un temps tous les regards du monde, les tourments d'une planète qui saigne, qui souffre, qui étouffe et qui brûle dans l'indifférence des pouvoirs? Oui, sans doute. Mais que dire sinon de neuf, ou au moins d'utile? C'est une question à laquelle tous les artistes ont été, sont et seront confrontés. Doit-on user de sa notoriété, aussi modeste soit-elle, pour porter haut et fort la parole des sans-voix? Pouvons-nous faire autre chose qu'utiliser le cinéma, cette arme d'émotion massive, pour réveiller les consciences et bousculer les indifférences? Je ne l'imagine pas.
You are watching India.
The Indian government has banned all wheat exports. The decision was taken to control domestic food prices and strengthen the country's food security. A tweet by the Commerce Secretary BVR Subramaniam has explained the government's decision. He tweeted that the wheat export ban will control food prices, strengthen food security, prevent export in unregulated manner, and maintain India's reliability as a supplier. Since the Russia-Ukraine war, international wheat prices have increased by a whopping 40%. Both countries accounted for a third of global wheat and barley exports. And other countries were selling wheat as high as $420 to $480 per ton. On the home front, wheat and wheat flour prices rose by 19%. For instance, retail atta prices went up to 32.9 rupees per kg from 29 rupees per kg from last year. The country has also suffered a dip in its wheat production. Due to the heat wave, for instance, the earlier target of 111 million tons of wheat has been lowered to 105 million tons. The Food and Public Distribution Department Secretary has assured the country indeed has adequate food stocks. After consulting with the states, the centre has now reallocated some quantities by changing the ratios of wheat and rice. For example, states getting wheat and rice in the ratio of 60-40 will now get it in the ratio of 40-60. Farmers who sold wheat to private traders got an additional 300 to 400 rupees per quintal. And compare that to MSP, it's just 2015 per quintal. Farmer leader Ruldu Singh Mansa says the relaxation for wheat procurement will benefit traders as the farmers have already sold their crops on MSP. They've in fact appealed to the union government to lift the ban on exports. Shiromani Akali Dal Supremo Sukhbir Singh Badal has termed the export ban as anti-farmers and has demanded that the ban be lifted immediately. The private players have procured nearly 6%, that's 5.9 lakh tons of wheat directly from the farmers, which was the highest in recent years. Sources say the private players and flour millers were exempt from the market committee fee and have hoarded huge quantities of wheat to sell in the international markets. However, direct purchases from the farmers are not officially recorded. So will India not feel the heat of wheat price inflation? Will their ban on wheat exports be temporary?
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing legacies. Powered by NECC. Sunday ho ya Monday, roz khao ande.
Good evening and welcome on board the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. The big political face-off over Monument Wapsi. What consequences can this clamour over the Gyanvapi mosque and what we're seeing in the Qutub Minar, what we're seeing at Taj Mahal and elsewhere have on Indian politics? That's my top focus on the news track tonight.
Another shivling video surfaces. 29-second video triggers big storm. Owaisi warns of Babri rerun. Says, shut fountains of Taj.
मुबारक को अगर इस तरह अगर पेश किया जा रहा है तो कल ताजमहल को बंद कर देना पड़ेगा। ताजमहल के सामने फव्वारे लगे हैं। कहाँ जाके बात रुकेगी फिर ये?
Congress calls it BJP drama. Politics over faith. Big focus on News Track.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar. 1200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingha found in the complex. Mega monument Wapsi war erupts. Rajiv Gandhi's killer, Perarivalan, released by the Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations in Coimbatore, ruling DMK and AIADMK fight for credit. Accused of killing her daughter Sheena Bora, Indrani Mukherjee granted bail by the Supreme Court. Indrani set to walk out after 6.5 years in jail. Patidar face. Hardik Patel dumps the Congress, blasts the Gandhis in a resignation letter in which he says they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculations of him joining the BJP. Trouble for Chidambaram's day after CBI raids over China bribe gate. Probe agency arrests Karthi Chidambaram's top aide in the corruption case. A new 29-second video of the alleged shivling at Kashi's Gyanvapi mosque complex has sparked massive upheaval. The unedited footage shows the shivling and the well near the Wazukhana. Meanwhile, politics is already exploding over this issue. While Assuddin Owaisi is calling it an attempt by the BJP to return to the Babri era, the BJP is demanding the scrapping of the Places of Worship Act.
Another video of the claimed shivling inside the Gyanvapi mosque complex in Varanasi. This one shows the well-like structure next to the Wazukhana. The Hindu side claims that the well houses the shivling. Earlier images accessed by India Today showed the claimed shivling inside this water body. The latest clip has only made the claim of the Hindu side stronger. They're now asking, what more proof is needed?
हमने एप्लीकेशन लगाई है, वो एक एप्लीकेशन है फैक्ट्स सर्टेन करने की, कोर्ट के पटल पे अपनी बातें लाने की, और माननीय न्यायालय जरूर इसको देखेगा, इसके मेरिट्स को देखेगा. मुस्लिम साइड से अंजुमन इंतजामिया से उनके जवाब मंगाए जाएंगे.
The site where the claimed shivling has been spotted has been secured after the Supreme Court order on Tuesday. The local administration has put 9 locks and 2 CRPF Jawans have also been deployed. They will guard this entire area 24/7. A deputy superintendent of police rank officer, the head of the Kashi temple security and 3 CRPF commandants will review security on a 24/7 basis. While the hearing in the Varanasi court did not take place on Wednesday, the Mandir Masjid dispute has already taken political center stage.
ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद का और इस तरह के घटनाक्रम
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जानबूझ करके करती है।
मैं चाहूंगा कि अभी भी समय है कि इन 3 मस्जिदों पर, इन 3 मंदिरों के साथ जो अन्याय हुआ, जो मस्जिदें बनाई गई इनके आसपास या मंदिर तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाए गए, उन पर बैठकर हिंदू समाज के साथ या हिंदू समाज के जो लोग रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं उनके साथ बैठकर इस पे कोई सलाह करे, बातचीत करे और रास्ता निकालें।
विचारधारा में इनकी सोच के अंदर जो आप देख रहे हो क्या तमाशे हो रहे हैं देश के अंदर, अब एक नया तमाशा शुरू कर देंगे वहां पर।
The mosque panel continues to claim that the shivling is actually a water fountain. The Lucknow All India Muslim Personal Law Board has also decided to form a legal committee that will oversee this entire case.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा कि मुसलमानों के जो रिलीजियस तरीके से जो आप नमाज पढ़ते हैं जो है उसमें वजू भी शामिल है, तो वजू करेंगे उसमें हाउस में जाकर, और 400 साल से उस वजू को, उस फवारे को कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ। और अगर ये फवारे को अगर इस तरह अगर पेश किया जा रहा है तो कल ताजमहल को बंद कर देना पड़ेगा। ताजमहल के सामने भी फवारे लगे हैं, कहां जाके बात रुकेगी फिर ये?
Hindu motifs, the spotting of a reported shivling. Will the survey report that's due to be submitted in the next few days be a game changer in the Gyanvapi Mosque Kashi Temple case? Bureau Report, India Today.
Asuddin Owaisi asks, where will these claims of monument Wapsi stop? It's Kashi today, Mathura tomorrow. Will it be the Taj Mahal and the Qutub Minar soon after? And is this what Indian politics should be dealing with at this time? What impact can this have on Indian politics over the next several months in the build-up to the next round of state and then the general elections? Joining us to talk about this and more, representing the ruling BJP, its spokesperson GVL Narasimha Rao, squaring off against him, Pawan Khera from the Congress, Ashutosh Verma from the Samajwadi Party, Dr. Taslim Ahmad Rahmani, President of the Muslim Political Council of India, Sriraj Nair from the VHP. I want to ask GVL Narasimha Rao first. You know, we just ran excerpts from that interview with Asuddin Owaisi. He asks a question asked by many people in the minority community, that it was Ayodhya yesterday, it is Kashi and the Gyanvapi Mosque today. We are hearing clamour about Qutub Minar, the Taj Mahal, Mathura. There are hundreds of such temples which have been turned into mosques across the country. Where are we going with this? Where will this stop? GVL Narasimha Rao, let's start with you.
Yeah, Rahul, good evening to you and all the panelists and the viewers. I think Mr. Owaisi cannot be oblivious of history. I think tens of thousands of temples have been destroyed, desecrated under various dispensations of the Muslim and Mughal rule. But of all of those tens of thousands of such temples, whether it is Ayodhya, Kashi, Mathura, these are among the most holiest places for any Hindu in this world, any real Hindu. Any practicing Hindu would consider Kashi as the holiest place or holiest place for the religion. So, is Mr. Owaisi willing to at least concede that this is a barbarity that was perpetrated in Kashi? I concede places like Ayodhya, Mathura and Kashi should be above any kind of altercation between the communities. Is Mr. Owaisi willing to say, I am willing to concede the claims of the Muslims on these temples, because anybody who goes to Kashi and Mathura can see the masjid standing next to the most holiest of Hindu shrines, and it doesn't require even it doesn't require minimal intelligence to understand this was an atrocity, barbarity that was perpetrated on Hindus. So if Owaisi is willing to concede, if Muslim community is willing to concede, because these are very holy places, we are not going to indulge in yet another long dispute over Kashi, because I can tell you, any Hindu in this world will consider Kashi as the ultimate place of salvation.
Okay.
And Baba Vishwanath
is to concede
one by one. Let me go to
the Muslim community to be conceded before you.
Taslim Rahmani wants to come in. GVL Narasimha Rao says, settle this quickly, don't prolong, concede the barbarity, not by you, but by the Mughal rulers. It's not got to do with current day Muslims in our country, it's got to do with the Mughal emperors. Concede that what happened at that time was wrong, find grounds for reconciliation. Dr. Rahmani.
Yeah, but he said very openly that there are tens of thousands mandir has been desecrated. And there are people who are claiming that we need 900, at least 900 mosques to be converted into temple. Some people are saying that there are 30,000 mosques have to be converted. So if somebody is asking that where will it stop, what is wrong therein? And now GVL Narasimha Rao is asking directly from Asaduddin Owaisi, will you concede? So he's not asking to concede to the barbaric people. He is asking to concede the Muslim community that yes, he wants me to reply or the community to reply that we are considering that yes, sorry, our ancestors has desecrated tens of thousands of temples, so I bow to you, now we are the second class citizens. Is that what Mr. GVL Narasimha?
How can you, GVL Narasimha Rao, blame the likes of Asaduddin Owaisi or Dr. Rahmani for what the Mughal emperors did? In similar manner, past Hindu rulers went after Buddhist temples, for example, and that has been a chain of history where at that time it was the done deal, whoever had power in a kingdom would act against the temporal interests of other religions.
No, Rahul, I am not holding any of the Muslim leaders or Muslim community of today responsible for barbarity 500 years ago. But I will certainly hold you responsible if you want to perpetuate that barbarity, and if you want to derive any kind of sadistic pleasure. I'm using very strong words, but I would certainly think they are relevant here. If you want to get such pleasure by seeing Hindus, devout Hindus in pain.
What exactly? Will you pronounce the word? What exactly you want from us?
This barbarity.
What exactly you want
I think then you are acting as ancestors
Why
of
you are
Aurangzeb.
relating me to
You are acting as ancestors. I certainly hold you have nothing to do with Taslim ji. Let me complete. I certainly believe you have nothing to do with the barbarity.
Spell out what exactly you
hundreds
want
of
us.
years ago. But if you want to insist your claim, you want to insist on that claim, then you are trying to be ancestors of Aurangzeb and not true citizens of this composite culture. Composite culture does not mean that Hindu
what you are demanding from us
continues to
do you
suffer,
want me to let you go with tens of thousands of the
humiliation that was heaped on us hundreds of years ago? I'm asking you very simple
thousands of mosques shall be handed over to the BJP people?
No.
It's not about Hindu, I know it very well. It's not about Hindus, it's about the BJP and RSS.
At least I would like you to say, because
this Sangh Parivar wanted me to give you all those tens of thousands of mosques.
Taslim ji, I made a very simple suggestion. I said there are some temples. You see, all 10,000 temples are not of that holy nature. There are a few temples. So let them
but that's the question.
Can it be
but GVL, that's the question. When Ayodhya's judgment came out, it's written in the judgment that this is where reclaiming past temples will stop. At that time, the RSS spoke itself publicly in a press conference. We saw ministers say it. It's written in the Supreme Court judgment. Then suddenly other claims have come up. Taj Mahal's got added, the Qutub Minar has got added. There are reports coming in from different parts of the country. Taslim, Rahmani, Pawan Khera is asking the question that where does this stop? Today GVL is saying Mathura is important, Kashi is important, in the same way Ayodhya was important. The likes of Rahmani wonder if we even, and it is true that there were temples where there are now mosques, but if we give over Kashi and Mathura, will it stop there or will it be something else?
Rahul,
am I supposed to say? GVL, you've spoken twice. Let Pawan Khera speak. You're asking for the Muslim community to concede. The Rahmani says, what do I have to do with what Aurangzeb did wrong? Let Pawan speak.
Rahul, there are two aspects to it. You said, where does it all stop? I say, where does it all begin from? Say in the 6th century, in the post-Gupta period, there was the Huna dynasty. And Mihirkul, son of Turman Shah, destroyed 1600 Buddhist stupas, killed thousands of monks. What if the Buddhists start claiming all those 1600 sites from Shaivites? In the post-Maurya period again, around Vidisha, and I've been there several times, around Vidisha, several shamans were killed, Buddhist monks were killed, Buddhist stupas were destroyed, and Shiv temples were erected. What if they reclaim that? Where do you start history from is the question, and where do you stop all this is the second question. So therefore, the 1991 Act tried to put a stop. This is the cutoff date. Let's stop from here and let's talk about nation building and not these regressive debates. Now, during partition, Rahul, in the Punjab region, it was then Pepsu, mosques, abandoned mosques, were converted into temples, gurdwaras, even churches. What if Muslims were to seek those mosques? हमारी है, हमें वापस दे दीजिए, क्या करोगे आप? Where does the history begin in the RSS nursery of thought? From the 12th century, the Mamluk dynasty, or from the Aryan invasion? If what about the ancient ancestral South Indians start claiming कि भैया Aryans आए थे, हमें उन्होंने धकेल दिया, चलिए हमारी जमीनें वापस कीजिए. What about Adivasis? If they say Dravidians और हम लोगों को Aryans ने धक्का मारा है, चलिए हमें वापस दीजिए. Where do you start?
What if the Adivasis claim the lands outside the jungles where they once inhabited on both sides of the Ganga and the Yamuna? What about Hindu rulers who destroyed Buddhist temples? What if they start claiming, the Buddhists start claiming these were originally Buddhist temples and therefore we must have them back? GVL Narasimha Rao.
Rahul, I think this whataboutery is being used as a ruse. Is being used as a ruse to somehow try and dodge this issue. I think it doesn't require any inquiry to know that Kashi is the ultimate place of faith for Hindus in this world. Mathura is the Krishna Janmabhoomi. There is not a single other, there cannot be any other place of the same kind. And secondly, the Congress party is the real culprit in this. And I will blame them. All this reconciliation would have happened immediately after independence. But for pseudo-secular Congress party, which created this sort of sentiment among Muslims, they turned the Congress, which has always been an anti-Hindu party, has always not allowed this reconciliation to happen. We all know what Jawaharlal Nehru did about Somnath. All these issues would have been settled.
These are the people who kept dodging the issue.
Independence.
Mr. Advani had the cheek to say.
I did not interject. I did not.
Mr. Khera, Pavan, you wanted a free run when you spoke. You didn't want GVL to intervene. You spoke at length. You made a point.
I did not interject.
No, 1 second. Let GVL conclude. I'll come back to you, and I haven't gone to the SP leader or to Shri Raj Nair. GVL.
No, I thought the Congress party led by Rahul Gandhi, though not as president today, he is a confirmed, claimed Shiv Bhakt. Why would a Shiv Bhakt, a self-proclaimed Shiv Bhakt, not want to have a claim on the real Shivling, which is 2,000-year-old Shivling? Has he lost his faith in Shiv as a Shiv Bhakt? Has he ceased to be a Shiv Bhakt? And why is this debate regressive? I think this has remained unreconciliated for thousands of years. The BJP has not taken this up. The matter is before the courts. Some people who practice Hindu religion, who are devout bhakts of Shivji.
Let Pavan Khera respond that this is not being pushed and driven by the BJP. There are local petitioners who've gone to court, and therefore don't blame the Modi Sarkar. This is a voice coming from society.
First of all, he should understand these people don't understand the meaning of religion and definitely not the meaning of Hindu. They don't understand what Hindu religion is. ये RSS की जो पाठशालाओं में सिखाया जाता है वो हिंदू धर्म नहीं है. Shiv Bhakti does not mean you go about invoking issues which are non-issues. You go about invoking riots. This is not Shiv Bhakti. तो आप तो शिव का नाम भी मत लिया कीजिए, क्योंकि ना आप में भक्ति है, ना आपको शिव जी समझ में आएंगे, ना कभी आपको हिंदू धर्म समझ में आएगा. You haven't responded to me. What if the ancient ancestral South Indians were to claim कि भैया आर्यंस आपने हमारी जमीनों पे कब्जा किया, पीछे हटिए? आप क्या पीछे हटेंगे? बताइए, इसका जवाब दीजिए. यहाँ वहाँ की बातें मत करिए, बहुत डॉज करते हैं आप, मैंने देखा आपको पहले भी. What about the Buddhists?
I will answer, Rahul.
For
give me an
them, some of
opportunity.
the don't interrupt.
I will give it.
For them,
I will respond.
some of don't interrupt the genome sequencing which came out in March of 2018 is very clear about the Aryans. So don't even debate on that with me. Now, you haven't responded. Some of the stupas destroyed by Hunas and by Pushyamitra Shunga were very, very important for Buddhists. दीजिए पहले उन्हें वापस. चलिए चलते हैं, मैं और आप दोनों कोर्ट में चलते हैं. आप बीजेपी से, मैं कांग्रेस में. Let's go to the court. Restore the Buddhist sites to the Buddhists. Come, चलिए आइए. मैं आपको
Let Sriraj Nair of the VHP respond to this. Sriraj Nair, what if Buddhist?
हम दोनों जाएंगे कोर्ट.
Okay, what if Buddhist leaders start claiming places where earlier there were stupas which were destroyed or brought down and temples were built in their stead?
See, Rahul, first of all, I am very sorry to hear Mr. Pawan said so childish. He's raking up Aryan theory and Dravidian theory. Now, the BJP leader, Mr. Narasimhan, and me both are from South India, and he is talking about South Indians claiming about North Indians or the Aryan attack. So these are all jokes. Now, the world has rejected the Aryan Dravidian theory, and Lord Buddha, who is Lord Buddha? Doesn't he know his background? Who is Lord Buddha? Who is Lord Mahavir? So let us not talk which has no sense.
No. Now, come on. Let me know who is Lord Buddha according to you. Tell me. You're walking into a trap.
Congress party, even after losing and being wiped out electorally, they are not learning lessons. Every time they come, and again in this forthcoming, when the elections are going to come, they are going to fall below double digit. This is the reason they have been wiped out. And it is not, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, before elections, he goes on temple hopping. So that is not, this is sheer hypocrisy of the Congress party. They never talk anything about Islam. They never talk about the atrocities by the missionary. They only attack, mock, ridicule Hindu Dharma. And they are paying price for that. So
concerned, Ashutosh Verma, that parties like yours could lose out because during the elections, you were trying to win the Muslim vote as much as you were trying to win the Yadav vote and some of the EBC vote. Now the likes of Asuddin Owaisi are saying when GVL, the BJP, the VHP are challenging, aap log kahan ho? You're not speaking out in our favor. Are you concerned that this could edge parties like the SP out of the conversation ahead of 2024, polarize Indian society even further?
Not at all, Rahul. I think the irony of today's debate is that across the country, the debate is going on the thing which has been happening in 14th century. And we are not debating which was happening in 2022. WHO is asking what have been happened in Corona 2021. About 4.7 million death has been occurred. What was the statistics? So that we may have a future health policy for the India. But the Indian government is not going to talk about things. We are not talking why today the $1 is going to be of 77.19 rupees. Inflation is third highest in the world. So let's talk about Gyan Vapi Masjid, then Mathura, then Kashi, then all these things. And let's do all these bullshit debates across the India so that the real issue may get deviated and all the peoples get. And what you are talking, the voice coming from society? No. The actual voice coming from society, why politicians are discussing about these issues.
Okay, let GVL respond that this is a weapon of mass destruction. Inflation is surging to multi-year highs. You are increasing interest rates. The promised uptick in the investment cycle hasn't happened. And therefore, all of this is being pushed or subtly backed by the BJP so that people's attention is diverted from real issues of rosy, kapda and makan.
Rahul, this is a very, I would say, oft-repeated charge against us, which people have rejected. Only a month ago, they were making the same kind of accusations against us 3 months ago. And people of Uttar Pradesh have really given a massive mandate to the BJP and rejected all those charges. If there is one government that has managed economy, that has steered economy very successfully through this entire corona period. It is the government of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. World over, inflation all over, the inflation has reached 50-year highs, 40-year highs in Europe, in US, everywhere in the world. India is one country that has managed to not only keep inflation at reasonable levels, but has also continued to grow in the last 2 years, even during the corona period. So now question is, I don't want them to run away from the debate today. This is not a debate that BJP has started.
Rahul, I may interrupt here.
This is not a, can I, Rahul, I
Okay,
think allow
let
them-
GVL complete. Ashutosh, let GVL complete. I'll come back to you in a moment, Pawan and Ashutosh.
Yeah.
Let GVL get 20 more seconds to complete his point. GVL.
Yeah, you see, in terms of economy, in terms of development, in terms of stability, in terms of controlling terrorism, Modi's government has done unparalleled, has been unparalleled success. And now today's debate is whether you are on the side of Aurangzeb or on the side of barbarity, or you are on the side of justice.
But like you're accusing the opposition of being in denial, can I ask you, GVL?
Object to that. This is not.
Would you?
This debate is not about Aurangzeb or
Would you
Babur.
concede?
This debate is about India and the future of India.
Would
and
you
the
concede
people of India. This
that
is not about
inflation is a real challenge at this moment?
Whether you support
Rising interest rates are a real challenge at this moment?
This is about the future of India. This is about the Indian
No,
national.
they are very important. The government is seized of that issue. We are the media. You see, you can't blame me why media is discussing this issue, because the courts have really ordered for a videography inside the
Pawan Khera wants to make a big counter.
And the media is talking about it.
People are talking about it.
It is not
Society is
government
debating
which
it.
is
There is
conducting this
interest in the
debate.
story, which is why it's being done, as is also the inflation and interest rate story as well. But let Pawan Khera come in and respond to
The
GVL.
wholesale price index has crossed 15%.
Correct.
25-year high. Now he was just giving data from other countries. अपने देश का data ये जानबूझ के भूल जाते हैं. Unemployment is 45-year high. So ये इस पे जवाब दीजिए. चलिए आइए. डॉलर की हालत देखिए, रुपए की हालत देखिए डॉलर के सामने. पेट्रोल, डीजल, कुकिंग गैस. You know, in the entire world, India spends the most on cooking gas. जवाब दीजिए क्यों? So these are the issues you want to run away from. And then this argument, Rahul, हम तो चुनाव जीते हैं. तो 70 साल का अब जबान पे नाम मत लाइएगा, क्योंकि 70 साल में हम भी हर बार चुनाव ही जीत कर आए थे. तो कभी बोलिएगा मत आज के बाद नेहरू जी, इंदिरा जी, राजीव जी, नरसिम्हा राव के अगेंस्ट एक शब्द मत बोलिएगा. वो सब चुनाव जीत कर आए. क्या है इसमें? आप अपना चुनाव जीतने कहते हम तो चुनाव जीत के आए, तो सारे मुद्दे खत्म. तो सारे मुद्दे 70 साल वाले खत्म करिए. अब हम भी चुनाव जीत कर आए. आइंदा बोलिएगा मत. बोलेंगे तो हम भी यही सुनाएंगे आपको. हम चुनाव जीत कर आए. इसलिए don't hide behind these victories. These victories doesn't mean that you create these controversies. The victory means that you reduce unemployment. The victory means that you reduce petrol and diesel price. Please understand, राजधर्म क्या होता है ये समझिए पहले. ये राजधर्म नहीं है कि आप पुराने सारे मुद्दे लेकर आएंगे, उछालते रहेंगे थोड़ी थोड़ी देर में ताकि समाज बढ़ता रहे. This is not your job to divide society the way you are doing it. और मुझे उसका जवाब मुझे अभी तक नहीं मिला है. जो गुरुद्वारे और चर्च और मंदिर बने हैं मॉस्क को डिस्ट्रॉय करके, उनका भी जवाब दीजिए. हरियाणा के पंजाब वाले,
let that be debated. Then you go to court. Nothing
Number
prevents you.
two.
Pawan Khera.
Number two.
Okay, Pawan, you've spoken now. Now let's listen to GVL's response. Pawan asking GVL if you accept that social fissures and divisions in society increase as a result of what we're seeing at this moment.
No, I welcome decision of Pawan Khera to go to court in favor of Buddhist monasteries or in favor of churches. Please go. Who is stopping you? Who is stopping you? Go and challenge it in the court of law. But nothing, there can be nothing comparable to my Kasi.
फिर आप बुद्धिज्म के खिलाफ हैं. फिर आप हिंदुस्तान के खिलाफ हैं. चलिए मेरे साथ कोर्ट. I challenge you to come to the court with me. अगर हिम्मत है तो आइए कोर्ट. चलिए बुद्धिस्ट स्तूपास को बचाइए. नालंदा लाइब्रेरी किसने जलाई थी? नालंदा की लाइब्रेरी किसने जलाई थी? चलिए कोर्ट चलिए. आप मेरे साथ चलिए कोर्ट.
If you think you should fight for the justice of any particular group, You are
Be a
welcome
true
to
Hindu.
go to the court.
Come, let's go to the court and
But
save
you
the Buddhists.
are only using it as
Buddhists को
a
बचाइए.
ruse.
ये क्या? ये
You are
लोकतंत्र
using
है.
it only
ये
to
mob-
further
mob का
consolidate
rule
your
नहीं
minority
चलेगा.
vote bank.
Rule by law,
I challenge,
not rule by
I
mob.
accuse the Congress
Rule
party.
by law and not
I am
rule by
accusing
mob.
the
And
Congress
law is
party
of 1991 is
of
established. There is
inflaming
a
flames
cutoff date.
among
You have to
Muslims,
stick to that.
not to concede,
संविधान
not
के
to
खिलाफ है.
reconcile.
Ashutosh Verma,
for the barbaric.
Ashutosh Verma, GVL says this is not being pushed by the BJP. Locals have gone to court. We're only going and responding to what the courts are doing. Ashutosh.
Yeah, that's shocking was that the GVL Saab is saying that the inflation is at reasonable level. I am very sorry.
Rahmani Saab, let Dr. Verma speak. I'm coming back to you. Rahmani Saab, let Ashutosh speak. I'll come to you next.
It's very shocking that people like GVL Narasimha says that the inflation is at reasonable level. Look, Rahul, we the people of the middle class people can't afford 109 rupees a litre in the Lucknow. We can't afford. He says that his party says about 25% of people of India using a LPG connection.
125
and we are taking the maximum highest price value of LPG. The India has facing the highest global burden of undernutrition. But because Bharatiya Janata Party and their leader wants to that issues like Gyanvapi, Kashi Mathura to be center of stage, they are provoking all these things. Who are the petitioner? Check who are the petitioner. What is the background of this petitioner? Who are either they are not connected to Bharatiya Janata Party or not?
Okay, Taslim Rahmani, respond to GVL Narasimha's point that these are locals who've gone to court. Don't blame the BJP. The BJP is not pushing this.
No. Who has challenged the 1991 Places of Worship Act? Ashwani Upadhyay? Isn't he is responsible for the media department of BJP Delhi state?
Correct.
Is it a non-attached person? And whosoever, there are so many people who are directly or indirectly belonging to the BJP or RSS or their affiliated organizations or even the sympathizers. And they say that they don't belong to BJP. And we are not concerned about a single boss or 900 boss or 10,000. I am concerned about India. I am concerned about the future of India. I am concerned about the people residing today, in the today's day-to-day life. I am concerned for them. And you are trying to deviate this issue just for the sustenance of your governance? What a pity on you and your party. That at the name of a Astha, at the name of a Mandir, you have formed the government and you want to continue this government at the name of another temple. That's what you are doing. And that's why we are asking, where will it stop? And you are not replying what Pawan Khera has asked you. I am thankful to Pawan Khera that he raised the question which I wanted to raise here. And I am thankful to Mr. Ashutosh that he raised that what are the real issues of the country. These are not the real issues. You see the petition in Varanasi High Court, the petitioner has cited the examples of Ashwani Upadhyay in Varanasi High Court. And you say that they don't belong to BJP. It's all BJP which is playing this hatred,
GVL,
full politics.
It doesn't take too much forensic investigation to establish that most of the people pushing these cases in court are either directly or by association affiliated either to the BJP or to bodies linked to the BJP RSS. And therefore, you can't say that this is happening automatically because there is an ideological affinity with what we are seeing play itself out.
Rahul, every devout Hindu is not a BJP leader, but many of them, a large number of them, are supporters of BJP. I have no doubt about it because nobody votes for Congress these days or for Samajwadi Party. So therefore, most of them maybe are supporters. But we have not gone to the court. Government has not taken a stand on this issue. It is not BJP which has gone officially. In any case, it doesn't matter. Even if I go to court, as a petitioner, court is not going to look at my affiliation and decide on the matter. The matter will be decided on the merits of the matter, merits of the issue. So why should anybody have a problem? But why does Taslim Rahmani want insult and humiliation that was perpetrated on Hindus to be perpetuated even today? Why do you want to be perpetuated? What is the significance of Gyanvapi to Muslims? Please tell me that. What is the significance of Gyanvapi?
Okay.
I can tell you what is the significance of
Taslim Rahmani respond to this.
People of India to the BJP rule.
You know it. You know it. But you have been fed on this. You have been fed on this minorityism by Congress party.
No, Dr. Rahmani, respond to this question that GVL Narasimha Rao asked. Given the special significance of Rahmani Sahab, given the special significance of the Kashi Mathura temples and the fact that they are so closely associated with the core ethos of the Hindu religion, GVL Narasimha Rao says Kashi and Mathura are not normal places. These are very sacred places for the Hindus, whereas it's not like a Mecca or a Medina for the Muslims.
So there is no comparison with Mecca and Medina, and I am not going into that debate of the Mecca, Medina, Kashi, Mathura, etc. We respect Kashi, we respect Mathura, we respect Ram Janambhoomi, everything. It's our Astha as per the Indian Astha. So we don't have any disrespect to any of the deities or any of the temples. But that doesn't mean that you will release a list of 30,000 mosques. That doesn't mean that you will disrespect to a community. That doesn't mean that you will ask a community to concede to the Hindu community, and actually Hindu community is not demanding it. It's a Hindutvavadi, particular Hindutvavadi.
Okay. So I want to show viewers what happened at the Qutub Minar, because you've got the claims about a shivling at the Gyanvapi mosque. Now there is glare on the Qutub Minar's Narasimha. Another idol of a Hindu deity has been found at the Mughal monument in Delhi. Now the clamour is going for a Qutub Minar Wapsi, and demands are being raised for the gates of the Qutub Minar to be opened for surveyors.
The structure that marked the beginning of the Muslim Sultanate in India finds itself in another controversy. After Hindu deity Lord Ganesh and Lord Krishna's idol carvings were found on the pillars of the Quwwatul Islam Mosque within the Qutub Minar complex, this time it's Lord Narsingha and his disciple Prahlad carved in stone on the pillars of perhaps the oldest mosque in North India. Archaeological experts claim that this idol is at least 1,200 years old. This idol was found on a pillar of the mosque that was carved in between 8th and 9th century during the reign of the Pratihara kings or Raja Anangpal. Earlier demands for excavation in the area have been raised. Experts believe more such remnants of Hindu temples could be found if a survey is conducted. An appeal has been filed in the district court once again. The suit says that the temple complex be restored to protect the religious and cultural heritage of India and practice the right to religion guaranteed by Article 25 and 26 of the Constitution of India. This time by the Jain deity Tirthankar Lord Rishabdev and Hindu deity Lord Vishnu through their next of friends. Because the ASI themselves claim that 27 Hindu and Jain temples in Qutub Minar were demolished and Quwwatul Islam Mosque was raised inside the complex, reusing the same materials. Last week, two right-wing fringe groups were detained near the Qutub Minar after they assembled at the site to recite the Hanuman Chalisa, claiming that the site was once a Vishnu temple and demanded Qutub Minar be named as Vishnu Stamp.
It has been claimed inside by the Archaeological Survey of India that at the time when the Qutub Minar and the masjid was built, it was done so by demolishing 27 Hindu and Jain temples, and the stones and the carvings of those temples were used to once again build the entire structure around the Qutub Minar. And that is a claim that has been put forward with the newer idols and discoveries that are being made by historians and archaeological survey people, which is why this matter has also gone to court. And the next hearing for the petition that has been filed to restore the Qutub Minar area as a temple and allow people the right to worship inside is going to be heard on the 24th of May. With Alok Das in New Delhi, Milan Sharma for India Today.
Now here's the question for you, GVL Narasimha Rao. You're saying Kashi and Mathura are important. Now there are these claims. Let's assume for a moment, hypothetically, that it is accepted that the Kashi mosque was actually a temple and Hindus get the right to worship over there. But then there'll be the claims about the Qutub Minar, because even at the Qutub Minar there is a plaque which reads that there stood more than 24 temples over there where the Qutub Minar now stands. Then it will become that this is very important, it's in the capital, this is the Qutub Minar, this must now become the Vishnu Stambh.
Yeah, Rahul, I have no doubt that tens of thousands of such temples, important temples, have been razed to the ground to build whatever they felt like. So I'm not in the least disputing that. But there has to be an evidence on the ground, and the court matter can only be.
No, but at the Qutub Minar, it's actually written by the ASI that 27 temples stood there. The evidence exists. Now suddenly anybody, and I've been going to Varanasi for many years, the fact that the Gyanvapi mosque stood where a temple once stood is well known. It's not even breaking news or some new video being discovered. It's common knowledge over there. In the same way, anybody who goes to the Qutub Minar, if you read the plaques, it says that temples stay there, that there were temples there where the Qutub Minar now stands. Now tomorrow somebody will go and say this must now not be the Qutub Minar, rename it.
Okay, Rahul, that's the reason I said, where is on the part of the Muslim community, they have a hard stand. They are willing to side with Aurangzeb and not with the majority Hindus of this country whose faith is immense in places like, okay, let them come forward and say, okay, these masjid I'm willing to forego, we will not pray there. I would like, can I complete? I am saying something.
Mehmani Sahab, let him complete.
Let me complete.
Please, Mehmani, this is not right. Let GVL complete. Mehmani Shrader goes down. Let GVL complete, please. GVL, 20 seconds. I'm also running out of time.
Yes, I want the Muslim community to come forward and say, yes, we understand these are places of high sacred nature for Hindus. Therefore, we are willing to concede. We will not pray at Gyanvapi. We will pray somewhere else. Why can't you show a large heart? If you do that, it will be difficult for anybody else to lay claim to any temple that was destroyed in the past. But today, they are deliberately trying to heap or rather reignite the wounds of the past by making statements, by calling Shivling a fountain. You are only further insulting. You are adding insult to the injury.
There is Pawan Khera.
I am telling you,
there is Pawan Khera.
Not any other temple.
A movement towards a larger truth and reconciliation in different parts of the world. We saw it in the post-apartheid era in South Africa. We saw it after the Second World War in Germany. We've seen it during and after the Black Lives Matters movement in the United States, where you have to confront the reality of the past. GVL Narasimha Rao says there must be acknowledgement, there cannot be denial. You can't say that these things never happened because they did. It is a reality of India's history. It has to be accepted.
Rahul, there is no doubt that we have evolved as a nation the way we are today through a huge journey in which several dynasties came. They did what they did as part of history, recorded history. But I want to ask GVL that why should reconciliation only be for the majority through the minority, and why not the Buddhists? I ask him again, will he come to the court with me to restore to the Buddhists the entire area of Sanchi and Vidisha, where Shiva temples have been erected by Hindus?
Okay.
They burnt down those monasteries. Will he come to the court with me? Let's not talk about Muslims where he hates the words. Let's talk about Buddhists. Will he come? Will he ask the Hindus to reconcile
Yes,
give up
yes, Pawan.
their claim on those temples.
Okay,
Come,
I'm out
then
of
I will
time.
draft the petition.
This is a
You and I
debate
are
that's going
to the court.
nowhere.
Please come forward.
The matter comes up in
Yes,
the Supreme
I-
Court tomorrow.
No,
Show
speak,
your,
take
show
up
your
take up
commitment.
the issue
Show
on
your
behalf of
commitment
the
to
Buddhists.
to India.
Track-
Show your commitment to
Yes,
the spirit
take
of
up-
India,
take
to the
it
soul
up,
of
take
India.
it up on behalf of
Let's come
Buddhists.
together. So will you
I will support.
ask those temples to be demolished? Let's see.
Yes, but
so that the
don't-
Buddhist stupas can be erected. Let's see if GVL will do it with me.
Come
let's
forward with all those
You come
with all
forward.
those evidences,
Let's go
Pawan.
together to the court.
Yeah, come
Let's go.
forward.
Your Mr.
Please
Modi
come
will throw
forward.
you out of the party. आप यहाँ बोल तो रहे हैं, कल ही सुबह मोदी जी आपको पार्टी से बाहर कर देंगे। यहाँ मत
That
इतना
doesn't matter.
उछल के
No.
बोलिए। हमें
We
मालूम है ना,
are
आप
real
राज्यसभा
सबका
से भी
साथ
बाहर कर
सबका
देंगे।
विकास
मत
पार्टी।
करिए ऐसा।
Okay,
नहीं,
this is
you
a
will be
debate
thrown out to the Congress.
that's far from reaching a conclusion. This will continue to build. The matter comes up in the Supreme Court. We'll track what happens tomorrow. It's a story, a debate that is generating a lot of conversation across the country. Whether it is indeed a shivling, whether if it is a shivling, does it need to be acknowledged? Does the current generation of minority Muslims in any way owe an apology for what Aurangzeb and the Mughal emperors did? Is this an attempt at truth and reconciliation and a belated attempt at that? Or is this just a weapon of mass distraction? As always on the news track, I don't tell you what to think. We leave it to you, our viewers, to decide on the basis of opinion that you've heard articulated on both sides of the divide, on the basis of the reportage that we've put out, who you think has the more compelling argument and where you stand on this burning issue. Coming up on the other side of a quick break, this is the result of sickening apathy in Bengaluru. A few hours of rain and the city starts to sink. Details on the other side.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
The images that I'm about to show you are from Bengaluru. Another year, another bout of rainfall in the city brought to its knees. Broken infrastructure, failed planning, zero action. Citizens are asking, who's sinking Bengaluru?
Just hours of rain and Bengaluru was down on its knees. Waterlogged streets, uprooted trees, lives lost. Same old urban apathy every year during monsoon. Heavy rains have left behind a trail of destruction in Silicon City and adjoining areas. 2 civic workers died while working in an underground pipeline choked with rainwater in Bengaluru. Chickpet, a commercial hub in Bengaluru, was adversely impacted. Although the water receded, roads remain filled with slush, posing a huge challenge for residents and shopkeepers. Many arterial roads and several parts of the city were heavily waterlogged for hours. The Met Department has predicted widespread rains in coastal Karnataka over the next 48 hours.
We are expecting widespread rains over coastal Karnataka for next 2 days, followed by fairly widespread rains from day 3 to day 5, that is from 20th to 22nd.
An orange alert has been issued for Bengaluru on May 18. Heavy rains are predicted.
Every time the rainy season, this problem is here only, like that only. They will come, visit, see and move on. They don't do any work here.
There are many holes. When water is there, the people doesn't know if their holes are there. 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, everything gets damaged. This is the whole scenario. And yesterday also many water has gone to the many shops.
According to the resident here, the water was way above 4 feet. So definitely all the ground level houses would have been affected. Water would have breached the ground floor of many of these houses. Here you can see a car as well that has been parked, and you can see the basement of that house completely inundated. Now water is still yet to be received from this place. Now residents say that BBMP officials haven't yet visited this place, and they've been promising to take action, but there's been no action taken on the ground just as yet.
Meanwhile, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai and BJP leader C.T. Ravi visited some flooded areas.
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಡೀ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನು ಸೊಲ್ಯೂಷನ್ನು ಅನ್ನುವಂಥದ್ದು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆಗಳನ್ನು ಪೂರ್ಣ ಪ್ರಮಾಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದನ್ನು ಹೊರಗಡೆಗೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕನೆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೀರು ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಹರಿದು ಹೋದಾಗ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಹಲವಾರು ಕಡೆ ರಾಜಕಾಲುವೆ ಒಂದು ಹಂತಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿಲ್ಲುವಂಥ ಪ್ರದೇಶ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ಗುರುತಿಸಿದ್ದೇವೆ ಈಗ, ಮತ್ತು ಕಾಮಗಾರಿಗಳನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀವಿ. ಈ ವರ್ಷದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ ಬಾಟಲ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಷ್ಟೂ ಕೂಡ ತೆಗೆದು ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಆದೇಶ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 1600 ಕೋಟಿ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಕೂಡ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಒದಗಿಸಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ಈ ವರ್ಷ ಕಾಮಗಾರಿ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
A failure of urban infrastructure, the Garden City virtually crippled in just hours of rainfall. With Karthik, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where I wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here on the news track team, goodbye, good night.
You are watching India Today.
A shocking incident has surfaced in Noida. An 81-year-old sketch artist has now been arrested for the digital rape of a young woman. The victim, a 17-year-old, had been raped for 10 long years. If you think that digital rape happens on the metaverse or through cell phones or only through the digital route, you are wrong. Digit is a more general term that can be used to describe any finger or toe, and digital rape refers to the physical act of using fingers of a hand or foot, for example, digits for sexual assault of a woman. The offence of digital rape was added to the Indian Penal Code in the year 2013. This happened after the Nirbhaya rape case. Since 2013, rape isn't confined to the act of coitus, that is, the sexual act of penetration of the penis of a man into the vagina of a woman. It also includes insertion to any extent. This could be of an object or part of the body into the mouth, urethra, vagina or anus of a woman. In this case, the victim was a minor. Protection of Children from Sexual Offence Act defines penetrative sexual assault as the following. A person is said to commit penetrative sexual assault if he penetrates his penis to any extent into the vagina, mouth, urethra or anus of a child, or makes the child do so, inserts any object to any extent in any object or a part of the body. He or she manipulates any part of the body of the child so as to cause penetration into any part of the body. He or she applies his mouth to the penis, vagina, anus or urethra of the child or makes the child do so. It also says that the act of touching of the genitals of a young child is a sexual act. Committing such a crime carries a punishment of 7 years imprisonment and a maximum punishment of life imprisonment. After Nirbhaya rape case in Delhi, Justice J.S. Verma committee was set up to recommend amendments to rape law. He noted that the legal definition of rape and sexual assault was limited to penetration, and that really wasn't what was happening. Other types of sexual offences were not subject to legal scrutiny, or legal action was not being taken against those people who were committing sexual offences but not penetrating. The committee looked into the definitions of rape and sexual assault in other countries, particularly Canada and the UK. The South African criminal law, which looks at rape as all forms of sexual penetration in a gender-neutral way, most importantly, was also given consideration. The committee finally decided and recommended on expanding the definition of rape altogether. This definition was expanded to include more than only penile penetration. It was mentioned that this is a widely understood term which also expresses society's strong moral condemnation.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchargad Tire, Ab Hawa Nahi Niklegi. Powered by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, Roz Khao Ande. Co-powered by Dish HD, Cricket Castly Partner.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, your primetime destination news. Newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point as inflation peaks, we continue with our focus on the economy. Our newsmaker tonight is the former Chief Economic Advisor, K.V. Subramaniam. On the inflation question, he'll join me in a moment. Also, Rajiv Gandhi assassination convict freed, given mercy. We'll be also looking at that. Should there be mercy for killers of a Prime Minister? That and more. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Assassinated Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's killer, Perarivalan, released by the Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations across Tamil Nadu, ruling DMK and AIDMK in credit war, even as the Congress questioned the release. Accused of killing her daughter Sheena Bora, Indrani Mukherjee given bail by the Supreme Court. She walks out of after 6.5 years in jail. New video of alleged shivling inside a Gyanvapi mosque emerges. Petitioners claim more evidence of temple inside mosque complex. Matter will continue to be heard in the Supreme Court tomorrow. Ahead of the Gujarat polls, Hardik Patel dumps the Congress, blasts the Gandhis in a resignation letter, claims they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculation mounts over him joining the BJP ahead of the Gujarat elections. Congress says BJP dictated his letter. Delhi Lieutenant Governor Anil Baijal steps down, submits resignation to President Kovind. Sources say Baijal cited personal reasons for quitting. It comes in a year when crucial MCD elections are to be held in Delhi. More trouble for the Chidambarams. Day after the CBI raids Karti Chidambaram over the China bribe gate. Probe agency now arrests his aide in a corruption case. Heavy rains wreak havoc in Bengaluru. Low-lying areas inundated, 2 civic workers dead, street waterlogged as city comes to a halt. Angry citizens blame the Bombay government for their failure to ensure adequate drainage. Big boost to Atmanirbhar defense push. Indian Navy successfully test fires first indigenous anti-ship missile over the Bay of Bengal. And shocking details of the Boeing jet that nosedived and killed over 130 flyers in China. Black box indicates that someone in the cockpit might have intentionally crashed the plane.
Wholesale inflation at 17-year high crosses 15%. Retail inflation at 8-year high. Wheat production and procurement drops. India bans wheat exports. Rupee at all-time low against dollar. Foreign exchange reserves drop below $600 billion. Is the India story in trouble?
That's right. Wholesale inflation this week crossed 15%. The numbers that came out yesterday, the highest in 17 years. Consumer inflation is at an all-time high. So while our politicians are battling over masjid issues, we on the news today want to focus on what we believe is the real issue of our times. The cost of living that's increased considerably, not just in India but globally. But our focus is on our country, where the people will be slowly facing the brunt of a surge in inflation. What we did, therefore, is went out on the road, from students to business owners, to find out what exactly are they concerned as food prices in particular continue to rise. In a moment, I'll be joined by the former Chief Economic Advisor who was in charge when inflation began to show an upward trend. Mr. Subramaniam will join me, but first, our top story tonight.
Fuel prices at all-time high. Retail inflation highest in 8 years. Loans getting costlier after the RBI's repo rate hike. The common man is facing the brunt of the inflation surge. In Mumbai, students are facing problems in buying study material. Travelling costs are also burning a big hole in their pockets.
As a student, for me, it's really difficult to travel for basic commodities and everything. And especially for PG students who are staying here on rent and stuff, gas prices have increased a lot. It's like $1,000 for a gas cylinder.
बुक्स खरीदने में पेंसिल पेन वेन ये सब खरीदने में बहुत तकलीफ होती है. जो महंगाई बढ़ गई है ना, इसके बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है सबको.
From cooking oil to food items, everything is now costlier. The Aam Aadmi is now forced to manage their budget within their limited incomes. From students to business owners, inflation has spared no one.
तो यहाँ पर आप खाना खाने आते हो, खाना भी महंगा हो गया है, दाल सब्जी यहाँ पे?
ये सर महंगा हो गया है, पहले 2,500 रुपये पड़ते थे, अब 3,000 से ऊपर जा रहे हैं.
सर महंगाई से तो बहुत असर पड़ा है, क्योंकि दिन भर में मतलब जब जैसे जैसे ग्राहक आता है वैसे वैसे हम सामान लाना पड़ता है. तो पहले ऐसी व्यवस्था नहीं थी, जैसे एक बार सामान लाते थे. अभी का समय ऐसा है जो भर दिन में उतना कस्टमर होते हैं, उसी हिसाब से बार बार सामान लाना पड़ता है.
In the national capital, the CNG price hike is keeping the meter down of the autos. In Uttar Pradesh's Mahoba, the Congress staged a protest over the rise in prices of essential commodities by cooking food on mitti ka chula. Badly hurting, the common man is looking up to the government for some relief. Bureau Report, India Today.
And joining me now as part of our continuing series talking to policymakers, Dr. Krishnamurthy Subramaniam, former Chief Economic Advisor, was Chief Economic Advisor till December, remember. Mr. Subramaniam, Dr. Subramaniam, appreciate your joining us. Inflation continuing to surge. It's now 15% wholesale price index. How bad could it get? What are the solutions? You've been intimately connected with the Indian economy over the last few years. In fact, you were Chief Economic Advisor till December. But when I look at wholesale price inflation spiking, rising prices across food and other commodities, is this purely a result of a global crisis? Or will you now concede there is something intrinsically wrong because it's 13 months in a row, Mr. Subramaniam, we've had double-digit inflation in the country, including the period when you were Chief Economic Advisor last year?
So firstly, Rajdeep, thanks very much for inviting me. First, what we have to do is, we have to look at CPI inflation, not WPI inflation, because what the consumer really looks at and what the consumer feels is the CPI inflation, and monetary policy itself is actually based on CPI inflation as a benchmark. So, I would want to correct you to tell you basically that the statement that you made about inflation being, at a high double digits for more than a year, etc., is incorrect because, the viewers might think that is basically CPI inflation. CPI inflation had been very much in control as long as, till December at least, it was.
Dr. Subramaniam, with due regards, I will stop you to say I mentioned wholesale price inflation has spiked. But even, Dr. Subramaniam, retail inflation has risen last month in April to a high of 7.79%. So let's not beat around the bush, sir, this time.
So let's understand that, right? In the United States, where inflation has typically been 2%. Now they are having 8.5%, a 40-year high. UK has had basically a 30-year high. Germany has had a 26-year high in inflation. Turkey has had 70% inflation. Brazil is 12%. Argentina is 60%. So, you basically see the global environment, because of the money pumping that happened, especially in these advanced economies during the COVID, the Keynesian demand priming, you're seeing actually, unprecedented, compared to 2%, 8.5%. In contrast, we are basically, we were at 6%, less than 6% up until December. It's now because of the Ukraine crisis. And if you look at, and dig into which are the main areas. So, food inflation as part of CPI has contributed about 45%. Of that, edible oils, and they've been particularly impacted because of the war with Indonesia, putting a export ban on palm oil, sunflower oil, which is actually a big, Ukraine as a supplier has been impacted. So these are basically what are creating inflation. So it's primarily global factors, and you have to keep that in mind. So, some of the sort of statements, the negative tinge statements that you're saying, I think need to be very, very carefully looked at by the viewers.
No, Dr. Subramaniam, I concede there are supply side bottlenecks. Global inflation is is a worry across the world at the moment. But it is clear in India also, in the last 4 months, inflation, and I refer here to now retail inflation, has remained above the RBI inflation target for a 4th straight month. These are genuine concerns, particularly now you've got wheat prices, question marks over government procurement. They are at an all-time high. The government now going in for an export ban. It almost seems that the government is now suddenly waking up to a few realities, was living in denial for the longest time. Would you at least agree with that, that we can't go with don't worry, be happy?
Rajdeep, I'll be blunt. I have done interviews with you over the last several years. Especially over the last 6-7 years, you tend to focus only on the negatives. Even when there are many positives, and the fact that the current inflation environment is primarily because of the global factors, and I've given you the data for that as well. Yet you are continuing to basically just mention the same point. I think you have to be very, very careful in making sure that our viewers get the right impression that inflation is primarily because of global factors. And if anything, and I mentioned this before as well, before this war, India was singularly noteworthy in a positive manner in the way we actually had managed inflation, recognizing the supply side shock. Now, as for wheat, for instance, very well that Ukraine is a big exporter. I just mentioned Indonesia has basically has banned exports of oil, and so oil has been a big contributor, in fact almost 20%. So these are all global factors over which India has no control.
Sir, India has certainly control over wheat prices, where there are questions over procurement and production. But I want to ask you again, you are saying I am looking at the bad news. Perhaps I am, because that is my job. I look at the bad news, I look at the rupee falling, I look at consumption still not picking up, I look at these inflation numbers. You feel I am wrong only looking at the bad news. Please give me the good news. First, will you at least concede that the bad news also needs to be looked at? And I'm happy to listen to the good news also from you about the economy.
Yeah, and let me then compare actually with a time when you actually used to look at the positives far more. During the global financial crisis, the rupee depreciated by 56%. We had inflation that was basically in the double digits for 18 months, and this was retail inflation. We had a fiscal deficit that was 2.5 times that of the rest of the peer economies. We had a current account deficit that was close to 6%. We were part of the fragile 5. In contrast, what have we basically delivered here? We fiscal deficit of 90% of peer economies, current account surplus. Right. We have actually, if you look at the depreciation itself, it's been 0.06% compared to 60%. How many more good news do I need to give you for you to basically stop portraying all the time, in a negative manner, especially over the last 6-7 years?
No, you're now asking me to compare 2008 to or 2009 to 14 when Manmohan Singh was in power with now what's happened in the Modi Raj. But I still want to ask you, if I continue to call it a difficult, adverse economic situation, what do you then see as the way forward? We are in 2022. Forget about the past. We can only sit, we can't only sit and blame the global economy, surely. What would you like to see happening to change the story? What would you believe needs to be done to turn the corner, especially when we seem to be heading for a period of high inflation? Or are you telling me this is something we are going to have to live with because of the global factors remaining uncertain?
Okay, so let me again, I don't want to actually confess the words that you are putting into my mouth of basically blaming. I'm not blaming. I'm just giving the reality to our viewers, and especially to make sure that, narratives that are actually tinged in a certain color do not gain traction. That's been my intent. These are global factors over which India has absolutely no control, and that is something that you have to recognize. There are factors that you can control, and there are those that you can't control. Now, as for basically, if you look at going forward, commodity prices have actually started easing in many cases, and that is, I think, good news. If you look at iron ore, for instance, it has declined from its peak by about 44%. You've had aluminium, steel, zinc, copper, lead. Many of these commodities actually, decline. together with some of the lockdown-induced economic activity decline in China, and possibly, US going into a recession, which will have an impact definitely on demand, I think going forward, some of this will definitely ease. So the main contributor, which is global factors, will actually, will possibly start looking better. I don't think anybody can predict these in market prices, but these data do seem to suggest that global factors, which are the major contributor to inflation here, will basically start easing out to some extent.
Well, that's reassuring at one level, but let me again go back to what is the situation today. The falling rupee, India's foreign exchange reserves, Dr. Subramaniam, have now fallen below $600 billion 8 months after hitting the record high in September 2021. People are, FIs are withdrawing money. Should I not be worried as an observer? Or are you telling me all of this is a temporary blip? As I said, don't worry, be happy is the mantra, that things will get better in a few months from now. Is that the approach to take, you're saying?
No, I will again actually emphasize how you are picking up the data. Instead of emphasizing the fact that, our foreign exchange reserves reached a record level, you are basically saying, oh, they have declined compared to a record level. The fact that even now we're so comfortable on our foreign exchange reserves is something that you're not mentioning, which is basically part of the trend of what I've observed, and I something bluntly mentioned. I think, the fact is that the Indian economy, especially macroeconomy, has done really well. These are factors that have come from an exogenous shock, which is the war. I am not a war expert, but I think, if basically some of those external factors start easing out, we should start seeing better, going forward. But that is not a guarantee, of course.
Of course, you keep mentioning external factors being responsible for the state of our economy, and one would concede that at some level. But what can we do for what is within our control, you believe, to ease prices? Let's assume that the global situation is uncertain. The war in Ukraine continues for a while longer. Oil prices remain high. What can India do at the moment, Dr. Subramaniam, to ease the situation for the common man who is being burdened by rising prices?
So I think, firstly, as you've already seen, monetary policy, there has been some move. And I would, I think monetary policy has to walk the tightrope in ensuring that the, GDP growth is basically, not affected materially, balancing the inflation versus, GDP growth, recognizing that, most of these factors are exogenous, which we have no control over. That's something we have to, at the same time, while typically, if you look at food inflation, two main contributors have generally been pulses and oil. I think, pulses seems to have not been that big of a problem. Oil is, and I think that's something we have to work on, because as I have mentioned earlier as well when I was in office, that primarily these come from supply side aspects, and therefore we need to work on, ensuring that, some, especially oils, we are trying to sort of find substitutes. And I think, it is not, if food demand remains basically what it is. It doesn't change very much. So it's primarily supply induced, and therefore we have to work on the supply side.
Right through this interview, I'm good to see you in such a combative mood, Dr. Subramaniam. It's almost like watching your favorite Umran Malik or my favorite Umran Malik playing the IPL. It seems to have made you combative. What you are saying is easing the supply side, therefore, is the key. Am I correct? That the government's challenge is to ensure that supply chains are not blocked to the maximum extent. That would ease prices. Would I be correct in saying that?
Yeah, I would respond that, given that now I'm just an academic, I actually can take your bouncers and hit them for sixes. Earlier, I had to actually hit them for fours.
That's a very nice way of putting it. Both of you and I are cricket fiends. But what broadly do you see the present system? What can be done to improve the present system? I come back to it. There's a sense that, for example, when global oil prices were low between 2015 and 18, they remained high in India because of duties. Do you believe, therefore, this is a moment to ensure duty rationalization? Would you like to see that? Could that taper up prices a bit?
No, I actually, as I said, see, supply side is primarily, a medium term aspect. That is what we have to work on. I've emphasized this earlier as well. Indian economy, if you look at, we have to continue working on relaxing the supply side constraints. I think, given some of the demand side aspects, as I said, US economy basically will not heat up. If anything, will cool down. I think, Europe also demand is likely to be lower, and China, given basically what it's going through. I think some of the demand side pressures that there have been, and the central banks there are cutting down on, basically they're actually raising and reducing money supply. So we should see overall demand coming down, I think. But from our side, I think we have to focus on, some of the fixes, especially to pulses and oilseeds in the medium term, but pulses and oilseeds together actually in the medium term.
You didn't answer petrol duties. Should they be rationalized? Aren't they much too high at the moment? Should there be rationalization to ensure the burden doesn't pass on to the common man of petrol price rise?
See, that I think is something which, we've spoken about, at length. I've mentioned earlier as well that if you look at the overall, taxes, there's a large part that comes from states. And I think, that is something states have to work on as well. State and center together have to coordinate on this aspect. And overall, if you look at the taxes on crude and compare it to other countries, whether it's Britain, Germany, US, many of these countries, our taxes are not greater than those compared to, to other countries. And you do have to keep in mind that we still are basically continuing the subsidies that we were giving on some of the, the food, etc., 800 million people. And I think for none of that does money grow on trees.
Money doesn't grow on trees. I remember when Dr. Manmohan Singh said that, he was, of course, attacked by everyone. But thank you, Dr. Subramaniam. You've been very candid, very combative. We've had the bad news on the economy, but let's turn to the good news at the end. You're a great cricket fan. So on a happier note, who's going to win the IPL?
I think Gujarat Titans actually might have a very good chance, but maybe Rajasthan Royals might be the surprise, especially given what they might feel to maybe dedicate it to Shane Warne.
Well, it's Khushbu Gujarat ki. When it comes, of course, to political power, Rajasthan is a Congress-ruled state. Forget about the politics at the moment. On the cricket pitch, it appears Gujarat and Rajasthan are battling it out in the IPL. Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam, for joining me here on the news today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, from the economy, let's turn to the top political story of the day, where the Supreme Court today ordered the release of one of Rajiv Gandhi's assassinations, AG Perarivalan. The Rajiv Gandhi killer will be a free man after spending 31 years in jail, as the Supreme Court ordered his release, while highlighting that the decision of the Tamil Nadu cabinet is binding on the governor. It sparked off celebrations in Tamil Nadu, concerns in other parts. Take a look.
He's a free man after 31 years behind bars. AG Perarivalan, convict in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination case, has been freed by India's Supreme Court after a prolonged 5-year legal battle.
அம்மாவுக்கு ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய ரிலீஃப் கிடைச்சிருக்கு. அதான் மிகப்பெரிய எனக்கு இதுல அவங்களுக்கு நன்றின்னு ஒரு வார்த்தையில சொன்னேன்னு வச்சிங்களேன், அது மிகப்பெரிய சடங்கா இருக்கும், அது ஃபார்மாலிட்டியா இருக்கும். அந்த ஃபார்மாலிட்டியை நான் சொல்ல விரும்பல. ஏன்னா அவங்களாம் இல்லைன்னா நான் இன்னைக்கு இந்த நிலைமை இல்லை. மீடியா பீப்புள்ஸ் நீங்கள் எல்லாருமே எனக்காக பேசியிருக்கீங்க. எனக்காக பேசுனீங்கன்றத விட நியாயத்துக்காக பேசியிருக்கீங்க.
The Supreme Court flayed the state's governor, reiterating that the decision of the state cabinet is binding on him.
This verdict will also benefit the rest of the persons who've been convicted in the Rajiv Gandhi case. The lawyer says that we are still looking for the actual culprits, and this is a political question that could possibly be raised once again. Of course, we've seen the response from the Congress. We saw Sonia Gandhi, Rahul Gandhi coming and saying that we forgive Nalini, we forgive Perarivalan. But here is the question of the governor's powers, that the Supreme Court has very clearly said governor could not have kept this decision pending in this manner.
Perarivalan was arrested in 1991 after it was found that he had supplied 2 9-volt batteries to the main conspirator in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination. The batteries were used in the bomb to kill Rajiv Gandhi in Sri Perumbudur, Tamil Nadu. Celebrations broke out in Perarivalan's residence soon after the judgment.
இந்த 31 ஆண்டு காலம் ஒரு மனிதனோட வாழ்க்கை சிறைக்குள்ள கழிஞ்சது அப்படின்னாக்கா உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு வினாடி யோசித்தா அப்பதான் அந்த வலி வேதனை என்னங்கிறது எல்லாருக்குமே புரியும். அதை கடந்து வந்தாச்சு என் பையன்.
Perarivalan's release sets the ball rolling for the release of other convicts as well.
32 ஆண்டு கால வாழ்வ சிறை கம்பிகளுக்கிடையே தொலைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த இளைஞர் இன்று விடுதலை காற்றை சுவாசிக்க இருக்கிறார். அந்த பேரறிவாளனுக்கு என்னுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களையும் வரவேற்பையும் நான் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்ள விரும்புகிறேன். அது வந்ததற்கு பிறகு சட்ட வல்லுநர்களோடு நாங்கள் கலந்து பேசி, வழக்கறிஞர்களோடு கலந்து பேசி, அதற்கு பிறகு அவர்களையும் மற்றவர்களையும் விடுதலை செய்வதற்கான முயற்சிகளை தமிழக அரசு ஈடுபடும்.
While the Gandhis have publicly said that they forgive the killers of Rajiv Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi has even said that he has no objection in the Perarivalan release, the Congress, it seems, has done a complete U-turn to fire an opportunistic salvo at the BJP.
We are deeply saddened by the decision of the Supreme Court. Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and his government need to answer today. Is this your duplicity and double speak on terrorism?
There's been a massive campaign in the state of Tamil Nadu for the release of Rajiv Gandhi assassination convicts, and the Supreme Court's order of releasing AG Perarivalan, one of the convicts, is considered as a massive victory by DMK government, and now CM MK Stalin has said that he will do whatever it takes for the release of the other 6 convicts. But the jury is out on the larger debate as to what kind of message does releasing a convict who was convicted in the murder of a former Prime Minister send. Viris Zivian, Pramod Madhav, for India Today.
So should mercy be shown to Rajiv Gandhi's assassins or those involved in the assassination plot? Should other convicts also be freed? Has the Congress taken a U-turn? Remember, the Gandhi family at one stage seemed ready to give mercy to the assassins. Supriya Srinath, Congress's spokesperson, is with us. Aryama Sundaram, senior Supreme Court advocate, with us. Manu Sundaram of the DMK with us. And earlier I also spoke to DR Karthikeyan, former director CBI, who handled that case. Appreciate all of you joining us. I began by asking Mr. Karthikeyan, how do you react to the Supreme Court order that sets Perarivalan free? Do you believe it's the right order?
It was very much on expected lines. I anticipated this verdict, and I respect the Supreme Court's verdict.
Now, when that death sentence was commuted first to life term, one of the reasons cited by the campaign to get him freed was that he had spent more than 14 years in jail. Does that argument cut for you, Mr. Karthikeyan?
See, there was an interpretation differently at different stages. I know there have been instances where people held guilty of murder, convicted for murder, and they have been released on 7 years, 6 years and all that, also giving various remissions by various state governments.
But this is a terror case, Mr. Karthikeyan. Should terror convicts be freed? Should their sentences be cut short? Does that set a precedent?
The question is whether a person convicted for a terrorist offence and sentenced to death, when that punishment has been commuted to life imprisonment, whether it should be treated like any other murder case, or when say life sentence should be for life or not. That debate has been going on for a long time. In some countries, life means till the end of the life. Other places, they have been commuting it on various provisions. So this is to be settled. As things stand, it is ultimately for the Government of India and Parliament, and of course the highest court in the land to interpret it and give a verdict.
Let me therefore take it to the political and legal dimension. Now, Supriya Srinath, the Congress has come out and said that they feel that this reveals the weakness of the Modi government. Why should the Modi government be held responsible for what the Supreme Court has done? The Supreme Court has said that Perarivalan should be released. Surely the Gandhi family themselves were talking about mercy to the convicts of in the Rajiv Gandhi assassination till a few years ago.
So multiple questions there, and I will answer one by one. I will begin with what the Gandhi family had said. Now, whether it's Priyanka Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi, in fact, Mrs. Gandhi herself I think you'll at least empathize and understand there's something called closure. You can't live with deep-seated pain and deep-rooted hatred. And I think in their personal capacity, they want to be, they were magnanimous, they wanted to forgive, they wanted to put it behind them, and they wanted these people to be given mercy. This is in their personal capacity. But please understand what happened back then. This was an assassination of not just a Congress leader, but assassination of India's former Prime Minister. This was a terror act against the state of this country, against the state, against India. And so the only question that I'm asking is, and it pains me a little, to see these celebrations, he's almost being treated as a martyr. I mean, let's get one thing out of the way here. This man is a convicted assassin of no less than India's former Prime Minister and 15 other people.
The celebrations are taking place with the, ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt. Before, let's be clear, the celebrations are taking place in Tamil Nadu across the political divide, including your ally, the DMK. It's Mr. Stalin and others who have also been very involved in the release process. So the Congress party says one thing in Delhi and says one thing in Chennai.
No, I'm coming to that if only you do not interrupt me. I will now say, why are we blaming the BJP? The BJP's tall leader, who was then the governor, Mr. Banwarilal Purohit, sat on the recommendation of the AIA-DMK astute of the BJP government for 4 years. He then referred it to the president, who also did nothing, and which is why the Supreme Court came in and gave this judgment. My only point of contention here is this acquiescence by silence? The BJP, which talks about nationalism, which talks about a strong stand against terrorism, a strong against perpetrators of crime against the state. How did it sit quiet, and why did it preside over silently as the governor and the president did nothing?
Your Tamil Nadu Congress and your Tamil Nadu ally are supporting it. Supriya Srinath, your Tamil Nadu Congress and Tamil Nadu ally are supporting it.
No, let me finish. No, Rajdeep, let me finish. So I first want to pin the blame where it lies, which is the BJP. It is duplicity. It is reprehensible how they talk on terror and let this happen, because this sets a very wrong example. I may turn around and ask, then why are other Tamilian brothers and sisters serving life imprisonment sentences? This sets the precedent for 6 others to be released. So you can commit a crime against the state of India and walk free and then be celebrated as a martyr. As far as the Congress in Tamil Nadu is concerned, you are wrong there. The Congress is not celebrating. And I am a little pained with what the DMK stand on this has been. I am not going to mince my words, because I am somebody who believes this was a terror act against the state, terror act to assassinate India's former Prime Minister, and he cannot be let loose. This is duplicity of the BJP to talk tough on terror and actually to remain a mute spectator when you could have acted against it.
Let Manu Sundaram respond. Manu Sundaram, here is the Congress party, at least in Delhi, suggesting that a wrong precedent has been set. It suggests that the state is soft on terror, and yet both the AIADMK government earlier and the government of MK Stalin now have both supported the release.
Well, as much as I love, anybody driving a wedge between the DMK and the Congress, Mr. Sardesai, let me say, with due respect to my Congress spokesperson and other Congress leaders, I think they're right in attacking the BJP, but a little misguided in what they should be attacking the BJP for. All that they've said so far on this show and elsewhere have been considered in detail by the Supreme Court of this country, no less. And the Supreme Court of this country has passed a very considered judgment after having heard this matter for almost 3.5 to 4 years. And on that basis alone, Perarivalan was released. Now, I don't think you should quickly run to classify the optics of today as celebrations. I think many people saw this as a much needed end, closure to a long drawn out struggle, an unnecessary struggle, as my Congress spokesperson rightly pointed out, largely because of the interference of the BJP governments right from 2015 onwards, where various governors acted as agents of the union and not bound by the aid and advice of the State Council of Ministers. And today's judgment says just that. And let's not, Is it about the Perarivalan specific case,
Mr. Manu Sundaram, or is this an element where you believe that Perarivalan, because he was convicted based on an alleged confessional statement which itself fell into controversy, was wrongly convicted? Or are you saying that those involved in the assassination all should have their sentences commuted? Let's be very clear.
Very, very simple answer to that. The judgment today and the case so far does not go into conviction or acquittal. It's not about whether he has done a crime or not. It is purely on whether he should be considered for pardoning. Pardon by nature under Article 161, Mr. Sardesai, you know this, and Senior Advocate Aryama Sundaram knows this better, already means that the person has accepted their crime and they're saying, please pardon me. I've shown reform. I have become a better person. My conduct in prison.
Right.
Now, very simply, during the trial and until the conviction or acquittal, you look at the crime. But after that, once a person is in prison, you look at the criminal and you say whether that person has reformed. This today's judgment specifically says this person has spent 30 years. He has done so much good. He has learned. He is reformed. Now, if the prison system is not to reform a person and rehabilitate and reintegrate a person back into society, what are we doing in prisons across the country?
Can I
just
take what you said? No, 1 minute. Can I take what you said? Aryama Sundaram has been listening patiently. Because the fact, Mr. Sundaram, as you heard there from Manu Sundaram, that he is claiming this case should be looked at in terms of the system for a presidential pardon. Do you believe, though, this is a terror case? Now, today it's Perarivalan. Tomorrow, others in similar situations could claim pardon on the basis that justice has to be reformative and not just punitive. Do you agree with that? Does this set a precedent for others? And is that precedent a positive one or a negative one?
Rajiv, I'd like to address your question from two aspects. One is the socio-political aspect so far as Tamil Nadu is going, which has a lot to do with the so-called celebrations we are going on, which is where even a Congress ally like the DMK is supporting the release. That is one aspect. The other aspect is the fact that such a person his sentence has been commuted or parole given, however you want to term it. The point of the matter is, the man has spent 31 years in jail. The fact is, it was because of the Congress government's apathy in the matter that after a death sentence was given to these people, when their mercy petition was pending, more than 10 years their mercy petition was not considered. It sat on the desk of the central government at that time, which was the Congress party. Nothing was done at all, which is why the Supreme Court, applying Article 21, saying waiting for your mercy petition and being in death row for 10, 12 years is in itself a form of torture, commuted it to life imprisonment. Once commuted to life imprisonment, the issue then arises after spending 31 years in jail. Can the state government, within its powers, if it feels that the person has reformed or otherwise is fit to come back into society, can it be commuted? Can parole be given? Now, here, the state government has the power to recommend. And the governor, under Article 161, is the one vested with the power. But he has to act on the advice of the state cabinet. So the governor actually could not have sent it to the president at all, because otherwise it's nullifying the governor's role under 161. And the central government and the stand being taken that if it's a 302, then it must go only to the president is completely wrong. So therefore, the governor's not acting on it for 3 years when he was advised to do so by the state government and was bound by that advice was clearly unconstitutional. Now, the socio-political aspect, you must understand why even the Congress ally is celebrating like this, is that at that given time, his sympathy of Tamil Nadu to a very great extent, the sympathy of the state was completely with the Tamils. So far as the Sri Lankan issue was concerned, it was completely with the Tamils. And much of Tamil Nadu felt that the government of India should not involve itself in assisting the Sri Lankan government in dealing with the Tamils, which is why you find that the state governments in Tamil Nadu are, for political reasons, required or forced, let me say, to make such a suggestion of commuting these sentences and letting them off after 31 years.
So therefore,
And
this is a
and then
political
working
decision.
to their electorate.
No.
And
So
then
therefore,
working to their electorate.
there's a legal aspect and there's a political aspect. The worry, of course, is when the political aspect takes over in cases, sensitive cases like this.
Can I please comment?
Yes, Supriya Shinet. Why don't you've been waiting anxiously? Go ahead, because you're hearing the political context in which this has happened.
Forget about the political context and the legal context for just a minute. I think the question that we need to ponder over is this how we are going to treat hardened criminals and hardened terrorists who do acts of terror against the state? If this person's name was not what it was, and if this person's name was X and he had committed a crime against the state, would we be as forgiving?
He spent 31 years in jail.
Question. I'm all for humanitarian approach. I'm all for forgiving.
He spent 31 years in jail based on a confessional statement.
So are you telling me that next time, and God forbid if it were to ever happen, a man commits a crime like this, he should spend some years in jail, has a confession statement, he should be out and celebrated as a martyr, and everybody should jump in his defense? Is that what we are going to do as a civilized society? No, civilized society treats terrorists with arm, not
Sir,
with kid gloves.
I
Look
hope
at how
you know
US
that he has
treated Osama
claimed
bin
that he
Laden.
did not know
Here
that
is
the
a man
battery
who
he gave would be
assassinated
used
one
for
of
a
India's
bomb.
former Prime Minister.
Ma'am, his role is under question itself. He has spent 31 years when his role, he was not Nalini. He was not the suicide bomber.
Rajdeep, we are not debating. No, Rajdeep. Where you're wrong is, and you're taking the debate, you're derailing the debate because the Supreme Court has not given a verdict on whether he was convicted right or wrong.
Yes.
The Supreme Court has simply let him free. We are not debating his conviction. We are not debating whether his confession was treated right and whether the court was right in treating that conviction and all of that. We are debating, should a man like him be walking free, and should sections of the political class treat him as a martyr, and should the BJP have stayed quiet and make a lot of noise about, and hypocritically a lot of noise about terror and being hard on terror, when you're actually just staying quiet? I mean, what did the governor do? Sat on the file. What did the president do? Sat on the file. The Supreme Court had to take a decision. Why did the executive not act?
We can effectively say, though 31 years is a long time, he has been in that sense punished, and it now boils down to whether you believe that commutation, you're not that forgiving. There may be others who are. I will give you one last quick word, Aryama Sundaram.
Because this is an act of terror against my country.
What is the message the Supreme Court has sent out? I just have 1 minute. What is the message you believe, Aryama Sundaram, the Supreme Court has sent out very quickly?
That the Constitution of India shall prevail.
As
Very
simple as
simply,
that.
that the Constitution of India shall prevail. The Constitution provides for the governor to take a decision on commuting or giving parole under Article 161. It is the governor's prerogative. Equally, the Constitution provides that the government shall be bound by, the governor shall be bound by and act on the advice of the state government. The Constitution gave this decision to the hands of the state government to be taken. And having done so, it's not for the Supreme Court to rewrite the Constitution and say, oh, this is not correct. We want to rewrite the Constitution in some other way.
Okay, let's
so if
leave
you
it
ask
there.
me in one word, the Supreme Court upheld the Constitution.
Why did the government do nothing? That's all that I'm asking. Why did the governor do nothing? That's a question that the BJP should answer.
Okay, let's leave it there. I appreciate my guest joining us. It is a sensitive issue. It is, remember, also 31 years since Rajiv Gandhi was assassinated. On the other side, we'll be turning to Bengaluru, where heavy rains have once again exposed the country's IT capital. I'm afraid Bangalore is sinking in the rains. We'll tell you more on the other side. And also, so is Assam. Flood fury in Assam. On the news today, we go to parts where other primetime television simply doesn't go. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
The Ukraine-Russia crisis is ongoing after a month. Russia confirmed that it had fired a new hypersonic missile during bombing raids in the city of Mariupol. But what are hypersonic weapons? How do they attack the target? Considered the next generation of weapons, these missiles are characterized by their ability to travel at speeds of more than Mach 5, or 5 times the speed of sound. There are two types, the hypersonic cruise missile and the hypersonic glider. The latter is carried by a ballistic missile. The glider separates from its missile to reach the upper atmosphere above 50 kilometers. Then it hovers at hypersonic speed towards its target along an unpredictable trajectory. Anti-missile or anti-aircraft defense systems. Without propulsion, it gradually decelerates and can perform evasive actions such as zigzags to reach its target by thwarting opponent interception systems. The cruise missile, meanwhile, has its own propulsion in the form of a ramjet with supersonic combustion. Once in flight, the missile moves at high speed before diving onto its target. This missile flies at a lower altitude than the glider at around 20 to 30 kilometers and can maneuver in full flight, which is its advantage.
You are watching India Today. You are...
It's an annual ritual in most parts of the country. Last night, Bengaluru battled the rain fury. Overnight rains wreaking havoc on the country's IT capital, leaving a trail of destruction and once again exposing the poor drainage system in so many of our metros. Major arterial roads, several parts of Bengaluru heavily waterlogged. 2 deaths were reported in the city after civic workers lost their lives battling the waterlogging. An orange alert has now been issued for Bengaluru on May 18th as more heavy rain is predicted.
We are facing lots of problem due to the rainwater, and the water is 4.5 feet yesterday night, 3:15 a.m. Right, all our people have gone on the top and they have stayed, and we don't have any food. We can't go to the toilet.
Now, while the focus is on the metros, think about the people of Assam. Because heavy rains over the last week have wreaked havoc across the state. More than 2 lakh people across 20 districts have been affected. Floods have wiped out the livelihoods of hundreds. Tonight's Get Real India story comes from Suryagni Roy, who brings you this ground report from Assam.
Streets waterlogged. Agricultural fields inundated. Houses submerged in knee-deep water. Incessant rains have wreaked havoc in Assam. Floods and landslides have resulted in multiple deaths. Nearly 2 lakh people are affected by the floods across 20 districts. In Marigaon district, residents are forced to leave as the water is entering their houses.
প্রবলেম মানে কলে যাওয়া যায় না, লেট্রিনে যাওয়া যায় না, বাথরুমে মানে যাওয়া যায় না, মোটর উটর সব জলের তলে ঢুকে গেছে, কষ্ট হইতাছে, ঘরেও জল ঢুকতেছে, মানে সমান সমান হয়েছে।
কি সমস্যা, জল আইসা তো বহুত কিছু নষ্ট হইতেই আছে, গদ্দরের লেত্রা মেত্রা এগুলি হয়েছে, জলের লাগিল তো অসুবিধাই বিরাট।
ये पानी इतना तक आ गया, दिक्कत क्या क्या होगा?
दिक्कत क्या होगा, अब मैं यहाँ पर नहीं रहूंगी।
नहीं रहेंगे? कहाँ जाएंगे?
आमुनी घर चले जाऊंगी। मेरे पति, मेरा एक लड़का है, एक लड़की है, और कोई नहीं है।
Heavy rains have also hit livelihoods in Marigaon.
आज सुबह से ज्यादा हुआ है।
और बारिश कब से हुआ?
बारिश तो 20-22 दिन हो जाएगा।
यहाँ से गर्म पानी बोल के एक जगह है, तो वहाँ पे गेट है जो कपिली का, तो वो हम लोग सुना है कि वो गेट तोड़ दिया है।
अच्छा,
तो
मतलब कपिली नदी में
उसका पानी
हो रहा है,
ओवरफ्लो हो रहा है।
तो यहाँ पे आपका कितना नुकसान कितना होगा?
बहुत नुकसान है मेरा, इधर मच्छी भी बहुत था, इधर कम से कम 1 लाख का तो मच्छी होगा इधर। हाँ, 1 लाख का मच्छी होगा।
National and state disaster response forces are now carrying out rescue and relief operations in the flood-hit areas of Assam.
Locals claim that they are facing a lot of financial issues just due to this particular natural calamity that Assam is facing. As we can see that the rainfall has stopped and there is sunlight, but the tragedies that are affecting the lives of these people seem to have just begun. With camera person Prasun, this is Suryagni Roy for India Today, Assam.
The annual ritual in Assam. During elections, the politicians claim they'll get the situation under control, but you're unable to battle nature's fury. Unfortunately, the tyranny of distance means Assam often doesn't make it to primetime news. But we will cover every part of the country. Our good news today's story, therefore, comes from Uttar Pradesh's Noida, where Anjani Rajgopal has been running an orphanage for the past 38 years. Her selfless service has changed the lives of hundreds. Manish brings you tonight's Good News Today story. You stay well, stay safe. Good night. Jai Hind. Shubhratri. Namaskar.
Anjana Rajgopal is a mummy to everyone. She never married, choosing to become a mom to hundreds of orphans who need her care. Anjana runs the orphanage Sai Kripa in Sector 12, Noida, on the outskirts of Delhi. Her mission started 38 years ago.
बच्चे घर घर जाते थे चंदा इकट्ठा करने के लिए, ड्रम और नोटबुक लेके। तो जैसे इनकी जो ड्रम की आवाज़ आती थी तो लोग अपनी खिड़की दरवाज़ा बंद कर लेते थे। तो कुछ लोग तो दे देते थे दान में, पर कुछ लोग खिड़की दरवाज़ा बंद कर लेते थे, तो बुरा लगता था कि ऐसा क्यों हो रहा है।
The first child she took into her care had a narrow escape from possible death. Anjana says she saw a man was trying to harm a disabled child when she rescued the child.
पहला जो अडॉप्शन हुआ था वो है कि रजत नाम का एक बच्चा, रजत नाम हमने दिया क्योंकि ना वो बोल सकता है ना सुन सकता है, और फिज़िकली भी वो हैंडीकैप था। और ये करीब 10 साल का लड़का था। और जब मैं ऑफिस जा रही थी तो प्यारेलाल भवन के सामने एक आदमी इसको मार रहा था ढाबे में। तो मैंने पूछा ये कौन है, क्यों मार रहे हो? तो उन्होंने बोला खाना मांगता है और हम इससे छोटा मोटा काम करा के उसको खाना दे देते हैं।
Rajendra Singh came here when he was 4 years old. Today he's 39. A hotel industry professional, Rajendra came back when the pandemic struck.
तो स्टडीज़ यहीं से कंप्लीट की मैंने, फिर डिप्लोमा किया होटल मैनेजमेंट में, उसके बाद जॉब भी की। अब फ़िलहाल यहीं मम्मी के साथ आ रखा हूँ, इनकी हेल्प कर रहा हूँ।
Наші люди гинуть щодня, і вони не оживуть після фрази «Стоп! Знято!». Потрібен новий Чаплін, який доведе і зараз, що кінематограф перестав бути німим.
Ne devrait-on pas évoquer depuis cette tribune qui concentre pour un temps tous les regards du monde les tourments d'une planète qui saigne, qui souffre, qui étouffe et qui brûle dans l'indifférence des pouvoirs? Oui, sans doute. Mais que dire sinon de neuf, ou au moins d'utile? C'est une question à laquelle tous les artistes ont été, sont et seront confrontés. Doit-on user de sa notoriété, aussi modeste soit-elle, pour porter haut et fort la parole des sans-voix? Pouvons-nous faire autre chose qu'utiliser le cinéma, cette arme d'émotion massive, pour réveiller les consciences et bousculer les indifférences? Je ne l'imagine pas.
You are watching India Today. You
Climate change is real. The long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns are constantly taking place, and it will affect you. If you are still not bothered about it, here are some facts which you should know. The world's polar ice caps are shrinking little by little. The Arctic is heating up twice as fast as the rest of the planet, with Greenland's glaciers receding particularly quickly. This process is speeding up all by itself. Melting snow exposes ice underneath, which then absorbs the sun's rays and increases thawing. At the opposite end of the Earth, 90% of the ice shelves on the Antarctic Peninsula are starting to disintegrate. Ice melt is also being observed in mountain ranges like the Himalayas, Kilimanjaro, the Alps, and Pyrenees. In the Andes, glaciers are retreating and risk disappearing altogether. Ocean levels are rising due to the combination of melting ice and warmer sea temperatures, as warm water has a greater volume than cold water. At the current rate, it is predicted that by the year 2100, sea levels will rise between 26 centimeters and a meter. Islands in the Pacific or Indian Oceans like the Maldives will be submerged. Densely populated, low-lying coastal areas like Bangladesh, Vietnam, the Netherlands, and the east coast of the United States are all under threat.
Association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
Shivling at the Gyanvapi premises or a mosque. hand over mosque premises to Hindus, says a prominent Samajwadi Party Muslim leader.
अगर ये बात साबित होती है तो हमारा मुस्लिम समाज, हमारे धर्मगुरु, हमारे उलमा उस जमीन को हिंदू पक्ष को वापस कर दें.
Says Islam does not permit namaz at desecrated temples.
किसी भी कब्जा की हुई जमीन पर, किसी भी छीनी हुई जगह पर बलपूर्वक अगर वहां पर कब्जा किया गया है तो हमारे इस्लाम में वहां पर नमाज पढ़ना हराम है.
Congress leader echoes Khanam's views.
और जहाँ पर मूर्तियाँ होती हैं इस्लाम मजहब के हिसाब से वहाँ पर नमाज नहीं होती.
Gyanvapi, can there be an amicable solution? That's our top focus on India First.
Two prominent Muslim voices are saying very clearly, namaz offered in a desecrated temple, demolished to build a mosque, is not acceptable. And this is being said by a firebrand Muslim face of the Samajwadi Party in Aligarh. The question remains, are these isolated voices? We will once again take you down to the Gyanvapi premises. We'll show you that shivling, and that shivling becomes extremely critical because the Hindu side says this is a shivling. The Muslim side says that this is not a shivling. The Muslim side says this is a fountain. The question is there any religious significance of either the Kashi Vishwanath temple or the Sri Krishna Janmabhoomi for Muslims? If mosques were built by cruel Mughal King Aurangzeb by demolishing places of worship of Hindus, can Hindus and Muslims move forward towards an amicable solution? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We'll explore answers. Rubina Khanam of the Samajwadi Party joins me on the show. But first, as always, the headlines. Gyanvapi moment for Delhi's Qutub Minar. 1,200-year-old idol of Lord Narsingh found in the complex. Mega monument Vapsi war erupts again. Assassinated Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi's killer released by the Supreme Court after 31 years in jail. Celebrations across Tamil Nadu. Ruling DMK and AIADMK in credit war as Congress questions the release. Accused of killing her daughter Sheena Bora, Indrani Mukherjee given bail by the Supreme Court. Indrani Mukherjee walks out of jail after 6.5 years. Ahead of Gujarat elections, Hardik Patel dumps the Congress, blasts the Gandhis in his resignation letter, says they are more interested in foreign trips. Speculation over his joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. Trouble mounts for Chidambaram's a day after CBI raids over China bribe gate. Probe agency arrests Karti Chidambaram's top aide in a corruption case. Shocking details of the Boeing jet that nosedived and killed over 130 flyers in China. Black box indicates that someone in the cockpit intentionally crashed that plane. A prominent Muslim face of the Samajwadi Party in Aligarh, Uttar Pradesh, Rubina Khanam, has said that Gyanvapi premises should be handed over to the Hindus if it's proven that a temple was demolished to build a mosque. And she quotes Islamic scriptures to say namaz offered at a place where the land was forcibly taken, demolishing religious structures, is unacceptable or haram. But the question is an amicable solution or an amicable road ahead even possible? Samad Srivastav gets you a top story.
A shivling or a fountain. Mosque built over a temple structure. The Hindu side in the Gyanvapi case insists the shivling has finally been located inside the Gyanvapi premises after more than 350 years. A prominent Muslim face of the Samajwadi Party, Rubina Khanam, says if it's proven that the Gyanvapi mosque was built on the ruins of a Hindu temple. After destroying the temple, the premises must be handed over to Hindus immediately.
अगर ये बात साबित होती है तो हमारा मुस्लिम समाज, हमारे धर्मगुरु, हमारे उलमा उस जमीन को हिंदू पक्ष को वापस कर दें।
Khanam, who heads Samajwadi Party's women's wing in Aligarh, says Muslim clerics and ulema should realize namaz offered on a desecrated temple forcibly taken from Hindus is unacceptable as per the tenets of Islam.
अगर ये बात साबित हो जाती है कि प्राचीन काल में वहां पर मंदिर था और किसी हमारे शासक ने बलपूर्वक उस मंदिर को तोड़कर वहां पर मस्जिद बनाई थी, तो ये बात तो हमारे मुस्लिम समाज को, हमारे उलमाओं को, हमारे धर्मगुरुओं को समझना चाहिए कि किसी भी कब्जा की हुई ज़मीन पर, किसी भी छीनी हुई जगह पर बलपूर्वक अगर वहां पर कब्जा किया गया है तो हमारे इस्लाम में वहां पर नमाज पढ़ना हराम है।
And she's not an isolated voice. Congress leader Muhammad Shoaib has also joined issues, saying if it's proven conclusively that an ancient temple was demolished to build a mosque, then an amicable solution needs to be found.
ये ज्ञान वाली मस्जिद के लिए मैंने ये बात कही है कि यदि उसमें मूर्तियां हैं और जहाँ पर मूर्तियां होती हैं इस्लाम मज़हब के हिसाब से वहाँ पर नमाज नहीं होती, तो मैंने ये बात कही है यदि मूर्तियां हैं, ये नहीं कहा कि हर हाल में दे दी जाए। मैं चाहता हूँ ये विवाद बाबरी मस्जिद की तरह ना खिंचे, लेकिन सरकार इसको बाबरी मस्जिद ही बनाकर छोड़ेगी और यहाँ पर चाहे कोई सबूत मिले या ना मिले, लेकिन सबूत वहाँ बना दिए जाएंगे, क्योंकि बाबरी मस्जिद का फैसला जो आया मुसलमानों ने उसको तहे दिल से माना।
Acharya Pramod Krishnam, a religious preacher and Congress leader, taunted the centre, saying both Taj Mahal and Qutub Minar are under the central government and the government should hand over these heritage sites to build temples.
अगर भारत के अंदर कुतुब मीनार बनी है, ताजमहल बना है और हिंदू जनमानस ऐसा मानता है कि भाई ताजमहल तेजो महल था, तो ताजमहल तो भारत सरकार के अधीन है, कुतुब मीनार भारत सरकार का है। तो मैं तो प्रधानमंत्री जी से आग्रह करना चाहूँगा कि कुतुब मीनार को और ताजमहल को हिंदुओं की भावनाओं का सम्मान करते हुए हिंदुओं को सौंप देना चाहिए।
The Hindu side wants the survey at the Gyanvapi premises to be extended to include the basement and bring down a brick wall that conceals what lies beneath. The Muslim side continues to call the survey illegal, arguing it needs to stop immediately. The matter will be decided by the Supreme Court. With Samarth Srivastav in Kashi, Bureau Report, India Today. AIMIM Member of Parliament and leader Asaduddin Owaisi, on the other hand, he insists that namaz that's being offered at the same premises for hundreds of years, and this entire process, including the survey and the sealing of the Wazukhana area, according to him, is bad in law. He's argued if finding what he's calling a fountain, or the Muslim side is calling this fountain at the Wazukhana, if he's saying that is being sealed off, then the same should be done even at the Taj Mahal, which has several similar shaped fountains. Let's listen in.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब ऑनरेबल जज ने शिवलिंग कहा तो ऑनरेबल एडवोकेट हुज़ैफा अहमदी साहब ने कहा कि जज साहब से कि इसको इस्तेमाल मत करिए इस लफ्ज़ को, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के जज ने कहा कि इन द इम्प्यून ऑर्डर, माने जो इम्प्यून ऑर्डर चैलेंज हुआ है, नंबर 1। दूसरी बात यह है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यह भी कहा कि मुसलमानों के जो रिलीजियस तरीके से जो आप नमाज पढ़ते हैं जो है उसमें वज़ू भी शामिल है, तो वज़ू करेंगे उसमें हाउस में जाकर, और 400 साल से उस वज़ू को उस फवारे को कुछ नुकसान नहीं हुआ। और अगर ये फवारे को अगर इस तरह अगर पेश किया जा रहा है तो कल ताजमहल को बंद कर देना पड़ेगा। ताजमहल के सामने भी फवारे लगे हैं, कहाँ जाके बात रुकेगी फिर ये। और चौथी बात यह है कि वो लोअर कोर्ट के पूरे ऑर्डर पर उम्मीद करते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट कल स्टे लगाएगा।
So you're hearing multiple Muslim voices on this subject. Is there a difference of opinion amongst the Muslims on the road ahead? Are some seeking an amicable resolution and some
remain opposed to it. Joining me on India First is Rubina Khanam of the Samajwadi Party. Vishnu Jain is one of the petitioners, key lawyers in the Gyanvapi case, and also Syed Asim Wakar, leader and spokesperson of the AIMIM. Rubina Khanam ji, क्या आप अभी भी अपने बयान पर कायम है कि ये जो विवादित जमीन है ये हिंदुओं को दे देनी चाहिए अगर ये तय हो जाता है कि एक मंदिर को तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई गई थी?
बिल्कुल, मैं जो भी बोलती हूँ सोच समझकर ही बोलती हूँ, और जब बोलती हूँ तो अपनी बात पर हमेशा कायम रहती हूँ, चाहे भले ही मेरी जान चली जाए, क्योंकि मैं गलत बात बोलती ही नहीं। जाहिर सी बात है, हमारे हिंदू भाइयों ने ये दावा किया कि ये जो ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद है ये यहाँ पर मंदिर था और यहाँ पर शिवलिंग निकला है हमारा, उसके आसार निकले हैं, यानी हमारे मूर्ति पूजा के अवशेष वहां पर निकले हैं, और ये किसी शासक ने जबरदस्ती इसको हमसे छीन करके, मंदिर को तोड़ करके इस पर मस्जिद बनाई थी। तो जिस जगह को छीन करके बलपूर्वक तरीके से मस्जिद बनाई और वहां पर नमाज पढ़ी जा रही है, तो हमारा इस्लाम और कुरान में तो वो नमाज जायज ही नहीं है, तो फिर जाहिर सी बात है हम गलत बात का समर्थन क्यों करें। लेकिन मेरा यह भी कहना है कि इसकी उच्च स्तरीय जांच होनी चाहिए, न्यायपूर्वक तरीके से जांच होनी चाहिए, और इसके लिए माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हमारी सरकार को दखल देना चाहिए, भारत सरकार को, सरकार को इसकी जांच करानी चाहिए।
आप बड़ी बात कह रही हैं। एडवोकेट विष्णु जैन भी हमारे साथ है। एडवोकेट विष्णु जैन, क्या आप इस बात को सर्वोच्च न्यायालय में, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में साबित कर पाएंगे कि मंदिर को तोड़कर औरंगजेब ने मस्जिद बनवाई थी, वहां पर काशी विश्वनाथ का मंदिर था और वहीं पर ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद बनवाई गई?
See, Gaurav, 2-3 points are very important. The plaint which we have filed, it's not that we are not aware of these facts. We have categorically stated in our plaint the order of demolition passed by Aurangzeb of 18th April 1669. That farman is on record. Apart from that, after demolition, what happened and what was the religious character of that property in question, with that regard we have filed documents, and that document has a legal value under section 57 of the Indian Evidence Act. All those historical books of James Precept, A.S. Altraker are on record of the Honorable Court. Apart from that, there is an important document of D.M. Watson of Varanasi of 1809, where he has said that this land should be given to the Hindus. And then further, there was a case of Deen Muhammad in which Hindus were not a party. In that, the British government had filed an affidavit saying that Aurangzeb had demolished this property. So I don't have to prove demolition. It is already there on record. And the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court in Kashi Vishwanath case, 1997, 4 SCC page 606. Justice Ramaswamy's judgment para 1 categorically narrates that how a temple was demolished. So this controversy is already dead and buried, that whether a temple was demolished or not. Now the question is that what is the religious character of the property and how it has to be restored. How it has to be restored. That's the question.
And that's a fair point that you raised. Syed Asim Wakar, क्या आपको मान्य होगा अगर बातचीत के जरिए समाधान निकले? क्योंकि ये विष्णु जैन जी कह रहे हैं कि ये तय है कि मस्जिद मंदिर को तोड़कर बनाई गई थी और इसके एक नहीं अनेक सबूत हैं।
एक भी सबूत नहीं है, एक भी नहीं। इतने साल तक बाबरी मस्जिद पे दावा किया गया।
बाबरी मस्जिद की बात रहने दीजिए, बाबरी मस्जिद की बात रहने दीजिए, वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट अपने निर्णय दे दिया। मैं बहुत क्लियरली आपसे काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर और ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद, ज्ञानवापी परिसर के बारे में बात कर रहा हूं।
बाबरी मस्जिद पे कहा गया था कि रामलला प्रकट हो गई और 70 साल बाद
आप काशी विश्वनाथ के बारे में तैयारी करके नहीं आए हैं सीम साहब? बहुत क्लियर मेरा प्रश्न है। नहीं, मैं बाबरी मस्जिद पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फैसला दे दिया। बाबरी मस्जिद के ढांचे पर सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने फैसला दे दिया। और अगर आप भारतीय नागरिक हैं, तो अब आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट का वो फैसला मान्य है?
नहीं, क्या कहा बाबरी मस्जिद पे?
आप काशी विश्वनाथ पर बात करने के लिए तैयार हैं कि नहीं है? मेरा प्रश्न, मेरे पास समय सीमित है। मेरे पास समय सीमित है।
समय सीमित नहीं, आप डरपोक हैं। आपको पता है मैं क्या बोलने जा रहा हूं?
नहीं, बाबरी पे आप क्यों बात कर रहे हैं? काशी विश्वनाथ पे बोलिए। क्या वहां पर मंदिर को तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई गई थी? और अगर ऐसा है तो वहां पे नमाज हराम है, ऐसा कुछ मुस्लिम ही लोग कह रहे हैं।
बाबरी मस्जिद पे आप अपना दावा झूठा करके कुछ प्रूव नहीं कर पाए। न्यायालय ने माना कि सब झूठ, सब झूठ।
देखिए अब आप वही अनर्गल राजनीतिक बातें करते रहेंगे। आप अनर्गल रुबीना खानम जी, आप ये देखिए, मेरा प्रश्न बहुत सीधा काशी विश्वनाथ पर है, ज्ञानवापी पर है। नहीं, आप या तो आज आप पढ़कर नहीं आए हैं या काशी विश्वनाथ पर आप जानते हैं कि आपका पक्ष कमजोर है। रुबीना खानम जी, क्या कहेंगी आप वकार साहब से?
बौखलाहट स्पष्ट नजर आ रही है असीम वकार भाई के चेहरे से कि जिस तरह से
एक एक करके किसी की आवाज नहीं जाएगी, केवल मेरी आवाज आएगी। नहीं, देखिए हमारे पास समय सीमित है। इंडिया फर्स्ट लोग इसलिए देखते हैं क्योंकि वो कुछ तथ्य लेकर जाते हैं। तो वकार साहब, आपने एक पक्ष उठाया। रुबीना जी, पहले आप उत्तर दीजिए और उसके बाद मैं विष्णु जैन जी के पास आऊंगा। रुबीना जी, आपने वकार साहब की बात सुनी, उत्तर दीजिए। ये बाबरी पर ले जा रहे हैं जबकि मेरा प्रश्न काशी विश्वनाथ पर है।
देखिए, ये तो वही बोलेंगे ना जो इनके बॉस बोलेंगे, यानी माननीय असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब जो हैं, और वो तो या उनके भाई हो अकबरुद्दीन ओवैसी या वो तो चाहते हैं सन 92 यहाँ दोबारा से दोहराया जाए। वो तो चाहते हैं कि बाबरी मस्जिद का इतिहास फिर से दोहराया जाए। वो तो चाहते हैं, वो दूसरे जिन्ना बनने के फिराक में हैं। लेकिन मुसलमान अब उनके बहकावे में आने वाला नहीं है। अब मुसलमान उन्हें दूसरा जिन्ना बनने नहीं देगा, दूसरा पाकिस्तान खड़ा करने नहीं देगा। भारत का मुसलमान जो आज सुकून से रह रहा है और पाकिस्तान का मुसलमान जो आज परेशान है, ये चाहते हैं कि भारत का मुसलमान भी परेशानियों में घिर जाए। उसके न रोटी हो, न भूख की बात करते हैं ये लोग, न गरीबी की बात करते हैं, न रोजगार की बात करते हैं। ये लोग सिर्फ और सिर्फ नफरत की बात करते हैं। अरे मैं ये कह रही हूँ वकार साहब से या असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब से कि आप बताइए, जब हमारे इस्लाम में ये जायज ही नहीं है कि किसी भी चीज को छीनकर वहां पे आप नमाज पढ़ेंगे तो आपकी नमाज नहीं होगी। जब हमारा कुरान, हमारा इस्लाम इस बात की इजाजत नहीं देता तो आप कौन होते हैं ये फैसला करने वाले। लेकिन मैं इसके साथ एक बात कहती हूँ कि अगर ये साबित हो जाता है कि वहां पर मस्जिद थी तो फिर हमारे हिंदू भाइयों को भी बड़ा दिल दिखाना होगा और उन्हें अपना दावा छोड़ देना
बड़ा दिल दिखाकर आगे बढ़ने की आवश्यकता है। लेकिन डरपोक कौन है? कौन तैयारी करके नहीं आया है? कौन हिंसा और नफरत की बात आगे बढ़ा रहा है? सैयद वकार भाई, मेरा प्रश्न बहुत साफ था। रुबीना जी कह रही है कि अगर मस्जिद को मंदिर तोड़कर बनाया गया है तो वहां नमाज हराम है। आपको फिर भी चाहिए ज्ञानवापी?
देखिए, बहुत से लोगों ने बाबरी मस्जिद के बारे में भी यही कहा था, वो सब मुंह की खा गए। जजेस ने अपने फैसले में लिखा।
देखिए, आप अपनी रटी रटाई 4 बातें करके आए हैं। अगर आपको काशी विश्वनाथ पर बात नहीं करनी तो फिर मेरे लिए यह समस्या है, क्योंकि मेरी डिबेट आज काशी विश्वनाथ पर है।
अरे आप काबिल ही नहीं है सर।
मैं आपको दाएं बाएं नहीं जाने दूंगा। मैं आपको दाएं बाएं नहीं जाने दूंगा। ये उस तरह का शो नहीं है जहां आके आप अपना पॉलिटिकल एजेंडा लेकर जाएंगे। इस शो का नाम है इंडिया फर्स्ट, और अगर आप इंडिया फर्स्ट रख सकते हैं तो आप बात कर सकते हैं। अगर जैसा रुबीना खानम कह रही हैं, अगर आप दूसरा जिन्ना बनने की फिराक में है तो उसकी अनुमति यहां नहीं दी जाएगी। लेकिन विष्णु जैन जी, हिंदू पक्ष क्या बातचीत के जरिए रास्ता निकालने की बात करेगा या केवल सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के निर्णय की आपको प्रतीक्षा होगी? विल यू वेट फॉर द सुप्रीम कोर्ट वर्डिक्ट और इज देयर फॉरवर्ड मूवमेंट फॉर एन एमिकेबल रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ द काशी विश्वनाथ ज्ञानवापी इशू?
गौरव जी, एमिकेबल रेजोल्यूशन तो एक ही हो सकता है कि वो जगह हमें दे दी जाए। अगर इस रेजोल्यूशन पे वो रेडी है तो हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। इसके अलावा 1 इंच भी हम कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे। और ये तो भगवान की संपत्ति है, मुझे हक नहीं है, ना मेरे क्लाइंट्स को हक है। हम पूरे समाज को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हैं कि 1 इंच के लिए भी कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर लें। दूसरी बात यह है गौरव जी, अगर इतिहास में जातियां हुई हैं और मेरे मंदिर को तोड़ के मस्जिद में कन्वर्ट किया गया, मेरे शिवलिंग के साथ वजू किया जा रहा है, उसको अपमानित किया जा रहा है, उसकी बेअदबी हो रही है, तो क्या मेरा ये संवैधानिक हक नहीं है इस इंडिपेंडेंट इंडिया में कि उस बात को मैं कोर्ट में रखूं और एविडेंस के थ्रू प्रूफ करूं? ये किस तरह की मानसिकता और किस तरह की डोमिनेशन है कि अगर एक पक्ष ये कहता है इस देश में कि वो जगह मस्जिद है और वो नमाज पढ़ी जा रही है तो आप कोर्ट भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप वो बात रेज ही नहीं कर सकते हैं। ये जो पूरा आर्ग्यूमेंट है प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का, उसका क्रक्स क्या है, उसका अंत क्या है कि यू कैनॉट गो टू द कोर्ट। तो ये तो एक बड़ी अजीब टाइप की इनकी डोमिनेंस हो गई है कि अगर आप प्रूफ करना चाहते हो एविडेंस के थ्रू कि रिलीजियस कैरेक्टर क्या है, सेक्शन 4 सब क्लॉज 2 में जो प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट में लिखा हुआ है, तो आप नहीं जा सकते हो। और जो जजेस इस मैटर को डील कर रहे हैं, एज एन ऑफिसर ऑफ द कोर्ट आई वांट टू से दैट यू आर मेकिंग पर्सनल अटैक्स, पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज आर मेकिंग पर्सनल अटैक्स अगेंस्ट द जजेस। तो आप इस जुडिशियल सिस्टम पे विश्वास नहीं रखते हो, आप लॉ।
और ये बड़ी चिंता की बात है, क्योंकि ये देश की बात है। यहां पर इंडिया फर्स्ट पे हम रुबीना खानम जी देश की बात करते हैं, और आपने बहुत बड़ी बात की, लेकिन क्या आप पर दबाव बनेगा कि आप इस तरह की अगर बात करेंगी तो वकार भाई, सैयद असीम वकार जैसे लोग, क्या वही आप पर दबाव बना सकते हैं? क्या आपकी जान को खतरा हो सकता है?
गौरव जी, किसी को जान हमारे इस्लाम में, जहां जो मैंने बात कही इस्लाम के तरीके से ही कही, वहां ये भी है, किसी को मारने का हक या जिलाने का हक सिर्फ ऊपर वाले को है। मुझे इस बात का कोई डर नहीं, मेरी जान कोई नहीं ले सकता जब तक ऊपर वाले ने मेरे नसीब में मौत नहीं लिखी होगी। लेकिन हाँ, ये उस तरह के लोग हैं, इनकी तरह कुछ लोग और भी हैं। कोई डंडा उठाने की बात करता है, कोई देख लेने की बात करता है, कोई छीन लेने की बात करता है। मैं ऐसे तमाम लोगों को कंडेम करना चाहती हूँ, मैं ऐसे तमाम लोगों को ये बताना चाहती हूँ, और मैं अपने सामाजिक, अपने मुस्लिम लोगों से, अपने धर्म गुरुओं से, अपने उलमाओं से अपील करना चाहती हूँ कि उन्हें आगे आना होगा, उन्हें समझना होगा। अगर हमारा हिंदू पक्ष और मुस्लिम पक्ष आपस में बैठ करके इस बात का हल निकालना चाहे तो इससे अच्छी तो कोई बात नहीं है। लेकिन कुछ लोग ऐसे भी हैं, अभी जो मुझसे पहले एक साहब बात कर रहे थे, वो कह रहे हैं कि नहीं साहब, मंदिर तो वहां पर था ही था, इन बातों से कुछ होने वाला नहीं है। अगर आप ऐसी बात करेंगे तो इसका मतलब तो ये हुआ ना कि कल को अगर माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कह दिया कि नहीं साहब यहाँ मस्जिद थी, तो आप तो बात को मानोगे नहीं। ऐसी बात मत कीजिए, वही बात कीजिए कि अगर वाकई वो आपका है तो आप ले लो, आप ले लो। लेकिन अगर वो मुसलमानों का है तो उनको दे दो। अरे दो बातें क्यों कीजिए ना, क्यों तीसरी बात करते हैं?
अगर आप अब सबूतों के आधार पर, और सैयद वकार भाई, सबूतों की बात करें, तथ्यों की बात करें, और हम तथ्यों पर ही बात करेंगे, और यही बात मैं इस समय आपसे भी करना चाहता हूं विष्णु जैन जी। सबूतों की अगर बात की जाए ताकि सभी को साफ मालूम हो, जो ज्ञानवापी परिसर है उसमें मंदिर के क्या सबूत मिले हैं? इस शिवलिंग की हिंदुओं की आस्था है, वो इसे पूजेंगे। मुसलमानों की इस समय नहीं है, जिनकी वो कहेंगे कि ये तो फव्वारा है। लेकिन ऐसे क्या ठोस सबूत है कि यहां मंदिर था जिसे तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई गई?
देखिए गौरव जी, मैं सर्वे टीम का पार्ट था, तो जो सर्वे में बातें आई हैं, जो सबूत आए हैं, वो मैं अभी यहाँ पे डिस्क्लोज नहीं कर सकता हूँ। जब एडवोकेट कमिश्नर अपनी रिपोर्ट कोर्ट में फाइल कर देंगे तो डेफिनेटली मैं उस पर ब्रीफ करूंगा। ये बहुत एक इम्पॉर्टेंट इशू है। पर इसके अलावा जो सबूत है, मैंने जैसे कि आपको जिक्र किया कि बहुत लंबी चेन है हिस्टोरिकल रिकॉर्ड्स की, बहुत लंबी चेन है काशी में उस मंदिर की, हमारी बिलीफ, फेथ और आस्था की। चाहे वो स्कंद पुराण हो, चाहे ऋग्वेद हो, चाहे शिव महापुराण हो, चाहे काशी महात्म हो, हर चीज में काशी हिंदुओं के लिए कितनी महत्वपूर्ण है और मंदिर कितना महत्वपूर्ण है, ये हमारे शास्त्रों में लिखा हुआ है। ये 5 कोस का अविमुक्त क्षेत्र है। हिंदू ऐसा मानते हैं कि अगर उनको मुक्ति मिलती है तो काशी में ही मिलती है। ये एक हमारा बिलीफ, फेथ का एस्पेक्ट हो गया। इसके बाद जो तोड़ने का सबूत है वो स्पेसिफिकली ऑन रिकॉर्ड है। जैसा कि मैंने आपको बताया कि ऑनरेबल सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जस्टिस रामास्वामी की 3 जजेस की बेंच ने 1997 4 SCC में ये बात अपने जजमेंट में लिखी है कि किस तरह से मंदिर तोड़ा गया। और दीन मोहम्मद के केस में ब्रिटिश सरकार ने एफिडेविट दिया कि हाँ, यहाँ पे मंदिर तोड़ा गया। 15 लोगों की गवाहियां ऑन रिकॉर्ड है, जिसमें कहा गया है 1937 में कि हम वहां पे पूजा करते थे और चारों तरफ वहां पे मंदिर का स्वरूप था। तो भारी मात्रा में सबूत है जो सेक्शन 57 ऑफ द इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट में एडमिसिबल है। ये सारी बातें हम कोर्ट के सामने रख चुके हैं और इन सारी बातों को देखते हुए कोर्ट ने वहां पे एक सर्वे ऑर्डर किया है। सिर्फ हमारी बात को यकीन नहीं किया है। अब ये जो सर्वे हो रहा है उसका निष्कर्ष क्या है, उसका क्रक्स क्या है कि वहां पे आज की वस्तु स्थिति देखी जाए और आज वहां पे क्या एविडेंस है वो कोर्ट के पटल पे आए। अब सर्वे से किसको दर्द हो गया वो एक अलग विषय है। इसके बाद आप जो जुडिशियल प्रोसेस है उस पर क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं। तो ये सारी चीजें हैं जिससे हमें दिक्कत हो रही है। अगर कोई किसी का केस स्ट्रांग है तो आए लीगली कोर्ट में लड़े ना, हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
यही बात है और इसी में रुबीना खानम जी ने बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात की है और मैं चाहता हूं कि आप जो कह रही हैं ये पूरा देश सुने, समझे और फिर आगे बढ़े कि अगर साक्ष्य के आधार पर, सबूतों के आधार पर यह तय है कि ज्ञानवापी का जो परिसर है वो एक मंदिर को तोड़कर मस्जिद बनाई थी औरंगजेब ने। 18 अप्रैल 1669 में यह हुआ था। इफ दैट इज ट्रू एंड इफ इट्स प्रूवन इन अ कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ, is there possibility of an amicable move forward? Because Rubina Khanam is making it very clear that there are some who are trying to be Jinnah once again. There are some who want to make another Pakistan in India. And clearly, as Rubina Khanum says, that cannot be permitted in today's India. Rubina Khanum and Vishnu Jain for joining me here on India Today. Many thanks. We will continue to track developments on the story very, very closely. But a quick break at this stage. Coming up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Are you a germaphobe? Do you freak out when things aren't clean? You may be able to clean things on Earth, but what about space junk? Did you know there are more than 9,800 tons of debris floating around Earth's orbit? Yes, you heard it right. Well, let us help you relax. A tow truck in space is using magnets to clean the space. The name of your space cleaner buddy is ELSA. ELSA is a small satellite fitted with a powerful magnet. It uses a magnet to clean up the debris and tows it back to Earth's orbit. While towing back, it burns up naturally on re-entry. ELSA can help clean 9,800 tons of debris floating around the Earth. Space junk is litter left behind in the orbit from the space missions. You wouldn't believe that it is traveling at the speed of 27,000 km per hour. So at this speed, even small debris could mean a huge risk. We hear about the space mission being launched every now and then, and with more than 30,000 satellites set to launch in the coming year, the space could really use some cleaning. But who made ELSA, and how does it work around space? Japanese startup Astroscale launched a model of ELSA-D. It is made up of 2 satellites stacked together. There are 2 parts, a flying magnetic tow truck and a smaller satellite that behaves like a piece of space junk. During the trial, they launched the smaller satellite and used the magnet to recapture it. But ELSA is not the only space cleaner. Claire Space, a Swiss startup, is also launching a technology to clean up space junk. As Earth gets more active in exploring space, cleaning solutions like ELSA and Claire Space are becoming more and more important. Do you have any fresh ideas to clean up there?
The air we breathe inside an airplane is continuously renewed during a flight. It's captured from outside. 30 to 50% of the fresh air, depending on the plane, is mixed with air already inside the cabin. Air from outside is collected near the engines. It then passes into an air conditioning pack where it is heated to about 20 degrees and pressurized to a level close to atmospheric pressure at sea level. The air is then filtered by HEPA, high efficiency particulate air filters, which eliminate 99.9% of 0.3 micron particles, including viruses and bacteria. Once it's mixed with ambient air, the flow is then distributed inside the aircraft, moving up the fuselage towards the cabin ceiling before passing through vents situated above passenger seats. Meanwhile, a pressurization valve at the rear of the aircraft continuously sucks in air from the cabin at the floor level near passengers' feet and blows it out of the aircraft, thereby creating a continuous airflow. This makes it possible to maintain a constant pressure inside the aircraft and to renew air inside the cabin every 3 minutes.
You are watching.
Presented by Ebix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Let's take a look at the top business stories. Big setback to government's disinvestment plans. BPCL taken on the divestment queue after just one bidder remained in the race. Government to relook into process and come up with fresh plans. Market ends marginally lower amid volatility. Sensex snaps two-day gaining streak. Nifty below 16,250 mark. FMCG gains. Realty, PSU banks drag. Rupee closes at a new all-time low on back of higher oil prices and China recession fears. Rupee falls by 16 paise to 77.6 against the dollar. In a move that could hit more than 40 crore Indian gamers, GST on online gaming is all set to be hiked to 28%. A group of state finance ministers today proposed that online gaming be taxed at par with gambling and horse racing. Adani Group likely to merge its latest mega acquisitions, ACC and Ambuja Cements. According to analysts Business Today spoke to, the merger is the logical way forward given benefits of synergy between the two cement majors. In a move expected to hit the nascent online gaming industry in India, a group of state finance ministers has proposed that GST be hiked to the highest slab of 28%. For more information, let's go live to Karishma Asudani. Karishma, take us through the latest coming in.
Well, Abha, you're absolutely right. The word that is coming in is the 28% GST that is going to be on skill gaming and chance gaming both. Now, we do have some information that's on the taxation base that GOM has prepared and will be submitting to the GST Council. Now, the GOM, after today's meeting and in consideration of Fitment Committee's view, has decided that tax is to be levied when it comes to online gaming. The entire face value or the bet amount that you call instead of the net value. When it comes to casinos, they're of the view that it should be levied on the amount paid at the entry point, that is while purchasing the chips and not on every betting transaction. For horse racing, the government is clear that they'd like to keep it at 28% on the entire betting amount. The state governments are also of the view that these decisions do not really impact state revenue by a larger margin, because you see casinos and online gaming, in fact, even when they're increased to 28%, have no big impact on the revenue because they're not legal. These activities are mostly banned in various states. So only after it goes to GST Council, a word will be coming, but definitely not a good news for the industry.
All right, Karishma, thanks for bringing us the latest on that front. The Patanjali Group has begun the much-awaited integration of subsidiary Ruchi Soya with itself. Ruchi Soya has been renamed Patanjali Foods and will be taking over the food business of Baba Ramdev-owned Patanjali Ayurved for a sum total of 690 crore rupees. The company's share hit the upper circuit of 10% today, surging 108 rupees to 1,192 rupees on the NSE. The recently concluded FPO of Ruchi Soya had been priced at 650 rupees. My colleague Sakshi Batra spoke exclusively to Baba Ramdev and Sanjeev Asthana, the CEO of Ruchi Soya.
Swamiji, first I would like to speak to you about the broad contours of this agreement. हमारे सभी दर्शकों को ये समझाइए कि इस डील के बाद किस तरीके की अपॉर्चुनिटीज कंपनीज के लिए डेवलप होंगी, क्या सिनर्जीज होंगे इस एक्विजिशन के बाद.
तो आज की इस बिजनेस टुडे में 10 ब्रेकिंग्स यदि बोलें तो 690 करोड़ में ये जो इसका अमाउंट बोलें तो 4,174 करोड़ रुपए का ये बिजनेस हमने रुचि सोया को देने के लिए आज बोर्ड मीटिंग में हमने इसको अनुमति दी है। दूसरी बात, इसका जो फ्यूचर है बहुत बड़ा है, माने अगले साल तो 5,000 करोड़ प्लस का हमारा है ही। आप यदि एक एक का मार्केट साइज देखेंगे, जो हमने 8 वर्टिकल और 536 हमने इसके अंदर SKUs दिए, इसका मार्केट साइज होगा कम से कम 5 लाख करोड़ रुपए का। लेकिन पतंजलि फूड्स नाम आने के बाद में एक वर्ल्ड में नया कीर्तिमान बनेगा, एक वर्ल्ड ब्रांड बनाएंगे हम इसको, फूड का, FMCG का, एग्रीकल्चर का साक्षी।
फिलहाल जो ये वैल्यूएशंस की बात हुई है, ये वैल्यूएशन कैसे अराइव हुई है, इसके बारे में थोड़ा हमारे दर्शकों को बताएं।
बिल्कुल। सो ये जो बेसिक प्रोसेस है, इट्स अंडर द स्लम सेल एग्रीमेंट व्हिच इज द मोस्ट एफिशिएंट and the cost effective way to transfer a business, and so we have gone through the compliance process. Basic idea being that all the assets at the depreciated value and all the inventory that the businesses hold without any liabilities of the past. So none of the liabilities which Patanjali may have had, none of that comes to Ruchi Soya.
अस्थाना जी, एक और सवाल मेरा आपसे था, आखिर में मैं आपसे जानना चाहती हूँ, इस एक्विजिशन के बाद अब आपका जो प्रोडक्ट मिक्स है और जो रेवेन्यू मिक्स है वो अब आगे जाते हुए कैसे दिखेगा, और क्या और रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल्स की ज़रूरत है अभी शेयर होल्डर्स के बाद, कितना और समय लग सकता है?
सो इसमें मेरे अनुमान है कि 2 महीने से ज्यादा नहीं लगेगा। शेयर अप्रूवल में ज्यादा टाइम नहीं लगेगा, और उसके बाद जो रेगुलेटरी अप्रूवल्स का कोई ऐसा कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी नहीं है, लेकिन रिक्वायरमेंट है, तो जो सारा रिक्वायरमेंट हमको करना ही है, उसमें करीब 2 महीने का अनुमान है कि हम लोग कर लेंगे। लेकिन आपका जो आपने बताया कि प्रोडक्ट मिक्स का है, वो बहुत अच्छा क्वेश्चन है। सो अभी हमारा जैसे प्रोपोर्शन ऑफ फूड FMCG का जो था वो कुल अबाउट 8% था, वो इमीडिएटली फूड बिजनेस के एक्विजिशन से 20% हो जाएगा ऑफ द प्रोपोर्शन ऑफ द रेवेन्यू, और प्रोग्रेसिवली टारगेट हमारा क्लियर कट ये है, और जो कि इंटरनली डिस्कशन हुआ है, स्वामी जी का एक प्रकार से एक विजन क्लैरिटी है कि हमको 50% रेवेन्यू जो है हमको फूड FMCG से बिल्ड करना है, तो उसकी तरफ वी कंटिन्यू टू वर्क, और 5 years में वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दिस कंपनी विल बी वे लार्जर देन व्हाट यू करेंटली सी, because हम लोग का continuous every year our growth rate is going to be between 10 to 15% year on year. So we are hoping that we should be 50% FMCG portfolio, and 50% of will be comprised with the commodity brands, etc.
After trading higher for better part of the day, markets turned volatile and ended in the red to snap its two-day winning streak. Sensex gave up gains to end about 110 points lower, shutting shop at 54,208. Nifty ended at 16,240 after tumbling 19 points. Sectorally, the Nifty Realty and PSU Bank indices were the worst hit. The small and mid caps also took a beating in trade today. Among the top blue chip laggards were Powergrid, BPCL, Tech Mahindra and SBI. Meanwhile, rupee continues to decline. The currency closed at its fresh lifetime low of 76.6 against the US dollar. Unabated foreign fund outflows, surging crude oil prices and economic recovery in China taking a back seat led to the decline in the rupee. Tata Motors is well on its way to meet its target of increasing their electric vehicle sales to a fourth of their total sales. Already the biggest player in the Indian EV market, the company's CFO, PB Balaji, revealed the plans in detail to Business Today TV's Chetan Bhutani. Listen in.
The exposure of EVs into the whole vehicle segment is about 7.5% as of now, and the plans to take it 25%?
That's correct. Currently, our EV as a percentage of total sales is 7.5% for Tata Motors, and our plan is to take it to 25% in the coming by 2025.
I think the chairman or a senior member in the management commented that there are plans to make semiconductors in India. Where is that, and how much money are you allocating for that?
It is the chairman had made that statement as one of the areas that the group is looking at. Plans have not been confirmed as yet. And as and when the group is ready to make an formal announcement, but it's an area that they're looking at quite actively, and something that we should expect an announcement sooner rather than later.
India Inc. loosens its purse strings to give senior executives over 8.9% hike in salaries. According to Aeon's survey, this is the highest salary hike in 5 years. My colleague Sakshi Batra caught up with Rupang Chaudhary of Aeon. Listen in.
First, help us understand, what this hike of 8.9% really means. I can see in the highlights that it is the highest in 5 years. Could you give us more details about it?
Sure, Sakshi. So, earlier in the year, we had released our overall salary increase numbers for India Inc., which were 9.9%. And even that was the highest in the last 5 years. So not surprisingly, I think the trend that has followed that overall number is that the salary increase for top executives, the CEOs and CXOs, is also on the rise. At 8.9%, it is the highest in the last 5 years. It was 7.9% last year. Of course, during the COVID year 2020, it had fallen down to 5.1%. There was a time when many CXOs and CEOs had not taken a pay hike. They had faced pay cuts. They had also voluntarily taken pay cuts. So I think it's sort of accumulation of the last years with the resurgence back in the economy, the growth back on track, the fundamentals looking strong, and the very strong business sentiment that we are seeing in corporate India that has led to executives also getting a much higher pay than the last 2 years.
Absolutely. So the worst seems to be behind us, and definitely for the top bosses at India Inc. Help us understand what has come up in your survey. What's the average compensation at this level right now at? And if you could also give us some more details, if you've got to understand in terms of the fixed and the variable pay as well, and what are the the contrasts that you've seen here?
So, if we were to just break this number down, I think the first analysis is that if you look across sectors, we are seeing 3-4 sectors, have the highest increase across the CXOs and CEOs. So we have technology and ITES, manufacturing, financial institutions, life sciences, consumer are the 4 sectors or 5 sectors which have given the highest increase in the range of 8 to 9%.
Verizon, one of the world's biggest communications technology companies, which has invested over $120 billion in the 5G space over the last 3 years. But what are the company's plans for India? Is there a strong 5G play? BT's tech editor Ayush Alabadi caught up with Verizon Business Chief Revenue Officer in an exclusive conversation at the Verizon 5G Labs in London.
Our play in India is pretty multifold. One, we do some of our most sensitive and complex technology work in India. Technology development, product development, network development, some of our more complex systems get developed in India. We love that. For me, it's a talent play. There are very few countries in the world that have the depth of talent, the breadth of talent, the availability of talent that India has. So I'm very excited about that. Nothing I do is going to change that. So that's one. Our play in Asia Pacific more broadly is around 3 themes. The first is network as a service. So you have ambitious Indian companies, ambitious Asian companies that want to go and capture US and European markets. We want to help them. We want to tell them, hey, we'll take care of your network needs. You focus on building your business. Let the network be for us. So that's a big business. We call it network as a service. The second one is cyber. Cyber knows no boundaries. As geopolitical tensions get worse, there's more risk of cyber. We run some of the most complex cyber operations in the world. The core of that is 1/3 of the world's internet flows through our network. So we get to see things way before other people do. So cyber is a big play for us in APAC, and it's one of our largest regions in the company for cyber as well. The last one is private 5G, which is kind of the question you asked. And for us, private 5G is the power of 5G in a private setting that can be controlled by the enterprise. So whether it's ports, warehouses, venues, stadium, hospitals, we're bullish. So 3 big plays in Asia Pacific. It's a growing market for us, and we want to support ambitious Asian companies.
We take a very quick break on that note. When we return, our special segment, Ask Udain.
watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us on Business Today. You're watching Ask Udayan, the show where we answer all your questions on stocks. And with the markets currently volatile on the back of all that we're seeing with the Russia-Ukraine crisis, the Fed's taper view, and of course rising inflation. Let me welcome our global business editor, Udayan Mukherjee, who will be answering those questions. Do continue to send them in. The number is on your screen, and we're going to be taking a select few every week. So let's start off then with our viewer queries today. And our first question is from Rohit Patel in Connecticut, USA. Listen in.
Hi, Udayan. I'm Rohit Patel from USA, Connecticut. I'm holding Astral Poly at the rate of 1800, almost 275 shares. So request you to tell me, shall I hold or sell or add more? Thank you.
Well, Astral is probably one of the best PVC pipes players in the country. But I know the share price has been a bit of a disappointment and it's come off quite a bit from its peak of 2,500 now to around 1,700 levels. So it's close to your purchase price. You're not losing too much money yet. But I think the last quarter's numbers, Q3 numbers were not great. There were some volume issues out there. Raw material prices too have gone up for Astral, and therefore margins too are under some degree of strain. But the fact that they're moving quite a bit of their produce or their overall revenue line from PVC to CPVC is actually a good sign for Astral in the longer term. The other thing is that they're trying to move their product line to a higher margin kind of a profile by entering newer areas like sanitary ware. So I think keeping all these things in mind, I would say that Astral Poly probably is a much better stock to own in your portfolio than compared to other peers like Finolex or Supreme Industries. I say this because the problem with Astral always has been that the valuations, because of its superior performance over the last 4 or 5 years, actually had gone up to a very significant premium. It was a stock which was trading at about 50-52 times FY24 earnings. But with the recent correction, it's come down to closer to 40 times. And while 40 PE is not inexpensive, I think that with the kind of growth that Astral Poly has been exhibiting, 30% plus over the last 5 years CAGR, you could probably justify prices around these levels, which is not to say that the stock will not correct more, because there is a big mid-cap correction underway and Astral Poly might fall with the rest of the market. But I think it's now beginning to approach levels where longer-term investors might find sense in owning that stock over a longer period of time, because fundamentally, despite the challenges, it continues to remain probably the best player in the PVC pipe space.
Okay, Saket Goenka also has a query. He's from Kolkata and he's looking at HDFC AMC. Listen in.
Hi Udayan, this is Saket Goenka. I had purchased 100 shares of HDFC AMC at a price of 26.50 per share. So the share price has come down to 1850 levels now, and I have a medium-term horizon and can hold the shares for next 1.5 years. So what should I do? Shall I exit the share or I shall hold on?
Well, I've not been a very big fan of HDFC Asset Management Company, but the thing was that the performance of its funds was beginning to improve after a multi-year period. And unfortunately, now with the way the markets are moving, the performance of these equity funds will begin to get affected once again. And at the end of the day, most of these asset management companies, they are proxies of the stock market. When markets do well, some of these AMCs do well. And when markets do badly, as they are doing right now, these stocks typically tend to underperform. So the backdrop for HDFC AMC is quite weak at this point in time. And it's not helped by the fact that it has not been the most dynamic from the asset management companies stable in terms of launching new products. Its funds have not been the best performers and it's been steadily losing market share, both in equity funds and SIPs. So my sense is that it's probably not the best stock in the asset management space to own, HDFC Asset Management Company. It is a good brand name, it comes from a good stable, and the stock has halved from 3,500 to 1,700. So much of the bad news is in the price already. But given where the market is at this point in time, I think in the foreseeable future, it may still continue to struggle.
Okay, Abhirama Malela from Bengaluru is holding Indiabulls Real Estate. Let's listen in to what his question's all about.
Hello, Dan. I'm a big fan of yours.
Today I have a question about India Bulls Real Estate. I'm holding 1,750 shares at an average of rupees 150. I've been holding it in the hope that post the merger with the Embassy Group, the company's fortunes would turn. I'm a long-term investor. Please share your views. Thank you.
No, I think your optimism is well founded because a lot of investors were hoping that once the previous promoters of India Bulls Real Estate had exited, Samir Gehlot, who doesn't hold anything in the company right now, and the Embassy Group actually took in post-merger, took charge of the company, the fortunes would change. But somehow the stock has not performed, and I'm very curious about the stock price performance of India Bulls Realty. I don't know whether it's because there are still some pending payments from Samir Gehlot to India Bulls Realty, or it's the continuing distressful news of around India Bulls Housing Company, though the two companies have nothing to do with each other, India Bulls Housing and India Bulls Real Estate. But the way the other group companies continue to collapse, whether that's having some kind of collateral sentiment damage on India Bulls Real Estate. But something is bothering the market, the way the stock has collapsed to rupees 70 and lower. So I don't know what that exact point is, because now with Embassy coming in, they actually have very significant properties and presence in Mumbai, in NCR, Delhi, and particularly in Bengaluru. So, given the kind of portfolio of projects they have, I would have expected India Bulls Realty to have done better, but it has not, and you cannot argue with the market's wisdom beyond a point. So, fingers crossed. I'm a little surprised at the way the stock has come down, and maybe some of the recent interest rate hikes from the Reserve Bank have also impacted sentiment, because if these rate hikes are going to impact the rate-sensitive real estate recovery, then maybe that's one reason why the market's getting so worried about India Bulls Real Estate as well. But the stock has disappointed and underperformed my expectations as well, so I can understand your concerns about where this one is going. But fundamentally, I think their project portfolio looks quite attractive to me.
Okay, quite a mixed bag we have today of stocks. Abhijit Sharma from Kolkata has bought Oro Pharma. Let's listen into the price point and what his question is.
Hi Udyan, Abhijit this side from Kolkata. I just wanted to ask about Aurobindo Pharma. I am at it at 620 rupees. Does it have any future course? How is it going to work? Can you please let me know? Thank you.
It's a stock which has always looked inexpensive, but it has always flattered to deceive. And sometimes when over a period of time you begin to see that a stock has low PE multiples compared to the rest of the sector, but it refuses to outperform, it's one of two things. Either the market knows something that all of us do not, or it's a company which is ripe for some kind of a revaluation, and therefore the market, eventually you will make a lot of money from the re-rating. But the re-rating always or never seems to come for Aurobindo Pharma. People have waited years for this re-rating to happen. It's just not happened. There are two reasons, of course, why Aurobindo Pharma, despite its large size, continues to trade at maybe half of the valuation multiple of, say, a Dr. Reddy's or a Sun or a Cipla. One is, of course, they have never had very successful branded or well-known branded formulations in the Indian market. Something which they're trying to correct now with the recent acquisition of the company called Veritas. They are trying to get brands into their portfolio. The other is, of course, that they have a very large US exposure, and as you well know, that the US market can be very volatile, and that is the reason why Aurobindo Pharma has always had the valuation of a fairly commodity kind of a pharma company. Like it would trade at 12 or 13 PE multiple when its peers like Cipla and Reddy would be trading at 25 to 30 PE multiple. So frankly, if you ask me, I would say that I would still remain quite skeptical despite these very low valuations, because the next couple of years I don't see great earnings growth for Aurobindo Pharma to begin with, and B, there is something in the stock price performance which makes me a bit wary about what the market's assessment is of this management and its balance sheet and its performance prospects. So I would probably be cautious on that name despite these very low valuations it is trading at.
All right, that's all the time we have on this edition of Ask Udayan, but do continue to send in your queries. The number will come up on your screen. Udayan, thanks so much for your time today, and we look forward to another packed edition of Ask Udayan next week.
I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. That's kinda like giving your fame away. What's wrong with you? I sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a road that I grow.
Presented by eBix Cash. हर खुशी के लिए काफी है.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
You are watching India Today.
Less than 2 months ago, China Eastern Flight 5735 dived dramatically out of the sky, as you can see in this video on your screens. It was captured on CCTV. It gave people sleepless nights, wondering how could an aircraft suddenly dive out of the sky. 132 people, including the pilots, were killed in that accident. And earlier yesterday, the black box was finally analyzed and interpreted, and it carried within it an absolute horror story that every air passenger needs to hear. Take a look. The most devastating aviation images in decades. Silently screaming at nearly the speed of sound, the world still remembers how CCTV cameras captured these terrifying final moments of China Eastern Flight 5735, which crashed in March in southern China. The video capturing the plane plummeting like a spear, almost perpendicularly into a mountainside. And now, nearly 2 months after the crash that killed all 132 people on board in a blazing flash, every air traveler's worst nightmare has become real. Flight data obtained from the black box indicates that someone in the cockpit intentionally crashed this aircraft. In other words, the Boeing 737 was deliberately thrown into that deadly nosedive, very likely by one of the pilots, with the suicidal intention to destroy the plane. China's deadliest aviation disaster in 28 years now becomes a horror story for passengers around the world. While it is theoretically possible that someone may have entered the cockpit and overpowered the pilots into a suicide mission, the bigger likelihood is that one or both of the pilots may have executed this devastating act. The glare is now on captain of the flight, Yang Hongda, the lead pilot on the plane, and his first officer.
with investigations now headed down a much more troubling dark path over just why the pilot or pilots could have done such a thing. US officials who analyzed data from the black box flight recorders found amidst the wreckage said that the deliberate input from the cockpit forced the Boeing 737 into its catastrophic dive. Authorities said that the pilots of the plane did not respond to repeated calls from air traffic controllers and nearby aircraft during that devastating descent. Preliminary findings are not just a terrible blow to families of the 132 persons who perished in the crash, but a troubling new nightmare for millions of air passengers boarding flights all around the world. With the world of passenger air travel still grappling with the troubling mystery over Malaysian Airlines MH370's disappearance 8 years ago, the truth of what happened in the cockpit of China Eastern Flight 5735 will keep the world of air travel more sleepless than ever. Bureau Report, India Today.
So basically what experts analyzing the black box data of this crashed airliner say is that the aircraft was intentionally pitched down and then it went into that scary nosedive, screaming towards the ground and impacting that mountainside almost at the speed of sound. Those images are not going to be forgotten, but I want to also tell you how difficult it actually is to crash an aircraft of this kind in the manner in which it went down. First of all, the first big thing that we should share with our viewers are airliners and aircraft like this Boeing 737 are designed to counteract extreme control inputs from the cockpit. They're designed like that. The aircraft have terrain avoidance computers and flight computers that basically don't allow many aggressive maneuvers. These are flight control computers on these aircraft which are built and designed to offset any, sudden or abrupt pilot inputs. That's to keep the aircraft safe. And for a steep dive of the kind that this aircraft finally saw, the pilots would basically have to disengage the autopilot, so they have manual control of the aircraft to push it into a place where the aircraft would not normally go. And only pilots, remember, only pilots are qualified to override all the safety mechanisms that are built into these aircraft, from the flight control computers to terrain avoidance sensors to autopilot, all these things. Only a pilot knows how to override all these systems and make the plane potentially unsafe for that kind of scary nosedive. Now, I don't want to alarm anyone, but the preliminary findings from the black box data of this aircraft accident suggest that this was intentional. What has been captured in that video was apparently intentional, and that either the pilots or someone in the cockpit, it could have been someone else, but most likely the pilots could have managed to do such a thing, which is why for now, even though it's not confirmed because the final report is not out yet, it is being possibly classified as a suicide by the pilots involved. Joining me live to get a sober perspective on what is a very, very troubling story, we have with us Captain Debolina Das. She's a former aviator, former pilot. Also with me is Dr. Deepak Raheja, who's a well-known psychiatrist, because this is a story that goes beyond just aviation. This goes into, mental illness, possible suicidal tendencies, the humanity of pilots. Let's remember, and I want to put out a caveat here very clearly to all our viewers, that pilots are some of the most proficient, personnel. They handle huge loads of data and responsibility, and pilots are extremely noble professionals. So not for a moment are we suggesting that pilots are not to be trusted, but the preliminary findings, Captain Debolina, you will certainly agree with me, are quite troubling. The black box data suggests that this was an intentional act, that the aircraft could not have come down in this manner unless it was deliberately put into this kind of nosedive. But as a pilot, can you explain to us and tell us that this is, this would be the case, that only pilots can override the, safety systems inside airliners like a Boeing 737 to actually put it into that kind of near perpendicular dive, madam?
Yes, I mean, the thing is that since we are moving into completely digitalizing or automation, So there are a lot of ways in which the aircraft can be managed or electrically, hydraulically managed to not enter into a dive or not enter into a situation which can cause an accident. But the only factor, the human factor, which is in the cockpit, the two captains, the two pilots, are the people who can override all the systems which are there in the cockpit at any instance of the flight and take over manually, which is basically done for the positive outcome and not a negative outcome as we see in this case this time. It can be done. The captain can override all the systems that are there in the cockpit.
Just out of curiosity, madam, and not morbid curiosity, because we want to understand that this is also a very technical thing, and we'll get to the psychiatric part a little later. But Captain Debolina, what all would a pilot need to do in a cockpit to actually, tell the plane, no, we don't want you to be safe, we want you to get into this terrible dive mode? You would have to disengage a number of different things, I assume.
So, when we mostly fly on automation, that is the autopilot, and the autopilot now has a number of softwares, computers working through in different phases, which makes the aircraft fly in cruise, descent, whatever is done by the autopilot. The only requirement by a captain or a pilot is to disconnect the autopilot. So if we disconnect the autopilot, then the automation is disconnected. So whatever inputs, the digital inputs or the electrical inputs that the softwares which are running the aircraft system is giving us will be nullified if we are removing the automation or the autopilot mode of flying. Then we come into manual mode, where the aircraft is completely flown by the two pilots, either of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to, before I go to Dr. Raheja, I just want to show our viewers some data, because, we're talking about a possible suicide flight by, suicide by pilots of an airliner here. But I want to show you that even in the last few years, such incidents are not uncommon. We've actually seen them in our lifetimes a number of times. So let me just show you at least 4 or 5 prominent examples of air accidents that have been deemed to be suicide by pilot, where pilots have deliberately decided to crash the aircraft. December 1997, the Indonesia Silk Air Flight 185. One theory says that the pilot deliberately crashed this plane. 44 people were killed. October 1999, Egypt Air Flight 990. The first officer deliberately crashed this aircraft into the Atlantic, killing 217 people. November 2013, LAM Mozambique Flight 470. Again, the pilot was proved to have intentionally crashed the aircraft into the ground. 33 people were killed in that accident. March 2014, the most famous case in our lifetime, Malaysian MH370. It disappeared over the Indian Ocean. The lead theory right now continues to be that the pilot was on a suicide mission. 239 people were killed, making it the most deadly case so far. March 2015, Germanwings Flight 9525, a depressed, suicidal tendencies co-pilot locked his boss, the main pilot, out of the aircraft cockpit, and then he dived that aircraft into a mountainside in Germany, killing 150 people. So I've taken just 5 examples of instances where there have been suicide by pilot. It's something that has been documented. But Dr. Raheja, this opens very troubling questions and very troubling avenues, doesn't it, sir, for this investigation? It goes beyond just the technical aspects of aircraft failure, mechanical failure, and it goes into the human mind. What do you think of this, sir?
So I totally agree with you. And just picking up some of the cues from what you said, I do agree and strongly ratify that pilots are extremely proficient professionals. It's a very noble profession. They go through extremely rigorous training. But at the end of it, we must understand that they are human beings too. And if a certain percentage of human being is going to be vulnerable into developing a depressive episode, it could also be doctors, it could also be pilots, it could be any professional. It brings, without again trying to spread any morbid fear, but it just should wake us up to understand that anyone in that position of authority should automatically go through rigorous checks, and they have to be right balances, because so far we've focused all the efforts into trying to make our machines more smarter, more artificial intelligence driven, and the way Captain Debalina was describing and you were also describing, in ensuring that if there was a failure or if somebody overpowered, none other than the pilot would have the know-how how to override the mechanisms of inbuilt safety. But what really happens if at the end of it, the pilot is depressed? I mean, he's a human being. He could be going through lots too.
Yes.
Even though this may be one-off, there have been very few examples that you've been able to quote from the history of aviation, which is hundreds of year old. But this one-off example has a price of life to pay, which is humongous. Many people die and lose their lives. So I think in the coming times, as we are waking up more and becoming more sensitive to the mental health needs of the society at large, I think anyone in that position of responsibility where your actions could directly control the lives of many people who are dependent on you at that point would need more sensitive and more rigorous and more astute and more careful observation, identification, diagnosis, and appropriate treatment. So again, it boils down also to the stigma, because mental health is so looked upon with this stigma, and we don't really look upon people who have an emotional turbulence very well. So I think we'll have to give the society, professionals, people, workers, the leverage to be able to say that they don't feel well, and either they need help or they need time out, and that time out should be provided.
And there's
so I
a
think
reason.
The whole responsibility and the onus on society at large increases to wake up to the sensitivity of mental health issues and
I completely agree with you, Dr. Raheja. I completely agree with you that there has to be some kind of avenue where, you know, if pilots are disturbed, they choose not to fly. There's also a reason why, such cases are called murder-suicide, not just suicide, because as both of our guests have rightly pointed out, it's not just their own lives that they are, apparently ending, but the lives of passengers who are in their care, passengers who have trusted them to deliver them safely from one place to another. Before I go back to Captain Debalina, and I will in a moment, I also want to show you why suicide flights, cases of suicide by pilot, are so difficult to actually prove. We've shown you 5 instances where it has largely been proved, but there are many instances where they remain a theory and have not been proved. Number one reason, very difficult for investigators to establish a motive, because, you know, the person is dead. You don't have very much to actually work with. Pilots sometimes switch off their recording devices. Like, for instance, in the China Eastern flight, there was no communication during that dive, so there was no questions could not be